Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 1247 to Chapter 1300. Clan Master is wise. The elder's eyes shone brightly. If that's the case, wouldn't the purple crystal bloodline belong to the Li clan? Then, Li Wubwa said coldly, in this way, the purple crystal bloodline can be gradually turned into a branch of the Li clan. By then, the Li clan will be able to stay strong forever. Moreover, no matter when, we will be able to discover the purple crystal mine immediately and easily obtain it. Once we survive this 10,000-year crisis and become powerful enough to kill all the other tribulations. Dominating the heavens, wouldn't that be creating the true glory of the Li clan? Everyone thought about it carefully. This matter was really not impossible. Think about it, when the Tribulation Sword Master unified the heavens, there would be many things waiting to be done. Basically, all the top forces would be depleted. However, the Li clan would definitely still retain a large amount of resources and experts. By then, what would be strange if they killed those people while they were unprepared? They could totally do it. This matter is indeed a little sinister. However, for the sake of the clan, this is the only way. Li Wubwa said heavily, I hope the elders can understand and implement it. The elders stood up at once. What are you saying, Clan Master? We've always only listened to the clan's decisions. There's no reason for us to object. In a vast expanse of snow, Wei Wuyan walked forward silently. Behind him, 3 people sighed and followed. They were Wan Renjia, Qing Duiying, and Bao Buhuan. The 4 of them were all injured. The one with the most serious injuries was Wei Wuyan. Ever since they left Tianji City, the 4 of them had been traveling together. The 4 of them were all experts and didn't encounter any trouble. Instead, they passed quite peacefully for a few days. Especially one day, Wei Wuyan seemed to have discovered something unintentionally. He walked all the way north. He discovered traces of Hong Wuliang. Towards Hong Wuliang, his teacher and enemy, Wei Wuyan really hated him to the core. Once he discovered Hong Wuliang, he immediately disregarded everything and followed him all the way here. Wan Renjia and the other 2 were afraid that something would happen to Wei Wuyan, so they naturally accompanied him. Who knew that after walking for a period of time, the whole world would suddenly be abuzz with news about the extraterrestrial demon? For a moment, everyone was anxious and filled with righteous indignation. Everyone rubbed their palms together. Everyone was scolding Chu Yang for being deranged and despicable. The 4 of them became more and more confused. After asking around for a long time, they finally understood the reason. So it was Chu Yang who had killed everyone from the Medicine Valley. After figuring out the truth, the 4 of them flew into a rage. They cursed loudly in a restaurant and started fighting. How can Chu Yang be an extraterrestrial demon? If Chu Yang is an extraterrestrial demon, then all of you are extraterrestrial demons. Your whole family are extraterrestrial demons. Bao Buwan's character was irritable. He couldn't help but shout, beating up the people in the restaurant who were talking about this matter on the spot. The 4 of them were already in a bad mood. When he discovered Hong Wuliang, he felt even more depressed. Now, someone actually slandered his brother in front of him. This was simply intolerable. This ruckus was not a big deal, but they were immediately attacked by a group of people. However, most of the people who came over were not experts, so the 4 of them attacked to the east and attacked to the west, and then attacked to the north. In a short time, a large number of people were defeated. Immediately, the 4 of them fell into the awkward situation of being besieged. It had only been 4 hours. Someone recognized them. These bastards, no wonder they defended the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang. They are his accomplices. I've seen them before. When they were in Tianji City, they were with Chu Yang. They are the extraterrestrial demons. The incident started from there. Wei Wuyan and the 3 of them instantly became the target of public criticism. At first, the 4 of them thought that it was just a riot, but as time passed, the situation became more and more serious. However, he found that the situation was getting more and more serious, and more experts were rushing over. The 4 of them gradually felt the strain. When the big clans and law enforcers interfered, the 4 of them were completely reduced to running for their lives. Go to the southeast and ask Chu Yang what we should do about this matter. Wan Renjia made the final decision, bring him the news while we're at it. What's wrong with this? The four of them started to advance towards the southeast, but they didn't expect that this journey was so difficult that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not only could they not enter the southeast, but they were also chased by the enemies all the way. They almost didn't even have time to take a breather. The four of them tried to escape in all directions. After they failed in all aspects, they finally found an opening to break out of the encirclement. However, they realized that this direction was the northwest. But now, they were basically enemies of the whole world. The four of them had no choice but to fight and break out of the encirclement. Along the way, just like that, they actually broke out of the encirclement and reached the northwest. And this was all thanks to the fact that all four of them were veterans of the martial world. All of them were so experienced that they were practically immortals. If it had been anyone else, even their bones would probably have turned into ashes. When they reached here, although there were fewer and fewer people chasing after them, every one of them was still an expert. The four of them were a little miserable. The arrival of law enforcement officers made things worse for them. When the law enforcement interrogation hall came, the four of them basically didn't have any power to fight back anymore. If it wasn't for the master of the law enforcement interrogation hall, Lang Yilong's strict order to capture them alive, the four of them would probably already be dead by now. It was also because of this order of Lang Yilong's that the four of them were able to escape and break out of the encirclement continuously. As a result, they were now running around in circles in this vast snowfield. After a great battle, the four of them broke out of the encirclement with great difficulty and sprinted through the mountains. It's not a good idea to go on like this. Xianxia was the most astute. We don't have a target either. How can this work? But we can't stop now. Qingduing had a bitter look on his face. There are pursuers all around us. It's already a blessing to be able to rest for 2 hours. How can we have time to think of other things? Bao Buhuan nodded repeatedly. Eldest senior brother and second senior brother are right. Wei Wuyan was silent. Suddenly, he said, it's still the same idea as what I said, absolutely not. Before Wei Wuyan finished, Xianxia and the other two shook their heads together. It's no big deal for the four of us to die together. If we leave you behind and escape by ourselves. Wei Wuyan, if you still treat us as humans, don't talk about that anymore. Wei Wuyan smiled bitterly. There was a hint of emotion in his lifeless eyes. I know, all of you are loyal. But from the looks of it, Lang Yilong is only targeting me. It's just that I've implicated all of you by following me. I'm willing to be implicated by you. Qingduing straightened his neck and said, others don't have the right to implicate you. Brother Wei. Second senior brother is right. Bao Buhuan said fervently. Xianxia said, yes, Brother Wei, we're in a life and death situation now. You don't have to persuade us anymore. Brother Wei, eldest senior brother is right. Bao Buhuan strongly agreed. Wei Wuyan took a deep breath and said, if you're alive, you can still inform Chu Yang, our little brother. If we're all dead, who's going to help him? Xianxia laughed. Brother Wei. With the moon breeze coupled by his side, how can anything happen to him? Qingduing smiled and said, moreover, Buluqing is also there, and there's also Lord Zi, who has unparalleled martial arts. Let's go. We'll only be a burden to him. Bao Buhuan nodded fiercely. Brother Wei, eldest senior brother and second senior brother are right. Wei Wuyan was helpless. Behind them, there were shadows. The pursuers were coming again. The four sighed. They sped up and disappeared into the depths of the snowfield, leaving a trail of snow dust behind them. Another 3 days later. Wei Wuyan and the other three were already exhausted. But they finally got rid of the pursuers temporarily. They leaned against each other in a valley and gasped for breath. I really don't know how Brother Wei provoked the law enforcement officers. Why are they so crazy? Only now did Qingduing have time to treat his wounds that had almost frozen. But no matter how he provoked the law enforcement officers came up with the title of extraterrestrial demon to frame him. It's just wrong. Xianxia said angrily, if that's the case, the law enforcement officers will give the title of extraterrestrial demon to whoever they don't like in the future? And they can do whatever they want? They're simply bastards. Wei Wuyan sighed. The law enforcement officers are like this. You're all experienced in the martial world. Why can't you see through this? The three of them sighed at the same time. They knew that the world was unfair, but what could they do? They only said a few words of justice for their brothers. But they were labeled as accomplices and hunted by the whole world. If the three of them died, who could they tell this injustice to? There were only people in the world who could swallow their anger. How many more would there be? Law enforcement officers. Her. Bao Buhuan sneered and said in a low voice, law enforcement officers are just SOSO. The three of them nodded at the same time. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice said, you're right. Law enforcement officers are just SOSO. But you've forgotten one thing. Law enforcement officers have power. When you have the ability to make power, you can also play with it. This voice came out of nowhere. It actually seemed to come from above their heads. The four of them turned pale with fright. They jumped up at the same time, rushed out of this hidden spot and looked up. Above the valley, 10 men in black stood there like deep abysses. 10 pairs of cold eyes looked at the four of them in unison. At this moment, the four of them felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. A wave of despair welled up in their hearts. The person in front was dressed in black, but a bright red headband was tied around his forehead. His face was thin, his expression lonely, his eyes cold and sharp, and his figure thin and long. No one beside him had a cape. He was the only one whose black cloak fluttered in the wind. Even though they had never seen him before, the four of them recognized him at once. This attire belonged to the master of the law enforcement interrogation hall, Lang Yilong. As for the other 10 people, all of them were supreme beings. Just by standing there, they exuded the aura of an expert. Lang Yilong? Wei Wuyan looked up and asked slowly. How dare you? How dare you call the master by his name? A man in black at the side shouted fiercely. Lang Yilong waved his hand and looked at Wei Wuyan with some interest. You're Hong Wuliang's disciple, Wei Wuyan? Third update. I'll continue to write the fourth update. Gee, I heard that because I was late yesterday, a little beautiful sub-moderator of the mobile book review section even cried out of grievance. Cough cough. Little girl, don't cry. I'll give you candy. No matter where you are, maintain the harmony in our book review section and create our own paradise. Haha. Let's work hard together. I am Wei Wuyan. Bone-deep hatred shot out from Wei Wuyan's eyes. I used to be Hong Wuliang's disciple, but not anymore. He raised his head. I'm not begging for mercy from you. It's because Hong Wuliang is despicable, shameless, dirty, and despicable. I have an irreconcilable feud with him. Lang Yilong sneered. It's been 1,000 years, and you only just realized how despicable he is? With a wave of his hand, 10 people floated down from above in an orderly manner. Wei Wuyan and the others didn't move, nor did they escape. The four of them were only first-grade supreme martial artists. And they were already exhausted. Right now, even standing up was very difficult for them, let alone fighting. And the other party was an expert above first-grade supreme martial artist. A few of them were even second-grade and third-grade supreme martial artists. As for the leader, Lang Yilong, he was even more unfathomable. Meeting under such circumstances, there was really no hope of escaping at all. Lang Yilong glided over from the snowy ground like flowing water. Standing in front of Wei Wuyan, he sized him up and nodded. With deep fatigue and loneliness in his eyes, he said in a weary voice, Wei Wuyan, I believe, you know me. Wei Wuyan replied coldly, Master Lang is a mighty figure. How can I not know you? Lang Yilong laughed. Although he was laughing, the expression on his face was still so sorrowful and bleak. He said bleakly, I'm talking about what happened between me and Hong Wuliang. Wei Wuyan fell silent. Of course he knew about this. Hong Wuliang had mentioned it more than once. But ever since Hong Wuliang's actions caused his image in Wei Wuyan's heart to collapse. Wei Wuyan really couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong between the two of them now. Lang Yilong heaved a long sigh. He said dispassionately, ever since I discovered you, I've been making arrangements along the way, forcing you to change your route time and time again, leading you to this northwestern wasteland. Doesn't this place feel very familiar? Wei Wuyan was silent for a moment. Then, he replied, yes, it does feel very familiar. Lang Yilong nodded slightly. Yes. You grew up here. Of course it feels familiar. Wei Wuyan fell silent. There was an inexplicable melancholy on his face. Yes, this was where he grew up. This was his home, his roots. Just here. It was only in order to avoid a strong enemy that he followed Hong Wuliang and fled for tens of thousands of miles. He left this place. Wan Renjie and the other two were suddenly enlightened. Why was Wei Wuyan able to shake off the pursuers time and time again in such a harsh environment in the northwest region? So that was how it was, the northwest was Wei Wuyan's hometown. However, it wasn't just Wei Wuyan who had a melancholy look on his face. Even Lang Yilong who was standing in front of him actually had the same melancholy look on his face. It's not just you. My hometown is here as well. Lang Yilong said in a low and deep voice, Hong Wuliang's hometown is also here. The person I love deeply, her hometown. He's here too. They're all here. Lang Yilong's voice became very hollow and ethereal, as though he was speaking to his soul. He murmured, that's why I didn't hesitate to set up an inescapable net, mobilizing all the forces of the entire law enforcement hall and mobilizing the big clans to pursue and intercept you, just to force you here. Because I want to settle the grudges of my life in my hometown. I see. Wei Wuyan said calmly, so you gave the order that you can't harm our lives and must capture us alive? Lang Yilong gave him a weary smile. He shook his head. With your insignificant strength, do you really think that you can fight your way here? Wei Wuyan sneered. Even if we can't, you're toying with us too much by doing this. Lang Yilong frowned. About that. I'm very sorry. He paused for a moment. But, this has been my wish, for close to 2,000 years. So, even if it's difficult, I still want to do it. Even if I have to let down everyone in the world, I still want to do it. Wei Wuyan stopped talking. He understood what Lang Yilong meant, even if I have to let down everyone in the world, I still want to do it. Moreover, it's just the four of you. Lang Yilong carried a kind of weariness from his soul to his body from head to toe. This kind of weariness was like that of a traveler who had exhausted all his strength after not eating or drinking for several days in the desert. The moment one saw him, one would immediately empathize with him. As though he himself was also tired. He was tired of this life. It was no longer interesting. Whether Chu Yang is an extraterrestrial demon or not, I don't care. Lang Yilong kept his hands behind his back and kept them in his sleeves. He said, I don't want to kill the four of you either. But you, Wei Wuyan, are the only witness to what happened back then. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and said, please find a place to rest. Then, his eyes flashed and he said, treat them with respect. Don't be rude. A supreme martial artist had already stepped forward. With a loud bang, he punched a huge hole in the mountain wall. Then, a few people led Wan Renjie and the other two inside and sat down to rest. As expected, they didn't make things difficult for them. Outside the cave, where heavy snow was falling, there were only Lang Yilong and Wei Wuyan. You have to cooperate a little. Because if you don't, those three loyal brothers of yours will die because of you. Lang Yilong said very calmly. You. Wei Wuyan shouted furiously. I'm only going to say it once. Lang Yilong's voice was bleak. Wei Wuyan lowered his head dejectedly. How do you want me to cooperate? Lang Yilong had grasped Wei Wuyan's greatest weakness. If it was just Wei Wuyan alone, he would have long lost all hope in life and might even be fighting for his life right now. However, with the lives of Wan Renjie and the other two in Lang Yilong's hands, Wei Wuyan didn't dare to act rashly. In fact, he didn't even dare to cough. Wan Renjie and the other two cherished him and accompanied him through life and death. Similarly, Wei Wuyan could do the same and do anything for them, including doing anything. Follow me. With his hands behind his back, Lang Yilong strolled in the wind and snow, walking up the cliff step by step. Wei Wuyan followed suit, advancing in Lang Yilong's footsteps. Suddenly, Wei Wuyan had a strange feeling. Advancing in Lang Yilong's footsteps. If that was the case, his own fate. Compared to Lang Yilong, how much worse was he? Wouldn't their fates be the same? It was all because of Hong Wuliang that his family was ruined and he would be alone for the rest of his life. At the thought of this, Wei Wuyan heaved a long sigh. 1,700 years ago, there was a plum blossom on this cliff. Every time there was heavy snow, the plum blossom would bloom as well. The snow-white plum blossom seemed to have merged into one with the snow-white snow. No one knew when the plum blossom bloomed. No one knew when the plum blossom wilted either, it came and went without a trace. Lang Yilong said in a weary voice, "Now, even that plum blossom tree is gone." Standing on a high spot, he looked around. Then, he slowly sat down and patted the snow beside him. "Sit down, Wei Wuyan. Be patient and listen to me tell you a story." Without a word, Wei Wuyan sat down in front of him. "I have kept this story in my heart. For more than 1,000 years. I have never told anyone about it. Today, when the feud is settled, I want this story to be made known to the world. At the very least, there must be someone related to this story. As a witness." Lang Yilong smiled lightly. Wei Wuyan took a deep breath. Ever since Lang Yilong appeared, he could hear a sense of loneliness and sorrow in Lang Yilong's voice. As well as, a kind of bitterness that seeped into his bones. It was as if this person's heart had countless bitterness, blood, and tears. However, he found it rather strange. Lang Yilong kept saying that the feud would be settled today, but Hong Wuliang was still hiding somewhere. How was he going to completely settle the feud today? "Do you think you can settle all the feud by telling me just one story?" With a wry smile, Lang Yilong said, 1,700 years ago. 50 kilometers to the east of this hillside, there was a small village. That village was called the Hong Clan village. My family was the only one with a different surname in the Hong Clan village. One day, the Hong Clan village suddenly changed. The Hong family village suddenly experienced a great change, and all the villagers were killed. Only 2 youths managed to escape. From then on, they depended on each other. After going through untold hardships, they broke out of the northwest and vowed to take revenge. The 2 of them swore an oath to the heavens and became brothers. They would stay by each other's side for the rest of their lives. They would never betray each other. Finally, the 2 brothers had their own encounters and finally parted ways. The next time they met, it was already 30 years later. Both of them had to become disciples of famous masters and master their martial arts. Wei Wuyan knew that Lang Yilong was talking about himself and Hong Wuliang. However, this story was obviously very different from Hong Wuliang's. When the 2 of them met, they were naturally overjoyed. From then on, they roamed the martial world together. In the beginning, whatever income the 2 of them had, they would put it together and share it equally. However, at that time, Hong Wuliang's cultivation was slightly higher, so he earned more while I earned less. Hong Wuliang gradually felt a little uncomfortable. After I took the initiative to bring it up, Hong Wuliang took the lion's share. Finally, one day, the 2 of us met a group of bandits who were robbing a carriage. Hong Wuliang didn't intend to interfere, but at that time, I was reminded of the hatred of having my clan wiped out. Thus, I rushed forward. Everyone in the carriage was dead, except for a young girl. Because she was beautiful, the bandits didn't kill her. Instead, they wanted to take her back to the mountain. I saved that young girl, and killed those bandits. However, how were the 2 of us going to travel with a weak girl in tow? But if we left her to fend for herself, how was she going to live on with her parents and family members dead? However, Hong Wuliang, who had always been unenthusiastic about this matter, became enthusiastic after seeing this girl's face. He suggested that the 2 of us teach this girl martial arts so that she could increase her strength within a short period of time. As long as she had a foundation in martial arts, she would no longer be a burden. Both the girl and I agreed with this decision very much. Time passed just like that. Although Hong Wuliang had been deliberately putting on a strong front, that girl's dependence on me grew stronger and stronger. As for me, half a year later, the girl and I finally decided to marry each other in private and exchange tokens. The 2 of us agreed that after we had taken our revenge, we would hide in the mountains and live in seclusion, never to come out again. We would stay together in peace and lead a peaceful and stable life. At that time, both of us felt happy and satisfied. It was as if this world had also become lovable. When Lang Yilong reached this point, it was supposed to be a story of a talented man and a beautiful woman. However, his voice suddenly became sinister and resentful. A sinister aura made Wei Wuyan's hair stand on end. Since we've decided to spend our lives together, we had to come back to pay our respects to our ancestors no matter what. Lang Yilong's voice became more and more tired and sinister. I told Hong Wuliang about this, and he expressed his heartfelt blessings to us. Then, he gave each of us a piece of purple crystal as a congratulatory gift. At that time, our cultivation wasn't high. It's usually very difficult to get purple crystals. Xia'er and I were very grateful to him. We thought that Hong Wuliang was really a very gentlemanly and magnanimous person. At this point, Lang Yilong let out 2 cold laughs. But he finally said that name inadvertently, Xia'er. So the 3 of us went back together. I brought Xia'er with me to pay respects to my parents. Then, while Hong Wuliang was eagerly cooking, I brought Xia'er with me and the 2 of us came here. Under that plum blossom tree, the 2 of us talked for a very long time. I will remember that day forever. That day, while the plum blossoms were blooming, many were also withering. Snowflakes were falling and the 2 of us snuggled under the plum blossom tree until our bodies were buried by the snowflakes and plum blossoms. Until now, every time I come here, I seem to still be able to smell that faint plum blossom fragrance from that day. Lang Yilong looked into the distance in a daze, watching the snowflakes swirling in the vast sky. When he spoke, he already sounded as if he was dreaming. His gaze was gentle and affectionate as he looked to the left in front of him. It was as if that plum blossom tree was still there. It still gave off the fragrance of plum blossoms. And that beloved girl was still in his arms. His eyes became hazy and his lips trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. He inhaled deeply and then exhaled deeply. After doing this 3 times, he finally spoke. That night, Hong Wuliang very enthusiastically held a banquet to celebrate for us. That day, I was very happy. I drank a lot, I drank a lot. When he said the last 4 words drank a lot, Lang Yilong suddenly enunciated each word clearly, his face contorting. Wei Wuyan's initially calm and indifferent expression also gradually became nervous. He knew that the story had reached an important turning point. He knew how tolerant, despicable, and shameless Hong Wuliang was towards that master of his. Wei Wuyan knew it very well. Furthermore, Hong Wuliang's disguise had reached a stage where he could even deceive himself. It was really superb. It was evident from Lang Yilong's words. Both Hong Wuliang and Lang Yilong liked this girl. And now, this woman was already engaged to Lang Yilong and had even returned to pay respects to her ancestors. At this point, if Hong Wuliang still didn't take any action, he wouldn't be Hong Wuliang. The next morning, when I woke up, I went to look for Xia'er excitedly. However, I received a blow to the head. I actually saw Hong Wuliang walking out of Xia'er's room. Come out. Lang Yilong laughed coldly. It was the kind of laughter that came from someone who was so tragic that he couldn't cry but could only laugh. Then, Xia'er told me, she suddenly realized something. The one she likes isn't me, but Hong Wuliang. She begs for my forgiveness, begs for my blessings. Lang Yilong gritted his teeth, a strange smile on his face. At that time I was smiling like this. My heart was full of happiness and joy. It made me smile, but before I was done being happy, I had to smile for someone else, the person I loved the most. Yesterday, they were still vowing their love to each other, but in just one night, she had become someone else's woman. And they wanted me to fulfill their wishes. To fulfill their wishes. At that time, Xia'er held a glass of wine and said that as long as I drank this glass of wine, it would prove that I gave her my blessings. That she would be happy. At that time, I was a goddamn fool. At that time, I was a goddamn fool. The most foolish fool in the world, the most damned fool in the world. That was me, Lang Yilong. I actually just let out a tragic laugh, took the glass of wine and drank it in one gulp. After saying a few words of blessings incoherently, I broke down and left. I found a place to cry, vent, scold and go crazy. I knew that I had been hurt. I swore that I would never forgive either of them. But at that time, I didn't think at all that Xia'er was in a much worse state than I was. I didn't turn back at all. I also didn't know what kind of expression Xia'er had on her face behind me. Now that I think about it, what kind of expression must she have had back then? Wei Wuyan, tell me, what kind of expression must she have had when she saw me leaving resolutely? Lang Yilong looked at Wei Wuyan, his tired eyes full of ferocious questions. Wei Wuyan's heart felt stifled. He suddenly felt so stifled that he couldn't speak. What kind of expression must she have had? Wei Wuyan absolutely believed that the expression on that pitiful woman's face when she saw Lang Yilong leaving without a care for her was definitely enough to make any cold-hearted person feel so much pain that he would rather die. After more than a year, Hong Wuliang and Xia'er got married. I didn't want to go at first. I hated them, but I really couldn't let go. I actually went to congratulate them. I really deserved to die. Actually, I just wanted to see her. At that time, I really hated her. But I really missed her too much. I really missed her too much. Do you understand? That night, Hong Wuliang finally got drunk. And I finally had a chance to talk to Xia'er. I also drank too much. I grabbed her and asked, why? Why? Why did you treat me like this? I felt so wronged. I wanted to kill someone. But Xia'er only looked at me in despair. She was wearing a bright red wedding dress, and there was only dead silence and despair in her eyes. Then, she asked me, do you really not know what happened that night? That damned Hong Wuliang. That night, he poisoned my food and raped Xia'er. He even threatened her that if she didn't marry him, he wouldn't give me the antidote. Poor Xia'er, she agreed to marry him just like that. And the cup of wine I drank was the antidote. I finally found out the truth, but it was at her wedding. Hong Wuliang invited many experts. But at that time I couldn't care less. I wanted to take Xiao away. I wanted to kill Hong Wuliang. But I was outnumbered and was actually captured by them. Hong Wuliang wanted to kill me. Xiao knelt down and begged him. As long as he let me go, she would serve Hong Wuliang for the rest of her life. If he didn't let me go, she would die here. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Lang Yilong laughed bitterly. He laughed twice before he suddenly started sobbing softly. It finally turned into loud sobs. More than 1,000 years of suppression were finally released today. Lang Yilong seemed to have opened the floodgates and could no longer close the floodgates of his emotions. Wei Wuyan looked at this senior in front of him. A supreme martial artist, the head of the law enforcement interrogation hall, was crying like a child in front of him. His heart couldn't help but ache. He also thought of his wife and son. His nose couldn't help but turn sour. Tears trickled down his face. Xia'er sacrificed her life for me to finally let me go like a dog. When I was thrown out, I was like a dog. A dog that had nothing. A dog that relied on the sacrifice of his beloved in exchange for a chance to live and breathe. At this point, Lang Yilong laughed bitterly. He breathed with his mouth open. Again and again, heavy and heavy, like the low roar of a wild bull. Wei Wuyan sighed sadly. In comparison, between himself and Lang Yilong, he really didn't know who was more pitiful. Since then, I've looked for every opportunity. I made Hong Wuliang my enemy and tried to kill him countless times. But at that time, because of what I thought was Xia'er's betrayal, I was dispirited for a very long time. On the other hand, Hong Wuliang kept on improving. I was originally inferior to him. The dispirited period during that time widened the gap between us even more. I was never his match. Time after time. Every time, I barely managed to keep myself alive and escaped like a dog. Hong Wuliang was good at disguising himself. Moreover, he pretended to be a big shot in the martial world, squandering money like water and having a lot of friends. And the money he squandered was mostly what Xia'er and I earned back then. This despicable man. I lived my life in a daze. Other than revenge, I didn't think about anything else. I only cultivated and took revenge. After I was injured, I cultivated like crazy and went to take revenge. But after a few years, when I had the confidence to seek revenge from him again, I was surprised to find out that Xia'er was dead. She died the day before I went. Dead. Lang Yilong's eyes were bloodshot as he roared. The snowy ground within a radius of several thousand feet was shaken and shattered into pieces in the air. And the day I went actually happened to be Xiao'er's funeral. I disregarded everything and barged my way in. That day, we fought. At that time, Hong Wuliang was no longer my match. But he had a lot of friends and everyone fought together. I was forced to go far away. That night, I snuck back and dug up Xiao'er's grave. I carried her out. My lifelong ambition was to take Xiao'er away from Hong Wuliang and save her. I finally did it, but what I brought back was Xiao'er's corpse. But I knew that even in death, Xiao'er would never allow herself to stay in the grave of that Hong Wuliang's wife. So, I didn't allow it either. Xiao'er's corpse was covered in wounds. She didn't die of illness. No. She was beaten to death by Hong Wuliang. This heartless and unscrupulous thing. Panting heavily, Lang Yilong's eyes were bloodshot. From then on, Hong Wuliang invited many experts to make things difficult for me, saying that I had humiliated him. I concealed my identity and fled to a faraway place with Xiao'er's corpse. I used all means to join the law enforcement officers and climbed up the ranks of the law enforcement officers by hook or by crook. Hong Wuliang knew that I was plotting against him. During that period of time, he also cultivated like crazy, using all means to rope in experts. Finally, when I became the deputy head of the law enforcement officers' interrogation hall, I discovered a secret place and obtained a secret legacy. During the battle with Hong Wuliang that time, I gave him a hard hit with the purple crystal hand. I could have killed him that time, but I didn't and let him escape. I wanted him to use the purple crystal hand to torture him for the rest of his life. There's no such thing as letting him die so easily. With deep resentment, Lang Yilong laughed savagely and repeated, "There's no such thing as letting him die so easily. If I let him die just like that, all the torture that Xiao'er and I have suffered all these years would have been too much of a waste. Xiao'er wouldn't allow it either." I'd been dealt a blow. I regrouped, adjusted my emotions, and moved forward steadily. Today's update will be late. It was raining heavily. Taking advantage of the fact that others were sheltering from the rain and couldn't see, Lai Wu went to the riverside with an umbrella and held for half an hour. He pointed at the sky and scolded the earth, then scolded Old Cat. In the end, he returned to write his story in high spirits. There might be snow tomorrow. To be continued. You'll also know what happened in the future. It was only after a very long time that Lang Yilong finally said this. I didn't expect Hong Wuliang's luck to be so good. When it was already very difficult for him to earn purple crystals, he actually took in a good disciple. And this disciple actually served him for 1,000 years. Lang Yilong's thin chest heaved up and down. After a long while, he finally reached out his sleeve to wipe away his tears without leaving a trace. He said, "The story is over. Here, there is a most pitiful person, a most despicable person, a most foolish person. Just 3 people were enough to form this tragedy that had lasted for more than 1,000 years. Wei Wuyan. Do you have anything you want to say?" He actually laughed softly, as if he was lost in thought. Wei Wuyan lowered his head sadly. He murmured weakly, "You keep saying that you're a fool, but how would you know that the most foolish person is me? You're stronger than me. At least you've always hated him. Besides, it's just his lover, not his wife, and he doesn't have any descendants." Lang Yilong frowned. "Oh? I've been deceived by him for a lifetime." Haha. Wei Wuyan laughed miserably. "My family died tragically. Both my parents died. My wife was killed by him, and my biological son was strangled to death by him when he was still an infant. After all these things, I even served him for almost 1,000 years. Who's the fool?" Ha. You're the fool? Why are you being foolish? Are you even more foolish than me?" Lang Yilong was silent for a very long time. Finally, he said, "So you're that miserable too?" Wei Wuyan laughed and cried at the same time. "Don't you feel that it feels great to be in the same boat?" Lang Yilong also laughed at once. As he laughed, as tears streamed down his face, he said miserably, "It does feel great." After a very long time, Lang Yilong took a deep breath and said, "Speaking of which, your fate and misery is still because of me. Wei Wuyan was silent for a long time. Then, he shook his head dispassionately. Perhaps, but I can't blame you. Lang Yilong heaved a long sigh. Hatred makes me crazy, Lang Yilong said in a low voice. Whoever's hatred is crazy. Wei Wuyan laughed bitterly. But today, we can stop being crazy. Lang Yilong reached out and grabbed a handful of snow. He crumpled it into a ball and rubbed it on his face forcefully. He said dispassionately, we have to settle all our grudges today. Therefore, she cried for a while first. After crying, it was time to end it. Wei Wuyan, if you have a deep hatred, I can let you do half of it. Wei Wuyan was stunned. You? Lang Yilong laughed savagely. Don't tell me that my promise to end all grudges was for nothing. As he spoke, he let out a wild laugh. His laughter was filled with delight, and he leaped into the air amidst the laughter. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Then, he slowly walked over from afar in the boundless wind and snow. He was dragging a rope in his hand. It seemed that he was dragging something along the way. As he neared, he exerted force on his wrist and bellowed, "Catch!" A black shadow rushed towards Wei Wuyan. Wei Wuyan stretched out his hand to receive it, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble. What Lang Yilong had dragged over was actually a person, Hong Wuliang, at this moment. Hong Wuliang's eyes were lifeless, and his face was pale. His body was also curled up and trembling. He no longer had the demeanor of an expert from before. Last time, after I forced him to come out, he had been under my surveillance the whole time. I tortured him along the way. I didn't give him a single purple crystal. I watched him beg, watch him get bullied, watch him get spat on. Every day, I was as happy as if it was the new year. Lang Yilong gritted his teeth. But how can I not have a witness for what happened back then? Lang Yilong chuckled tragically. Therefore, the moment I knew about you, I did everything I could to force you to come here. Don't blame me for being vicious. Because I want to end this feud here, in this place of origin, under the witness of a person who is related to both parties. Under the witness of the deities of heaven and earth. If you had said so earlier, I would have come even if you didn't force me. Wei Wuyan said dispassionately. But I was afraid that you wouldn't come. Lang Yilong snorted. I believe that the elders of both parties are here to watch. Xiao's spirit in heaven is also watching silently. She's watching this scum get his retribution. She's watching this scum get his punishment today. Lang Yilong held into the sky. Did you see that? Did you see that? Wei Wuyan started to tremble all over. He stared fixedly at Hong Wuliang, gritting his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. Lang Yilong slapped Hong Wuliang a few times. White smoke came out of Hong Wuliang's mouth at once and his eyes became lively. The next moment, he saw Wei Wuyan and couldn't help but shudder all over. He avoided looking at Wei Wuyan, but when he turned around, he saw Lang Yilong again. His originally somewhat guilty gaze suddenly turned ferocious. Lang Yilong took a deep breath, but his voice became strangely gentle. Hong Wuliang, how have you been these few days? Hong Wuliang panted a few times before he suddenly shouted, Lang Yilong. Kill me if you have the guts. Kill you. Of course I'll kill you. Lang Yilong's eyes were cold. But before you die, there's something I need to clarify. Hong Wuliang sneered. Go ahead. Back then, Xiao was already your wife and had been with you for more than 10 years. Why did you suddenly want to beat her to death? Lang Yilong's eyes slowly turned red. He. I can beat my wife to death if I want to. What does it have to do with you? Hong Wuliang smiled viciously. Why? Does your heart ache? Lang Yilong's limbs were trembling slightly. I want to know the reason. You want to know the reason? Hong Wuliang was trembling, but there was a vicious sneer in his eyes as he looked at Lang Yilong. Who do you think you are? Why should I tell you? Lang Yilong took a deep breath. Are you going to tell me or not? Hong Wuliang burst into laughter. I'm about to die anyway. Why should I tell you? Why should I fulfill your wish before I die? Even after I die, I want you to regret it forever. He smiled cruelly. That bitch. I just wanted to beat her to death. I just wanted to torture her to death. I just wanted to torture her to death in all kinds of strange ways. Do you know, from the day she married me, I started to torture her. I tortured her for more than 10 years without stopping every single day. I just want to torture her to death. What can you do? Your heart aches? Your heart aches because you're also an adulterer. Even after she dies, she's still my wife. Why? Do you want to take revenge? Lang Yilong's clothes and hair fluttered even though there was no wind. He gritted his teeth and said, "You will tell me." Hong Wuliang spat at him. "Don't even think about it. I, Hong Wuliang, have been despicable and shameless all my life, but my bones are still tough." "Lang Yilong, you don't believe me? Then come and try. See if I'll tell you or not." Lang Yilong smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the snow on the ground was cleared away, revealing the ground. He slammed his palms together and the ground became as solid as steel. Then, he dragged Hong Wuliang down and placed him on the stone slab. He said menacingly, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Hong Wuliang sneered and scolded, "Adulterous couple." Lang Yilong nodded. "All right." He took out a small jade bottle and poured out a fragrant pill from the jade bottle. The next moment, he pinched Hong Wuliang's chin. Hong Wuliang involuntarily opened his mouth, and the pill instantly entered his mouth. "Poison? Do you think I'll?" Hong Wuliang sneered. He was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly exclaimed in horror, "100 spirits pill? Lang Yilong. You're so vicious." Lang Yilong shook the small jade bottle in his hand and smiled cruelly. "There are still 10 pills in here. I used 3 million purple crystals in exchange for 1100 spirits pills. I'm going to use all of them on you." Beside him, Wei Wuyan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The 100 spirits pill wasn't poison but a rare elixir in the world. It was one of the most supreme and miraculous elixirs among the law enforcement officers. Taking the 100 spirits pill could increase one's cultivation and raise one's mental strength by 1 level within a short period of time. It could endlessly stimulate the sensitivity of one's entire body, making one's nerves 100 times more sensitive than usual. This kind of elixir, especially when one was breaking through bottlenecks and comprehending one's realm, was really effective. It was hailed as the abstinence-breaking elixir, and now, Lang Yilong was actually using this 100 spirits pill to deal with Hong Wuliang. Wei Wuyan naturally wouldn't be so naive as to think that Lang Yilong was helping Hong Wuliang to raise his level. He was only using this 100 spirits pill to keep Hong Wuliang's mental strength in an abnormally high state so that he wouldn't pass out. He was also allowing his tactile nerves to reach the most sensitive level so that he could endure the greatest amount of pain. As he spoke, Lang Yilong thoughtfully helped Hong Wuliang circulate his energy to dissolve the effects of the 100 spirits pill. Hong Wuliang's ghastly pale face reddened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, he became full of vigor and energy. However, Hong Wuliang's eyes became even more horrified and fearful. "I'm not especially torturing you." Lang Yilong smiled cruelly. "Bear with it. When you can't take it anymore, just tell me the information I want. I'll give you a quick death." After he finished speaking, without waiting for Hong Wuliang to speak, he grabbed Hong Wuliang's hand and placed it on the stone slab. Then, he raised a huge rock with his right hand and smashed it down viciously. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. There was a tragic cry. Although Hong Wuliang gritted his teeth, he still underestimated the power of this 100-fold sensitivity. He only felt an extremely intense pain spreading through his body so clearly. Lang Yilong's face was as cold as a piece of metal. The huge rock in his hand smashed down again and again. Hong Wuliang's tragic cries also rose and fell. The saddest thing for him was that even though the pain was enough to make him faint 100 times during normal times after taking the 100 spirits pill, he still wouldn't faint. Moreover, he still maintained the clearest state of mind to feel the pain. He was trembling all over, but his face was rosy and he was full of vigor. As if he was doing something pleasing to the eye, Lang Yilong kept smashing the rock in his hand down again and again and again. His eyes were filled with the joy of finally getting his revenge. Very carefully, he smashed Hong Wuliang's fingers into smithereens according to the order of each joint. There was absolutely no order that was out of order at all. With every rock smashed down, Lang Yilong would say in a low voice, "Xia, I've finally avenged you. Can you see that? The second update. I'll continue writing the third update. Give me some monthly votes to encourage me? Gee, to be continued. Hong Wuliang's screams became more and more tragic. Lang Yilong's gaze became more and more affectionate. At first, Wei Wuyan was still watching with great pleasure. But gradually, he started to turn his head away. In the end, he even turned his back. This person was his greatest enemy, the tragedy of his life was all because of him, but why was it that he still couldn't bear to do it? The stones fell again and again until they finally turned into powder. Hong Wuliang's left hand was also smashed into a pile of minced meat. Hong Wuliang's screams also gradually died down. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Lang Yilong didn't panic. He took out another 100 spirits pill and fed it to him, considerately helping him to circulate his energy and dissolve the effects of the pill. Then, he woke him up and let him regain his rosy complexion. Then, he picked up another stone from the ground. Taking Hong Wuliang's right hand, he pried open his 5 fingers and measured them carefully. Then, he smashed the stone down hard. He didn't ask questions like, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Instead, he just smashed the stone down savagely. It was as if this had already become his greatest pleasure. His gaze was persistent and his wrist was steady. The flesh and blood flying in front of him seemed to be a beautiful painting, making him feel relaxed and happy. He muttered silently, "Xia'er, do you see this? Xia'er, do you see this?" Hong Wuliang was screaming miserably, the muscles on his face contorting into all kinds of strange shapes. Lang Yilong smashed the stone as he muttered. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. Wei Wuyan finally couldn't take it anymore. He said, "Elder Lang, if you really want to torture him, there should be a lot of cruel punishments like breaking his tendons and bones, right? You're in charge of the torture chamber, so you should know more, right? Why do you have to? Why do you have to use this most ordinary and disgusting method?" He didn't say this out loud. But Lang Yilong understood. As Lang Yilong smashed the stone non-stop, tears streamed down his face. He choked and said, "Xia'er's cultivation is low. She can't understand what I'm using. Since I'm avenging her, I'll use the method that she can understand the most. She's watching. She's smiling. I can feel it." Lang Yilong bit his lip. Tears flowed down his face as he smashed the stone down hard. Wei Wuyan heaved a long sigh. "Wuyan! Wuyan! Ah!" Hong Wuliang screamed. Suddenly, he shouted Wei Wuyan's name like a madman, "Considering that we are master and disciple, just kill me. Just kill me. Please kill me, I beg you." Wei Wuyan's body was trembling. In front of his eyes, the silhouette of his dead wife and son suddenly appeared. He became irritable and roared, "Then when you killed my wife and son, did you ever think that you were my master? It's my fault. Please kill me. Kill me to avenge your wife." Hong Wuliang cried out miserably. Right at this moment, Lang Yilong struck out with one hand. Wei Wuyan shuddered all over and couldn't move at all. "Although you might not be persuaded by him. But I don't want to take the risk. I just want to torture him to death." Lang Yilong said dispassionately, "So, I'll have to trouble you. You just have to watch and listen." Hong Wuliang started cursing. "Lang Yilong! You bastard! You bastard! You adulterer! I wish I could." But right after, his curses turned into screams again. After a long while, when Lang Yilong had smashed Hong Wuliang's arms into meat paste, he suddenly stopped and asked, "Are you hungry?" As he spoke, he took out a knife and cut off the meat paste with a few slashes. After cutting it into a few pieces, he pinched Hong Wuliang's nose and stuffed the meat paste that Hong Wuliang's arms had turned into piece by piece into his mouth. He said apologetically, "I forgot that I should have let you eat something. If you don't eat, how would you have the stamina to be tortured by me?" Hong Wuliang whimpered. He desperately wanted to vomit. However, as Lang Yilong fed him, he circulated his energy to help him digest the food. Hong Wuliang couldn't scream or vomit, even fainting had become an extravagant hope. In just a short while, Hong Wuliang's stomach bulged. He had actually swallowed his entire arm. "Since you're full, let's continue working. Hong Wuliang, don't beg for mercy. I'll be disappointed." Lang Yilong gritted his teeth. He reached out and pulled Hong Wuliang's left leg over as well. I'll let you eat yourself bit by bit. Lang Yilong said fiercely. No. Lang Yilong. Brother Lang. I've let you down. I'm not human. Spare me. Kill me. Hong Wuliang finally broke down. Who knew what it felt like to eat one's own flesh? Hong Wuliang finally couldn't take it anymore. You know what I want. Lang Yilong hit his left leg with a stone. If I speak too slowly, you'll start eating your own leg. I'll speak. But after I'm done, please give me a quick death. I beg you. Hong Wuliang's tears and snot flowed out together. You speak too slowly. Lang Yilong hit him with a stone again. I'm the one in charge now. Alright, as long as you speak the truth, I'll kill you. I'll give you a quick death. You mean what you say? Hong Wuliang's eyes lit up. Since when had a supreme martial artist actually turned seeking death into his greatest wish? Bam! Lang Yilong hit him with a stone. One of his toes shattered and turned into minced meat. Don't say anything if you don't believe me. I'll speak. Hong Wuliang was in so much pain that his whole body convulsed. He gasped and said, I'll speak. It's like this. That day, I was married to Xianxia for 10 years. I robbed a rich family. Hiss. As he spoke, he sucked in a breath of cold air and trembled. I intercepted a purple crystal core. I hired someone to make this purple crystal core into a piece of jewelry. I was very happy to go home and give this jewelry to her. Hong Wuliang suddenly burst into tears. I love her too. Do you understand? I also want her to be happy. I've carefully coaxed her all these years. But when I happily gave this piece of jewelry to her, she was unhappy. She wasn't happy. I was drinking in the living room while she was in the room. The more I drank, the more depressed I felt. Why was she still unhappy even though I tried so hard to coax her? It was then that I heard her reciting a poem softly. After I finished listening to it, the alcohol rushed to my head and I suddenly became very violent. I rushed in and gave her a beating. I didn't expect that I would actually beat her to death. Hong Wuliang bawled, snot and tears running down his face. I really didn't want to beat her to death. But when I hit her, not only did she not avoid it, she even sent her body towards me. I drank a little too much again. Lang Yilong's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. He asked bitterly, a poem. What poem? She said. Even if one has 1,000 dendrobium pearls, her dowry will no longer be old. Priceless treasures are easy to find, but it's hard to find a lover. Hong Wuliang moaned and screamed. Suddenly, he roared fiercely, it's just these 4 lines, it's nothing much. It's just that after she finished reciting, she actually repeated the last 3 words, have a lover. 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 F*ck her. What did I do wrong to her? Even until she died, she was talking about you. What's so good about you? You bastard, what's so good about you? Which part of you is better than me? Lang Yilong was already stunned. Priceless treasures are easy to find, but it's hard to find a lover. Have a lover, he didn't expect this. Xiao'er's death was actually because of this. Because of him, suddenly, he roared fiercely. With tears streaming down his face, he picked up a huge rock and smashed it down viciously. As he smashed it down, he screamed madly, Xiao'er. 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 My Xiao'er. His screams were shrill and mournful, just like an injured lone wolf howling at the sky in the wilderness. It was a feeling of his heart being broken and splitting apart piece by piece. Lang Yilong was screaming madly, but Hong Wuliang actually also became excited under this kind of even more intensive attacks. He shouted loudly, she's mine. She's mine. Mine. Both of them were screaming and screaming as if they were struggling for their lives. It was as if they were fighting and comparing whose voice was louder. The rock in Lang Yilong's hand quickly shattered into pieces. He picked up another rock and smashed it down viciously. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. His screams traveled far and wide, piercing through the clouds. The snowflakes in the sky gradually increased in intensity. The clouds became thicker and thicker. The sound of the wind also became more and more shrill. After a long time, there was no sound anymore. Lang Yilong threw down the blood-stained rock in his hand in a daze. The rock fell to the ground with a clang. His heart also trembled a little. Hong Wuliang, who was on the ground, had already turned into a pile of meat paste from head to toe. In this bout of uncontrollable attacks, Lang Yilong couldn't control himself and smashed Hong Wuliang's entire body into meat paste. Hong Wuliang had disappeared from this world forever. A string of tears silently rolled down the eyes of Wei Wuyan, who had been unable to move all this while. All of a sudden, he felt an emptiness in his heart, as if he was all alone in a vast and uninhabited wilderness. Lang Yilong stood up. His body swayed a little before he sat down again. He sat there in a daze, his eyes empty. After a long time, he hugged his head with both hands and covered his face. He squatted down and slowly lowered his body. Suddenly, he sprawled on the snowy ground and burst into tears. "I've taken revenge." Sob sob. "I've taken revenge for you." Xiaxia, the wind whistled shrilly as it swept across the sky. It was as if the heavens were letting out a deep sigh. It was only after a long while that Lang Yilong finally turned around with trembling lips and gave Wei Wuyan a pat. Wei Wuyan felt that he could move again right away. He turned around and was about to speak when he got a huge shock all of a sudden. Lang Yilong's face was full of wrinkles and he looked old. His hair, which was still black and shiny just a moment ago, had already turned white. He actually seemed to have aged by several thousand years in an instant. "It's all over." Lang Yilong sighed. When he said this, his lips were trembling lightly and his body seemed to have curled up as well. Hugging his arms, he squatted down as if he couldn't withstand the cold. Burying his head, he sighed deeply again. "It's all over, yes. It's all over," Wei Wuyan repeated. He understood Lang Yilong's feelings very well. Because his heart was also feeling empty right now, the two of them were speechless. Suddenly, a dispassionate voice said, "No, it's not over yet. Master Lang, it's really been a long time since we last met." The moment this voice sounded, Wei Wuyan was stunned. It was completely unexpected. What was unexpected wasn't this person's sudden appearance, but because, even with Lang Yilong's cultivation, he actually didn't notice that someone was hiding at the side. Lang Yilong didn't move. Not a single part of his body moved, but his aura suddenly changed. It became as sharp as an arrow released from a bow. In addition, the merciless and ruthless aura that had just disappeared from his body also returned sternly. Without turning around, he said dispassionately, Li Qingyun?" That voice chuckled. "As expected of Master Lang. It's been 200 years since we last met, but you actually still remember my voice." Following the laughter, an elderly man in white suddenly and quietly appeared in front of the two of them. "Li Qingyun, why is the Li clan here?" Lang Yilong's expression didn't change as he asked dispassionately. Master Lang, are you implying that this old man has not heard of Master Lang's sentimental past?" Li Qingyun smiled with narrowed eyes. This was a rather disrespectful question. Furthermore, it was an admission that he had been eavesdropping the whole time. Lang Yilong's expression turned cold. He said dispassionately, "Isn't it very interesting?" "Not necessarily. It's just that I didn't expect Master Lang's past to be so tragic." Li Qingyun said, "Even this old man is touched." Lang Yilong laughed strangely. "So, the Li clan's target is me. Li Qingyun, let's not beat around the bush. Give me your reason." Li Qingyun heaved a long sigh. He said, "Master Lang. This old man has come out this time for two reasons. Firstly, to assist Master Lang in capturing the extraterrestrial demon's accomplices. Secondly, I just want to invite Master Lang to the Li clan so that the Li clan can play the role of host. We have no intention of becoming enemies with you, much less targeting you. Please don't misunderstand, Master Lang." With his hands behind his back, Lang Yilong looked up at the sky and said softly, "What if I say no?" Li Qingyun's eyes flickered. He said, "Cough, it's better that Master Lang agrees. This place is remote and the mountains are high and the pits are deep. If you get lost here, it'll be very difficult to find the way back." Lang Yilong sneered. right at this moment. Figures moved. Lang Yilong's subordinates, as well as Wan Renjia and the others, also noticed the abnormality. One after another, they leaped forward. After this period of recuperation, Wan Renjia and the others had basically recovered their physical strength. Moreover, these ruthless law enforcement officers who were rumored to be cold and heartless didn't have any enmity towards them. They even prepared some water and dry food for the three of them to eat. This greatly surprised the three of them. It seemed like before Lang Yilong came here, he really had no intention of capturing them and bringing them to justice. He merely wanted to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Wan Renjia walked up to Wei Wuyan. She looked at him questioningly. Wei Wuyan smiled sadly, "I'm fine." Wan Renjia and the other two felt relieved. At this moment, there were 14 people on this side, but there was only Li Qingyun on the other side. What a grand formation! When Master Lang went out, he was indeed accompanied by a large entourage. Out of the 30 gold medal officers of the law enforcement officers, there's actually one accompanying him. Li Qingyun's eyes flickered as he chuckled with a relaxed expression. Lang Yilong said dispassionately, "Get your men to come out. Stop talking nonsense. I don't want to listen to your nonsense either. You want me, Lang Yilong, to visit the Li clan on my own accord? The Li clan isn't that big of a deal. Let's see who's stronger." Li Qingyun let out a long howl. He burst into laughter. "Master Lang isn't giving us face at all. Boys, come and sincerely invite us." Following his shout, everyone suddenly responded at the same time, "Master Lang, please make a trip to the Li clan." Figures flashed and appeared one after another. North, south, east and west. White-robed men walked over in an orderly manner. Wei Wuyan's heart sank. There were a total of 200 of them. Moreover, all of them were experts. Given Lang Yilong's current strength, there was no way he could challenge the other party at all. Lang Yilong's expression was cold and hard. He didn't say a word, but his gaze gradually became as cruel as a vulture's. They surrounded them from all sides, forming a huge encirclement, trapping everyone within. Li Qingyun smiled lightly. "Master Lang, the Li clan has sent out 1 second-grade supreme martial artist, 1 fifth-grade supreme martial artist, 2 fourth-grade supreme martial artists, 5 third-grade supreme martial artists, 5 second-grade supreme martial artists, 10 first-grade supreme martial artists, 50 second-grade martial artists and 148th-grade martial artists. With such a huge lineup and limitless sincerity, we invite Master Lang to visit the Li clan." Lang Yilong sneered. "The lineup is not small, but the Li clan is not qualified enough. Master Lang will know very soon whether we are qualified enough or not." A sharp glint flashed across Li Qingyun's eyes. The difference in strength between the two parties was too huge. Lang Yilong had traveled light and traveled thousands of miles, while the Li clan had obviously planned this a long time ago and had been preparing for this for a long time. Now that the lineup had been revealed, the situation on Lang Yilong's side was so bad that it was almost impossible for them to retaliate. Lang Yilong and his subordinates' expressions didn't change at all, as if they were used to this and didn't take it to heart at all. Indifference was written all over their faces. They had been in charge of the torture chamber for a long time. What they had been doing all these years was to torture or kill people. As time passed, their temperament had already been honed. They were already used to life and death. Whether it was the lives of others or their own, in their eyes, it was as if they were indifferent. Li Qingyun smiled lightly. It was the smile of someone who had the entire situation under control. In his opinion, Lang Yilong would never be able to escape, and that was the truth. Amidst the snowstorm, a white figure flew over lightly. It landed at a distance of several thousand feet and then flew close to the ground. It was Chu Yang. He had followed the Li clan team and walked for a few days straight. It was only after confirming the direction of the target that he found this place. However, the other party had the advantage in numbers and experts. Chu Yang didn't dare to reveal himself either. It was only when these people suddenly appeared and didn't care about their backs at all that Chu Yang took the opportunity to get close to the place. At this moment, as he observed the situation, Chu Yang's brows furrowed slightly. Such a situation. It was really beyond his expectations. It was extremely vile. Even if he was included. Lang Yilong's side didn't have any chance of winning at all, but Chu Yang had to think of a way. Whether it was for the purple crystal mine of the second tribulation sword or for Wei Wuyan, Xianxia and the other three, he couldn't just stand by and watch, but now, more than 10 plans flashed through Chu Yang's mind in the blink of an eye. Compared to the current situation, not a single one of them was effective. He was truly at his wit's end. What should I do to get out of this predicament? Chu Yang's mind raced. He looked at the terrain. This was just a forest in a snowy land. Although there were ups and downs, they weren't huge. The worst thing was that there wasn't even a dense forest. And this was the northwest. Generally, any means that could be hidden in the snowy land would definitely be exposed in the eyes of the local tyrants, the Li clan. Moreover, there was another matter that gave Chu Yang a headache. It was also precisely because of this that he had the urge to curse at the appearance of these Li clan members. Both Wei Wuyan and Lang Yilong had just gotten their revenge and were feeling empty inside. At a time like this, even if others didn't kill or deal with them, they probably even had suicidal tendencies themselves. Yet, at a time like this, they had fallen into the range of a battle to the death. To the two of them, a pillow came just when they were about to doze off. Even if Chu Yang came up with a solution, the two of them might not leave. This was Chu Yang's biggest headache. If they really wanted to break out of the encirclement, with Chu Yang's current position, there was at least an 80% chance that they would succeed in breaking out of the encirclement. As for whether they would be caught after breaking out of the encirclement, that would be something to worry about after breaking out of the encirclement. But breaking out of the encirclement was something that they had confidence in. But if the two of them became stubborn and had nothing left to live for, then, even if Chu Yang were to take action, the biggest possibility was that he would be implicated by them and die here. What should he do about this? For a moment, Chu Yang was so worried that his hair almost turned white. The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger. The one you want to deal with is only me. Lang Yilong's eyes didn't move. He said dispassionately, "Let these four leave first. These four people have nothing to do with me." Li Qingyun obviously didn't want to cause more trouble. If he wanted to keep these four people here, he would probably have to pay a hefty price. He nodded and said, "Although these four people are the extraterrestrial demons' accomplices, they have nothing to do with the extraterrestrial demons. However, that has nothing to do with the Li clan. If the four of you wish to leave, please do so now. Elder Lang has helped me take my revenge. At a time like this, how can I, Wei Wuyan, drag out an ignoble existence and leave?" As Chu Yang expected, Wei Wuyan said emotionally, "Brother Wan, all of you can leave." Xianxia was surprised and displeased. "Are the three of us afraid of death?" Qing Duing and Bao Buhuan agreed. "Boss is right." In the dark, Chu Yang lowered his head, completely speechless. "The four of you are so stubborn, I'm really speechless. If all of you leave first, with only Lang Yilong and the others left, it would be easier for them to break out of the encirclement since they have worked together for so many years. If it really doesn't work out, it's also possible for me to suddenly take action at the last moment to kidnap Lang Yilong. In any case, the Li clan would definitely not bear to kill Lang Yilong, but with the four of you here, Chu Yang was really at a loss for what to do. No matter how capable I am, I can't possibly take 5 people and fly away right under the eyes of a low-grade supreme martial artist. Isn't this going to make me worry to death? Good. What a loyal and righteous man. What a man of the martial world." Li Qingyun sneered. "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I shall fulfill your righteousness and let you be heroes." With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Cut these 4 people into 8 pieces." 4 people from the Li clan walked out quietly. They bowed and said, "Your orders." Li Qingyun said, "Approved." The 4 of them turned around in unison and strode toward them. Their targets were Wei Wuyan and the other 3. Lang Yilong's expression was cold and callous. He shouted, "How dare you touch the people that I, Lang Yilong, want to protect? Gold-plate officers. Kill these 4 for me." Black robes flashed and 4 gold-plate officers moved out at the same time. A great battle was about to break out. Li Qingyun shouted, "No need to care about their identities as law enforcement officers. Kill all of them. I only want Lang Yilong alive." With a long roar, more than 200 people from the Li clan attacked at the same time. It snowed yesterday. I took my wife with me and called my friends out to play. 3 to 4 cars were filled with people. Everyone went out excitedly, ready to go to the mountains to watch the snow. One of my brothers even brought 2 dogs with him. He said that snowy days were a good time to catch rabbits. Cough. The snow in the city had already melted. When we reached the mountains, there were only pitiful patches of snow. But everyone was in high spirits. They howled and barked. After barking for a long time, they still didn't manage to catch any rabbits. The rabbits ran in front while the dogs chased after them. A thin dog's hind legs spasmed as it ran, but it still didn't manage to catch any rabbits. Cough. Thus, everyone returned home and sent the dogs back. The women agreed to go shopping while the men went drinking. 7 to 8 of them started drinking from 1 o'clock in the afternoon until 4 o'clock. Then, they bragged and continued drinking at 7 o'clock in the evening. When they were done drinking, they went to sing. All of them sang in strange accents until their voices were hoarse. When he woke up today, he felt refreshed. It was just that his throat hurt terribly. The moment he spoke, his wife got a shock. His voice had turned into a male duck's voice. The wife of one of his comrades called to complain. She said that after he got drunk last night, he even turned on the television and turned on the sound system. Then, he hugged the microphone and sang karaoke like a wolf. It was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. As expected, he received a complaint. In any case, he had completely relaxed last night. Cough, he had indeed relaxed. But, it was time to get nervous after relaxing. Cough, the first update has arrived. I'll continue writing the second, third, fourth, begging for votes. Gee, to be continued. Li Qingyun was despondent, and something that he didn't expect at all happened. The moment the battle started, Li Qingyun rose into the air. Spreading his arms, he flew into the air and went straight for Lang Yilong, soldier against soldier, general against general. This was the true way of killing. Master Lang, you've been hiding your strength all this while. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have dared to believe that your cultivation has already reached supreme martial artist level. Li Qingyun shouted in the air, let me have a taste of Master Lang's purple crystal hand. His shout was, firstly, to intimidate Lang Yilong, secondly, to warn everyone on his side. Lang Yilong was far from the third-grade supreme martial artist that everyone thought him to be, but a second-grade supreme martial artist. They must be careful. The rumor previously that Lang Yilong was in seclusion to break through to third-grade supreme martial artist was actually wrong. Lang Yilong's eyes flashed. He said dispassionately, so the Li clan is here for this. With a jolt, he went straight for him. Li Qingyun let out a hearty laugh. With a spin, sword light shot out. Lang Yilong's expression didn't change. He went up to him just like that. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight in the air, the most unexpected thing happened. This accident made it so that he didn't even have time to change his move or retreat. Right before their weapons were about to be removed, Lang Yilong actually threw out his sword hand fiercely. Then, he removed all his defenses and turned it all into an attack. He clapped his hands in the air. With a loud smack, his palms were revealed. Purple light shone brightly and purple aura filled the air. Purple crystal hand. Lang Yilong crashed headfirst into Li Qingyun's sword light, but the reason why Lang Yilong didn't defend was precisely for this moment. Smack, smack. 2 palms. One on his chest and one on his dantian. Lang Yilong, you lunatic who doesn't care about your life. Li Qingyun shouted and somersaulted in the air. Even though he was in mid-air, his heart was already cold. Never would he have thought that Lang Yilong would start fighting with his life at the start of the battle. Oh, no. He wasn't fighting with his life. He was obviously the one who didn't care about his own life and treated it as child's play. He also wanted to strike the enemy with his amethyst hands twice. This time, the purple crystal hand had been used by Lang Yilong, who was at the supreme martial artist level. It was even more powerful. The most terrifying thing was that the palm had landed directly on his dantian. Li Qingyun only felt a strange force rapidly entering his meridians. Following which, all the energy in his body began to assimilate with this force. It slowly dissipated. Li Qingyun really wanted to cry. What should he do now? Based on this speed, he would need at least 3,000 purple crystals from the first day he treated the purple crystal hand, and it might not be enough, for streams of blood spurted out from all over Lang Yilong's body. His chest had been completely pierced through. His internal organs were also damaged by this sword strike. In just a single exchange, the leaders of both sides had suffered fatal injuries, but Lang Yilong didn't care at all. With a pale face, he smiled faintly and said, "Brother Li, you have already experienced the purple crystal hand. The taste is not bad, right?" Li Qingyun almost wanted to bang his head against the ground. "Lang Yilong. You bastard," he was so furious that he couldn't continue. Lang Yilong said calmly, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, Brother Li. The supreme martial artist level purple crystal hand increases in number of days. On the first day, it might need 3,000 purple crystals. On the second day, it will be 1,000. On the third day, 12,000. On the fourth day, 24,000. On the fifth day, 48,000. Stop talking." Li Qingyun's heart was cold. He let out a furious roar. On the sixth day, 10,000. On the seventh day, it will be 12,000. Lang Yilong chuckled. "Brother Li, I heard that the Li clan has a large purple crystal mine. But how many days can this large purple crystal mine last you?" As he chuckled, blood was already flowing out from the corners of his mouth. Li Qingyun's face was contorted. Just as Lang Yilong had said, he had suffered from such a domineering purple crystal hand. Even if the Li clan mined out all the purple crystal mines, including those that couldn't be mined, they probably wouldn't be able to sustain him for a month. Once the supply of purple crystals to the purple crystal hand was cut off, then. At the thought of how terrifying the purple crystal hand was, Li Qingyun was completely disheartened. With the purple crystal hand, once the supply of purple crystals is cut off, you won't be able to control your cultivation. Even if you want to commit suicide, you won't be able to do it. Lang Yilong smiled cruelly. Your entire body will slowly become as hard as purple crystals. After 3 days, even if you ask someone to help you on your way, they won't be able to move your body anymore. However, the inside of your body will be enduring endless pain. Then, starting from your fingers and toes, you will slowly turn into purple crystal powder and fall off bit by bit. All the way until you die, your mind will be very clear. The purple crystal hand is beyond the immortal and the mortal, it locks onto the spirit. Both your body and spirit will bear the pain and be destroyed together. You will die and your Tao will vanish without a trace." Lang Yilong choked and coughed. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, but he didn't even wipe it off. He said, "Therefore, in the legend of the purple crystal hand, there's this saying, once the purple crystal is used, there will be 18 levels of hell. I'm very ashamed to say that I haven't reached the level where I can use all 18 levels of hell with a single strike. But now, I've already reached more than 10 levels," Lang Yilong chuckled. "Take your time to enjoy it. I, Lang Yilong, will be waiting for you in the underworld." I was wrong. Because I won't be able to wait for you. Your spirit has already been destroyed. To Lang Yilong, those 2 strikes just now were also fatal injuries. Everyone was stunned at this moment. Crazy, Lang Yilong had definitely gone crazy. "Give me the antidote." Li Qingyun roared, looking extremely forlorn. "When have you ever heard that there's an antidote for the purple crystal hand?" Lang Yilong swayed. "If there's an antidote, why would I cultivate the purple crystal hand?" "Master." The officers from the interrogation hall stepped forward at the same time and called out in concern. Cough cough. "I can't do it anymore either." Lang Yilong chuckled. "Dying here can also be considered as returning to my roots. I'm very sorry for dragging all of you into danger. Now, brothers, listen to my last order." "Order!" Lang Yilong roared. "Present." The officers stood ramrod straight and listened to the order. "I order all of you to charge out of the encirclement at all costs, return to the interrogation hall and report my death." Lang Yilong said fiercely, "Anyone who disobeys my orders is not my brother, regardless of life or death." "Master!" Someone cried out mournfully. "Receive the order!" Lang Yilong shouted furiously. "I receive the order." Someone lowered his head dejectedly. "I'll pave the way." Lang Yilong straightened his body. "Wei Wuyan, if you don't want your brothers to die with you, charge out with them." Wei Wuyan took a deep breath. "Yes. Purple crystal hand, heavenly reversal power. Lang Yilong roared fiercely. Suddenly, he straightened his body. A layer of clear purple light enveloped him at once. The blood on his chest and back actually miraculously stopped flowing. This is the final technique of the purple crystal hand, heavenly reversal power. It can restore all of its cultivation in the shortest amount of time. However, after half an hour, it will be completely drained. If you don't want me to die with everlasting regrets, follow me. Suddenly, he turned around and strode toward the Li clan's human wall. With tears in his eyes, this officer followed behind Lang Yilong without any hesitation. This might be the last time in his life that he would be following behind the master. At the sight of Lang Yilong walking toward them, many Li clan members shuddered. Fear appeared on their faces and they couldn't help but retreat. Kill them! Kill them! Li Qingyun shouted furiously. I want to torture these bastards to death in the cruelest way possible. Kill them! Lang Yilong let out a maniacal laugh. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he shot forward. Li Qingyun let out a loud roar. In a flash, he stood in front of Lang Yilong and fought with his life. Right now, Li Qingyun no longer cared about Lang Yilong's purple crystal hand. Since he had already made his move, it wouldn't matter if he got hit again. The most important thing right now was to get rid of Lang Yilong. Li Qingyun had already given up on everything. He didn't dodge or evade at all. Instead, he fought head-on. Right now, the leaders of both sides already didn't care about their lives anymore. The Li clan members surrounded them and started fighting. With a roar, Wei Wuyan and the others drew their swords and sabers. Right from the start, the battle was already unprecedentedly tragic. Before the weakest subordinate could even get injured, Lang Yilong and Li Qingyun were already bleeding from all 7 orifices. With a loud bang, Li Qingyun's left hand flew out along with his shoulder. At the same time, Lang Yilong's left hand and forearm also flew away from home. It was only then that people from both sides started screaming and grunting. With the Wuyan sword in hand, sword light shot out like a waterfall as Wei Wuyan charged forward with Wan Renjie and the other 2. This officer also roared and tried to break out of the encirclement. However, the overall strength of the Li clan was more than 10 times higher than theirs. If not for the fact that they were wary of Lang Yilong's purple crystal hand and didn't dare to get too close to him, they would probably already be dead. With a loud roar, Wei Wuyan let out his left shoulder and pierced his sword into the chest of the enemy in front of him. At the same time, his shoulder was also slashed by someone else. Blood splattered everywhere. Like a mad tiger, Wei Wuyan charged outward. The Li clan members tried their best to stop him. Right at this moment, at the back of the Li clan, a dazzling light lit up silently. Chu Yang had no choice but to make a move. From the looks of it, Lang Yilong would probably have passed away if he had made a move a moment later. Once Lang Yilong died, the deterrence would be gone. Wei Wuyan and the others definitely wouldn't have any hope of charging out. This sword strike carried with it a revolving force. After Chu Yan changed the order of the moves that the Calamity Sword had disrupted, they were gathered together. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? The sun and moon will be my generals, severing the worldly affairs of the world, gathering of the clouds and clouds. 4 moves. The Li clan members who were fighting with all their might would never have imagined that on their way here, a peerless killing god would suddenly appear behind them, sharpening his blade, begging for votes. I'll continue to write the 3rd update, and to be continued. Covered in blood, Wei Wuyan was charging forward with his brothers. When he raised his head, his eyes suddenly lit up. Right in front of them, more than 100 feet away, a dazzling ball of sword light was rapidly taking shape with a domineering aura that could devour everything. A man in white appeared without a sound. It was actually Chu Yang. At this moment, Wei Wuyan was overjoyed. Although he didn't know how Chu Yang managed to come here without a sound, based on the current situation, as long as Chu Yang cooperated with them from the outside, there wouldn't be any problem in opening up a path for them to break out of the encirclement. Wan Renjie and the other 2 finally wouldn't have to die because of him. Soft hissing sounds suddenly rang in the air, as if something was brewing and trembling. It was as if the entire world was also trembling and trembling along with this strange sound. Someone from the Li clan seemed to have vaguely sensed the abnormality. He hurriedly turned back to take a look, only to see that a ball-like ball of light had already taken shape. The moment he turned back, it actually turned into a beam of sword light with a diameter of 10 feet. Dazzling all over, it flew toward him like a rainbow. This Li clan expert was scared out of his wits. He shouted, "Enemy attack!" The surrounding Li clan members didn't know whether to laugh or cry at once. They were in the middle of a battle to begin with, how could there be no enemy attack? This bastard's brain must be damaged, but the next moment, a sharp sound of wind suddenly rang out. Chu Yang's sword had already surpassed the speed of sound. After the sword light was released, it had already reached its target. It was only then that the sound of the sword whistling could be heard. They were completely caught off guard. It was completely unexpected. The sword flew up like a rainbow, with a sword aura that could destroy everything. It pounced into the crowd ruthlessly. It was as if a huge whale full of destructive power had entered a group of small shrimps. Chu Yang shouted after he had struck with his sword, "Go this way." Like a thunderbolt, the sword light exploded violently in the crowd. Cries of agony rang out. Heads rolled and flew into the sky. Broken limbs flew in all directions. Chu Yang had already charged into the encirclement. His sword collided violently with Li Qingyun, who reacted hastily. Li Qingyun was attacked from both the front and back. In front of him was Lang Yilong, who was charging forward desperately. Behind him was a completely unexpected and sudden attack. With a loud cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground. He staggered and retreated diagonally. The recoil from the supreme grade sword made Chu Yang taste something sweet in his throat. A mouthful of blood almost came out of his throat, but he immediately swallowed it back. At this time, the revolving force that he had left behind in advance suddenly exploded. His body abruptly turned a half circle, and with a flash of sword light, he once again shot out 100 feet, however, he had already turned back. Stepping on the blood on the ground, he rushed out. "Follow me." Lang Yilong abruptly stepped aside to open up a path. One of the officers had already been sacrificed. The other 8, together with Wei Wuyan and the others, charged out madly behind Chu Yang. Lang Yilong stayed behind to bring up the rear, if it was to kill the enemy. "I'll take the lead, if you want to break out, I'll bring up the rear." Lang Yilong let out a wry laugh. He recalled how Hong Wuliang had once patted his chest and said to him, "We're brothers." Back then, when he had befriended Hong Wuliang and treated each other with utmost sincerity, Hong Wuliang had once patted his chest and said, "We're brothers." Although Hong Wuliang had never taken the lead in killing the enemy, nor had he ever broken out of the encirclement to bring up the rear, this sentence was carried out by Lang Yilong, who had been a listener back then. In his entire life, perhaps Hong Wuliang would never have thought that the touch he gave him back then would lead him to where he was today. Lang Yilong followed behind his brothers. His left hand was already broken and was still dripping with blood. However, he didn't care. As he ran, he paid attention to the movements of the enemy behind him. After a brief moment of shock, the Li clan members immediately let out furious and sorrowful cries. This sudden sword strike just now had actually caused the Li clan team to lose more than 20 people. "Chase! At all costs!" One of them roared, "Avenge our brothers! Kill these bastards!" Li Qingyun staggered and landed on the ground, not caring that he had yet to calm his breathing. He immediately gave chase. It was a deep hatred. No matter what, even if he had to die immediately, he had to kill Lang Yilong first. Like a raging whirlwind, the Li clan members gave chase. Thud, thud, thud. It was only at this moment that those heads that had suddenly been chopped off by Chu Yang's sword fell onto the snowy ground. As though a cart of watermelons had been overturned, they rolled here and there on the snowy ground. Lang Yilong, who had been galloping, suddenly stopped. His entire body and both his hands trembled strangely. He took a deep breath. The next moment, he suddenly struck. Facing his pursuers, he suddenly leaned forward and roared, "Monstrous raging waves." That's right, this was the most powerful move that he had ever learned in his entire life, raging waves. This was also the origin of the nickname Raging Waves. Lang Yilong, Raging Waves was a move with boundless power. Once it was unleashed, its power was like the rising tides of the sea, wave after wave. Someone had once joked, the waves of 10,000 feet high go wild, and thousands of lives don't last long. Raging waves, each wave stronger than the last, cough. Although it was a joke, each wave stronger than the last, cough. That was a true portrayal of this move. Although there was no water here, there was snow. With a whoosh, it was as though an avalanche had broken through the mountains at this moment. A wall of snow suddenly rose up in front of Lang Yilong. Then, it turned into a snow wave. It was a good 400 to 500 feet wide, surging fiercely toward the Li clan members who had already caught up. Behind them, there were still snow waves brewing and pouncing toward them. Tragic screams and muffled groans rang out continuously. A furious bellow rang out, "This is raging waves." A figure broke through the snow wall, creating a huge hole. In the blink of an eye, a figure broke through the internal energy seal like an arrow and shot out. The moment he appeared, two lightning-fast palms struck Lang Yilong's chest. Lang Yilong's body shook and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the person in disbelief. "Li Qinglei. You." Before he could finish, there was a sudden cracking sound from his chest. His entire chest caved in. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew out. Li Qinglei, an early-stage 7th-grade supreme martial artist. He was the real main force and leading figure in this mission to capture Lang Yilong. Originally, due to his status, he had no intention of making a move at all. He only wanted to take advantage of the situation and take Lang Yilong down. With such a strong force, if they couldn't take down a mere Lang Yilong, then, these people should really hang themselves. Besides, Li Qinglei was also honestly rather wary of Lang Yilong's purple crystal hand. If he failed miserably at such an easy task, then it would really be over for him. There was no way to counter the purple crystal hand. But he seriously didn't expect things to develop to this extent. In his opinion, Li Qingyan's injury was practically courting death. He clearly knew that the other party had the purple crystal hand, yet he still dared to get so close to him. He clearly knew that the other party had just taken revenge for the greatest vengeance in his life and was determined to die. Yet, he just had to go up and perish together with him. Li Qingyan could only blame himself for being stupid. It didn't pose much of an obstacle to the strength of the Li clan this time, but he seriously didn't expect that there would actually be someone hiding at the side as well, launching a fatal attack on his men right under his nose. As a result, Lang Yilong and the others actually rushed out temporarily. This was undoubtedly a hard slap to Li Qinglei's face. Therefore, Li Qinglei was enraged. Without any regard for his status, he attacked fiercely. His first move severely injured Lang Yilong. The internal energy that Lang Yilong had gathered with his purple crystal's resurrection heaven again was completely scattered by these two palms. As if weightless, his body drifted backward in the wind and snow. The torrential waves that he had created were still wreaking havoc, but he had already lost consciousness. A figure suddenly appeared in the wind and snow. It was Chu Yang. He reached out. Catching Lang Yilong's body, he spun around and took advantage of the small space where Li Qinglei was still dispelling Lang Yilong's counterforce to flee at lightning speed. Li Qinglei was enraged. "Stop right there." He flew after him. 4 figures suddenly appeared. It was the 4 officers who had actually turned around at this moment. "Take our lord away. We beg of you." The 4 of them pleaded with Chu Yang. Then, almost without any hesitation, they charged toward Li Qinglei. At this moment, the torrential waves finally lost their momentum and the Li clan members rushed over. The 4 officers burst into laughter and suddenly linked arms. Standing in a row, they charged toward the Li clan members with Li Qinglei in the lead. The next moment, a loud boom reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. A mountain peak 1,000 feet away was actually shaken to the point of collapsing. 4 officers, 4 supreme martial artists. At the last moment, they activated the secret technique of life. They gathered all their life force at this moment, using their own bodies as the medium and the heavens and earth as the medium. If they touched the supreme martial artist taboo, they would be destroyed indiscriminately. They turned their own bodies into a huge bomb. When the 4 of them self-destructed in unison, the power was even more earth-shattering. Supreme martial artist taboo. That meant, as long as this move was used, it would be taboo even for a low-grade supreme martial artist. What more when the 4 of them self-destructed in unison, Li Qinglei let out a strange cry and forcibly stopped his forward momentum. Then, he retreated abruptly. He felt a weight on his back, as if an entire mountain had suddenly pressed down on him without warning. He retreated several hundred feet in an instant. Then, he had to spin around 7 to 8 times before he managed to offset the pressure. Among the Li clan members who had already charged over, the few who were at the very front suddenly let out a strange cry. Then, like ordinary people who had been rammed by a raging bull, they were sent flying backward while flailing their arms and legs. By the time the explosion was over, a huge crater had appeared on the ground. It was several thousand feet deep, and its length and width were even more shocking. Almost one-third of the Li clan members were severely injured in this explosion. All those who were first-grade supreme martial artists and below were injured simultaneously. There were even more than 10 people who were killed by the impact. In the land of heavy snow ahead, the group that had been fleeing had already disappeared without a trace. No one knew which direction they had gone in. The snowstorm drifted down, covering all traces in just an instant. What more when it was accompanied by such a terrifying explosion? After them. I want to see him, dead or alive. Li Qinglei's expression was very ugly. In the northwest, even if they have wings, they won't be able to escape. The third update has arrived. I'll continue to write the fourth update. On a snowy plain. Chu Yang took the lead, carrying Lang Yilong on his back and advancing rapidly. Wei Wuyan, Wan Renjia, and the other two followed closely behind him. Up until now, they hadn't even had the chance to exchange a single word with each other. The scenery on both sides flashed by continuously like shadows. Chu Yang's whereabouts were extremely strange. If not for the fact that Wei Wuyan and the others were following closely behind, they would have lost track of him in almost the blink of an eye. The 4 officers followed closely behind, their faces filled with grief and indignation. They had deliberately followed behind so that if the enemy caught up to them again, they would imitate the previous 4 and self-destruct to stop the enemy. They were all experts. After hastily treating their injuries and stopping the bleeding, they used traceless snow again. With a swoosh, they actually didn't leave a single trace behind in this snowy plain. Hold your breath. Even if you're suffocated to death. You have to breathe only when you're about to die. Chu Yang said in a low voice as he flew rapidly. No one made a sound, but their eyes showed that they had heard him. Everyone understood that Chu Yang's words were the key to whether they would succeed in escaping or not. Everyone had already sealed off all traces of their aura. Under such circumstances, only the sound, heat and smell of their breathing would become the only things that the enemy could track them down. As long as they pulled away from the enemy's line of sight in the early stages of escaping, then held their breath and cut off all possible channels for information to leak out, they would be able to buy a little more time, and this extra time would be the key to whether they would succeed in escaping or not. This period of time would be the real battle of wits and courage. How to escape from the enemy's base camp required extremely precise planning. If they didn't even have this time to plan, then that would be the real tragedy. There would be absolutely no hope of escaping. It was conceivable that once they lost track of them, the clan would definitely mobilize. The Li clan would definitely mobilize their entire clan. Even if they had to turn the entire northwest upside down, they would definitely not let them leave. If news of them attacking the master of the law enforcement interrogation hall were to spread to the law enforcement hall, it would definitely be a nightmare for the Li clan. As Chu Yang advanced rapidly, he dispersed his internal energy to dissipate and eliminate the breath of the unconscious Lang Yilong on his back as well as the smell of blood on him. Everyone followed Chu Yang as they fled hurriedly. After running at full speed for a full 6 hours without panting, everyone felt as if their lungs were about to explode. He felt like he had gone around in circles. Finally, a plane appeared in front of him. The flat terrain created a flat snowfield. It was as far as the eye could see. If he were to escape on such a plane, he would definitely be seen by the enemy, but Chu Yang leaped up without any hesitation, carrying Lang Yilong on his back and entering the snowfield, behind him. Wei Wuyan and the others followed without hesitation. The 4 officers hesitated for a moment before finally following him. Although he didn't understand Chu Yang's intentions. However, the chief was on his back, so he had no choice but to follow. In the next breath, Chu Yang suddenly stopped and stood on the flat snowy plains. Everyone was about to ask questions. However, Chu Yang waved his hand and pointed at his closed mouth, indicating that he shouldn't speak or pant. The next moment, Chu Yang's feet silently sank into the snow. Then, he continuously struck out with his hands. The snow on the ground was suddenly separated to 2 sides, revealing the black ground. The snow that was separated to 2 sides looked like it was overlapping with the layer of snow, but in reality, it was supported by Chu Yang's internal energy. keeping it suspended in the air. Then, Chu Yang punched a hole in the black ground. Under the snow was a layer of ice. After the layer of ice melted, the soil below was loose and soft. Chu Yang created a hole in a very short time and then pointed downwards. Realization dawned on everyone and they hurriedly went in. Chu Yang stayed at the back. Very carefully, he channeled his internal energy and quietly moved the layer of snow that was originally supported back. The moment he blocked the entrance of the hole, the piece of ice that was originally separated from the ground was held above Chu Yang's head and stuck there. At once, the hole was pitch black. Don't breathe. Make a hole first. The deeper, the better. Chu Yang hurriedly said a few words. Now that things had come to this, everyone could only listen to him for now. Everyone's cultivation was at least first-grade supreme martial artist. It was really too easy for them to make a hole in the soil. Take note, don't keep accumulating the soil. Try to keep it intact and put it behind you. I'll handle the rest. Chu Yang said hurriedly. In this way, everyone made a hole in the front while Chu Yang was at the back. He quietly wrapped the soil that everyone made with their internal energy and carried it towards the entrance of the hole. Then, he gently plugged it up. Then, he used his internal energy to carefully tamp it down. This was done so that if the enemy really lifted up the ground to search, they wouldn't be able to find any traces of digging at this part of the hole. Chu Yang worked attentively. He always paid attention to leaving a hair-thin gap on the surface for the circulation of air. Chu Yang didn't forget that if it was completely plugged up, these people would probably suffocate themselves to death deep underground. Because until now, no one had taken a breather, this cycle repeated over and over again. Finally, when everyone really couldn't hold it in anymore, Chu Yang finally showed mercy and said, "You can take a breather now." At this time, they were at least 400 to 500 feet away from the ground. As if they had received great kindness from the emperor, everyone let out a long breath at the same time. Then, they hurriedly took a deep breath. Although they still didn't dare to pant too hard, the fresh air that entered their lungs made everyone feel like they were reborn at the same time. Although the air in this deep underground wasn't very pleasant, who would still care about the smell now? It was already good enough that they could take a breather, but they only took 2 breaths before Chu Yang said again, "Don't pant anymore, continue digging. We have to dig at least another few hundred feet deep." Everyone almost cried out, "This is too inhumane, isn't it?" Even their breathing has to be controlled, but everyone understood what Chu Yang meant. Those that they didn't understand at first, they finally understood after coming to this hole. If they just kept running, even if everyone had 10 times more stamina than now, they would still be caught up sooner or later. Therefore, finding a place to hide was the best strategy. But in this northwest area, there was probably no hiding place that even the Li clan couldn't find. Therefore, Chu Yang simply made use of everyone's blind spot. They hid directly on the flattest plain that was the least suitable for hiding. This was a blind spot. Even if the people of the Li clan had chased them all the way here, they could only sweep past this plain once they saw it. No one would have thought that there would be someone hiding here. As long as they left this place, even if they reacted and wanted to look back again, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. This was the smartest method. Chu Yang didn't allow them to breathe, didn't allow their divine senses to probe, and all the steps. All of it was for this moment, although this method still had a fatal drawback, for the time being. It was already the safest method. Finally, everyone slowly stopped digging. Exhausted, they leaned against the cave wall and lay down, panting heavily. They could finally heave a sigh of relief. Chu Yang carefully processed the last batch of soil before he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Putting Lang Yilong down, he gasped for air. Throughout this entire process, Chu Yang was undoubtedly the most tired, if not for the treasure that was the tribulation dimension. He probably wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. Right now, the other 8 people were looking at Chu Yang as if they were looking at a monster. This fellow carried someone on his back throughout the entire process, and his workload was even several times that of the rest. He actually managed to hold on? Such a godly person was indeed worthy of worship. Is Master Lang all right? The 4 officers looked at the unconscious Lang Yilong with concern. He's fine for the time being. Chu Yang panted. However, his purple crystal reversal has already exhausted all of his vitality. Once he wakes up, he probably won't be able to hold on for long. When he was escaping earlier, he had already fed Lang Yilong an incomplete version of the heavy pill. His injuries weren't a big problem for the time being, but the exhaustion of his vitality was indeed a big problem. The 4 officers looked sorrowful. Their heads hung low, as if a knife was being twisted in their hearts. "We'll have to stay here for at least 3 days or more." Chu Yang took a breath. Changing the topic, he said solemnly, "Especially the 4 of you. You must go back alive," he said to the 4 officers. The 4 of them nodded slowly and said solemnly, "That's right. We must bring this news back to the law enforcement city." The 4 of them gritted their teeth at the same time, deep hatred in their eyes. "Li Clan. Li Clan." Chu Yang nodded slowly. "That's right. You must bring this news back." The 4 of them nodded deeply. After a long while, the 4 of them raised their heads abruptly and looked at Chu Yang with some astonishment. "May I know who you are?" "This. We are deeply grateful that you stepped forward to lend us a helping hand in times of danger. Please tell us your name. Let us remember our benefactor's great kindness from time to time." Chu Yang leaned against the cave wall tiredly and lay down. Stretching his legs, he smiled rather strangely and said, "Well, it's better that you don't know my name." Even under such harsh conditions, when Qingduing heard the strange emotions in Chu Yang's strange voice and thought of the reason, he actually almost laughed out loud. "Why?" The 4 of them were very curious. "Our benefactor saved all of us. Shouldn't we know your name?" Chu Yang touched his nose and gave a wry smile. "Cough, because I cough, if you know my name, it'll be very difficult for you." "What's difficult for us?" The 4 of them were even more puzzled. "What you've said really makes us even more curious." Chu Yang spread out his hands. "Because we're enemies." He paused for a while and said straightforwardly, "I'm the person whom you law enforcement officers have announced to the world to capture during this period of time. I'm also the extraterrestrial demon that you've mentioned, Chu Yang." "Huh?" The 4 of them were really dumbfounded at this moment. Extraterrestrial demon, Chu Yang, this person who saved them and Master Lang was actually the legendary extraterrestrial demon who committed all kinds of evil. Chu Yang touched his nose helplessly and gave a wry smile. "Look at me. I'm so handsome. Which part of me looks like an extraterrestrial demon? Begging for monthly votes. I wanted to write 5 chapters today, but I really can't write anymore. I overestimated my writing speed, sigh, I can't make up for my full attendance. Originally, 15,000 was enough to ensure full attendance, but after 13 hours of hard work, I only have 12,000. Sob. My full attendance." To be continued. The 4 supreme martial artist officers of the interrogation hall were all stunned. They stared at Chu Yang. If not for the fact that they were in a dangerous situation, even the 4 supreme martial artists would have exclaimed in shock. All along, the Supreme Dharma Supreme had personally given the order to classify Chu Yang as an extraterrestrial demon. He even called upon the whole world to deal with this person. That meant that even if Chu Yang wasn't an extraterrestrial demon, he was still an extraterrestrial demon, because the Dharma Supreme said that he was. During this period of time, every law enforcement officer had taken it as their duty to capture and kill the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang. The officers of the interrogation hall were no exception. They even thought about how they should punish this extraterrestrial demon if he fell into the hands of the law enforcement officers. Should they let him have a taste of all the punishments in the interrogation hall? However, it had never occurred to him that when he and the others were in a life-threatening situation, besieged by the Li clan, and when the chief was seriously injured and dying, the one who stepped forward to save them was actually this extraterrestrial devil, Chu Yang. For a moment, the powerful enemy that he wanted to capture and bring to justice had suddenly become his savior. How could such a thing be so ridiculous? For a moment, the 4 of them were somewhat speechless. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. "Oh heavens, can you be any more ruthless with me?" Chu Yang saw their reactions and shook his head with a smile. He said lightly, "I, Chu Yang, have never been friends with the law enforcement officers. I saved all of you today because my brothers were here, not for you." His warm gaze swept across Wei Wuyan, Wan Renjia and the rest. He said, "Even without all of you, I would have helped too. Therefore, this can't be considered as saving your life. If all of you really take it to heart, you're looking down on me too much. However, although all of us are enemies, we're in a dangerous situation now and it's not the time to fight. After we leave this place, if all of you want to capture me, let's have a real fight. By then, even if all of you don't find trouble with me, I'm afraid I'll take the initiative to find trouble with all of you. Her. But now that we're in the same boat, we need to get through this first. What do all of you think? His eyes flashed, and he said solemnly, of course. If all of you wish to shed all pretense of cordiality here and carry out the Dharma Supreme's orders, I, Chu Yang, will not be stingy with my life. Although this place is underground, the sky is high and the ground is wide beyond. It's enough for us to deal with. Chu Yang's words were neither servile nor overbearing. They were sharp and full of arrogance. Wei Wuyan, Wan Renjia, and the other three revealed a kind of pride in their eyes. They subconsciously puffed out their chests. Chu Yang's sentence, if you take it to heart, then you're looking down on me too much, was really too powerful. That's it, I saved you. So what? But I don't need you to appreciate it. Even if you want to accept my kindness, I don't want you to accept my kindness even if I have to offend you again. Wei Wuyan, Wan Renjia, and the other three wore smiles on their faces as they looked at the four officers. However, their eyes were full of arrogance. If you make a move, we'll make a move. If you don't move, then be obedient. The four officers were stunned for a moment. Then, one of them said emotionally, although we serve different masters, but, just as Brother Chu said, we're in a critical situation now. As for what happens in the future, let's talk about it after today. He raised his head and said calmly, however, no matter what happens in the future, we will remember Brother Chu's kindness in saving our lives. Even if we become enemies in the future, we will first repay Brother Chu's kindness in saving our lives. Perhaps Brother Chu didn't do it for us, but these few lives of ours. In the eyes of others, they may be very lowly, but in our hearts, they are still a little important. Chu Yang laughed. That's right. Good man. The atmosphere in the cave eased at once. Right at this moment, the voice of Lang Ilang, who was supposed to be unconscious, suddenly rang out weakly. Chu Yang is not an extraterrestrial demon. It turned out that he had already woken up. Everyone turned their heads at the same time. Overjoyed, the four officers surrounded him at once. Master, how are you? Lang Ilang checked his body. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Shaking his head, he said, Brother Chu has already treated my body more or less. However, my purple crystal heaven reversal secret technique has already drained all my life force. I'm afraid I'll have to say goodbye to all of you in the next life in the next few days. When Lang Ilang talked about his life and death, his tone was extremely indifferent. Vaguely, there was even a sense of relief. In fact, even the fatigue in his tone and eyes had dissipated by a lot. The four officers lowered their heads sadly at once. Lang Ilang paused for a moment. His eyes scanned the crowd. Frowning, he asked, why are there only the four of you? Where are the others? The others? The four officers fell silent. Lang Ilang took a deep breath. Surprisingly, he smiled lightly and said, they left first? That's good too. I'll be able to find them when I go over this time. The people of the disciplinary hall have indeed expiated many souls. It's inevitable that enemies will be everywhere in that dark world. I can also work hard together with my brothers when I go over this time. After saying that, he turned and looked at Chu Yang with a smile. Thank you. Thank you for saving my brother. Chu Yang smiled lightly. I was just passing by. Master Lang's words make me feel embarrassed. Lang Ilang chuckled softly. Extraterrestrial demons are purely imaginary. However, since you've offended the Dharma Supreme, I'm afraid your future path will be difficult. It's not an exaggeration to say that every step is filled with thorns. What's true is that every step is filled with life and death. Chu Yang laughed. One can only become a hero by overcoming life and death, he said meaningfully. Lang Ilang also smiled. You don't have to console me. I know my own situation. This time, I've really come to an end, Chu Yang said. Actually, you don't have to die. The moment he said that, the four officers were both surprised and overjoyed. They looked up. Purple crystal resurrection. Depletion of life force. That was equivalent to a normal death. Death from old age. Such a death could be said to be incurable. And now, Yang actually had a solution. One of the officers suddenly stood up and said solemnly, "Brother Chu, if you can save my boss, I hereby swear that my life will be yours from now on." He gritted his teeth. "Even if you want me to betray you and go against the enforcers, I won't hesitate." The other three said in unison, "The same goes for us." Yang smiled bitterly. "I do want to. Besides, I do have a solution. As all of you know, I took part in the medicine banquet. I obtained a piece of heaven-nourishing jade. Although most of it was snatched away, I kept an eye on it and broke off a small piece early on. I haven't used it yet." The eyes of the four lit up. The heaven-nourishing jade, there was hope for him. Yang was also helpless. The whole world knew that the heaven-nourishing jade had been snatched away. Yang couldn't possibly say that he had designed it himself. Yang said, "The heaven-nourishing jade can replenish the energy of the spirit. It's enough to restore some of Master Lang's life force. As long as he can get through this life and death crisis, he can slowly recover as he recuperates in the future. Master Lang, the world is vast and colorful. Although you've experienced a lot, it's not a lot, right? As for what's above the heavens, don't tell me you're not interested in going up to take a look. You're already a second-grade supreme martial artist who has transcended the boundary between immortal and mortal. With your speed, you'll be able to become a second-grade supreme martial artist within 1,000 years. By then, the splendor of the Heaven Imperial Court." Yang chuckled. Among everyone present, only he and Wei Wuyan could sense what kind of state Lang Yilong was in right now. This was an absolute, carefree state after letting go of everything and completely relaxing. There was nothing else in this world that could make him reluctant to part with or interested in. This was Lang Yilong's state of mind right now. It wasn't that his heart was dead, but that he no longer had a heart. That was why Yang described the infinite future. As long as Lang Yilong's heart moved, he wouldn't die. Lang Yilong shook his head and sighed with a smile. "Yang, you've really put in a lot of effort." He smiled, his eyes full of calmness. He struggled to get to his feet. His internal and external injuries, more than half of them had already been healed by the incomplete version of the heavy pill. His movements were no longer hindered. He took a deep breath and said, "I, Lang Yilong, went through great changes in my childhood. My family was destroyed and I wandered the martial world. I started to fight from the lowest level. In this life, I've cried, suffered, laughed, loved, hated, enjoyed glory and suffered humiliation. I climbed up step by step and climbed to the position of the disciplinary hall's master. In this heavens, I'm also considered to have a high position and authority. But what I want isn't a position, nor is it authority, much less glory. What I want is revenge. It's very narrow. I admit it, but that's the greatest motivation that has supported me throughout my life. Hong Wuliang ruined my life. But if it weren't for Hong Wuliang, I definitely wouldn't have been able to make it this far. He's an enemy that I hate so much. Even though he's dead now, he still is. But he's also the spiritual pillar that keeps me alive. Today, I killed him with my own hands. I used the most ideal method that I've ever imagined. I'm very satisfied. I yearn for the Heaven Imperial Court very much. But if I go up there, I'll have to start from the lowest level again. I've already fought once, I don't want to fight again. I'm already tired of this secular world. It's really annoying. Very annoying. I'm tired. So I'm leaving. I'm going to that world." Lang Yilong said calmly, "Now that Hong Wuliang is no longer in that world, it's the environment that Xia'er and I live in. Xia'er must be waiting anxiously by now. If I still don't go, won't I be letting her down? I've already let her down my entire life. Am I going to miss even our reunion in the netherworld? I killed Hong Wuliang, and then I was beaten up to this state. This is my fate. It's destined. I accept it." He looked at Yang meaningfully and revealed a meaningful smile. "Perhaps you want to go against the heavens, but I don't. Cough, I could have updated earlier today, but I made a mistake. Cough cough, I was joking with my wife and bit her. Cough cough. This is very normal. I usually bite here and there. If I'm unhappy, I'll just take a bite. But this time I wasn't sure. I thought I just bit her clothes, but I didn't expect to bite her flesh. Cough cough. I'm already an adult, but I burst into tears on the spot. There's a swollen part on my arm, cough bird in a terrible fix, cough. Back to the topic, we've chased 100 votes today. I'm very satisfied and very happy. So I'll continue. This is the first update. I'll continue to write the second, third, and fourth updates. I hope to receive more monthly votes from everyone. Thank you. To be continued, Xianxia smiled bitterly. None of these people who stood at the pinnacle were easy to deal with, each and every one of them was shrewd. Xianxia knew about his own injuries, but the fact that he immediately recovered to this extent after Xianxia used the medicine actually confirmed in his heart that Xianxia was the Tribulation Sword Master. That last sentence, perhaps you want to go against the heavens, but I don't, was expressed very subtly. So, you'd better not try to persuade me anymore. I feel terrible listening to it. You don't feel good either. Xianxia said meaningfully, let me die. It's good for everyone. Xianxia could only smile bitterly. This Xianxia was really ruthless to himself. He might as well cut off his own path of retreat and also cut off Xianxia's path of advancement. You saved me. I'm the master of the law enforcement interrogation hall. As long as I go back, you won't be able to keep your identity as the Tribulation Sword Master. So, don't save me. It was clear how much he longed for death. Xianxia spread out his hands and said, since Master Lang has already put it this way, I really have nothing else to say. However, I still find it a pity. Regarding the words spoken by these two people, the others were all in a fog, not knowing what they meant. This was also Xianxia's concern. If he said anything, it would be equivalent to causing the deaths of his current 4 brothers. Even if Xianxia didn't want to silence him, he had no choice but to do so. Therefore, he only asked to cut off his own path of retreat. There's nothing to feel pity about. Xianxia smiled. You don't know how much I longed for this day. Back then, it wasn't that Xiao'er didn't have the chance to leave with me. But she didn't do so in the end, her. I know. She thought that she was no longer chaste. And I misunderstood her at that time and made a mistake due to a freak combination of factors. This led to Xiao'er's tragic death. He sighed and looked at the mud wall in front of him with a clear gaze. There was actually endless gentleness in his gaze. After I leave this time, I can't wait to tell her that I don't care. No matter what happens to her, I don't care. What I care about is whether we can be together or not. It's already been so many years. I'm really afraid that she has already reincarnated. Xianxia was a little worried. I wonder if she's still around. She can't be gone. Xianxia sighed, she died with endless regrets and great resentment. I heard that even the reincarnation passage won't accept it. Then I can rest assured. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia said so. It was a legend. And Xianxia, a supreme martial artist expert of high status and authority, actually believed it right away. Everyone sighed inwardly. Xianxia no longer wanted to live, but finding that Xiao'er was his greatest hope. Therefore, even though he knew that the so-called other world was illusory, he still did not hesitate. Even though he knew that Xianxia was just trying to comfort him. However, he chose to believe it without any hesitation. Only in this way could he confidently go and find his lover. If he lost even this little bit of confidence. In that case, to Xianxia, whether it was life or death, there was no longer the slightest bit of significance. Xianxia pondered for a moment. With a flip of his wrist, he said, Master Lang, if you really wish to. Then, this item. Maybe I can help you. She saw a small petal in Xianxia's hand, it seemed to be emitting light. And this light was actually as bright and resplendent as a rainbow. It was just a petal the size of a fingernail, but it was actually clearly divided into 10 different colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, purple, black and white. There was also a colorless and transparent color. Xianxia was shocked. 10 colored orchid petal? Could this be the heavenly orchid? Then, the heavenly orchid that changes once every 10,000 years and has one color for 10,000 years? Master Lang is very knowledgeable. Chu Yang praised. It's not that I'm knowledgeable. It's just that I've been looking for such things. It's already been more than 1,000 years. Lang Yilong smiled bitterly. If I had found it before this, would I still have any interest in taking revenge on Hong Wuliang? I would have eaten it and gone to look for Xia. He was smiling bitterly. However, everyone was moved by this Lang Yilong was truly, frighteningly infatuated. Since that's the case, I'm sure Master Lang knows how to use it. I'll just remind you of one thing, when you're about to die, if I place this orchid in your mouth and you die with it in your mouth, your soul will not be destroyed. If you find your lover's vengeful soul and pass half of the medicinal effects to her through spiritual inheritance, both of their souls will be intact and they will be able to sense each other. After reincarnation and rebirth, they will become a loving couple. Chu Yang sighed. Being partners in the netherworld is not as good as being husband and wife in the boundless secular world. Lang Yilong's eyes were burning. His hands couldn't help but tremble. Even his eyes were red from agitation. He couldn't speak properly. Thank you, just as Chu Yang had said, being partners in the netherworld was not as good as being a loving couple in this world. Of course, Lang Yilong wanted to, but he didn't dare to harbor any hopes. Now, Chu Yang had directly solved his biggest problem for him. There were tears in Lang Yilong's eyes, but there was a smile at the corners of his lips. It was a sincere yearning. Yearning for the afterlife, no longer a dream. The biggest problem now was whether he could find that Xia after his death. Chu Yang's heart couldn't help but ache a little. He understood Lang Yilong's feelings very well. That was why he gave him the heavenly orchid. And he only gave him half of it. If one person consumed the entire heavenly orchid, their soul would be stabilized forever. After reincarnation, they would be able to retain their memories and 30% of their current cultivation. They would become a heaven-defying character, but what Lang Yilong wanted wasn't glory. What he wanted was happiness. If two people consumed one heavenly orchid, it would only stabilize their spirit and then allow them to sense each other. It would create a strange phenomenon of the two souls being connected, but it wouldn't bring along their memories and cultivation. Two people working hard together, improving together, taking care of each other. That was the true path of a husband and wife. And that was what Lang Yilong wanted. But you must remember this. Chu Yang reminded him sternly, during the reincarnation journey, you must never hold hands. Otherwise, if you become a pair of biological twins, that would be terrible. Lang Yilong shuddered. With a somewhat pale face, he replied, yes, yes. Thank you for the reminder. That was what he was thinking just now, once we hold hands, we'll never separate again. Chu Yang's reminder. It almost scared him out of his wits. If that really happened, there would really be no end to this hatred. Lang Yilong's mood lightened. In fact, the gentle smile at the corners of his lips hadn't disappeared since he saw the heavenly orchid. Brother Chu, there must be a reason why you saved me this time? Lang Yilong smiled. As long as you say it, I'll do everything in my power to fulfill your wish. Chu Yang smiled. Master Lang is indeed a smart man. Lang Yilong smiled as well. Please speak. Both of them knew very well, if Chu Yang had only wanted to save Wei Wuyan and the others, then he definitely wouldn't have suddenly turned around and carried Lang Yilong on his back and escaped at the last moment. One must know that he was really risking his life at that time. If the other party had been just a little bit faster, even if Chu Yang had a life, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Not to mention that he had even carried Lang Yilong on his back for 1,000 miles after saving him, the land of purple aura from the east. Chu Yang sent him a telepathic message. Realization dawned on Lang Yilong. He replied straightforwardly, no problem. Brother Chu has given me a new lease of life. I, Lang Yilong, am someone who's about to die. Being able to be of help to Brother Chu can also be considered as having resolved some mortal karma. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief. He had finally seen the truth of the Calamity Sword fragment. But he didn't know. Then the 7th and 8th. Where exactly were they, Brother Chu? I'm here. I still need to stay here for at least another 3 to 5 days. Lang Yilong's breathing was a little weak. Leaning against the cave wall, he said rather apologetically, I didn't want to die in this cave at first. It's not right to let everyone accompany a corpse. But the moment I saw the heavenly orchid, I really couldn't wait any longer. His revenge had been avenged, his wish fulfilled, and there were signs of the promise of the next lifetime. Lang Yilong's heart was completely at ease. He didn't want to take another breath anymore, Xianxia said solemnly, regardless of life or death, it's all the same. Brother Lang. If you're here, you'll accompany us. If you leave, we'll send you off. Lang Yilong forced a smile. I'll entrust these 4 brothers of mine, to you. Xianxia, let them return alive. I can't guarantee it. I can only do my best. Xianxia said solemnly. Lang Yilong nodded understandingly. If Xianxia had patted his chest and guaranteed it, he would have been worried instead. After all, the current situation was so dangerous. Their hopes were really too slim. The 4 of you, go back and tell your brothers. I'll take my leave first. Looking at the 4 officers, Lang Yilong said with difficulty, all these years. I've made use of all of you, and I've also schemed against all of you. But in my heart, all of you are my little brothers. I cherish all of you very much. All these years, it's all thanks to all of you. It's just a pity that you'll have to walk your own path in the future. Tears streamed down the faces of the 4 officers. They nodded. Repeatedly. Big brother. We really don't know what to say. We wish you all the best, yet it sounds so heartbreaking. A weak smile appeared on Lang Yilong's face. Don't worry about me. You should be happy for me. My departure is something I've always dreamed of. All of you go back and tell your brothers. From now on, resign from your position as an officer and wander the martial world. Don't be a law enforcement officer anymore. This is my final order to all of you. Why? Big brother, why is that? The 4 officers were dumbfounded. Why did Lang Yilong actually say something like that at the last moment? You must remember this. The law enforcement officers now, who oppose the Tribulation Sword Master, won't have a good ending. All of you have always believed in me. Then believe in me for the last time. Lang Yilong's voice grew weaker and weaker. If you continue to oppose the Tribulation Sword Master, all of you will die. A hint of redness appeared on his face. Promise me. It was already the final radiance of the setting sun. Yes, we promise. Tears streamed down their faces. Panting heavily, Lang Yilong suddenly cried out, Xianxia. Do you understand? Suddenly, his body stiffened and he stopped breathing. Right at this moment, Xianxia struck at lightning speed. A piece of heavenly orchid entered Lang Yilong's mouth just in time. The second update. I'm going to continue writing the third update. Cough, cough. After the first update, countless gossipy women sent messages asking, where exactly did you bite? Where did you bite? Where did you bite? I don't believe it's the arm. F***ck. You bunch of shameless gossips are simply intolerable. I'll punish all of you with 1 monthly ticket each. Do I look like someone who lies? Since you don't believe me, I'll punish all of you with 1 more monthly ticket. Everyone, go and pay the fine on your own. With this thought in mind, there was nothing else to say. Just go and pay the fine as well. Cough third update. To be continued. Under everyone's watchful eyes, something strange happened. That petal of heavenly orchid suddenly turned into a streak of colorful light between Lang Yilong's lips and disappeared instantly. Then, a ball of white gas emerged from the top of Lang Yilong's head. The white gas gradually turned into an illusory figure with clear features. It was exactly Lang Yilong. There was a petal of 10 colors on his head as he looked at everyone with a somewhat melancholy gaze. Xianxia smiled and cupped his hands. Brother Lang, have a safe journey. In the next life, we'll be a pair of lovebirds, loving each other and growing old together. Wei Wuyan and the others bowed at the same time. Have a safe journey. The 4 officers knelt down at the same time. Boss. Have a safe journey. Sob sob. However, they really couldn't hold back the pain in their hearts. Although they knew that they shouldn't cry, they still cried anyway. A hint of a smile appeared on Lang Yilong's illusory figure's face. He seemed to sigh before he floated up. The next moment, he turned into nothingness. Everyone stood there in a daze for a long time. No one spoke. Lang Yilong, a supreme martial artist who had crossed the boundary between immortal and mortal, had disappeared from immortal world in such a manner. Brother Chu. Do you think this, another world really exists? One of the officers was crying so hard that his face was full of tears. Can boss's wish be realized? Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh. It definitely exists. It definitely can be realized. It definitely can. As if Chu Yang's affirmation had given them the greatest assurance, the faces of the 4 officers were filled with piety and blessings. Boss. You must find sister-in-law, that world definitely exists, it definitely exists. Everyone sucked in a deep breath, feeling their hearts sink. Gathering in the netherworld and looking forward to the next life. This was originally something that ordinary people would say to fool themselves. However, Lang Yilong was a supreme martial artist. However, he had truly embarked on this path. Did that world really exist? Chu Yang didn't know because there was no evidence to prove it. That world really existed. But at this moment, Chu Yang was praying, please, please, please. It definitely exists. It definitely has to be real, it wasn't just him. Everyone was praying at the same time. The 4 of you, pack everything on Brother Lang's body that can be brought back, or, those that must be brought back, and bring them with you. Chu Yang sighed. We're going to let Brother Lang rest in peace. Yes. Right now, the 4 officers were very obedient to Chu Yang's words. There was also heartfelt gratitude. At this moment, even if Chu Yang was an extraterrestrial demon, the 4 of them also followed without hesitation. Be obedient, because he had fulfilled Boss' final wish. Wei Wuyan, Wan Renjia and the other 2 looked at each other, feeling a little emotional. For a long time, the law enforcement interrogation hall had been widely known in the pugilistic world. They were all sinister, evil, heartless, and heartless. They were a group of murderous bastards from head to toe. I really didn't expect that there would be such a true man among them. Chu Yang, can I ask you for a favor? Wei Wuyan raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. Shut up. Forget about it. Chu Yang shouted, now, use your martial power to heal your injuries. You won't get anything else. He knew what Wei Wuyan wanted to say. Because when the strange phenomenon occurred after Lang Yilong's death, Wei Wuyan's eyes flashed with intense envy and longing, as well as joy. Lang Ichiro could, then. Doesn't that mean I can do it too? How could Chu Yang not know what was on Wei Wuyan's mind? Therefore, the moment Wei Wuyan opened his mouth, he immediately rejected him without hesitation. You want to die too? Isn't it good to be alive? You have to promise me. After being rejected, Wei Wuyan persevered and continued to make requests. His eyes were burning and his face was flushed. Chu Yang. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. No. Poof, Wei Wuyan knelt down at once. Chu Yang, I beg you. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, the muscles on his cheeks trembling non-stop. At this moment, his face was somewhat ferocious. He said furiously, are you forcing me? Huh? You bastard. Could it be that there's nothing else in this world that you cherish? He reached out and pointed at Wan Renjia and the other 2. The 3 of them, Wei Wuyan, open your eyes wide and take a look. They were afraid that something would happen to you and followed you for tens of thousands of miles. They were your companions, they lived and died with you, they fought hundreds of battles with you. If you died, would you be able to face them? He retracted his hand and pointed at his own nose. What about me? I didn't want to use favors to suppress you. But now, you've forced me into a dead end. I've saved you many times between life and death, helped you to clarify the truth, helped you to take revenge and fulfill your long-cherished wish. Now that your wish has been fulfilled, you actually want to end it all with death? Are you able to face us? Chu Yang said sternly in a low voice. Wei Wuyan knelt straight but didn't stand up. He said, I know that I've let all of you down, but I have no other choice. I only request that Wei Wuyan, will escort all of you out of here. As long as all of you are safe, I'll be relieved. When the time comes, Brother Chu, please, give me a petal of the heavenly orchid. Let us reunite as husband and wife. Wei Wuyan pleaded. The 4 officers were shocked. What the heck? We've just sent the chief away and another one has appeared here. Why are all the sentimental people in the world gathered here at this moment? I've let all of you down, but I can't repay you even if I'm alive. Wei Wuyan said sadly, I don't care if any of you say that I'm irresponsible or a coward. But, please let me owe you. The muscles on Chu Yang's face trembled. He finally felt speechless and sorrowful from the bottom of his heart. How could he not know that Wei Wuyan had nothing left to live for, now that Hong Wuliang, the cause of his tragedy, had died right in front of him? Wei Wuyan didn't have the heart to continue living either. And Lang Yilong, it would be strange if Wei Wuyan could still hold it in. But, if you can abandon your own people, how can I abandon my own friends? Even if you've gotten what you asked for, in the eyes of the living, you're still dead. And I'm the one who's sending you on your way. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh and said disheartenedly, forget it. Get up. I don't want to say another word to you. Alright, after we leave this place, if you really think that you can leave without any attachments, feel free to come and look for me. As long as you look for me then, I'll definitely fulfill your wish. Chu Yang's eyes shone brightly as he glanced at Wei Wuyan. Then, he closed his eyes and stopped talking. Thank you. Wei Wuyan sighed and stood up. He said again, I'm sorry. There's nothing for you to be sorry about. I'm telling the truth. Chu Yang smiled lightly. Everyone only has one heart in their life, it's called conscience. Some people regard power as more important than affection. Some people regard friendship as the most important thing. However, some people regard the love between a man and a woman as more important than friendship. This is understandable. We can empathize with you. As long as your heart is stable, as a friend, we will only help you. He sighed deeply. At the end of the day, you and Lang Yilong are the same. If Lang Yilong could spend the rest of his life with the person he loved, even if the person he loved passed away along the way, he wouldn't be so obsessed with seeking death like he is now. And you're the same. If your wife and child were really killed by your enemy, you wouldn't be like this. All the obsession is because you didn't get it, or because you feel guilty. Chu Yang said deeply, I understand. I really understand. He sighed softly as he thought of Mo Qingguo himself. Wasn't that the case? If not for that obsession, if not for that guilt, how could he have come to this stage? Since it was Rui, what else was there to say about Wei Wuyan? I only hope that you and Lang Yilong won't be like me after you've really gone through another life. Chu Yang sighed. A lifetime of love debts. I wanted to make up for it, but I felt like I owed her. I was in a dilemma, but I had no choice. Chu Yang was stunned for a long while. Then, he said softly, I'm afraid of seeing a beauty's tears all my life. I'm careful not to hurt a beauty's heart. Wei Wuyan stared at him in a daze. He understood what he meant, but didn't know why Chu Yang said that. But he could totally hear the regret in Chu Yang's tone. Chu Yang was dejected for a while. Then, he instructed everyone to make another big hole in the ground. They placed Lang Yilong's body inside. Then, they buried it with soil and let Lang Yilong stay here for the rest of his life. This was the Northwest, and also his hometown. This could be considered as returning to his roots, right? The master is buried so deep. There shouldn't be anyone who can disturb his peace and quiet anymore, right? One of the officers said in a daze. Then, tears started to flow down his cheeks again. Chu Yang sighed and said, rest in peace. Everyone, don't mention it now. Don't let people not be able to rest in peace even after death. We'll have to stay here for at least 3 days or even 5 days. Food and clean water are not a problem. In these few days, all of you have to try your best to recover your physical strength and cultivation. Chu Yang said dispassionately, you must know that once we go out, we'll face the Li clan's crazy pursuit. By then, it won't just be a low-grade supreme martial artist. The whole Li clan will probably be mobilized. Especially the 4 of you. The Li clan will definitely not allow you to return to law enforcement city. If you go back and report this to the law enforcement officers, it'll probably be the end of the Li clan. Therefore, the four of you must be careful. You must take care of yourselves. Besides, I can guarantee that all four of you will definitely not be able to go back. Therefore, all of you need to plan from now on. Who exactly is the most hopeful of going back? All of you know each other best about this, so it's not convenient for us to comment. Qiyang asked, do you understand what I mean? Completely. The four of them nodded slowly with heavy expressions. We'll do our best to protect all of you. Everyone, work together and charge out. But the situation is ever-changing. Who knows when we might be separated? This kind of situation is highly likely to happen. If by any chance you're separated, the four of you also need to know what to do. Everyone stopped talking. Only a few officers were discussing in low voices, occasionally having heated arguments. That was because no one wanted to be the most hopeful one, but they finally started discussing. While Chu Yang and the others were recuperating underground, a huge upheaval was happening in the Li clan. This upheaval, coupled with the failed pursuit of Lang Ilang, made the Li clan feel as though it was the end of the world. Third update. I'll continue to write the fourth update. Requesting monthly votes. After midnight, it'll be Monday. It's the start of a new week, and it's very important. I'm requesting recommendation votes from everyone. If I haven't finished writing the fourth update by then and can't make a single chapter in time, please give your recommendation votes to Pride. Next week, charge into the monthly votes list. Charge into the recommendation list. And to be continued, on the second night of Chu Yang's successful escape from the Li clan. The maids who were blocking the carriage outside suddenly heard a faint moan coming from inside. Could it be that Lord Z has woken up? Then if we go in now, can we? Just as he was hesitating, he heard a thud from inside, as if someone had fallen off the bed. Then, another voice sounded, "Io, my mother. Who stuffed me under the bed?" Then, it was followed by a series of moaning. Then, another voice said, "Why am I lying here? Where is this?" The people outside were confused. "What's going on?" Then, a scream was heard, "I. Where is my who? Where's my beard? Oh my God. Who knocked me out? Who stole my beard?" The few people outside looked at each other. They were speechless. Your beard, who stole it? Could it be that it was something good? Then, everyone reacted at once. Wasn't this the voice of the old physician who claimed to have gone out to gather herbs? Why, just as they thought of this, they heard a series of noises coming from inside. Then, they saw a person crawling out. Lying on the ground, he raised his head and asked tearfully, "What's going on?" Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened. Wasn't this the younger of the two physicians who came that day? Hadn't he been taking care of Lord Z inside for more than a day? Although no sound came out, he had not eaten or drunk for more than a day inside. Everyone admired his dedication to his work. Why did it become like this now? Then, another rustling sound came from inside. Another person crawled out. Lying at the door, he raised his head and asked, "What's going on? Where's my beard?" When the maids saw this, they were all petrified. Pairs of pretty eyes almost popped out of their eye sockets at this moment. Wasn't this the old physician who had gone out to gather herbs? What's going on? His chin was bald and there wasn't even a single strand of his beautiful beard left. When the numbers were compared, everyone was stunned as if they had seen a ghost. After a long time, a scream rang through the night sky. Trash. 2 pieces of trash. Li Wubwa was so angry that his nose was crooked. He glared at the 2 physicians in front of him as if he wanted to devour them. Where are they? Where did they go? Huh? The 2 of you are dead, and the other one is seriously injured. He disappeared right under your noses for 2 days, and you're still sleeping? The doctor was still in a daze and did not know what had happened. Yes. Where is he? Where did Lord Z go? His injuries are very serious. Another person tried to explain, "We didn't sleep." Li Wubwa shouted, "Shut up." Immediately, the 2 of them kept quiet out of fear. Say something. You two bastards. What exactly is going on? Li Wubo was so furious that his hair was about to stand on end. Damn it. I told you to keep an eye on him, and now that he's gone, what's going to happen to my purple crystal mine? The two of them shuddered and cursed inwardly. You just told us to shut up a moment ago, and now you're blaming us for not saying anything. Which one should we listen to? You're too hard to please. Trembling with fear, he recounted the entire matter to Li Wubo. However, the more Li Wubo listened, the more confused he became. The more he listened, the more frustrated he became. The more he listened, the more furious he became. Stop talking. You two idiots. Are you trying to piss me off to death? The two doctors were so aggrieved that they wanted to die. Do you want me to say it or not, or do you want me to say it? Could it be that an outsider took advantage of this opportunity when Xianxia was seriously injured to injure our men and kidnap Xianxia? Li Tongtian asked with a frown. Impossible. Li Wubo rejected it without hesitation. I've arranged for 8 supreme martial artists to be in the vicinity. 2 7th-grade supreme martial artists. If something like that really happened, they would definitely have heard something. He smiled viciously. Since we've already decided on the follow-up plan, how could we not have taken precautions? Clan Master, if he wasn't kidnapped by the enemy. From this, it seems that Xianxia must have taken advantage of this opportunity to escape. But if that's the case, there must be a prerequisite. That is, his injuries are fake. It's just that. Why is that so? At the side, an old man with a white beard said as he stroked his beard. The chief doctor, who was kneeling on the ground, looked at this big beard enviously. So I have one too, and it's gone in one night, Li Wubo said irritatedly. But why did he escape? This? We don't know. That old man frowned. This is indeed strange. If he leaves now, he'll only lose 4 million purple crystals from the Li clan. That's all. And he didn't gain anything himself. Speaking of didn't gain anything. Li Wubo suddenly shuddered. He muttered to himself, didn't gain anything? If he didn't gain anything, will he leave? He stood up and paced back and forth. If he left on his own, then there's only one explanation: he doesn't want to work with us. Since he doesn't want to work with us, then he must have come here to get something. And then he'll leave after scamming us. If he pretended to be injured, he would be like a fish in water in the Li clan. If he didn't get anything, he definitely wouldn't leave. Since he left, then he must have gotten something. But what did he get? After saying this long string of tongue-twisting words, Li Wubo's expression became uglier and uglier. If he wanted to get something, he could only get it from a place that he had been to before. And during this period of time, under our strict surveillance, he only went back and forth between here and the purple crystal mine. There's nothing here. So he won't get it either. Then, the only possibility is, following Li Wubo's deduction, everyone's faces turned snow-white. Not bothering to punish the two doctors, Li Wubo suddenly stood up and hurriedly walked out. Go to the purple crystal mine. Everyone followed suit. In a flash, all of them were gone. The two doctors climbed to their feet in a daze. Scratching their heads, they were confused. Why couldn't they understand what the clan master said just now? All the supreme martial artists flew at the highest speed possible. They were practically as fast as lightning. In an instant, they arrived at the purple crystal mine and barged in aggressively. When Li Qinglu received the news, he put on a coat and rushed over barefooted. Clan master, what happened? What happened? Li Wubo's sharp eyes looked at him. You don't know? Li Qinglu was dumbfounded. He scratched his head in confusion. At? I. Should I know? Li Wubo frowned. Nothing happened in the mine? Li Qinglu was even more confused. Huh? Nothing. The purple crystals weren't stolen? Li Wubo frowned. Definitely not. Li Qinglu stood at attention. I guarantee it with my head. What the F***ck are you guaranteeing? Li Wubo couldn't take it anymore and cursed. He waved his hand irritably. Open the storeroom. He could tell that this was also a daydream. He couldn't help but feel frustrated. Why couldn't they find a few people who could come up with strategies in such a big clan? Li Qinglu agreed repeatedly and hurriedly led the way. The storeroom was opened. Looking at the purple crystals that were piled up like a mountain, everyone was speechless. Nothing happened. What exactly went wrong? This was really extremely strange. Li Qinglu smiled obsequiously. Clan Master, all the purple crystals are here. Not a single one is missing. Li Wubwa also started to scratch his head. Something must have happened. And it was definitely something big. But, what exactly was the big thing? Why, didn't they notice it at all? Not even a single strand of hair was missing from the entire clan. Could it be that Xiaoyan was purely making a fool out of them? But since he had put in so much effort to do this, how could it be that? Cough, but it's also strange. In these 2 days, the mining of purple crystals has become easier and the mining volume has increased greatly. It's as if the stones have softened. Li Qinglu chuckled. This is great news. The stones have softened? Li Wubwa's eyes focused. He turned his head abruptly, his eyes shining brightly. Yes, yes. Li Qinglu nodded repeatedly, a confused smile on his face. Li Wubwa frowned and paced slowly. He activated his cultivation to investigate. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Why do I feel that? The spiritual energy of the universe here has become scarce. Everyone didn't notice it. They only activated their energy to absorb the spiritual energy after hearing his words. All of them couldn't help but be surprised. That's strange. It's really. This place had always been the place where spiritual energy was the most concentrated and inexhaustible. But when they activated their energy this time, they clearly discovered that not only was the spiritual energy less, it was also impure. It was completely different from before. Let's go into the mine. The ominous feeling in Li Wubwa's heart grew stronger and stronger. Everyone hurried into the mine and came to the front of the water tank-sized hole that Lord Z had mined. They took a closer look but couldn't find any clues. There's no problem. Li Qinglu, who had a coat draped over his shoulders, took the opportunity to quickly reach up his sleeves. There's no problem. Li Wubwa went up and placed his hand close to that huge pillar, activating his energy to sense it. But just as his palm touched it, before he could activate his energy, a small piece of stone suddenly fell off with a loud crash. With a loud crash, it fell in front of Li Wubwa's feet and shattered into pieces. The more than 10 supreme martial artists were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Wasn't this pillar difficult for even second-grade supreme martial artists to damage? How could it? Li Wubwa was still in disbelief. He reached out and tried to dig. With a loud crash, another large piece of stone fell off. Li Wubwa suddenly thought of a possibility. Suddenly, his whole body started to tremble. Looking at this water tank-sized hole, his breathing quickened and his eyes fixed on it. Suddenly, he let out a fierce roar and struck out with his palm. Clan leader, don't. Be careful not to be injured by the impact. F***CK. How did this happen? Oh my god. The supreme martial artists were in the midst of reminding Li Wubwa. But what happened the next moment made them all dumbfounded, as if they had met a ghost. The fourth watch has arrived, begging for monthly votes. Gee, to be continued. Everyone felt at the same time that the most unbelievable and unexpected thing of this century had happened. Li Wubwa let out a fierce shout and struck out with his palm. The wind from his palm whistled through the air, striking the large hole that Lord Z had created. Everyone tried to dissuade him. Some were panicking, some were on guard, some got into position and prepared to save the clan leader, but under everyone's watchful eyes, a deafening boom sounded, stone chips flew everywhere, everyone was dumbfounded, because that huge pillar that even a second-grade supreme martial artist couldn't even leave a single white mark on, with a loud boom, a huge hole appeared on it with this single strike of Li Wubwa's palm. The hole was 400 to 500 feet deep. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Could it be that the clan leader's cultivation had already surpassed the peak of second-grade supreme martial artist and reached a level that no one could understand? Otherwise, how could the clan leader break this huge pillar that even the elder master was injured by back then? And it looked like he did it very easily. Although Li Wubwa was mentally prepared, when this really happened, he was still dumbfounded. He couldn't help but look at his own palm. The big hole that Li Wubwa had created with his palm went straight in, just like a wide road. At this moment, stone chips fell and white smoke came out of the hole. It was dense and filled the air. However, there was only a choking sensation and not the kind of spiritual energy that they had imagined. Li Wubwa's expression became even uglier. Without waiting for the smoke to dissipate, Li Wubwa leaped forward. He rushed in, the other supreme martial artists also rushed in. The next moment, everyone stood in the empty pillar, tongue-tied. It was empty inside, empty, nothing at all. Where were the purple crystals? Purple crystal cores? Purple crystal jade essence? Souls of the purple crystal? Holy crystals? Divine crystals? All of these, all the wonderful things that Lord Z had described, everything was gone. There was only air. Li Wubwa's face was purple and swollen. He roared, "Where are the purple crystals?" Everyone was dumbfounded and kept quiet out of fear. Their faces were full of questions. Their heads were full of questions. That's right, where did the purple crystals go? If they were to say that there was nothing in here, then they would be beheaded. Everyone couldn't believe it either. A sea of purple crystals was actually surrounding an empty shell? Who would believe that, originally, even a late-stage supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to open it or even leave any traces behind? It was actually an empty shell? Who would believe that? Purple crystal. Where's the treasure? Li Wubwa held in grief. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where? Ah. Li Wubwa couldn't quite accept it. No one would be able to accept this. Because, this was the greatest obsession of the entire Li clan for the past 10,000 years, and also where their greatest hope lay. Everyone knew that there was bound to be a heaven-shaking treasure inside. As long as it could be opened, the strength of the entire Li clan would multiply by several folds. This was something that was set in stone. But now it's open. There was nothing inside. It was to the point where he could come out with 2 streams of tears in his eyes. Z, Xiao, Yin. Li Wubwa stomped his feet and bellowed, pausing after every word. The resentment in his tone was overflowing. He only felt his chest churning, and a mouthful of blood was about to flow out of his throat. Before Xiaoyan came, even a late-stage supreme martial artist couldn't even leave a white mark on it. Purple aura was everywhere, and spiritual energy was abundant. But after Xiaoyan left, there was no more spiritual energy, no more purple aura, and even that extremely sturdy huge pillar collapsed with a touch. If one were to say that all of this had nothing to do with that Xiaoyan, who would believe it? If one were to say that the treasure inside wasn't stolen by Xiaoyan, who would believe it? Xiaoyan. Li Tongtian was the most tragic. Because he was the one who brought Xiaoyan into the Li clan. At this moment, he was also the most furious. His head full of white hair was about to stand up. But before he could say anything, Li Wubwa had already rushed over. He grabbed Li Tongtian's collar and asked fiercely, "That Xiaoyan, who exactly is he?" He actually didn't care that this Li Tongtian was his ancestor at all. Li Tongtian's old face was flushed red, and his gaze was evasive. You what? Li Wubwa stomped his feet and howled. You old fool. You old bastard. You've destroyed the foundation of the Li clan. You've ruined the future of the Li clan. You. Suddenly, with a groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fainted in a fit of rage. Right at this moment, a series of faint sounds suddenly rang out continuously. The sounds were very soft, but very strange. It was as if, yes, it's just like what we're experiencing right now. The glass on the window suddenly cracked without a sound. Suddenly, a supreme martial artist cried out in horror, This. What's going on? This. At once, several people were startled awake. This? What is this sound? Everyone turned to look in horror, only to see that on the walls of this huge pillar, many thin cracks were spreading out in a zigzag manner like snakes. The speed was extremely fast. Starting from the huge hole that Li Wubwa had opened, the cracks spread out in all directions. In an instant, the huge pillar was already filled with such cracks. Everyone's eyes widened in horror and they were speechless. Then, this place is going to collapse. Everyone, get out quickly. Someone screamed at the top of his lungs. From the sound of his voice, one could imagine the image of the person who screamed with his mouth full of blood spurting out. Everyone came to their senses at once. They carried Li Wubua on the ground and rushed out. Everyone, leave quickly. Everyone, get out of the purple crystal mine. Li Tongtian roared loudly. There were still 50,000 people working in this purple crystal mine. Among them, there were quite a number of ordinary people. Most of them were king level and below. These people definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the collapse of this huge mountain. Moreover, most of the people here were people with the surname Li. It was too late. A huge purple crystal mine with underground tunnels extending in all directions. It had long been hollowed out. Everyone was working inside. How could they all evacuate in a few breaths? In fact, it didn't even take a breath. Even Li Tongtian and the rest had yet to rush out of the hole. Boom, that pillar suddenly collapsed like flour, collapsing. Then, a huge mountain range that reached the clouds, like an ancient giant suddenly falling down, from slow to fast. Boom, 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 crash, 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 crash. Then, there was a loud crash, boom. The entire mountain collapsed, it sank into the ground, a huge impact. A huge tremor. It caused all the buildings of the Li clan nearby to jump up neatly at this moment. Yes, jump up, all the buildings. At this moment, the buildings all jumped up from the ground like skipping ropes. Everyone could imagine such an image in their minds. Under such a huge surprise, a person jumped up without a care in the world. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The aftermath of the tremor spread out rapidly. The next moment, 7 to 8 peaks in the surroundings jumped up neatly. Then, crash, crash, crash. At the same time, there was an avalanche, uncountable, large amounts, vast amounts, of profound ice that had accumulated for 10,000 years broke free from the mountain peak and rushed down in an instant, rushing over in large strides. Their target was the Li clan's base. Of course, who would build a house at the top of a mountain? Especially when it was a huge area. Most of them were on the mountainside, in the valley, or in the basin. Yes, that was it. Back then, the Li clan had chosen the location based on the feng shui. When they saw this valley and basin, someone had praised it, good place, with a huge mountain at the back. It was the backing. Moreover, it wasn't just a huge mountain, it was a huge mountain. Hugging this basin. As the saying went. With the stars shining, there was endless fortune. It was just that at that time, no one, including the geomancers, had thought that one day, the backing would collapse. This huge backing would collapse at the same time, but so what? Such a spectacular scene could really challenge anyone's imagination. Thousands of mountains and valleys converged into a torrent. Rolling down at such a speed, it surpassed any qigong in the world. The surging snow waves brought along stones, rocks, layers of mysterious ice, and so on, whizzed, and rushed into the Li clan. The buildings of the Li clan that had just jumped up and landed on the ground were still shaking, as if they were still considering, should I collapse? When such a serious question was asked, the avalanche was already near. What was called, crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, here, there was a perfect explanation. All the buildings collapsed neatly, and then a row of snow waves came crashing over, drowning all traces, and the snow waves on the opposite side also came crashing over. Finally, right in the middle, all the rolling snow waves seemed to carry the hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife as they collided fiercely together. Boom, the accumulated snow rose into the sky like a mushroom cloud. No one knew how high it was, no one knew how far it was. Such a situation was just like, the great river flows east, washing away all the influential figures of the past. To the west of the old fortress, it was once the Li clan's base. Rocks pierced through the clouds, raging waves beat against the shore. It was really 1,000 piles of snow. Thinking back to the Li clan in the past, they were a big clan, majestic and heroic, proud and arrogant, slaughtering the innocent without blinking. Now that the snow was buried, the sentimental should cry. Life was like a dream, good and evil would always be repaid by the heavens. After a long, long time, the commotion finally subsided. The Li clan's base was a flat land full of ditches and rivers. What a great piece of flat land. It was just that they couldn't see where the buildings were. Between heaven and earth, there was complete silence. After a long while, whoosh, a head popped out from the snow. His face was full of confusion and his eyes were full of fear. He turned his head and looked at the snowy plains. Suddenly, he was filled with grief and indignation. Ah, what's going on? Whoosh, 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 on the snowy ground, heads popped out one after another like radishes after the rain. Then, they were similarly dumbfounded, followed by hysteria. What's going on? No one would have thought that in this remote northwest, a world that had been sealed in ice for hundreds of thousands of years, something like this would actually happen. This, even if it's a dream, it's still, that, and that, and that, God knows how uncomfortable I am today. Anyway, my mind is in a mess. I'm thinking about everything, but I'm not thinking about anything. It's a mess. Fortunately, the plot had been decided long ago, and it had already started. Otherwise, he might really have to ask for leave today. I'll continue to work hard on the second chapter. This was an earth-shattering change. And it could be said to be a tragic change. The Li clan was a super clan with 10,000 years of history. Of course, they had many experts. Even the women, children, and servants were trained in martial arts. This was for sure. But with such a terrifying collapse, there were still many casualties. Quite a few people had been buried here. After a whole 3 days, the Li clan finally calculated the final results. Looking at the results, everyone was speechless. All the Li clan buildings were completely destroyed. In other words, the Li clan's foundation of 10,000 years was gone. The casualties exceeded 10,000. Everyone was covered in dust, dumbfounded. Xianxia. You despicable man, I'll tear you into pieces. Li Wubwa screamed at the sky as if he had gone mad. Immediately, the Li clan members cursed. All of them were cursing Xianxia for being a jerk. You still have the cheek to condemn others? A sorrowful voice sounded. Li Wubwa, you've ruined the entire Li clan. Now, you're blaming others? Everyone turned to look, only to see a green-robed man standing on the snowy ground with his hands behind his back. He looked at everything coldly, a hint of pain flashing across his eyes. It was the founder of the Li clan, Li Chuanbua. Me? Li Wubwa pointed at his own nose, extremely shocked and full of grievance. Elder Master. This is a great injustice. All of this is the enemy's scheme. It's all because of that damn Xianxia's vicious means. Yes, it's you. Li Chuanbua was exasperated. In a battle in the martial world, as long as it's an enemy, there's no way they won't resort to any means. The other party racked his brains to deal with the Li clan. Even if he used such means, what's the big deal? Are you still fantasizing that your enemy will have a fair battle with you? Fair and square. Li Chuanbua said furiously, how ridiculous. How laughable. Li Wubwa knelt on the snowy ground. He only felt that his heart was as cold as the snowy ground, chilling to the bone. Moreover, the other party has already left. And he has already left some leeway. Li Chuanbua said. Li Wubwa felt a little wronged at once. Left some leeway? Where did that bastard leave some leeway? Seeing that he was unconvinced, Li Chuanbua said, if the other party had created such a scene before he left, of course, he's inhumane. But the other party didn't do that. Instead, he left directly. Don't you dare say something like he won't be able to leave once he does that. Let me ask you. She was the only one who knew what was going on after the collapse of the world. Could he leave? Do any of you have the confidence to capture him? Even this old man can only watch as he escapes into the distance. Even if I can make him stay, I have to save time to save my family. But he didn't. Wasn't this considered as leaving some leeway? Are you still not convinced? Now, he's been gone for 2 days, but you're the one who destroyed the mountain. You don't know how to repent and feel guilty. Are you trying to shirk responsibility? I didn't. I didn't shirk my responsibility. Elder Ancestor, please enlighten us. Li Wubwa wept bitterly, almost wanting to dig out his own heart. You didn't? Li Chuanbua's gaze sharpened. Let me ask you, after you went to the purple crystal mine, did you discover that the pillar could move again? Can you get through now? Li Wubwa was at a loss for words. You don't have to quibble. Firstly, with your character, If you knew that it couldn't be opened, you definitely wouldn't have suffered the pain of the recoil. Secondly, after you came into contact with the hole, powder immediately fell from above. This made you certain that the pillar could be opened. That's why you took action. Li Chuanbua sighed deeply. It was your action that caused the entire mountain to collapse. Elder Ancestor. How can you blame the clan leader for this? Li Tongtian disagreed. Even if we didn't do anything, that place would have collapsed sooner or later. Moreover, the clan leader didn't know that it would collapse once he opened it up. So, this is where the problem lies. Li Chuanbua said, even if we didn't do anything, that place would have collapsed anyway. This sentence makes too much sense. Since all of you thought of this, have you ever thought of the consequences once it collapsed? Therefore, after all of you discovered that the place might collapse, your first reaction wasn't to destroy it but to immediately order the people to retreat. But all of you. This is the biggest mistake. As for what you said, you didn't know that it would collapse at all. That's even more bullshit. Li Chuanbua said furiously, the entire mountain is empty. The stone pillars supporting the mountain have all decayed. Why wouldn't it collapse? What kind of ridiculous logic is this? Li Tongtian. How can you say such ridiculous words? Li Tongtian lowered his head, his face full of pain and shame. Yes, since they had seen it and the moment they touched it, they should have retreated. That way, although they would lose some of their belongings, they would still be able to protect the foundation of the clan. There's another mistake that is especially intolerable. Li Chuanbua's gaze was heavy. There was a sense of lamenting the misfortune and hating the failure to fight for it, as well as a sense of disappointment and desolation. The people who died in the clan were killed by the 10 of you. When the mountain collapsed, all of you were inside, right at the very bottom. But who are all of you? Li Chuanbua roared furiously. All of you are supreme martial artists. There are even 5th grade supreme martial artists and 3rd grade supreme martial artists. 7th grade supreme martial artists. All of you eat shit? A bunch of inhumane B*****stards. Li Chuanbua stretched out his hand, his finger trembling as he pointed at his grandchildren. With your strength at the bottom at that time, you could totally use your cultivation to hold up the collapsing mountain. You could even work together to move the mountain that was about to collapse. Throw it out. That's not impossible. That way, you could even protect the foundation of the Li clan. Why? All of you usually flaunt your strength and fight with a mountain. But at the critical moment of the clan's survival, all of you supreme martial artists actually abandoned the women and children of the clan. You clearly had the power to turn the tide, but all of you escaped faster than the other? You watched your loved ones die an unnatural death with your own eyes. You had the power to do so, but you did nothing. Now, you're still crying and scolding others, Li Chuanbua roared furiously. What kind of things are all of you? How can I, Li Chuanbua, have grandchildren like all of you? After this round of scolding, Li Tongtian, Li Wubua and the others all looked at one another. Then, an extreme sense of regret welled up in their hearts. The elder master was right, when that mountain collapsed, they did indeed have the power to hold it up and even move it away. Even if they couldn't completely avoid the disaster, they could definitely avoid most of it. In that case, the Li clan would at most have a few miners crushed to death. To the clan's foundation of 10,000 years, there wouldn't be any damage at all, but at that time, everyone actually didn't think of this at all. They only thought of escaping. Slap, slap, slap. Li Tongtian raised his hand and slapped himself crazily. His face was full of regret and tears rolled down his face. At once, a series of slapping sounds rang out. However, this matter had indeed happened too suddenly. Back then, everyone was underground and a mountain collapsed. Moreover, there were things that even a low-grade supreme martial artist couldn't move. Those things, they were really scared to death. Other than escaping, what else could they do, as long as one of them said to escape quickly? The rest of them would naturally follow suit and run away in a daze. At that juncture, who would still remember that they could actually turn the tide? What are you still standing there for? Waiting for death? Li Chuanbua roared furiously. Why aren't you opening up a cave and letting the people stay first? Why aren't you hurrying to collect resources from the ruins? So that the people don't freeze or starve to death first? Why aren't you hurrying to collect useful things? Can these things come out automatically just by standing there? Li Chuanbua originally wanted to just reprimand them this time. But the more he spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, he almost had the thought of beating this bunch of bastards to death personally. This was really too infuriating. After reprimanding, Li Chuanbua huffed and disappeared in a flash. Only the crowd was left dumbfounded. Humans were all like this. When a disaster happened, no one wouldn't blame others and blame others. But no one would think about what role they played in this disaster. This was the common characteristic of humans. Li Wubua, with endless regret and dejection, started to lead people to rebuild their home. As for finding out who was responsible and arresting Xianxia, under such circumstances, who would still dare to bring it up? Even the elder master was so angry. Before the reconstruction, even though Li Wubua was filled with hatred, he could only wait until everyone was settled down. Of course, when it came to rebuilding their home, it was only to quickly open up a cave in the mountain and then distribute the living quarters to everyone. After the distribution, how to partition the cave or how to open up another small cave. That would be the family's business. As for truly rebuilding their home and restoring it to its original size, Li Wubua felt that 8 to 10 years was probably not enough. No wonder. Li Wubua heaved a long sigh at the sky as he instructed the people to get busy. The clans that were destroyed and rebuilt. Our Li clan is no exception. Fortunately, not many experts died this time. He actually sounded very lucky. With regards to this sentence, the few supreme martial artists in front of him strongly agreed. Now that things had come to this, only this sentence was the best tool to comfort people. Just as the reconstruction of the Li clan was in full swing, the group of people who went after Lang Ilang finally sent someone to bring back news. The person who came back to report the news was the most ridiculous. He walked around in a circle, not daring to believe that this was the clan that was still a majestic building when he left. The huge change in the clan really shocked him to the point of disbelief. But the news he brought back was undoubtedly one disaster after another to Li Wubua. After a bolt from the blue, it was followed by a thunderclap. Li Wubua immediately jumped up without a trace of his poise. WH. What? Li Wubua's eyeballs almost popped out. So many of you went to capture Lang Ilang, but he actually escaped? Suddenly, he flew into a rage. Are all of you eating sh*t? Begging for monthly votes? Gee, to be continued. This news almost caused Li Wubua to break down, especially after knowing that Xianxia was unreliable. Li Wubua even felt that he had stepped into a trap from which he could no longer extricate himself. I'm such a fool. He said that if he caught Lang Ilang, he would have the best purple crystal mine in the world. And I actually believed him. Now, not only did he escape, he even destroyed the Li clan and pushed himself into a perilous situation, because Lang Ilang had also escaped. The most devastating thing was that Lang Ilang had escaped after being attacked by the Li clan. It was said that Lang Ilang himself was fatally injured and 5 of the officers were also dead. This was an irreconcilable feud. At the thought of this, Li Wubua felt a chill run down his spine. Even his heart was trembling. How far are you going to push me to death before you're willing to stop? Li Wubua roared at the sky, but his voice sounded like he was wailing. In this bleak and cold world filled with snow, a sense of desolation welled up in him. He looked at his clansmen who were busy working around him, at the sorrowful and stupefied look on their faces. Li Wubua heaved a long sigh at the sky. He still had the poison and aphrodisiac that he had prepared. Those were prepared to deal with Xianxia. Looking at the few beauties that he had carefully selected to carry on Xianxia's lineage, Li Wubua wished he could raise his hand and give himself a tight slap. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Ever since he believed that the other party could retrieve the purple crystal mine, he had been led by the nose by the other party all along. The other party's methods were not brilliant. But he had grasped a word: greed, his own greed, or rather, the Li clan's greed. What made Li Wubua speechless the most was that to this Xianxia, this matter was really unintentional. He didn't intend to come over in the first place. But it was his own clansmen who forced him to come. This was really a huge joke. He forced the other party to come, but in the end, his own clan was destroyed. Then, he even made an unparalleled strong enemy out of nowhere. For a moment, even Li Wubua was at a loss. What should he do? This place needed to be rebuilt. He couldn't wait a moment longer. But the other side was even more urgent. If Lang Yilong and the others were to escape, what awaited the Li clan would be the most brutal revenge of the law enforcement officers. What should he do? He was indeed the clan leader of one of the great clans. Li Wubua was only dazed for a short moment. He immediately made a decision. Things could be slowed down a little here, but if there was a mistake on the other side, it would be a disaster that could wipe out the entire clan. All supreme martial artists and above are to assemble immediately. Li Wubua issued an order. Of course. The members of the supreme martial artist level and above here were those who could be mobilized by Li Wubua. As for the others, such as the Li clan's senate, the Li clan's ancestral hall, and so on. These were powers that even the clan leader had absolutely no right to use as he pleased. But even so, there were still more than 100 supreme being experts who had gathered. The Li clan is facing a matter of life and death. Li Wubua took in a deep breath. I hope that all of you can put down the work at hand and lead the members of the headquarters immediately. Seal off the northwest and capture the enemy. All the supreme martial artists looked at each other in dismay. A matter of life and death? Could it be that the current miserable state of the clan was not a matter of life and death? Was there anything more serious than this? Li Wubua gave a simple explanation of the matter and said, once Lang Yilong returns to the law enforcement city, everyone should know what the Li clan is about to face. All the supreme beings sucked in a breath of cold air. If we capture Lang Yilong, we will be able to own the #1 purple crystal mine in the world and our strength will increase by a few folds. Even if the Yi clan and the Shao clan join forces, they may not be able to match up to the Li clan. But if we can't capture Lang Yilong and let any one of them escape, the Li clan will be doomed eternally. Li Wubua's voice was solemn. He only felt bitterness in his mouth. The matter of the #1 purple crystal mine in the world. He didn't want to say it at first. If he did, it would be as painful as stabbing a knife into his own heart. But at the moment, he could only use such a gimmick to stabilize the hearts of the clan and give these supreme martial artists who were about to set off on an expedition a goal full of hope. I'm not asking you to throw your lives away. I'm definitely not going to run amok either. But it was really a matter of great importance. It concerned the future of the clan. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. We'll set off immediately. All the supreme martial artists said at the same time. Clan leader, please make the arrangements. Good. Li Wubua said with relief, the most urgent thing now is to do. Nothing can be done more than to seal off the northwest exit immediately. Especially the main exit where the mountains are high and the forests are dense. It's adjacent to the center of the continent, adjacent to the north and connected to the west. There are countless exits there and it's the easiest place for the enemy to sneak out. The other exits are all located in remote areas. Moreover, there's no sign of human habitation in the hundreds of millions of miles. It's equivalent to going one round around the heavens before one can return to the continent. We just need to send some people to keep a lookout. Our current goal is to seal off the periphery like an iron bucket. During this period of time, only entry and exit are allowed in the entire northwest region. Even if it's someone who looks completely harmless, he's definitely not allowed to leave. Here, I have a request for all of you, even if it's a rat, before this matter is settled, no one is allowed to leave the northwest. After everyone leaves, immediately mobilize all the affiliated clans of the Li clan in the periphery. Mobilize all of them. You must also convey my message, this is our only goal. Anyone who wants to leave the northwest must be dead, but not alive. Even if they're confirmed dead, their heads must still be chopped off. In short, no one with a complete body is allowed to leave the northwest. Wubua represents hundreds of thousands of people in the clan. Please. Li Wubua's expression was solemn. He bowed deeply, his forehead almost touching the snowy ground. For a long time, he didn't even straighten up. Seeing how solemn the clan leader was, everyone instantly felt a heavy weight on their bodies. It was as if there was a feeling of the wind is blowing and the water is freezing, quietly spreading. The comfort of the clan will be entrusted to all of you. Everyone was silent and solemn. The supreme martial artist experts only hurriedly made some arrangements. Then, each of them led dozens of people, and the one with the most hundreds of people, and left at lightning speed. Currently, the forces that the Li clan could deploy were only these, 10,000 plus people. However, once these 10,000 plus people left, the reconstruction work immediately fell into a slow stalemate. What's going on? Where are they? Li Chuanbua immediately noticed the abnormality. In a fit of rage, he came out and asked. They've all gone out. Facing the elder master, Li Wubua had a natural weakness and deep-rooted fear. For so many years, the elder master seemed to have spoken the most in these few days. Moreover, most of it was said to himself. However, not only did Li Wubua not feel honored, he even felt like committing suicide every time. They've gone out? Why would they go out at such a time? Who allowed them to go out? Li Chuanbua was really so infuriated by his grandchildren that he was about to vomit blood. There were hundreds of things to be done. There were even quite a number of people who would die if they were too slow in settling down. At such a time, more than 13,000 of the most capable construction workers were actually missing. Wasn't this nonsense? It's me. At this moment, Li Wubua only wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. It's you. Oh. You're really a good person. Li Chuanbua was so angry that he laughed. Tell me the reason. It's like this. Li Wubua recounted the matter while trembling. As he spoke, Li Chuanbua was speechless. In the end, the pitiful elder master of the Li clan, this peak-level supreme martial artist, could no longer say anything other than trembling, you. Li Chuanbua was so angry that he rolled his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he asked, do you know how pigs die? Huh? Li Wubua let out a terrified cry of surprise. He didn't expect the elder master to tell him a story at such a time. When you die, you'll know. Pigs also die this way. Li Chuanbua scolded while trembling. He wanted to say something. However, after trembling for a long time, he still couldn't say anything. He wanted to scold him, but he really didn't even have the slightest interest in scolding him anymore. He was really disheartened and completely disappointed. His whole body was ice-cold and his interest waned. I, Li Chuanbua, have been a hero all my life, yet I gave birth to a bunch of vile spawns like you. The elder master let out a long sigh and finally left, disheartened. Li Xiongtu's majestic figure was constantly moving, constantly helping people to carry things and dig holes. He came and went as if he was flying. His face was expressionless, but there was definitely no hint of impatience. Xu Yang and the rest stayed in the depths of this underground for a full 5 days. During these 5 days, all of their divine senses were retracted. They didn't carry out any probing. It was as if they were corpses buried underground. Other than breathing, they didn't do anything else except cultivate and recover. However, everyone could feel that the ground above their heads had been completely overturned once. It was a full 1,000 feet deep. When they were digging holes back then, if it wasn't for Chu Yang's strong request, deeper. Even deeper. Based on the situation back then, they could only dig so deep. Otherwise, they would have been thrown out by the Li clan long ago. For 3 consecutive days, the rumbling sounds on the ground didn't stop. One could imagine that the surface of the ground right now had already changed. From the 4th day onwards, there was no more movement in the surroundings. Obviously, the search team had already gone elsewhere and given up on this place. However, Chu Yang still didn't let them go out. Now, it was the 5th day. We'll move again after 3 days. Chu Yang said, the Li clan has already gone crazy. Everyone's eyes revealed a hint of joy. To these few people here, the more upset the Li clan was, the happier they were. There's one more thing that I forgot to tell the 4 of you. Chu Yang looked at the 4 officers. After you go out, no matter who it is, if you make it to the law enforcement city alive, when you talk about your experiences during this period of time, don't ever mention my name. I know that all of you are experienced in the martial world, but if you don't prepare a script in advance, when you are questioned, it's inevitable that you will reveal some flaws. And all of you should also know that a moment of trembling in your eyes is a fatal flaw to the interrogation hall. Therefore, all of you need to prepare a set of lies in advance and remember them well. Chu Yang warned. The 4 of them understood what Chu Yang meant and agreed solemnly. Then, the 4 of them began to discuss. The 8th day, Yang secretly released his divine senses to probe. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. It's time for us to go out. Begging for monthly votes. Continue writing, and to be continued. The few of them stood up. They took a look at this dark and gloomy cave that they had been hiding in for 8 days. Their expressions were very solemn. These 8 days were calm and peaceful. Once they got out, it would be a bloody battle that spanned thousands of miles. No one knew if any of these brothers beside them would be able to walk out of the Northwest alive. It was the most dangerous situation. For a moment, everyone actually felt rather reluctant to part. Once we get out, it will be a bloody battle. It might be you, or it might be me, but we will all be buried in the Northwest. Yang's voice was solemn. It is absolutely impossible for all of us to walk out of the Northwest unscathed. Someone will definitely die. Everyone, you must be prepared. Wei Wuyan and the rest of the 8 nodded solemnly. After we get out, we will try our best to stay together and maintain our full strength. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we must not split up. Yang said solemnly, however, we will be separated sooner or later. Therefore, I will say my farewells here first. Everyone, take care. You must stay alive. Everyone's eyes were filled with gratitude. They looked deeply into each other's eyes and said in unison, everyone, take care. You must stay alive. At this moment, even the 4 officers felt the same way. To hell with the extraterrestrial demons. At this moment, they were all brothers who would live and die together. Let's go. Yang took the lead and walked out. Wei Wuyan and the rest followed closely behind. The 4 officers took 2 steps forward and stopped at the same time. They turned around and knelt down. Boss. May you find sister-in-law. Forever and ever. Together forever. The 4 of them kowtowed fiercely at the same time. When they raised their heads, their faces were already covered in tears. They were bidding farewell to Lang Ilang, who was already separated from the netherworld. On the ground, after the Li clan's group had gone through a lot of trouble, the snow that was dozens of feet thick had disappeared. There was only black soil left. The black soil moved gently. Then, a hole the size of a human head quietly appeared. Then, the surrounding soil arched up soundlessly, forming a barrier that blocked the hole that had just appeared. And then, only then did a human head emerge from the hole with extreme caution. 2 intelligent eyes were rolling around, surveying the terrain. There was nothing unusual. Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Yang had thought of many things while he was diving out. Of course, they were all very unimaginable. For example, as soon as he poked his head out, someone suddenly grabbed his hair and said, "Ha ha ha. Little, so you were hiding here." Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. Yang swam out. That's right. He swam out. After his head popped out, it stuck to the ground. Then, as if there were no bones in his body, he slowly crawled out of the hole. His head led the way in front, like a snake slithering out. Then, the other 8 people behind him followed suit and swam out. The cave was instantly sealed. Without a trace. Everyone was lying on the ground. When they looked around, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. The originally flat snowfield was now full of potholes. Heaven and earth turned upside down. Originally, the place was covered in silver, but now, only sporadic snowflakes could be seen. All the land had been turned over. The yellowish-brown soil was dug up. If it wasn't for the fact that it was still snowing, they wouldn't even be able to see these sporadic snowflakes. As the saying goes, 3 feet into the ground. But from the looks of it, the Li clan has done more than 3 feet. Yang sighed. A full 1,000 feet deep. They've dug up the entire vast land has been dug up? Everyone nodded speechlessly. That was really a big deal. Looking around, all the land had been dug up. Even the mountains as far as the eye could see had been turned into mounds. Obviously, even the mountains had been turned over to search. Such strength and density caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone has seen the Li clan's determination. Yang took a deep breath. Everyone nodded solemnly. Don't say anything else. Let's move. If we want to escape from the Li clan's tight encirclement, we need to be prepared. Chu Yang lowered his body and leaped up. Follow me. Everyone followed closely behind him. She could rest assured that her life, future, and mission would all be handed over to this young man at this moment. Trust and tacit understanding had been formed without a sound. Chu Yang's body was like a soundless wisp of smoke, traversing the ground. Keep up with my speed and imitate my movements. Don't make any mistakes. When we get out, change out of your black robes as soon as you have the chance. Especially the 4 of you in black robes. It's really too eye-catching in this northwest region. There's snow everywhere. It's simply a natural target. Everyone walked forward cautiously. Wei Wuyan and the others followed Chu Yang's footsteps unconditionally. At first, the 4 law enforcement officers didn't think much of it. But as they moved forward, they realized that they were imitating Chu Yang's movements. Every movement that seemed to be useless was, in fact, making use of every change in their bodies to make use of the surroundings perfectly. Even a blade of grass or a fist-sized stone was used by Chu Yang as a cover to hide his body, and it was flawless. What was especially shocking was that Chu Yang actually took into account the refraction of the hazy light in the sky for every movement he made. Even if there was a person beside him, as long as his cultivation wasn't high enough, it would be very difficult for him to realize that there was actually a group of people not far away from him. Slowly, everyone felt a sense of familiarity with Chu Yang's walking route. Wasn't this the route that they escaped from 8 days ago? Why did Chu Yang go back again? The next moment, everyone's guess was confirmed. Chu Yang's hurried voice could be heard. This route is to the place where the battle took place. Firstly, this route must have been searched countless times by them. Secondly, so much time has passed. They must have thought that we have escaped far away. So, this route. Comparatively speaking, it's the safest route. He laughed softly. Thirdly, this is also the place where 5 of your brothers died. If we're lucky enough to find any traces, it'll be considered as us living people doing our best. Fourthly, as long as we reach the place where the battle took place, and it's also the route to the outside world that everyone is most familiar with, it'll be easy for us to escape. The eyes of the 4 law enforcement officers reddened. They said gratefully from the bottom of their hearts, "Thank you." They really didn't expect Chu Yang to be so meticulous. He even took into consideration their inner feelings and their greatest regret. Indeed, those brothers were like a thorn in their hearts. If they could find anything, or even if they couldn't find anything, it would also be a great comfort to their hearts. I also have brothers. I understand this feeling. Chu Yang's voice could be heard faintly in the wind. Everyone was silent for a while. It didn't take long. Under everyone's careful vigilance, they finally reached the place where the battle took place. Seeing the mess here, everyone was rather dejected. Along the way, there were indeed no Li clan members lying in ambush. The 4 law enforcement officers widened their eyes and searched the messy ground seriously and carefully, for traces that belonged to their brothers. After searching for a long time, they only found a few pieces of black cloth, half of a sword hilt and a section of a saber hilt. Other than that, they couldn't find anything else. There was a name carved on the saber hilt and only one word on the sword hilt. But these were already enough to tell who their original owner was. Looking at this familiar half of a sword hilt and a section of a saber hilt, tears rolled down the 4 law enforcement officers' cheeks. Put them away. Now is not the time to cry. Chu Yang said solemnly, cry after we bring them back. He paused for a moment and said, now, we need to confirm the route. How exactly can we escape safely? I haven't been here before. I need you to point out the terrain for me. The 4 of them gathered together and found a quiet place to shelter from the wind. They discussed in detail. Chu Yang frowned and quickly outlined the route in his mind. It was snowing heavily. Everyone walked silently in the night. Along the way, there wasn't even a village or a wish for them to change their clothes. They couldn't do that either. They had already traveled close to 500 kilometers and there was still no sign of the Li clan members. However, such calmness made everyone's heart beat faster. The Li clan would definitely not give up. They would definitely not allow them to return alive. The peace now was just the darkness before dawn. The more peaceful it was now, the more complicated and bloody the road ahead would be. For more than 500 kilometers, the ground beneath their feet had been completely overturned. The surrounding mountains had already turned into mounds and some had even turned into gravel. Other than the heavy snow that had just fallen from the sky, the original accumulated snow on the ground was basically nowhere to be seen. The Li clan's search actually didn't miss any blind spots at all. All the forests that could hide people were completely destroyed. The more they walked, the colder they felt. What kind of determination did they have to do this? After walking for more than 2,500 kilometers, a layer of silver that connected heaven and earth finally appeared in front of them. In other words, the entire Li clan had been flipped over in a huge circle with a radius of 2,500 miles. In other words, before the Li clan had finished searching the remaining places, there were already experts from the Li clan stationed here. The battle was about to begin. Take note, the battle is about to begin. Looking at the snowy white that connected heaven and earth dozens of kilometers away, Xianxia said in a low voice, "Once we leave this area, we'll be in close combat anytime." Everyone nodded slowly. "Are you ready?" "Ready." "Then, we're going to die. This is a path of certain death. We can only be considered alive if we can get out." "Good. Then let's take this path of death." With a low laugh, a figure rose into the air, sticking close to the ground and shooting out at an unimaginable speed. "After exiting from here, we'll be out of the northwest region." Everyone crouched on a small hill, buried in snow, looking at the intersection ahead. It was silent, but there was definitely an ambush here. For a long time, no one moved at all. Just as everyone was about to be dazzled, a figure seemed to flash in the direction of the intersection. A man in white suddenly appeared. "I'll continue to write the third update. Please vote." To be continued. The next moment, Xianxia and the others almost cried out in shock. After the white-robed man appeared, he only made a hand gesture lightly. Suddenly, the few snow-covered trees and flat snowy ground at the direction of the intersection suddenly flipped. The trees suddenly turned into a few people and revealed themselves. "Did you discover anything?" The white-robed man who appeared first asked with his hands behind his back. "Elder, everything is normal. Continue to monitor." The white-robed man flew away with a whoosh. The white-robed men then turned into trees by the side of the road again. They were very lifelike. Xianxia finally saw it clearly. These fellows chopped down the trees one by one, leaving only the upper half of the tree. They covered the broken parts with a layer of snow-like material. Then, they put on their white robes and stuck their heads into the tree trunk to stand upright. They looked exactly like a big tree that braved the wind and cold. Especially those who were fleeing for their lives. If they were to pass by in a panic, they would definitely not realize that the trunk at the bottom of the tree was actually a human. Wouldn't it be very easy to catch them then? It was truly a work of art. Xianxia was full of admiration. The four officers broke out in cold sweat. This bastard from the Li clan was really cunning. If it were them, they might really have walked right into the trap. How did this Xianxia suddenly think of stopping here to observe? The weather was gloomy. Gloomy clouds floated to and fro in midair. Snowflakes fell gloomily, in a place where no one was paying attention. A gloomy cloud attached itself to Xianxia's body. The sword spirit was back. "How is it?" Xianxia asked telepathically. "The security here is very tight," the sword spirit said. "It's just the movements just now. There are 8 first-grade supreme martial artist experts disguised as trees on both sides. There are 20 martial saint experts lying in ambush underground. These are the ones that appeared just now, on the surface. In the dark, there is another person disguised as a tree branch on each of these disguised trees. They are also supreme martial artist experts. There is an ambush like this every 15 kilometers. Once they discover something, they only need to let out a long whistle. Reinforcements will arrive from left and right. Everyone within a few hundred kilometers will also gather immediately." The sword spirit said, "This is the first checkpoint to get out." As for how many more checkpoints there were after this one, no one knew. However, what is certain is that this is the first checkpoint, and relatively speaking, it is also the most relaxed checkpoint. Xianxia's face became heavy. He understood the sword spirit's meaning. This was only the most relaxed checkpoint, and it had already reached this point. Then, what about the other strict checkpoints? What would happen? These people seemed to have taken ecstasy powder. The sword spirit said, therefore, I used my divine consciousness to check them. Normally, they wouldn't be detected. Unless it's the divine sense of a low-grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. If he was a mid-stage supreme martial artist, would he still need to hide here like this? Wouldn't he be able to just walk out of here? Pay attention. Chu Yang began to transmit his voice to the others. The current situation is, after listening to Chu Yang's introduction, everyone was dumbfounded. So it's not just what we saw. There's more hidden on the tree? How about this? Don't move. Big brother won and I will go out first. So. Chu Yang said, but you must remember, no matter what happens, you must not move. Be careful, everyone cautioned. Of course. Chu Yang and Wan Renjia looked at each other. Then, the two of them quietly got up. Immediately after changing their clothes, they swaggered out. There were mostly black robes in Chu Yang's tribulation space. There were only 2 white robes, which came in handy at this moment. Chu Yang became a sinister-looking middle-aged man, while Wan Renjia became a fierce-looking bandit. Compared to Wan Renjia's temperament, this was indeed acting as themselves. The two of them started out, each carrying a large bundle on their back. Hey! Big brother, what do you think is going on? Who's so free to actually turn over the entire land? Chu Yang said. Wan Renjia's fierce-looking face trembled. Who knows? Maybe they're loosening the soil so that it'll be easier to plant crops next year. Plant crops? Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. Big brother is wise. Wan Renjia looked up. Of course. You must know that in this kind of black soil, planting more peanuts and soybeans will also yield a good yield. Yes. Along the way, the two of them talked a lot of nonsense and boldly walked away. The Li clan members who were lying in ambush on the ground and underground were so angry that their bellies were about to explode. Who the hell would be so free as to send supreme martial artists to turn over the soil to plant crops, which landlords' crops are so valuable? Unknowingly, they had already walked to those few trees. Stop right there. A few holes suddenly appeared in the ground. A few people in white jumped out. Who's there? Where are you going? Chu Yang and Wan Renjia were shocked. Wan Renjia chuckled and said, so there's an ambush here. Brothers, please. Don't try to curry favor with us. Who are you? What do you want to do? One of the people in white said impatiently. It's like this. We're all in the martial world, so there's nothing to hide. Chu Yang went forward in a wretched manner, all smiles. We brothers. Cough cough, we've made a business deal, and we're in a hurry to sell it. Brothers, please do us a favor. As he spoke, he took out a few pieces of purple crystals and stuffed them into the hands of the people in white. Smack, one of the people in white slapped the purple crystals until they scattered all over the ground. He shouted, no. If you know what's good for you, go back. If you take another step forward, you'll die. Wan Renjia shouted, how can you say this? We brothers have walked this path for at least 8,000 times, if not 10,000 times. Why is it that we're not allowed to pass this time? Which clan's rule is this? Let's all walk on one side of the road. Brothers, you're meddling too much. Don't think that you can talk to us like this just because you're first-grade supreme martial artists. The people in white looked at him coldly. I'll only say this once. Go back. Or not. His hand was already on the sword hilt. Wan Renjia was furious. Which clan are you from? So unreasonable. The people in white said coldly, Northwest Saber Swordly. Li clan? Wan Renjia immediately shrank. With a bitter face, he said, I'm sorry. The people in white didn't say anything. They just looked at him coldly. Cough, big brother, we're just a lone gang. Now, there's still the owner waiting for us outside. If we miss the time, I'm afraid we'll be hunted down by bloodpayers. Chu Yang took a step forward and pleaded, "Big brothers, please be kind and let us pass. We'll definitely repay you generously. Go back." The people in white were unmoved. Chu Yang took another step forward with a bitter face. He wanted to plead again. With a flash of sword light, Chu Yang screamed and turned to leave. With a swoosh, the bag on Chu Yang's back was cut open. Smack, 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 more than 10 items with purple gas fell to the ground. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the air became rich. Chu Yang screamed. He hurriedly kept them and put them into his arms. Xianxia also hurriedly kept them. Both of them nodded and bowed. "Sorry for disturbing you. We'll go back now, go back now." Immediately, they turned and left in a panic. But it was too late. One of them had already widened his eyes and screamed, "Purple crystal jade essence. Top-grade purple crystal jade essence." Following this shout, the eyes of the Li clan's people instantly widened. Everyone was an expert. Not many of them didn't know what was good for them. Purple crystal jade essence. Who couldn't bear to see it? This was a rare treasure. Not to mention other things, the Li clan has been mining such a huge purple crystal mine for more than 10,000 years, but we haven't been able to open a single piece of purple crystal jade essence, and now, this guy was actually carrying a whole bag? No, 2 bags. Didn't you see that the fierce-looking guy beside him was carrying an even bigger bag? This was practically a windfall from the sky. No wonder you could give out purple crystals so casually. You actually have so many jade essences. Now that you've revealed it, you actually want to leave? Where are you going? The higher-ups asked us to guard here, but they didn't say that we can't get rich. If we don't eat the meat that's sent to our mouths, wouldn't we be letting our ancestors down? Although these two people's cultivation wasn't weak. But we have more than 10 supreme martial artists here. What's there to be afraid of? Even if we get rich first, it won't hinder us from continuing our ambush. And it's a perfectly justifiable reason. These two people want to break through the barrier. So kill them, stop right there. The white-robed man's eyes flashed with greed as he shouted. How would Chu Yang and Xianxia be willing to stop right there? The moment they heard this, they ran even faster. Immediately, someone at the side complained, "Keep your voice down, don't let others hear you. There's only so much. If the two sides come over to take a share of the loot, damn it, our share will be gone." Yes, this was the effect that Chu Yang wanted, to be quiet. What if the other two groups of people 30 miles away heard them? With a few swoosh sounds, the 8 supreme martial artists who were acting as tree branches on the artificial tree leaped into the air and blocked the duo's path of retreat. Then, swoosh swoosh swoosh, the big tree was also temporarily put down. The few supreme martial artists who were acting as tree branches also surrounded them with greedy smiles. A total of 30 to 40 people formed a big circle, surrounding these 2 fat sheep in the middle. Chu Yang counted. Yes, no more and no less, 30 experts. Everyone came out at once. Thinking about it, it was human nature, such a rare treasure. If I don't come out, what if they don't share it with me? This is the purple crystal jade essence. Chu Yang hugged the bundle tightly. His face was full of fear and he said pitifully, dear bosses, please have mercy on us. In this northwest region, the two of us have never stopped paying the Li clan our respects. We have risked our lives to come here, and we still have to report to the Bloodpayers Hall. It's related to our lives, a white-robed man laughed sinisterly. He lowered his voice and said, you still have your lives? You actually want to escape unscathed after encountering the elders? If you know what's good for you, hand it over. Another person frowned and said, what's there to say? Quickly kill and bury them, and continue the ambush. Don't delay the important matters. Chu Yang said with grief and indignation, are you all robbers? We have always respected the Li clan, but don't force us to do it. It won't look good for anyone. It's already 23 points. I'll continue to write the 4th update. Begging for everyone's monthly votes, and to be continued, don't force you to make a move? Make everyone look bad? Haha. A man in white laughed mockingly and said coldly, I'd like to see how you can make us look bad. How dare you threaten the Li clan, even I admire your guts. Yes. Just based on this sentence of yours, it's a capital offense. Everyone at the site interrupted. We didn't want to deal with you at first, but we didn't expect you to be so rude. It was obviously them who were blocking the way and robbing, but now, it became the other party who offended them. In the blink of an eye, justice was in their hands again. You're really distorting the truth. Xianxia said angrily and sullenly, is there still justice in this world? In the northwest, the Li clan is the justice. A man in white laughed and waved his hand. Go. Deal with it as soon as possible. 5 men in white rushed forward. The others were all smiling and watching from the sidelines with their arms crossed. 5 supreme martial artists against 2 first-grade supreme martial artists was simply too easy, not to mention there were so many people watching from the sidelines. They were scared to death. Not only were they watching from the sidelines, 3 or 4 of the supreme martial artists even had the time to set up an aura field, blocking all information and sounds of fighting here. They must not let the other 2 groups know that there was a fight here. Otherwise, if they came to help, how could they not see the purple crystal jade essence? There were already too many wolves and too little meat. If they came, wouldn't that be too bad? 2 supreme martial artists were betting. One bet that the 2 of them could last for at most 10 breaths. The other said very confidently, within 8 breaths. True enough. As expected. Xianxia and Xianxia tried their best to resist. They tried their best to curse and escape, but their bodies were covered with wounds in an instant. Under the joint attack of several supreme martial artists, the 2 of them didn't have any power to fight back right from the start. Bam! Xianxia was hit by a palm and flew into the air with blood spurting out of his mouth. A white shadow flew up and slapped heavily on Xianxia's back. When it landed on the ground, Xianxia's body twitched twice and then stopped moving. Then, the white shadow took down the bag on his back. He weighed it in his hand. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Big brother. Xianxia shouted in grief and indignation as he rushed over. But, he was punched 3 times on the way. Then, he was kicked once. Then, he was hit twice with his palms. When he landed on the ground, he did not even look human anymore. He twitched twice and muttered, even if I become a ghost, I won't. He had lost his aura. The eyes of the 4 officers who were watching from the top of the mountain seemed to be spitting fire. They were about to rush out. However, he was stopped by Wei Wuyan and the others. Calm down. They are just a ploy. How can they just throw their lives away? One of the officers retorted angrily, Bullsh*T. They are supreme being level cultivators. There's nothing fake about the current battle at all. They are truly injured. How can they fake it like this? Wei Wuyan and the others were also on tenterhooks. However, he still held on to the 4 officers because he trusted them immensely. Over there. The 2 bags had already been opened, revealing more than 20 pieces of purple crystal jade essence. They were emitting an enchanting radiance as they were exposed in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes were filled with intoxication. Cough, I'm only taking 4 pieces of these jade essences. It's not a lot, right? The white-robed man who was the leader moved like the wind. He had already grabbed 4 of the biggest pieces and said sanctimoniously, you can split the rest among yourselves. Everyone curled their lips. How much is there in total? And you're only taking 4 pieces? There are 30 of us here, and it seems like there are only 22 pieces of jade essence. You're taking 4 pieces at once. What should we do? Cough, since Big Brother only took 4 pieces, I can't take more either, another white-robed man said, I'll take 3 pieces. Immediately, someone said with difficulty, Second Brother, how can you be so shameless? Big Brother is the leader. It's natural for him to take 4 pieces, but what right do you have to take 3 pieces? This second brother said, just because all of you have to call me Second Brother. Is that okay? Seeing that this master took another 3 pieces, the person who spoke earlier said angrily, since Second Brother also took 3 pieces, then I'm the third brother. Of course, I can't take more than Second Brother. I'll take 3 pieces too. The next moment, a few hands reached out at the same time. You wish. Immediately, they started tearing. In an instant, the jade essence in the bags disappeared without a trace, leaving only 2 empty bags flying in the air. 7 or 8 supreme martial artists were slower and had already taken nothing. Who took it? Hand it over. Instantly, 7 or 8 people were furious. Especially those who had fought earlier, they felt a little wronged. So we did all this for nothing? We didn't get anything at all. Immediately, some laughed, some made a fuss, and everyone quarreled endlessly. Beside them, the 20 martial saint experts looked at each other. Even the supreme martial artists worked so hard for nothing. Looks like the few of us have even less of a chance. They couldn't help but feel a little self-pity. But how could there be fairness in this world? Looking at the supreme martial artists who were sharing the loot with red faces, they could only be envious. They didn't even have the right to say a word. Right at this moment, a ray of white light suddenly flashed. This ray of white light was completely unexpected. Everyone had just killed a strong enemy and taken the treasure. Just when they were in high spirits and feeling aggrieved because they didn't get a share of the treasure, no one thought that there would be a surprise attack at this moment, and in this situation where there was no one else within a radius of dozens of miles, who would have thought that the 2 corpses underground that were already dead would actually rise up and attack? Before Xianxia got up, he had already flashed his calamity sword. Then, he rushed out quickly. In less than a blink of an eye, a ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? A sharp will buried deep and unchanging, gathering wind and clouds to become the emperor. A sword blade that has been famous since ancient times, a wind and clouds to the east and west. In short, he used all the sword moves that he could use in this period of time. His target was the group of supreme martial artists. On the other side, Xianxia suddenly went wild. Divine sword, Xianxia bridge. His target was the group of martial saints. Once he saw Xianxia bridge. Once he used Xianxia bridge. Once he saw Xianxia bridge. He crossed Xianxia bridge. There was also a half-solid black shadow that also held a long sword that was shining with black light. Like a ghost, it rushed out. It was the sword spirit. At this moment, it was using its own body to participate in the battle. And at this moment, the whole area was still covered by the aura field that the few supreme martial artists had set up. No sound could be transmitted out. If the few supreme martial artists knew that they had set up this aura field to make it convenient for others to kill them, they would probably be so angry that they would come back to life and die again. Suddenly, something happened. Xianxia's calamity sword was silent but as fast as thunder. Poof, poof, poof. 7 people were cut into 2 by his sword. He had already rushed to the center of the crowd and stabbed forward without stopping. Sprint. But at this moment, with a flick of his sleeves, a colorless and odorless smoke flew out to both sides. The target was accurate. There were 3 supreme martial artists on each side. Their noses were attacked by the smell. They were panting and arguing with each other. This colorless and odorless gas was really too convenient for them. The next moment, the sword spirit's ghost body just happened to rush here. With a poof, it used its special divine spirit power to seal this person's mouth and nose. Then, another surge of divine spirit power rushed in. It split into parts and wantonly destroyed the person's brain. In an instant, the person's brain was like tofu. Poof, 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 blood splattered everywhere. Another 2 supreme martial artists were cut in half at the waist. Xianxia was already in front of the boss. This boss's pupils had just widened in horror when he sensed the incoming enemy when the blood-stained sword edge was already in front of him. He retreated quickly to the side as if his soul had left his body. Like a shadow, Xianxia chased after him. The sword light was still sharp and fierce. But the divine light in his eyes was even sharper and more merciless than the sword light. The sword light flashed. This boss didn't have time to shout. He attacked first. As long as he blocked it first, he would be able to whistle a warning. He didn't believe that he couldn't buy a little bit of time even though he was severely injured. But in the end, he didn't. There was a loud smack. In front of the calamity sword, his sword shattered like tofu. Then, the deadly sword fiercely stabbed into his chest, and the sword chi that rushed in quickly crushed his internal organs in an instant. His body fell limply to the ground. His mouth opened as if he wanted to scream, but he could no longer make a sound. There was only endless regret in his eyes. His last bit of consciousness told him that these two people could very well be Lang Yilong's men. So this was a trick, but how could he have been so naive as to fall for it? Chu Yang charged out without stopping. Then, he turned back like a thunderbolt. His sword carried wind and thunder as he entered the group of martial saint experts again in an instant. By this time, Xianxia had already killed 11 people after he went on a rampage. There were still some people whose faces were filled with horror and despair. A few of them were about to cry out, but before they could cry out, Chu Yang had already arrived at lightning speed. His sword pierced into their mouths like a venomous snake. Then, one of their heads exploded. His sword had already reached another person's mouth. Smack, 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 smack. A few heads exploded like watermelons under a sledgehammer. The last person had just taken a step when Xianxia's sword had already pierced his back and Chu Yang's sword had also pierced his throat. On the other side, the bodies controlled by the sword spirit swayed, their throats gurgling. They were the most pitiful. They watched as their subordinates died one by one, but they were first poisoned by the innate poison and then had their mouths and noses sealed by a strange soul, unable to make a sound. They could only wait for death helplessly. At this moment, they finally reached the last moments of their lives. One by one, they collapsed. Their bodies twitched and then there was no more sound. According to the sword spirit's precise calculations, this entire process, from the beginning to the end, was definitely not more than half the time of a blink of an eye. In terms of our time, it was half a second. 30 experts had turned into 30 corpses. Firstly, it was because of the plan. Secondly, it was because of the sharpness of the sword. Thirdly, it was because of the suddenness of the matter. Fourthly, it was because of the ferocity of the poisonous fog. Fifthly, it was because Chu Yang's cultivation was already higher than these people's. These people were all first-grade supreme martial artists, but Chu Yang was a sword supremacy who was comparable to a third-grade supreme martial artist. He succeeded in one strike. Chu Yang waved his hand. On the mountain, Wei Wuyan and the others rushed over. Fourth update. Begging for votes. To be continued. When they got closer, the 4 officers were still in disbelief. Looking at the 30 corpses in front of them, they felt like they were dreaming. It didn't seem like Chu Yang and Xianxia were acting. Instead, it seemed like all 30 of them were acting. Wei Wuyan and the others looked calm on the surface, but in fact, they were also shocked. What exactly was going on? They were all discerning people. There was no need to talk about whether it was a drill or not. The battle just now was definitely a real battle. The injuries that Xianxia and Chu Yang suffered were also definitely real. Otherwise, which one of the 30 experts on the other side was stupid? If they weren't sure that these 2 people were dead, how could they have started to divide the loot so unscrupulously without any precaution? The least threatening enemy was, of course, the dead. Everyone in the martial world understood this logic. But what was going on with the scene in front of them? The dead suddenly jumped up to kill people? Damn it, even if they weren't killed, they were scared to death. What exactly is going on? One of the officers asked in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. This is a heavenly secret that cannot be revealed. Chu Yang laughed out loud. He quickly picked up the scattered purple crystal jade essence and ordered, "Hurry up and change into those white robes that are still clean. If there are any extra ones, take them away too." Wei Wuyan and the others immediately took action. Xianxia was still a little confused until he changed into the white robes. But of course, he kept his mouth shut. Only Xianxia had the right to speak about the situation at that time. But he was also the most shocked one, when he was chosen by Chu Yang to carry out this plan. Xianxia had already made up his mind to die, as long as the plan succeeded. If he died, then so be it. At least, his brothers could get out safely. So he agreed readily. But after he came down, Chu Yang secretly gave him a pill and told him to keep it in his mouth and not to use his martial arts to catalyze it. What followed was the battle. Xianxia could point to the sun, moon, and stars above his head and swear that he had indeed done his best. He had indeed been beaten to death. The fear of death was still lingering in his heart, however, at the moment he lost consciousness, at the moment when the enemy also thought that he was dead without a single breath left, that pill suddenly turned into a surging current in his mouth. The enormous medicinal power instantly flowed through his limbs and bones, healing all his injuries. Everything was swept clean, the lost cultivation base was instantly replenished, his body, which had lost its vitality, was instantly filled with vitality, the broken bones were set in an instant, his entire body. He instantly recovered to his peak state. Furthermore, he had to win. Under such circumstances, they would wait for Chu Yang's signal and kill people at any time. Today's experience, Xianxia dared to guarantee with his conscience that it was definitely the most bizarre, most thrilling, and most satisfying experience of his life. While he was thinking, the clothes on the white-robed man were stripped off and everyone put them on. "Let's go," one of the officers said excitedly. "Leave? Where are you going?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "We've already cleared this path, so of course." The officer was very puzzled. "The path has already been cleared? Not leaving? Why would we waste so much effort if we didn't leave? Besides, didn't you ask us to change our clothes so that we could pass off as genuine goods? That's why, you people. You don't have any sense of danger. Who told you that you have to leave after clearing the path?" Chu Yang said exasperatedly, "Follow me." Everyone followed behind him in confusion, only to realize that this little guy had actually returned to the mountaintop where he was hiding just now. He actually lay down at his original position, not even changing his posture. Everyone was instantly confused. "What's this for? We worked so hard to clear the checkpoint, just to come back and hide." But under Chu Yang's stern expression and gaze, no one dared to make a sound. After waiting for a long time, a white figure flew over. Upon seeing the situation, he turned pale with fright and roared at the sky. In the blink of an eye, figures rushed over from all directions. Far away on the mountain, they also heard this person roaring, "This place has been breached." None of the 30 people survived. How ruthless. Everyone on the mountain held their breaths and watched. Hundreds of miles to the left and right, countless white-robed men came over like shooting stars. Every one of them was an expert. Such a dense ambush of experts. Everyone's forehead was full of sweat. Immediately after everyone had arrived, an urgent discussion took place. A faint voice could be heard, "They broke through from here and took away their clothes. At this moment, we don't know how far they have gone. Let's chase after them. Quickly send a signal to the front." Immediately, another long roar soared into the sky. In a distant place, there were long roars in response. Immediately after, these people turned into huge sharp arrows and madly chased along the road. "Let's go." Chu Yang jumped up. "This is the time. Remember to hide your divine senses and stop your vitality. Follow me." He took the lead, his white robe fluttering, and rushed down the mountain. Wei Wuyan and the others followed behind him and rushed down the mountain. But they saw that Chu Yang didn't take the original path. Instead, he went 30 miles diagonally and took another path. It was the same path that they had just taken to reinforce the enemy. It has been confirmed that the checkpoint has been breached, so the ambush here is useless. At present, all the guards on this path have rushed over there. This path should be the safest. As Chu Yang walked, he said hurriedly, "The current plan is to break through and go as far as we can. Even if we take one more step, we will be closer to breaking out of here." Everyone was enlightened. Chu Yang was making use of a misconception in people's thinking. If they broke through from here, they would escape from here. Everyone would have such thoughts and speculations. Everyone. Including the 4 officers who hunted down criminals all year round. They were all asking themselves, "If I were a member of the Li clan, what would I do? After seeing that this place had been breached, what would I do?" After thinking about it, they were actually completely in line with the decision of the Li clan member. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. As long as you think like this, you won't be able to catch the enemy. Because Chu Yang didn't take this path at all. Instead, he retreated. He took another path again. At this time, the other paths that were originally full of ambushes had already been diverted away by him. This was equivalent to the cooperation between the enemy and himself, opening up a wide path for the enemy. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but admire Chu Yang even more. I really don't know what this young man is thinking. He's actually so meticulous and far-sighted. Only Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that this plan of his would definitely work. However, it was a bit of a bully. In the past, the Li clan didn't have people like Diwu Qingru or Mo Tianji. If these two people were in charge of capturing them right now, then Chu Yang's only option would be to retreat to the northwest and wait for an opportunity in the places where he had been hiding for many years, a diversion like just now. It would be completely useless against those two people. Chu Yang took the lead, but he didn't walk very fast. At the very least, compared to the speed of the Li clan members who were chasing like a whirlwind, he was at least one level slower. This made everyone puzzled, but they no longer doubted him. There must be a reason why Chu Yang is walking so slowly. I just need to follow him. When they reached the intersection, they could clearly see the big trees that had been chopped down lying haphazardly by the side of the road. There were also snow caves on the ground, but no one was in sight. Chu Yang leaped over without hesitation. Everyone followed him with fear and trepidation. They were constantly on guard against attacks from both sides. But there was no one on both sides at all. There was no ambush. Chu Yang actually went straight in. After running for 40 to 50 miles and passing through the second checkpoint, Chu Yang suddenly stopped and calculated silently. He said, "All of you, stand here and don't move. Don't leave any footprints." Then, he flew out with a whoosh. His 2 feet stepped on a piece of flat snow ground, leaving a footprint. Then, his other foot stepped forward, leaving another shallow footprint. Then, his 2 feet stepped forward alternately, and the footprints became shallower and shallower. Finally, he reached the stage where he could step on the snow without leaving any traces. Everyone looked on helplessly, not knowing what he was doing. Chu Yang's body flashed back like lightning. He said, "Follow me. Be especially careful, don't make any sound. Don't breathe. Don't release your divine senses, don't." Then, he turned his body and entered the forest on the left. And went straight through. Why? Wei Wuyan was also a little confused. Chu Yang said in a low voice, "The enemy isn't completely stupid. According to the thinking of an ordinary smart person, he should be in a frenzy. At this time, it should be time for him to calm down. Once he realizes that he still hasn't caught up, he will definitely suspect that this is a trick to lure the enemy away from the mountain. At this time, it's time to change the strategy. Besides, we've already passed the second checkpoint." When they reach the second checkpoint, how can they not suspect that there's actually no movement at the second checkpoint? So, even if they haven't come to the two sides yet, they're almost there. What we have to do now is to go back to the original path. He kept his head down and ran all the way. On the other side, the furious experts of the Li clan chased crazily all the way. As they chased, they called for reinforcements and warned those in front. Not long after, they passed the second checkpoint. Finally, the leading supreme martial artist stopped and said, "No. No. Why isn't there any movement at the second checkpoint?" This suspicion made everyone's expression change drastically. Could it be a trick to lure the enemy away from the mountain? Definitely. This is terrible, we've been tricked. This supreme martial artist's expression became extremely ugly. Everyone, split up to the left and right and go back to take a look immediately. The enemy didn't take this path. Damn it, it's a trick to lure the enemy away from the mountain. It's an old trick. He chased the air for 80 miles. What the F***ck? This 5th grade supreme martial artist finally couldn't hold back his frustration and started to curse. Cough, the first update. Begging for votes. To the brothers and sisters who voted for me today, I really want to kiss you. Waha, I'll continue to write the second update. Everyone looked at each other, their expressions changing at the same time. If that was really the case, the enemy had taken another route, and they had used up all their forces on both sides. Wouldn't the enemy be able to pass through unimpeded? Wouldn't they have been tricked badly? They had joined forces to create an unimpeded path for their enemy? Thinking of this, all the supreme martial artists felt as if they had eaten **T. Their faces were all red. Were they so stupid? Was he going to be toyed with like that? At this moment, everyone was furious. Split into two. Go back immediately. The 5th grade supreme martial artist leading the group almost vomited blood. He immediately made some arrangements and was about to set off anxiously. Then, Elder, what about the people on our side? The supreme martial artist who was originally guarding this path asked anxiously. What should we do? What do you think we should do? The 5th grade supreme martial artist was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. The enemy has already taken another route, what do you think we should do? Pig. Before he finished speaking, he flew away with a whoosh. This time, he was really full of hatred. He was ashamed, angry, and aggrieved. He had been in the martial world for more than 1,000 years, and he was actually fooled by a junior like this. This was really intolerable. As he flew, he gritted his teeth. If I catch these juniors, I'll definitely pull out their tendons and skin them alive. Figures flashed and the people on both sides instantly disappeared without a trace. Only the original guards of this path were left. What are you waiting for? Quickly split into 2 groups and chase after them. The leading supreme martial artist stomped his feet and shouted, why are all of you like leading birds? Everyone hurriedly agreed. Then, they split up in a hubbub, and with a whoosh, they jumped up. Xianxia and the others who were carefully traversing through the dense forest were extremely meticulous in their journey. They were only halfway there now. It was no wonder that the Li clan didn't destroy this forest. It turned out that it was connected to the earth veins. Whether in terms of hardness or flexibility, it was dozens of times stronger than ordinary forests. And there were too many plants attached to this forest. They were all steel-like vines tightly intertwined with each other. It was almost as if the whole forest was connected by vines. If one wanted to walk on it, it would be extremely difficult. Everyone was very careful not to break the vines or leave any traces. It was as if they were doing acrobatics. At this moment, suddenly, Kong's tyrannical mood surged. Not far ahead, a large bird-like man in white robes flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards that road. Vaguely, vicious curses could be heard. Who? White shadows flashed. At this moment, it was unknown how many people had passed by. Seeing this, everyone was full of admiration for Xianxia. He actually calculated it so accurately. The other party had really returned. He couldn't help but think that if he and the others were still rushing along that road, the other party would attack them from the front and back. Thinking of this, everyone broke out in cold sweat. Let's speed up, Xianxia reminded in a low voice. Everyone immediately came to their senses, and rushed over with a whoosh sound. Both sides weaved in and out, one in front and one behind. There was only a distance of 5 li between them. It's equivalent to, you coming over. I went over. Even if they had agreed to play the game, they didn't have such tacit understanding. Swish swish swish. Without any hesitation, Xianxia led everyone out of the forest and onto the road. Then, the horse galloped forward at full speed without stopping. Now, they didn't deliberately slow down, but ran as fast as they could. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as they were a few li away, suddenly, a long whistle came from that direction. Obviously, it was a kind of gathering signal. Come quickly, the enemy has escaped from this road. On the other side, a few supreme martial artists looked at the footprints left behind by Xianxia with heavy expressions. They have indeed escaped from here. The leading 5th grade supreme martial artist's face was dark, containing a violent emotion that could flare up at any time. This? Forgive me for being blunt, 7th elder. The footprints here, especially the first one, are a little too deep, as if they are afraid that we can't see them. I'm afraid they are deliberately misleading us. I'm afraid their real path is still somewhere else, another white-robed supreme martial artist said carefully. Nonsense. Ridiculous. What do you know? The 7th elder flew into a rage. That white-robed supreme martial artist was still a little unconvinced. Although he didn't dare to refute, there was a disapproving look on his face. Your Jianghu experiences have all gone down the drain. The 7th elder looked up to the sky and sighed. Our Li clan has produced such a mediocre person like you, no wonder so many people besieged them and still couldn't catch them. That white-robed supreme martial artist was even more unconvinced. He finally couldn't help but retort. Elder, please enlighten me and let me clear my doubts. Let me ask you, where are these footprints? The 7th elder didn't want to explain at first, but seeing that many people were puzzled, he could only suppress his anger. but his expression was still as if he wanted to eat someone. It's outside the second checkpoint, 150 feet away. This supreme martial artist estimated the distance and answered fluently. Yes, if you were them, when passing through such a checkpoint, although you know that there is no one, will you be extra nervous? The seventh elder looked wise. Yes, yes. Putting himself in their shoes, this sentence couldn't be denied. Humph, so when passing through this checkpoint, most people will subconsciously hold their breath and use the highest level of cultivation to pass through while being vigilant. But after passing through, they will realize that there is no one attacking. The seventh elder explained confidently, at this time, will you be relieved and have a funny feeling? Yes, I was nervous for nothing, so there is really no one. Is that right? That supreme martial artist thought for a while and nodded. Yes, it is indeed so. But let me ask you, when you are relieved, do you need to take a breath? In other words, the impure air in your body is expelled. And breathe in a breath of fresh air in? Is that right? Yes. If that's the case, can you maintain the same body movements when you're taking a breath when your emotions are rising and falling? The seventh elder was like a cat that had caught a mouse, asking step by step. With a teasing tone. No. That supreme martial artist was defeated and retreated step by step. His face was already sweating. So, this footprint will be left. The seventh elder smiled faintly, full of wisdom. And after he left this footprint, he immediately realized his mistake and adjusted it. So, the second footprint is much shallower than the first. The third footprint is even shallower. As for the fifth footprint, it can no longer be seen, only a little trace. As for the first footprint, it has completely disappeared. That is to say, he has already adjusted his condition. If so, why is there only one footprint here? This supreme martial artist was still a little unconvinced. Idiot. Idiot. How can our Li clan have such an idiot like you? The seventh elder was speechless. Even 10 fingers have different lengths. The others have profound cultivation and strong mental fortitude, so they won't make such a mistake. Only this one person's mental fortitude is lacking. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me put it another way. If you and I are in the same situation as the other party and we pass through here together, I will definitely not leave any footprint. As for you, it is hard to say. The seventh elder lectured. That supreme martial artist thought to himself, I will not leave any behind either. In my opinion, the one who can leave a footprint is you, this old fellow, but his heart was no longer filled with doubts. The seventh elder is wise. The crowd cheered together. The seventh elder was very proud of himself. He said earnestly, as the saying goes, you are never too old to learn. You must pay attention to this point. In this world, there are many things that need to be understood by analogy. For example, these few footprints today, at first glance, they are just ordinary footprints. But if you associate these footprints with the other party's situation, the current situation, and the other party's psychology, you will be able to get the best answer. This includes human nature, human psychology, overall planning, meticulous analysis, and rigorous reasoning. Not a single one can be missing. So, although all of you claim to be experienced in the martial world, you are still inexperienced on this point. Learn more from me in the future. That supreme martial artist interrupted the seventh elder's boasting. According to what you said, these few people escaped from here. The seventh elder said unhappily, could it be fake? Why don't you analyze it for me? No. What I mean is, it is better to chase after them as soon as possible, that supreme martial artist said humbly. What's the hurry? Since we have determined their route, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens for them to escape. Everything is under my control. The seventh elder stroked his beard and said confidently, now, listen to my orders. You immediately send a signal to the front and tell them that the enemy is at the third line. Inform the people at the third pass to gather at the third pass of the third line. You immediately contact both sides and outflank this place. You bring people and follow behind. Carefully search the forest on both sides. Don't let the enemy hide in there. It will be terrible if they hide in the darkness. The rest of the people, follow me and chase at full speed. Let's go. The seventh elder is wise and brilliant. We are not as good as you. Long howls rang out from that direction. The white-robed men started to gather in that direction. Their murderous aura soared to the sky. The moment Chu Yang and the others heard the howls, they started to change their method. They flew close to the roadside and close to the ground. A person wearing a white robe and a white hat was the same color as the snow on the ground. Not to mention rushing across the sky, even if one stared, they might not be discovered. The figure in front of them was the third pass. With a few whooshing sounds, the people in white at the third pass rose and went to support the seventh elder. Who dared to neglect the seventh elder's strict orders? Naturally, they left without a trace. As soon as they left, Chu Yang and the others rushed over, as if changing the guard. They happened to make up for this moment of emptiness, therefore, they went straight in. Even if they rushed, they were still too late. They had originally agreed last night that they would finish the update early this morning and go out for dinner with their wife. Indulging in romance. Well, they could only postpone it to tomorrow. They would probably have to postpone it to next month. How could they talk about going out for dinner in such an explosive state? They couldn't sleep during the day and couldn't sleep at night. When they finally fell asleep at 3 or 4 in the morning, they finally woke up. At 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Damn it. When can I earn money even without writing? The second update. I will continue with the third update. To be continued. They had finally made it through the first 3 stages. They had already traveled 200 miles. Until now, Wei Wuyan and the rest and the 4 officers still felt like they were in a dream. They really didn't expect that other than the first stage, they didn't even see a single human hair in the second and third stages. This is psychology. Chu Yang faintly smiled. After passing these 3 checkpoints, I can basically determine the level of intelligence of the person who set up this blockade. But, you shouldn't be complacent. The next few checkpoints will be very difficult to pass. Besides, if I'm not wrong, they will adjust very soon. When that time comes, fierce battles will come more frequently. Wanting to keep going so smoothly. Even in your dreams, it won't be so beautiful. Chu Yang smiled. Instantly, a knowing smile appeared on everyone's faces. Their originally tense nerves also relaxed a little. What should we do next? This time, it was the 4 officers who asked Chu Yang modestly. The 4 of them really admired Chu Yang from the bottom of their hearts. No wonder all the law enforcement officers in the world couldn't kill Chu Yang. Just look at his brain. How many law enforcement officers could keep up with him? What should we do next? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. We'll take it one step at a time. At such a time, even a deity can't plan the path to pass all the way. Who knows how long the Li clan's blockade is? However, the next stage will require a little bit of luck. Chu Yang's body flashed. He flashed into the forest beside the road. When he came out again, he changed into Li Tongtian's appearance. Right now, Chu Yang only hated himself for not remembering more people's appearances. As a result, he had no one to use when he wanted to put on makeup. Wei Wuyan and the rest beside him had also changed their appearances. Of course, there was no reference for them. They could put on makeup as long as it wasn't their original appearance. The 4 law enforcement officers were dumbfounded. Even in their dreams, they didn't expect Chu Yang to have such an ability. Everyone knew how to disguise themselves and put on makeup. However, at most, they could only disguise themselves as someone they didn't know or just put on a human skin mask. However, Chu Yang's method of disguising himself as someone the other party was familiar with. Such a method. They really didn't even think about it before. However, upon closer inspection, there were still some differences from the real Li Tongtian. Chu Yang grimaced. This kind of makeup obviously required skill. Moreover, it required a precise understanding and control of the human body's muscles. Everyone's face shape was absolutely different. It was congenital. It was not the same at all. If he wanted to completely change himself into another person, the pain he had to go through was simply unimaginable. Imagine tearing your own muscles and adjusting them into the shape of someone else's face, and you still wouldn't be able to tell, then he would know the pain. Therefore, Chu Yang couldn't use this kind of makeup for a long time. Once it lasted for a long time, the torn muscles might really not be able to recover. At that time, if he still needed to eat heavy pills for such injuries, that would be a joke. Chu Yang waved his hand. He angrily activated his movement technique and flew forward. His speed was as fast as lightning. Wei Wuyan and the others were actually struggling to follow him. Only Chu Yang knew that the enemy didn't have much time left for them. He had to end the battle as soon as possible and pass through the fourth stage in one go. Furthermore, he had to take advantage of the fact that the enemies in the fourth checkpoint had dispersed their forces and quickly passed the checkpoint. The experts of the Li clan guarding the fourth checkpoint were puzzled. Why was it that they had sent out 2/3 of their men to help out, yet there was still no news from them? Could it be that they had been caught? Just as they were puzzled, they suddenly saw a white shadow drifting in front of them. A white shadow rushed over as fast as lightning. "Who is it?" the guard hollered. "It's me." A gloomy and furious voice was heard. The voice was very familiar. Then, the person came closer. "Where is everyone? Come out. It's the Elder Master." The guard hurriedly bowed. He made a hand gesture and issued an order. Instantly, 15 people came out. "Why are there only the few of you?" Li Tongtian was furious. "Where are the others?" "They have all been dispatched by the seventh elder." The supreme martial artist guarding the checkpoint was puzzled. "Didn't we hear that Elder Master Tongtian wouldn't come out? Why is he here now?" "Bastard! What does he know?" Li Tongtian was furious. "He only knows how to make way for the enemy. He can't do anything right but spoils everything. How can he accomplish anything in his generation?" The supreme martial artist was speechless. "You dare to scold, but I don't dare to agree." He mustered up his courage and said, "Elder Master. Aren't you in the clan?" "This?" Li Tongtian glared at him fiercely. "Where am I going? Do I need your approval?" "I don't dare." The supreme martial artist's heart skipped a beat. "Did you discover anything?" the Elder Master asked, "especially that Xianxia?" The supreme martial artist was suddenly enlightened. "So the Elder Master is here because of this matter. That makes sense. The Elder Master has been cheated badly by this fellow. He personally brought him into the clan, but in the end, this fellow made a move to exterminate him. This directly caused the Elder Master Tongtian to be in an awkward position in the clan now. No wonder the Elder Master couldn't take it lying down. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to take it lying down either. I didn't discover anything." The supreme martial artist was in a state of fear and trepidation. The Elder Master was in a fit of anger now. "You didn't discover anything? You're eating sh*t. Li Tongtian raised his hand and gave the supreme martial artist a tight slap, causing him to spin 2 rounds on the spot. "You didn't discover such a big living person?" The supreme martial artist instantly felt so wrong that he wanted to die. "Such a big living person, but such a big living person didn't leave from my place at all. Where did I discover anything? The 8 of you. Why aren't you leaving with me? Take another look at these good-for-nothings. Be careful not to be infected by their stupidity." Chu Yang, who was acting as Li Tongtian, turned around and shouted angrily. Wei Wuyan and the rest of the 8 people were submissive. They hurried over. "If there's any more negligence, I'll kill your head. I'll chop off your dog head." Chu Yang pointed at the supreme martial artist's nose and shouted angrily. "Yes, yes." When the supreme martial artist raised his head, the Elder Master Tongtian in front of him had already disappeared without a trace. He muttered angrily to himself, "What does Xianxia have to do with me? He didn't lie to me. You're the one who's angry, yet you're here to vent your anger on me. You deserve it." Someone at the side said, "Why are the people that the Elder Master Tongtian brought this time so unfamiliar?" "I don't know any of them." The supreme martial artist quivered. "You mean, you don't know any of them too?" The other person nodded heavily. "Oh no." The supreme martial artist slapped his thigh. "Don't tell me it's that?" Everyone was stunned. The more this supreme martial artist thought about it, the more suspicious he became. I was wondering why the Elder Master Tong Tian would appear here. He was about to make a decision. Suddenly, with a few whooshing sounds, countless white shadows landed here. The one in the lead was the seventh elder. Now, the seventh elder's white hair was already standing up. Missing the target continuously and running back and forth tiredly, this seventh elder had a serious feeling of I'm just a puppet that's being led by a rope. That kind of sullen feeling of I will do whatever you want me to do. It was really unbearable. Especially the mocking looks on the faces of his subordinates, which made the seventh elder even more intolerable. Didn't you say psychology? Human nature? Martial world experience. In the end, he was treated as a fool. Isn't it great? And he still has the cheek to lecture others. The seventh elder was even more furious, but he couldn't bend it. Is there any movement here? The seventh elder's face was black. Just. Cold sweat dripped down the supreme martial artist's face. Why did the seventh elder come right after he made a mistake? Just what? Your King stuttering. The seventh elder shouted angrily. The elder master Tong Tian brought people over just now. This supreme martial artist naturally didn't dare to say that those few people could be fake. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. The elder master Tong Tian? The seventh elder was stunned. Then, he gave him a heavy slap. The elder master Tong Tian is currently in charge of the clan's reconstruction. Why would he be here? Indeed. This supreme martial artist spun 2 rounds from the slap. His eyes flickered. It's true, T. The seventh elder finally had a place to vent his anger. He slapped him left and right. He hit him very rhythmically. I'll make you blind, since they aren't. Those who went over are definitely spies. How many of them are there? Another person asked anxiously. Individuals. This supreme martial artist had a bitter look on his face, holding his swollen face. How can there be individuals? That person frowned. Lang Yilong, his 4 officers, the person who saved them, and another 4. There should be 10 of them. His eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that Lang Yilong's injuries are so serious that he's dead? Won't we know what exactly happened after we chase after them? The seventh elder was furious. What's the use of just speculating? If we continue to chase after them, I'm afraid we'll really be led by the nose and run away. That person pondered for a moment. Then, he said mockingly, after all, there are people in our clan who aren't very smart. There are quite a number of them. Don't you think so, seventh brother? The seventh elder's face flushed red at once. You, shut up. Listen to me now. That person said, all of you, lie in ambush at the front and don't move. Guard the main roads respectively. If anything goes wrong at any checkpoint, your head will be taken as an apology. Every half an hour, I'll come back. 2 supreme martial artists will soar into the air and observe the forest. They can only come down after an hour when someone takes over. If anything goes wrong during the monitoring period, your head will be taken as an apology. No matter what happens. No one is allowed to leave their posts without permission. Violators will be taken as an apology. All of you are only allowed to send out signals when you're in battle with the enemy. As for any traces or the like, ignore them all. If they don't have any tricks up their sleeves, they definitely won't be able to escape. Now, we're coping with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Even if they grow wings, there's nothing they can do. All of us are to immediately choose a random path and chase after them. Carry it out immediately. With this order, all the Li clan's lines of defense were tightened at the same time. One could imagine that if Chu Yang and the others wanted to pass through easily again, it would definitely be an impossible task. The situation worsened in an instant. Chu Yang's plan admittedly allowed them to pass through 4 checkpoints consecutively, but after being deceived, the enemy finally adopted the most correct strategy. Under such a seemingly clumsy method, it was truly impossible for them to escape even if they grew wings. 3rd update, begging for monthly votes. To be continued. Chu Yang rushed forward against the wind and snow, feeling more and more anxious. The heavy snow hit his face, but it couldn't get rid of the frustration in his heart. He hadn't felt this way for a long time, including that time when he fled from Great Zhao back to Iron Cloud. Even when he was on the brink of death, he didn't feel this way. He only felt this way in his previous life when he was suddenly surrounded at the Wind Thunder platform and was in complete despair, but now, this feeling rose again uncontrollably. He was the only one who knew what to do next. He didn't have a clue at all. Since he came out, he had broken through the first stage, the second stage, the third stage, and even the fourth stage. He had made use of an ordinary person's psychological blind spot, precise deception, continuous deception. It seemed that luck had always been on his side. Behind him, the 4 officers, Wei Wuyan and the rest were all full of confidence, looking very relaxed. Such a tight blockade was actually broken through so easily by Chu Yang. They would definitely be able to break out if they followed Chu Yang. Everyone was somewhat optimistic. But only Chu Yang knew that the most difficult moment was about to come. Luck couldn't be with him forever. Trickery could only be used temporarily. It couldn't be effective forever. To break through the Li clan's blockade, the most important thing was still power. But what he lacked the most now was power. The other party had made a big move. Just supreme martial artists alone, there were at least 100, or even 200 to 300, there would be no less than 50 supreme martial artists of 3rd grade and above, but on his side, there were only 1st grade supreme martial artists. The difference in power was more than 1,000 times. There was also the most important point. The number of people, in such an escape, one more person would increase the difficulty by 10 times. If Chu Yang was alone, he was confident that he would be able to escape. No matter what, he would have a chance of survival. Even if he was hunted down by 2nd grade supreme martial artists, Chu Yang was also confident he would be able to escape. But now, he wasn't alone, and there weren't 2 people either. There were a total of 8 people, and, other than his own brothers, there were also 4 officers. This led to Chu Yang's dilemma. If he exposed his identity as the Calamity Sword Master and fought with all his might, he might still have a chance of survival. But, the 4 officers were still there. What if word got out after he got out? They were law enforcement officers, and law enforcement officers were his greatest enemies. That was tantamount to bringing disaster to his family, and brothers. However, if he didn't expose himself, there was no way he could survive. Of this, he was certain. Perhaps he could survive, but, what about his brothers? All these contradictions piled up in Chu Yang's heart. Irreconcilable. If it had been an ordinary pursuit, with his current powerful divine soul and divine sense, he could have easily avoided it. He had to pursue good fortune and avoid calamity. However, the current situation was that the ones participating in the battle were all supreme martial artists. As for Zhizun, he could already perfectly shield himself from divine sense. Relying on their divine senses to shield themselves, they repeatedly cheated and passed several tests. However, the other party was also using this to deal with them. Similarly, he couldn't figure out the other party's tracks and arrangements. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. Between heaven and earth, there were only drifting snowflakes. Everything seemed to have fallen silent. However, a strong premonition arose in Chu Yang's heart when the surroundings became quiet. He turned around without the slightest hesitation, and rushed into the dense forest. The sword spirit had silently lifted the accumulated snow the moment he had entered the forest. Chu Yang did not hesitate at all. He went in head first. Although Wei Wuyan and the others didn't know what he meant, they still followed behind him and went in at the same time. Layers of snow fell. Here, things happened suddenly. They were less than 100 feet away from the road outside. It could be said that they were very close. Everyone looked out at the same time. The next moment, everyone closed their eyes at the same time. Their hearts were cold. On the road behind them, several figures in white came over like a whirlwind, one after another. In an instant, hundreds of people whizzed past and chased forward. The 3 people in the lead were clearly at the level of 5th grade supreme being and above. Their movement techniques were extremely fast, like a bunch of shadows, and with a whoosh, they passed by. If everyone was still on the road now, they would definitely be caught up. There was no doubt about this. If everyone was still staring at them now, just the subtle perception of their gazes would definitely be noticed by these supreme martial artists with keen senses. Death was so close. This group of people had just passed by. Immediately, with a whoosh, a large number of people in white swept past from both sides of the sky, rushing forward like a gust of wind. A sonorous voice could be faintly heard. Everyone, stay in your original position at the 5th stage. Don't move recklessly. Those who move recklessly without fighting will be killed. The cold voice seemed to be even more emotionless than the flying snow in the sky. Chu Yang's heart sank. He knew that the most dangerous situation had finally arrived. The other party obviously wasn't going to compete with him in terms of intelligence and conspiracy. Instead, they were going to deal with all changes by remaining unchanged, and this was the situation that he was most worried about. He didn't expect it to happen so quickly. If you compete with me in conspiracy, I will only compete with you in terms of strength. If you compete with me in terms of intelligence, I will only compete with you in terms of strength. The current situation could be compared to, a scholar meets a soldier, no matter what, the other party is just using a big blade to greet you. What the F*** CK? 1/. You are a poet? 1/ again. If you write poems, you are still slashed. If you write chapters, you are still slashed. If you beg for mercy, you are still slashed. If you ignore them, they are still slashed. Chu Yang originally wanted to use Li Tongtian's identity to pass another stage. But now, it seemed that it was no longer feasible. Everyone closed their eyes tightly. After a long time, they finally opened their eyes. 317 people have passed. Chu Yang's telepathic message entered everyone's ears. 1 7th grade Supreme Martial Artist, 2 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artists, 3 5th grade Supreme Martial Artists, 1 4th grade Supreme Martial Artist, 15 3rd grade Supreme Martial Artists and 22nd grade Supreme Martial Artists. 41 Supreme Martial Artists. The rest are all 8th grade martial saints. The sword spirit statistics were very accurate, everyone's expression was heavy. No one spoke. With such strength, there were 10 Supreme Martial Artists and above. No matter what grade they were at, they had the ability to surround and kill them alone, 227 8th grade martial saints. Just the tactic of using numbers alone could also kill them. 41st grade Supreme Martial Artists could even exhaust them to death. As for 7th grade Supreme Martial Artists, one person could capture them alive. With such strength, there was no way to go against them. Chu Yang didn't want to fight them head-on either. But the problem was that they couldn't even avoid them now. Escaping had become a big problem. Chu Yang's voice continued to sound. And this is just those who have rushed past the ambush that we have already destroyed. We haven't even taken into account the experts blocking the way ahead. Looks like the Li clan has really gone all out this time. They would rather raise a mountain to swat mosquitoes than let us leave the Northwest alive. Rough estimates suggest that the Li clan has mobilized at least 200 to 300 Supreme Martial Artists for this operation. As for ordinary people, there are more than 10,000 of them. A sense of despair rose in everyone's hearts. How were they going to leave this place? The Li clan had been in charge of the Northwest for 10,000 years. 10,000 years of accumulation. For them to go all out at this moment. It really made them feel suffocated. Tremors came from underground. Everyone was shocked and astonished. Chu Yang took a deep breath. The other party has made a new move. They have dug out a canyon that is as deep as 10,000 feet and hundreds of miles wide, about dozens of miles ahead. This is to prevent us from tunneling through it. That place is very likely to be after the 5th level. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Such extravagance. Just now, everyone had been thinking that they couldn't walk through the sky. If they couldn't walk on the ground, then they could only dig a tunnel and pass through the ground. But they didn't expect that the other party would dig out a canyon that was as deep as 10,000 feet and hundreds of miles wide. Just as they had this thought, one of the officers couldn't help but curse angrily, "This is Chu Ling." Everyone was silent. Chu Ling. This name was the reason why everyone had been safe until now. Chu Ling, the Earth Vein. It was the only way in and out of the Northwest. The terrain was sturdy. Although it wasn't as sturdy as the Black Blood Forest, it wasn't that far off. To destroy a mountain range or dig out a huge trench like the one in front of them, one had to be at least a 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist who had transcended the boundary between immortal and mortal. Therefore, it wasn't that the Li clan didn't want to flatten the mountains on both sides of the Chu Ling Road. It was truly, beyond their power. This gave Chu Yang and the others the opportunity to take advantage of the previous few levels, but now, the other party's second-grade supreme martial artist actually disregarded his status and cultivation to personally take action, cutting off their last path of escape. The appearance of this canyon out of nowhere completely shattered the last hope in everyone's hearts. Under such circumstances, there were only two outcomes for everyone. First, they could all escape without any casualties. Second, they could all be wiped out without a single survivor. If they were surrounded and attacked, they couldn't even think about breaking out. The saddest thing was that they were now a lone army. They had no provisions and no reinforcements. The awkwardness of such a situation was really tragic to the extreme. Sigh. If only Master Lang was still around. One of the officers heaved a long sigh. Everyone was silent. If Lang Yilong was still around, with his second-grade supreme martial artist cultivation, there might still be an extremely slim chance of survival. But now, they didn't even dare to think about it. We're in Chuling now. There's still 7,700 miles to go before we can leave the northwest and enter the continent. Chu Yang said softly. Everyone was silent. 1. Xianxia said sadly, what's there to talk about leaving the northwest now? Not to mention 7,700 miles, even if it's only 70 steps, there's nothing we can do. Chengduing chuckled and said, originally, when I was only a 7th or 8th grade martial saint, I already felt that the heavens were my number 2. Now that I've advanced to first-grade supreme martial artist, I feel that first-grade supreme martial artists are nothing. Bao Buwan's face was bitter. You're right. Damn it, I don't know from which mother of asterisk curse so many supreme martial artists jumped out. It really feels like a goddamn dream. If only those surrounding us were just some martial kings and emperors. How good would that be? I could even show off a little and then leave with my head held high. Sigh. Everyone was speechless at the same time. They felt deep admiration for this fellow for being able to indulge in such wild fantasies at such a time. To be continued, Chu Yang smiled, but he was thinking in his heart, the enemy's current powerful lineup has already caused everyone to lose confidence. This is not a good sign. Chu Yang, the Li clan has only captured the 4 of us. One of the officers suddenly turned serious. It has nothing to do with you guys. So, as long as we die, the enemy's defense line will relax a little, and you guys will be able to find a chance to get out. He paused for a moment. Let's split up. A jolt went through Chu Yang as he looked at the 4 officers. All 4 of them looked at him with calm expressions. Obviously, this wasn't a sudden question. The 4 of them had already discussed it many times in secret. They had finally brought it up now. The 4 of them had no hope of getting out anyway, so why should they implicate so many good friends? At this moment, the 4 of them had already unknowingly started to view Chu Yang and the others as friends whom they could entrust their lives to. To hell with the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang was silent for a moment before he said, we've known each other for more than 10 days now. I'm sorry, but I haven't asked for your names yet. The officer who spoke smiled. We don't have our own names the moment we enter the interrogation hall. I'm Interrogation Officer 1. The 3 of them can be called 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Warmth shone in his eyes. There are a total of 30 of us brothers. We're ranked according to age and not according to cultivation level. But among the brothers, the highest cultivation level is only Interrogation Officer 17, a 4th-grade supreme martial artist. He can't change the overall situation. Chu Yang nodded. What you mean is that you're not going to fulfill Master Lang's last wish? You're just going to let the 10 of you sink to the bottom of the sea? Interrogation Officer 1 chuckled. If we can, of course we will. But judging from the current situation, I believe Master Lang won't blame us even if we can't. I know what you mean. Chu Yang nodded. You want to clear our name and not implicate us. Therefore, you want to sacrifice yourselves in exchange for our safety. I'm very touched. Chu Yang said deeply, but I have to tell you a few things. Firstly, we're one entity now. Not only will the Li clan not let you off, they won't let us off either. Only when we're all dead will the matter of them murdering Lang Yilong and going against the law enforcement officers be covered up forever. Therefore, even if you die, they will continue to pursue us. Secondly, if our brothers die protecting each other in battle, we will be even sadder, but we will also be proud. The only thing I can do is watch you guys die with folded arms. Being protected by you guys like this is a disgrace. We're all friends now. I'm sure you won't let your friends suffer such humiliation, right? Thirdly, giving up is a habit. Xianxia chuckled. There was a look of persistence in his eyes as he said, perhaps you can die today, and we can survive. But in the end, it was us who gave up on you. Today, I was forced to abandon you in order to survive. Tomorrow, when I am forced to do so again, will I have to abandon them in order to survive? As he spoke, Xianxia pointed at Wei Wuyan and the others. If this continues, one day, when I have no choice, I will give up on my parents, wife, and children. Because, by that time, giving up would have become a habit. But in the end, even though I was still alive, I was no different from a beast. Xianxia said solemnly, whether it's being a person or doing things, I can't give up. Even if it's a hopeless situation. Interrogation Officer 1 and the other 3 were silent for a while. Then, they said, since Brother Chu has said so, then we brothers shall die together. Haha. On the road to the netherworld, we won't be lonely with good brothers accompanying us. Wrong. Xianxia said lightly, who told you that we're dead for sure? We've already reached this stage. Do you think we can still charge out? Interrogation Officer 3 asked, somewhat astonished. Faced with such a situation, not to mention the 4 of them, even Wei Wuyan, Wan Renjia and the others, who had always been full of confidence in Xianxia, had already lost all hope. I remember there's an old saying, heaven never bars one's way out. Xianxia's voice was deep and slow. He said word by word, there may be hopeless situations, but in hopeless situations, there's definitely still a chance of survival. If even one's own heart falls into hopeless situations after falling into hopeless situations, then that's truly beyond redemption. Interrogation Officer 1, who was called Xianxia, smiled bitterly and said, Brother Chu, I admit that what you said is very reasonable. Immortal. But for us now, where can we hope for survival? We have no provisions inside, no reinforcements outside, an inescapable net, 10,000 times stronger encirclement, an unfamiliar place, their base camp. Although on the surface, we're in a hopeless situation, but, if we think about it carefully, we have a lot of chances of survival. Xianxia bent all 10 fingers and said, look, in the entire continent now, the Li clan is equivalent to being targeted by everyone. The 8 super clans are closing in on us step by step. Just before we entered the northwest, the borders of the northwest had already begun to be invaded by the 8 super clans. There must be experts from the 8 super clans who have already infiltrated into the northwest. As long as we can contact any one of them, we'll have more chances of survival. This is one of the reasons. Secondly, the climate in the northwest is extremely cold and it's difficult for humans and animals to come here. However, the spiritual energy is dense here. Therefore, there must be quite a number of reclusive experts living in seclusion here. If we can find one of them, this isn't impossible, right? Thirdly, why must we be so fixated on charging out? Xianxia said, what if our goal isn't to charge out but just to survive? Then, we can very well turn around and walk back now. Although there are still many obstacles, the resistance will be thousands of times smaller than when we walk out. It's not as if we can't keep our lives, right? And this is still completely relying on our own strength. As for food, we're already supreme martial artists. At the very least, we all know how to transform spiritual energy into water. Thirst won't kill us. As for hunger, with our cultivation, we shouldn't starve to death even if we don't eat for 3 months. Don't tell me that we, supreme martial artists, can't even hunt a rabbit in 3 months. Therefore, we won't starve to death no matter what. The northwest is very big. Xianxia said, it's vast and sprawling. Although the Li clan has been operating here for 10,000 years, it's impossible that they can control all of it, right? Besides, if they push us too far, we can just turn around and head north into the vast wilderness. That's the territory of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. No matter how impressive the Li clan is, they won't dare to provoke them, right? Therefore, there are many ways for us to survive. Xianxia said seriously, but there's only one dead end. Why must we take this dead end? It's not too late to take revenge even 10 years later. What's the harm in delaying Master Lang's matter? It's better than all of us being completely annihilated here, isn't it? Following Chu Yang's words, the expressions on everyone's faces gradually relaxed. Indeed, according to Chu Yang's words, they were indeed not without hope. Although the chances were slim, at least there was still hope, wasn't there? Since that's the case, what should we do now? Interrogation Officer 1 was energized. Now, we need to do this and this. Chu Yang tried his best to use his brain and sort out his thoughts. Slowly, almost with a pause between each word. After listening, everyone's eyes were filled with confusion, worry, and even a little excitement. At the fifth gate. The Li clan's security could be said to be tight. In the sky above, there were 2 supreme martial artists standing in the air every 15 kilometers, observing the movements near and far. On the ground, all the ambushers were even more silent, waiting for their prey. Even the dense forests on both sides were filled with white-robed men on high alert. 2 second-grade supreme martial artists and 1 seventh-grade supreme martial artist stood with their hands behind their backs under a snow-white tent at a corner not far from the gate. If we still let them escape from the 5th gate with such a lineup, the 3 of us really don't need to live anymore, said the 7th-grade supreme martial artist solemnly. This person was the culprit behind the sneak attack on Lang Yilong back then, Li Qinglei of the Li clan. The other person nodded and asked, "How's Qingyun?" Li Qinglei's expression darkened. He was struck by Lang Yilong's purple crystal hand. From the 2nd day onward, his entire body began to wither. If it had dragged on for another day, his entire body would have turned into purple crystal and it would have been difficult to free him. It was me, who shattered his skull with my 7th-grade supreme martial artist Cultivation. I've sent him away. The 2 second-grade supreme martial artists lowered their heads dejectedly. We must avenge him. Li Qinglei said in surprise, Qingfeng, Qingyu. We're all from the same generation as Qingyun. We're all side branches of the clan and have fought all the way to this day. I know your feelings. But do you know how I feel when I killed Qingyun with my own hands? Her. He shook his head. It's as if. We understand. We definitely won't blame you, Qinglei. Li Qingfeng and Li Qingyu said solemnly at the same time, it's all that goddamn Lang Yilong's fault. So this time, no matter what, we mustn't let him escape. Li Qinglei's eyes were sinister. Given Lang Yilong's injuries, he should be dead. But if Lang Yilong is dead, then there's only a 1st-grade supreme martial artist left. How could he have such powerful combat power? He was extremely confident in his attack. Logically speaking, given Lang Yilong's injuries back then, there was no doubt that he would have died. But now, the series of events made him more or less suspicious. Right at this moment, the supreme martial artist who was watching from above sent a telepathic message down. Someone's here. How many? Just one. One. The 3 of them were rather surprised. How could it be just one? Under everyone's watchful eyes, a person walked over leisurely from the inside. This person's white robes fluttered in the wind. His face was as clear as jade and he was very handsome. What an elegant and beautiful man. Just like that, he walked on the road and stepped on the snow, yet he looked like a celestial immortal strolling among the clouds. That natural and unrestrained elegance actually came from his face. It was none other than Chu Yang. His white robes fluttered in the wind. In just a moment, he had already reached the 5th stage. Halt! A voice shouted from the forest. Then, with a few swoosh sounds, a few people jumped out. Chu Yang? Extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang? The Li clan was well informed, of course. Upon hearing this name, they immediately knew that this person was Divine Dr. Chu, Heavenly Demon Chu, who had stirred up a storm in the continent. Chu Yang is real, but the extraterrestrial demon might not be. Chu Yang smiled freely. May I ask who is in charge of this place? No matter who is in charge, take him down first. A sonorous voice rang out. The few supreme martial artists stepped forward. Chu Yang didn't resist at all. The next moment, his dantian was locked and the circulation of his blood and energy was sealed. The few supreme martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. Someone inside said, "Bring him in." Then, someone led Qu Yang into the hall. Although Qu Yang's dantian was locked and his blood and energy was sealed, it didn't hinder his normal movements. He continued to walk in at a leisurely pace. After turning the corner, there was a snow-white tent. At this moment, 3 people came out of the tent in a single file. 3 pairs of eyes stared at Qu Yang like sharp blades. "Speak, why are you here?" Li Qinglei asked impassively. "I'm here without any resistance. Of course, it's to cooperate with the Li clan." Qu Yang smiled lightly. "May I ask who you are?" Li Qinglei smiled strangely. "You don't know who I am? You don't know me?" Qu Yang shook his head in confusion. "But I recognize you." Li Qinglei said mockingly, "If I'm not blind, the white-robed man who saved Lang Yilong and the others at the most critical moment that day was you, right?" Qu Yang was shocked. Elder's eyes are really sharp. "It's a pity that I'm blind. I actually didn't see where you were at that time." Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the other 2 second-grade supreme martial artists. "Kill him. Why are you wasting your breath on him?" Li Qingfeng said sternly. "Don't be impatient. At this moment, he's already in our hands. There's no hurry to kill him." Li Qinglei waved his hand lightly. "Tell me, why are you here?" Qu Yang said proudly, "I'm here to discuss with you how we can continue to cooperate." "Cooperate?" Li Qinglei smiled lightly. "How?" Qu Yang said, "First of all, I'd like to explain that I took action back then because there were 4 other people who were surrounded. He's my friend. Senior, you are well informed. Naturally, you know who those 4 people are and what their relationship is with me." Li Qinglei nodded. "That's right. That was Wei Wuyan. Wan Renjia, Qing Duiying, and Bao Buhuan are indeed related to you. So when they were in danger, I had no choice but to save them." Qu Yang said sincerely, "Jianghu's code of brotherhood is very important. I believe that even if you were in my shoes at that time, you would also choose to attack without any hesitation." "That's right." Li Qinglei nodded again. "Furthermore, your great enemy, Lang Yilong, the head of the law enforcement interrogation hall, has already died under your heavy palm." Qu Yang smiled lightly. "As for the remaining 4 officers, they are all dead. She has already become one of my people." "She became your subordinate?" Li Qinglei frowned. "Yes, there are many ways to control people. For example, using poison." Qu Yang smiled faintly, "You need to take the antidote every once in a while." Li Qinglei snorted noncommittally. "Go on." "Elder's concern is nothing more than that after we go out, we will report to the law enforcement officers that the Li clan is going against the law enforcement officers and bring about a huge disaster." Qu Yang went on in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "But as long as we reach an agreement, this concern can be eliminated." Li Qinglei's eyes and expression kept changing. "The law enforcement officers are hunting for extraterrestrial demons all over the world. They have pinned me with this crime that I will never be able to turn over." Qu Yang took a deep breath. "Between us and the law enforcement officers, we will never be able to reconcile. Elder is a smart man. You should know that I am not lying." "Yes. That is indeed the case," Li Qinglei admitted. "Elder knows the Li clan's current situation better than I do. The Tribulation Sword Master is about to be born. The Li clan is about to face the 8 super clans and the law enforcement officers head-on. However, when the Tribulation Sword Master first appears, he will definitely be weak. Therefore, although the Li clan has a strong foundation, it is definitely not a match for the law enforcement officers and the 8 super clans." Qu Yang said. "Yes." Li Qinglei frowned but still nodded. At present, the 8 super clans have already taken over much of the Li clan's periphery. Faced with such a situation, the Li clan can only shrink and keep shrinking but can't retaliate. It can be said to be extremely aggrieved. Indeed. From the looks of it now, the Li clan is very safe. But in the long run, the Li clan's situation is as precarious as a pile of eggs. Qu Yang went on, "A moment of carelessness and the entire clan will be wiped out. This is not impossible." "Well said. As Chu Yang narrated, the playful look in Li Qinglei's eyes became even more intense. And at present, the 8 super clans and the law enforcement officers have joined forces to encircle and annihilate me. Chu Yang went on, therefore, fundamentally speaking, our enemies are the same. Yes. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Chu Yang went on, Elder, I believe you agree with this saying. Of course. Li Qinglei replied deeply. And I believe you are also clear about my information. Chu Yang went on proudly, against the law enforcement officers and the 8 super clans, I, Chu Yang, am not completely powerless. A strange look flashed in Li Qinglei's eyes. Oh? Elder, you should know about the massacre of the Tao by the 8 super clans. The corners of Chu Yang's mouth twitched slightly. None of the 700 supreme martial artists survived. All of them died an unnatural death. And, the peerless expert who created this glorious battle record was one of my people. Currently, she is at the Chu clan in the flat mountain ridge in the southeast. Chu Yang went on frankly, of course, she is also injured. However, she is recovered by more than half after this period of time. Li Qinglei's eyes flickered. I believe you. Although the 8 super clans tried their best to hide the massacre of the Tao, how could such a major event be kept under wraps? This was especially so for a big clan like the Li clan, which was all the more impossible to hide. The Moon Breeze duo are also at my clan at the moment. Chu Yang said. The look on Li Qinglei's face became serious. That's right. Wu Jiuqing, one of the tribulations back then. He is also at the Chu clan. On this point. It may be a secret to others, but it is probably not a secret to the Li clan. Yes, I know about this. Li Qinglei heaved a long sigh. The few names that came out of Chu Yang's mouth were all big shots who could shake the world with a flip of their hand. Once one of these names appeared, it would cause a huge change in the world. What more when they were all gathered together? Elder should know about this as well. The 2 supreme martial artists, Bu Luqing and Ming Tianya, are our allies. Chu Yang smiled slightly. Their common younger brother is my fiancé. With pride and disdain on his face, Chu Yang went on. Supreme martial artists Feng and Yu's younger brother. She is my confidante. Poison Dr. Wu Jiuqing is my younger sister's master. That peerless expert who slaughtered 700 supreme martial artists in a single battle is my best friend. Li Qinglei kept silent. But beside him, Li Qingfeng and Li Qingyu were getting more and more shocked. The background behind this young man was actually so powerful, a peerless expert who could slaughter 700 supreme martial artists in a single battle. Poison Dr. Wu Jiuqing, one of the tribulations back then. Ning Tianya. Bu Luqing. Yu Lingxue. Feng Yuro, more than half of the people who stood at the top of the pyramid in the world were actually on his side. Any one of these people would be welcomed by the Li clan from afar. Chu Yang smiled lightly. We are not a match for all the law enforcement officers in the world, much less for the law enforcement officers and the 8 super clans. But with our strength, if we want to protect ourselves, there is no problem at all. Even if the Dharma Supreme and all the ancestors of the 8 super clans are here, if we only seek to protect ourselves, they can only look on helplessly. There is nothing they can do. Therefore, if not for the fact that we were forced into a dead end by the Li clan today, I would never have thought of cooperating with the Li clan. Chu Yang smiled. After all, cooperating with the Li clan is a matter of going against the whole world. The risk is too great. But the Li clan is not facing such a calamity. Li Qinglei sighed lightly. In that case, you are giving the Li clan a lot of face by coming to negotiate with us now? Chu Yang smiled lightly and said, of course. Firstly, it is because I am trapped here now and can't get out. If the 2 of us continue to oppose each other, then it will be difficult for me to escape death. But the Li clan, apart from the 8 super clans and the law enforcement officers, has more enemies on your side. You've added another enemy to my side. Secondly, the 2 of us are cooperating. To me, the only benefit is to keep my life temporarily. But to the Li clan, this is a long-term plan. Otherwise, why would I surrender and come to see you just like that? Chu Yang pointed to the space between his brows and chuckled. Here, this golden line. Do you see it? It is the connection between two souls, united in life and death. Elder should know what this is. This is left behind by that supreme being who slaughtered 700 supreme martial artists in one battle. If I die, even if it is thousands of miles away. Elder, do you think that you can hide the truth? Li Qinglei's expression was rather ugly. Li Qingfeng and Li Qingyu exchanged a look. From anger, they turned into deep contemplation. None of what the other party said was false, besides, the other party had really been forced into a dead end by the Li clan. That was why they had come to compromise. If they really cooperated with the other party, it would indeed be a good thing for the current Li clan. However, no matter how they thought about it, they still felt that something wasn't quite right. We are on the same side. Why should we fight each other? Said Qiyang seriously. I admit that everything you said is true. Li Qinglei narrowed his eyes. But I don't believe you. I don't believe that you will cooperate with us. He narrowed his eyes. Firstly, I don't believe in your golden line. Secondly, I don't believe that Lang Yilong's officers will become your men. Thirdly, I don't believe that you will keep your promise even if I let you go. Li Qinglei smiled lightly. Going back on one's word. I have seen plenty of such cases. To the two of you, it seems to be more beneficial for you to spread the news and let us fight a bloody battle with the law enforcement officers. I find it very hard to believe that you won't do the same after you get out. Take a guess. Are they cooperating or not? Gee, I beg for votes. Chu Yang smiled. When people interact with each other, be it cooperation or friendship, the most basic thing is trust. I've already been honest with you. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. He rolled his eyes, revealing his sharpness. However, his tone was indifferent as he said, at most, we'll just fight to the death. Chu Yang looked at Li Qinglei mockingly. I dare. But I wonder if the Li clan dares. Li Qinglei was stunned. If Chu Yang had said this before, Li Qinglei would have just taken it as a fart and scoffed at it right away. He wouldn't even bother to say another word and would just kill this boastful brat right away, but now, he was in a bit of a dilemma. Although he said that he didn't believe anything, how could he not be wary? There were more than 10 peak-grade supreme martial artists over there. After thinking about it over and over again, Li Qinglei felt that it was still better to believe it was true than not. If he provoked such a strong enemy for the clan at such a time, then he really wouldn't be able to redeem himself even if he died 100 times. But he was still stubborn. Chu Yang, since this is a negotiation, don't be so overbearing. Do you really think that the Li clan doesn't dare to kill you? Even if you have supreme martial artists behind you, so what? You must know that in a life and death struggle, no one will survive. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, since you dare to kill, why are you still standing here? Who doesn't know how to talk back? But he naturally wouldn't really anger him verbally. He asked, then what did you mean by what you said just now? Li Qinglei only felt a little suffocated. Almost swallowing his anger, he said, but, even though I don't believe you, I also really want to cooperate with you. He smiled lightly and found an excuse for himself. Just as you said, if we cooperate, both sides will benefit. Chu Yang said, oh? Since you don't believe me. Yet you want to cooperate. But how do you want to cooperate? Li Qinglei said, I only have one condition. As long as you can do it, I'll believe you. I'll immediately receive you with the highest level of etiquette. I'll even escort you out of the northwest with a grand ceremony all the way back to the southeast. Chu Yang frowned. Conditions? What conditions? Murderous intent appeared in Li Qinglei's eyes. As long as you're in front of me. He chopped off the heads of the 4 officers one by one. I believe you, and we'll work together. This condition isn't difficult. Moreover, it was necessary for both sides to cooperate. In that case, even if you go out and say that the Li clan killed Lang Yilong, the law enforcement officers won't believe you. Because you are their enemy. Li Qinglei said, we'll be even more at ease. As for whether you cooperate with us or not after you leave this place, it doesn't matter. You're right about one thing. Right now, we don't want to provoke enemies like you. Li Qinglei's words. It could be said that he had retreated 1,000 feet. He said that he didn't believe in Chu Yang's soul connection. The golden thread was united in life and death, but its heart was filled with apprehension. Furthermore, he also admitted most of what Chu Yang said. Therefore, the moment he retreated to the bottom line. In his opinion, such a condition was enough for him to confide in his heart and confide in him openly. And for Chu Yang, it was really too easy. He even had a cooperative smile on his face. He could predict the other party's expression of relief. Just as he said, he didn't believe that Chu Yang would really keep his promise. But now, the Li clan really couldn't open another front. With Chu Yang's departure, whether they cooperated or not in the future, he had done them a huge favor. If they didn't become enemies in the future, it would be a great blessing. Moreover, he had also solved the Li clan's biggest problem. Chu Yang's expression was very ugly. He sneered, "Are you threatening me? What kind of condition is this?" Li Qinglei took a breath and said, "There are several peak-grade supreme martial artists on your side. A mere 4 first-grade supreme martial artists can't do anything to your strength at all. Keeping them alive won't be enough to overturn the situation. Killing them won't affect your strength at all. As long as you kill them, the Li clan will even be responsible for the safety of your 70,000-mile journey. I don't know why you're hesitating." Li Qinglei indeed didn't quite understand. In his opinion, this was too easy a choice. If he were in Chu Yang's shoes right now, he would probably have dragged those 4 people over and killed them one by one to make his intentions clear. He had to protect his own life first. Even if he killed them today, he would come back tomorrow to avenge them. "I can't do that." Chu Yang shook his head lightly. "They've already submitted to me and are my people. Since they're my people, I have to be responsible for them. Not to mention that they're first-grade supreme martial artists, even if they're just weak scholars. As long as they submit to me, I have an obligation and a responsibility to protect their safety. If I really can't protect them, then it's a matter of strength. If I don't even protect them, then it's a matter of attitude. Perhaps you'll think that sacrificing a few people to protect a few important people is a very easy and normal thing. But, you're not me, Chu Yang," Chu Yang said with a slight smile. Li Qinglei's hawk-like eyes stared at him sharply. He said dispassionately, "But if you don't accept it, we'll definitely go to war. If you accept this condition, each of you can live for 5 people. If you don't, then it's foreseeable that all of you will be wiped out. They'll still have to die, and you'll have to sacrifice yourself as well. You must know that once it reaches that point, since you've already offended them, then there's no harm in offending them to the death. If we don't have any qualms, even if you have a grand supreme martial artist as your backer, it'll be a piece of cake for the Li clan to kill you if we want to. Why are you so stubborn?" Li Qinglei sighed rather emotionally, with some mockery in his voice. "Don't tell me, you still want to be a hero?" Chu Yang said dispassionately, "If I don't want to be a hero? Even if I'm a formidable person, there's no reason for me to easily use my subordinates in exchange for conditions. They can die in battle, but as an exchange for conditions, I definitely won't allow it." Li Qinglei was really stunned. He had already compromised to such an extent, and yet Chu Yang was still shaking his head? In this instant, Li Qinglei even felt aggrieved. Incredibly aggrieved. What else do you want? You don't even want to kill 4 people who don't belong to you in the first place. You're in a disadvantageous position where you'll die in the blink of an eye, yet you're still as stubborn as a bird, coming to negotiate conditions without even offering a single thing. Do you take the Li clan for fools? If I agree to your conditions just like that, wouldn't it all depend on your mood whether or not you spread such news in the future? Would the safety of the entire Li clan depend on your mood? What exactly do you want? Asked Li Qinglei rather irritably. That's all I want. Chu Yang was calm and collected. Make way and let us leave. It's impossible for us to kill anyone. How audacious. Li Qinglei's pupils contracted. He let out a strange laugh. Under the all-encompassing net of the Li clan and in a hopeless situation of certain death, you actually still have the guts to amuse me. Heavenly demon Chu, you've really impressed me. The murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense, gradually approaching the point of condensing and taking form. Being loyal comes with a price. Li Qinglei said, stressing each word. Yes. Chu Yang said helplessly, and I'm currently paying the price. He raised his head. Looks like the Li clan isn't prepared to cooperate with me? It's you who's never thought of cooperating with the Li clan at all. Li Qinglei's voice turned from irritated to calm. This proved that he was about to strike. Alright, since that's the case, there's no point in saying anything more. Release my restrictions and let me go back. Let's fight to the death and see what each of us can do. Chu Yang smiled helplessly. Release your restrictions? Let you go back? Ha ha ha. Li Qinglei stared at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Suddenly, he let out a strange laugh. Why, would I not eat a piece of juicy meat that's delivered itself to my doorstep? Chu Yang was furious. Are you thinking of detaining me here? Even when two armies are at war, they don't kill their envoys. How can you be so despicable and despicable? I've never wanted two armies to be at war, nor do I really want to kill you. There was a hint of frustration in Li Qinglei's eyes. I have to admit that what you said just now has been effective. We are indeed apprehensive about the forces behind you. His eyes shone with a blade-like light. But since you've delivered yourself to our doorstep, we can't let you go either. Her. Chu Yang, I'll have to trouble you for a few days. He turned around. Take this little guy away and keep a tight watch on him. You can teach him a lesson. Send a letter immediately and invite second Grandmaster here. Execute the soul control technique and completely control this windfall. Chu Yang's expression changed. Soul control technique, this was the most insidious technique of all. Using the cultivation of a supreme martial artist with an eternally solid spirit and energy, one could execute an energy confinement and control a person completely. From this confinement, one could extract the person's soul and refine it. From then on, one could travel thousands of miles and make the person under control suffer a fate worse than death with just a thought. In other words, the moment one used this soul control technique, they would become someone else's slave from then on. Such insidious techniques had always only been used by humans when they were taming high-grade spirit beasts. As for using it on a person, firstly, there was no need for it. Secondly, the person's thoughts were full of distracting thoughts and were difficult to control, making it easy for the person to backfire. Very few people could do this. After all, if the person didn't listen to them, they could just kill them. Since they could execute the soul control technique on a person, how could they not be able to kill them? At present, there were only a few supreme martial artists in the Li clan who could execute the soul control technique. Other than the Elder Master and his guards, there was only second Grandmaster Li Xianxia. That was why Li Qinglei had issued this order. The two supreme martial artists stepped forward with a sinister smile. A look of panic finally appeared on Chu Yang's face. Retreating continuously, he shouted, "Are you really going to execute such a heartless and poisonous technique? Aren't you afraid of being condemned by the world?" Condemned by the world? Li Qinglei laughed cruelly. Controlling you is equivalent to controlling the forces behind you. The Li clan only sees such a good thing as the king and the loser as the bandit. What does the world have to do with us? The two supreme martial artists reached out with a sneer. One on the left and one on the right, they grabbed Chu Yang's shoulders. Chu Yang said furiously, "Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony." Li Qinglei burst into laughter. This little guy has already fallen into our hands and his cultivation has been sealed. How dare he boast shamelessly that he won't stand on ceremony? Amidst his laughter, Chu Yang's body shook. Suddenly, a sharp and fierce sword light flashed. Chu Yang's dantian had already been sealed. Chu Yang's cultivation had already been sealed. Right now, Chu Yang was just an ordinary person. He could just barely move. There was no way that he didn't have any strength left in his body. Even if he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated martial arts, as long as his body was slightly stronger, he would be able to defeat the current Chu Yang. This was the common understanding of Li Qingyun, Li Qingyu, and Li Qinglei. This was also the common understanding of everyone in the world. No one had ever been able to unleash such powerful combat power when their cultivation was sealed. Absolutely not, therefore, the three of them were very assured. Very pleased. Chu Yang was already a fish on the chopping board, at their mercy. But no one would have thought that the fish on the chopping board would actually jump up and take a vicious bite out of them. This was something that they couldn't even dream of in their nightmares. but right now, this situation that they couldn't even dream of in their nightmares had really happened. The moment the two large hands grabbed his shoulders, Heavenly Demon Chu, whose dantian was already sealed and whose cultivation was already sealed, suddenly unleashed a powerful, desolate, lonely, barren, powerful, ancient, ferocious and fierce aura. Then, Chu Yang straightened his back. An emotionless, cold and indifferent gaze that looked down on all living beings was like grass. At the same time, a brilliant ray of sword light suddenly shot out. All of this had happened without any warning, and all of this had happened in a beautiful dream. The sword light was brilliant and fierce. It ignored everything. The two supreme martial artists beside him attacked at the same time. Be careful. At this moment, the voice of Li Qinglei, who had been completely shocked into a wooden puppet, finally reached them. Li Qingyun and Li Qingyu fell out of the way with blood all over their bodies. There was a huge bloody hole in each of their chests. They were severely injured. Possessed by the sword spirit, he attacked in an instant. But firstly, he couldn't expose the devouring power of the calamity sword. Secondly, time was of the essence. There was an even more powerful 7th grade supreme martial artist waiting for him to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, these two sword strikes couldn't take the lives of the two powerful 2nd grade supreme martial artists. But even so, it was enough for them to be severely injured and on the verge of death. The sword light was like a waterfall, like a torrential rain. With a sudden attack, hundreds of sword strikes merged into a torrent and pierced Li Qinglei's body like a lightning storm. Li Qinglei let out a wild shout. He circulated his supreme martial artist's vital energy and activated his supreme martial artist's aura. He started the supreme martial artist seal and went all out to defend himself. At this moment, he couldn't attack at all. He could only defend. Puff puff puff. It was only for a moment. Li Qinglei's white robe was riddled with holes, countless streams of blood. It was like a fine drizzle of mist, gushing out. In the blink of an eye, Li Qinglei had already unleashed over 300 strikes, his entire being. He had turned into a blood hedgehog. However, his supreme aura finally erupted. With a loud roar, a blast of air suddenly erupted. Chu Yang didn't expect to be able to kill 3 supreme martial artists just like that. Now that the sword spirit had possessed his body, he could at most fight against a 5th grade supreme martial artist. To be able to seriously injure 2 middle grade supreme martial artists. This was already a pleasant surprise. As for Li Qinglei, even with the calamity sword, the sword spirit could only break through the first layer of his defenses. 7th grade supreme martial artist, that was the level above the boundary between immortal and mortal. The sword spirit was far from being a match for him right now. Therefore, after this round of attacks, without waiting for Li Qinglei and the other two to come back to their senses, Chu Yang's body had already soared into the air. With a loud boom, he transformed into a swift and fierce sword light and broke through the tent. He flew out at full speed. When Chu Yang flew out, Li Qingyu and Li Qingyun's bodies, which had been flying out in circles, hadn't even landed on the ground. Li Qinglei was resisting with all his might and retreating. The other party's attacks were swift and fierce. Everything happened so suddenly. The most fatal thing was the sword. And it was a divine weapon that could cut through iron like mud. Li Qinglei held his breath and defended. At such a juncture, he didn't dare to open his mouth to speak at all. Because once he opened his mouth and let out a breath, the other party's sword energy would immediately enter his body and turn his internal organs into a pile of smashed trash. He watched helplessly as Chu Yang transformed into sword light and flew out like a thunderbolt, still retreating. His face was flushed red. He retreated another 2 steps before he regained his footing. He roared, "Despicable Junior! You're courting death!" With a flash, Li Qinglei disappeared. It was only at this point that Li Qingyu and Li Qingyun finally collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Li Qinglei gave chase at full speed. At this moment, the fury in his heart had already reached a peak. Just a little bit more, and his body would explode from his anger. This was simply too infuriating. As the saying went, an 80-year-old mother takes care of her child. Li Qinglei's situation was even more so. Not only had he capsized in an easy task, but he had also capsized an aircraft carrier. Having roamed the martial world for thousands of years, when had he ever endured such grievances? When had he ever been toyed with like this? When had he ever been reduced to such a state where his clothes couldn't cover his body and he was covered in injuries? How could he not be furious? How could he not fly into a rage? I won't kill you. I swear I'm not human. Li Qinglei's voice shook the heavens and the earth. Chu Yang's voice came from afar. Kill me? Catch up to me first. Ha ha ha. I admit that I'll charge out, but what can you do to me if I charge back to the northwest? Even if I lay low in the northwest for 8 to 10 years, what can you do to me? Although his voice was clear, it was already very far away. The supreme martial artists outside were still in a daze and hadn't reacted yet. What was going on? Li Qinglei leaped into the air. From afar, he saw a white shadow turn into a white line in the wind and snow. Then, he shouted from afar, "Let's go!" It was as if a few figures had leaped into the air from both sides, following behind this white shadow and rolling forward. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared into the wind and snow. After them. You bunch of bastards. Li Qinglei was so furious that he really wanted to vomit blood. So many people had been hiding in front of the 5th stage all this time, right in front of him. He could have found them if he had carried out a carpet search. But not only had he not done so, he had even been ambushed by the enemy single-handedly. How humiliating! It was simply a great humiliation. Chase after them. Kill them all for me. Li Qinglei let out a long howl as he flew forward like a thunderbolt. At the same time, he let out a long, rallying cry. Attention ahead. The enemy is charging back to the northwest. Intercept them at once. Attention left and right. Surround them at once. Everyone, carry out a carpet search and advance. All supreme martial artists, lock down the space with your divine senses. Immediately. Immediately. God damn it, hurry up. Following Li Qinglei's frantic arrangement, countless people in white appeared. They threw away the huge trees on their bodies and leaped out of the caves. Those who were standing in the air flew straight into the air, while those on the trees had already turned into shooting stars. A large group of people in white rose into the air from the ground. 2 supreme martial artists carried the unconscious Li Qingyun and Li Qingyu at lightning speed and chased after the enemy without stopping. The enemy's tracks had already appeared, and they had even revealed themselves in front of them. If they didn't give chase now, when would they? With a whoosh, the wind and clouds in the sky changed. So many people in white rushed into the vast wind and snow as if they were riding on clouds. The 5th stage, which had still been heavily guarded just a moment ago, had already become an empty city at this moment. Hurry up. A low voice, like the urging of the wind and snow, rang out. A weak voice sounded. However, the voice was urgent. This is our only chance of survival. A figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, flying close to the ground like a cloud. It rushed through the 5th stage in a flash. The next moment, without even stopping, it flew at its fastest speed. It fell into the 1,000-foot canyon dug by the Li clan supreme martial artists. The bottom of the canyon was already covered in a layer of ice. Below the layer of ice was a source of water. With a lift of the tribulation sword, the person entered the layer of ice like a loach. Then, he immediately clung onto the outer rock wall and stopped here. Chu Yang's tribulation sword silently dug out a huge stone the size of a water tank. It was about 50 feet long. He activated his energy and pulled it out. Then, he threw the stone behind him. Wei Wuyan caught it steadily. Chu Yang had already entered the cave. Another stone came out, and another one. A few stones were placed under the layer of ice without a sound. Quietly, he stepped on them. The stones sank into the silt and could no longer be seen. Heavy snow kept falling from the sky, covering even this layer of ice. A huge cave had already appeared on the mountain wall here, big enough to accommodate 20 people. Everyone entered in a single file. Wei Wuyan was the last to come in. Then, he used the first big stone to gently suck it in and block the entrance of the cave. From the outside, even if one dived under the layer of ice to look at it, one would still be unable to see anything. Even from the outside, there were no traces at all. Chu Yang replaced Wei Wuyan's position and carefully shaved off a circle of the stone blocking the entrance of the cave with his tribulation sword. Why do you have to remove this circle? Qing Duiying was a little puzzled. Breathe. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. We have to stay underground for a long time. Without this small gap, even a supreme martial artist will suffocate to death. Hiding here, everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief. They were finally safe. I'm only curious about one thing. I'm not surprised that you could come back. But what I'm curious about is that you came to our hiding place immediately after you came out. But for the Li clan, you actually chased them all the way to the north? And it's obvious that you have an even more obvious target? Interrogation Officer 1 frowned and asked. He was really puzzled about this matter. If someone had lured the enemy away, then there should be at least one less person here. But now, there wasn't one less person. Besides, the Li clan wasn't stupid. If only one person escaped, they definitely wouldn't give up on the checkpoint and chase after him. Of course, there's a reason for this, Chu Yang smiled and said vaguely. Everyone was tactful and didn't ask further. Chu Yang heaved a deep sigh of relief. The one who led them away was of course the sword spirit. And only a sword spirit could have that kind of power. Creating the illusion of more than 10 people escaping together was naturally not a problem for the sword spirit within a short period of time. Chu Yang had this idea in mind when he first entered. As for cooperation, not to mention that the Li clan didn't believe him, Chu Yang also didn't believe all the promises made by the Li clan. Right from the start, Chu Yang had never thought of cooperating. The risky gamble this time was certainly unexpected, but it was also extremely bold, and it was indeed the only chance of survival for this trip forward. If it didn't succeed, Chu Yang could only really retreat with his people, looking for monthly votes. I don't need to explain the details of the process here. Everything is written very clearly. Everyone can read carefully and understand on their own. If I were to explain, I would need another chapter. So I'd better hurry up. Next, we're going to start. Chu Yang smiled and said, Is everyone ready? In this cave, we have to go all the way until we can't take it anymore. We're ready. Everyone chuckled. Compared to the life and death outside, what was the sufferings in this cave? Listen up. Chu Yang said, The reason why I made this space so big is not for us to sleep here, but for a place to store things. Next, there has to be a strict division of labor. From this moment on, we have to work non-stop until we can't take it anymore. What should we do? Tell us. Interrogation Officer 1 said generously. This is Chu Ling. You've moved the rocks here just now, so you can feel that they're 10 times heavier than ordinary rocks. But we have to fight our way out in such a place. I'll lead the way, Wei Wuyan will be second. I'll immediately hand over the rocks I cut out to Wei Wuyan. Wei Wuyan will pass it to the third person, and the last person will place the rocks in this space. Chu Yang said, This space can store 30 of those big rocks. After 30 pieces, we'll have gone more than 700 feet. Do you understand what I'm saying? Understood. Everyone agreed. The only requirement is that no one can make a sound. On this point, the last person will be the most tired, so we have to rotate. Chu Yang requested, How about it? Interrogation Officer 1 said readily, Interrogation Officer 2 and I will bring up the rear. For now, it seems. Brother Chu, your cultivation is deeper than ours, but Brother Wei and the others have just become supreme martial artists. Their realms are not stable, and the few of us have been stuck at first-grade supreme martial artist for decades. We're still confident about this. Chu Yang nodded and said, Then, let's begin. Regarding the negotiations outside and things like killing to get through, Chu Yang suppressed all of them in his heart. Some things had to be known by the whole world after they were done, so that they wouldn't be done in vain. But some things really only needed to be known by oneself. The next moment, the work began. Interrogation Officer 1 originally had some doubts, but he tried to do it. He realized that even after using all his strength, he could only stab his sword in, then use his energy to cut out a big rock and pull it out. He was almost out of strength. Chu Ling. After all, it was not an ordinary mountain rock, but Chu Yang was able to open up such a long tunnel. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like he was dreaming. However, in the next moment, he shut his mouth that was about to open. Chu Yang raised his sword and pierced it into the stone wall with a schwa sound. It was as if he was cutting tofu effortlessly. From top to bottom, a crack as tall as a person was carved out. Then, there was a crack on the right side and a crack on the top. There was another one below. Holding the stone in his hand, the heart of the stone shook silently. Then, his 5 fingers formed a claw, grabbed the stone, and dragged it out. 5 zhang long, the eyebrows of the 8 supreme martial artists twitched violently as they looked at the huge rock that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. This job was really not easy. If it were a sovereign or something like that, even if they could escape from here and find such a path, it would be impossible for them to escape. He would also die of exhaustion. Wei Wuyan took it with both hands. He turned sideways and the stone was sent out smoothly. Wan Ranjia caught it, Qingduing changed hands. Lastly, second interrogation officer carried it and strode to the outermost part of the cave. He put it down gently. He finally understood why the last person had to be rotated so often. The few people in the middle were the least tired because it was not strenuous for them to carry it. It was just a matter of changing hands. The problem was the last few words. Put it down gently and quietly. These words are really going to kill me. This was a huge rock that weighed more than 50,000 kilograms. To put it down quietly like a feather, 1 or 2 pieces was still okay, but they would be exhausted after 300 or 400 pieces at most. Qu Yang chopped out another piece of the same size in front and passed it to the people behind. Otherwise, without any room for negotiation, they would still not be able to continue with this job. Then, he started to catch up with the progress. Qu Yang's speed was very fast. Sure enough, when they reached the 300th piece, second interrogation officer finally could not hold on anymore and was replaced by third interrogation officer. Qu Yang was sweating profusely in front. He just kept running forward, as if he did not know what fatigue was. In the blink of an eye, he had covered 7,000 to 8,000 feet. Wei Wuyan and the others all felt fear. From now on, count the time. Qu Yang handed out a huge rock and said, "Everyone is a supreme martial artist. You should know how much time is needed in a day. Starting from Wei Wuyan, count day by day and calculate clearly how long we have been in here. When Wei Wuyan starts to blur, immediately hand it over to Wan Renjie to calculate. You must remember clearly." Everyone agreed. Just as Qu Yang finished speaking, his heart shook. Everyone seemed to have felt something too, but they did not discover anything. Seeing that Qu Yang was silent, they also shut up. The sword spirit was back. In the space of consciousness, Qu Yang knew that the sword spirit had led people out for a full 250 miles before he found a call and flew back as a soul. As for the Li clan, they were of course searching around that area like headless flies, but Qu Yang and the others definitely could not go out. Because the checkpoint in front had not been removed. And the Li clan's blockade was getting stronger and stronger. If they went out now, they would be walking right into a trap. All the traces showed that they were digging holes below. Thinking of this, Qu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. Do I have to keep digging for 8,000 miles? How long would I have to dig then? In one morning, Qu Yang had advanced 5,000 feet. 500 feet was 1 mile. According to the distance, they had already traveled 40 miles. Based on this speed, they would be able to travel 120 to 150 li by nightfall. This speed. It could be said to be very fast. But according to the distance of 8,000 miles, it was only 1% of the time, and this speed could not be maintained for long. After all, they still had to eat and rest. The 4 officers at the back were already sweating profusely and panting. Wei Wuyan and the other 3 replaced the 4 of them. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Wuyan reminded them that 1 day and 1 night had passed. Only then did Qu Yang stop. Everyone's stomachs were rumbling with hunger and thirst. Supreme martial artists could not eat, and could even not breathe. For example, they could not eat or drink for 3 months. It was totally doable. But there was a condition: do not expend a lot of physical strength. Like now, when everyone was so tired that they could not die or come back to life, not eating, that was a fantasy. What about our meals? Interrogation Officer 1 followed behind Qu Yang and asked with his eyes fixed on him. There are 5 of us, and we have rations in our bags. But not much. Qu Yang said lightly, there are also some water and food in my storage ring. If we use them sparingly, it will be enough. Bao Buhuan wanted to say, I don't have any rations in my bag. But the moment he opened his mouth, Wan Renjie pinched him hard on the thigh. That's good. Interrogation Officer 1 was relieved. He said admiringly, I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. In such a dangerous situation, you actually prepared rations. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. He thought, if I didn't have the tribulation space, we could only wait to become zombies underground, with the storage ring. Naturally, we have to make use of it. Also, I only got this thing when I came out this time. Chu Yang flashed the storage ring that he had stolen from the Li clan's purple crystal mine back then. He smiled calmly and said, out of curiosity, I put a few more things inside, especially food and drinks. Oh, there are also a few jars of good wine inside. Wine. As soon as they heard these words, the 8 of them immediately started drooling. My God, this lord actually has wine in reserve. Why, do you want to drink some? Chu Yang asked with a smile. The 8 of them nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Dig another 20,000 feet forward. Let's start eating. Yes. Let's drink, everyone, a jar of wine. Chu Yang said with a smile. At once, everyone was full of energy. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and get to work. That's right, that's right. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. If you dawdle, I'll beat you up. It was undeniable that in such a dark and hopeless situation, the temptation of wine was simply multiplied several times more than usual, under the temptation of wine. Everyone was in high spirits, and they began to work with incomparable nimbleness. They worked until midnight again. This time, they actually dug out another 10,000 feet. It was a whole 3 times more than the 20,000 feet Chu Yang requested. Everyone was so tired that they couldn't take it anymore. Demon Chu finally showed mercy. He found a big rock and placed a few dry rations on it. Then came the main event, under the eager gazes of the 8 supreme martial artists, swallowing mouthfuls of saliva in anticipation. Chu Yang slowly took out a jar of wine. This jar was really not small. What's more, it was genuine wine. Of course, Chu Yang would never take out the good wine that Xue Leihan gave him. He only took out ordinary wine. There were still dozens of jars of such wine in the tribulation space. But they couldn't eat too much. They couldn't drink too much wine either. After eating and drinking, it was easy to get lazy. At this moment, it was not good to be lazy. Chu Yang dug out a wine cup from the rock and said in advance, everyone can only have 3 cups of wine. Interrogation Officer 1 and the others wanted to cry but had no tears. F***CK, this is called a wine cup? This is called a wine cup, alright, how can this be satisfying? Just as the craving was aroused, it was gone. There's only 1 jar of wine. Chu Yang slowly kept the wine jar. So drink sparingly. At this time tomorrow, everyone can drink another 3 cups. At once, everyone had something to look forward to again. The scene was very comical. The 8 supreme martial artists each held a stone wine cup carefully, fearing that even half a drop would be spilled. They drank with infinite preciousness, sip by sip. They had to swirl it in their mouths a few times before they could bear to swallow it. And once they did, they let out another long sigh of extreme satisfaction. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that a supreme martial artist would be so satisfied with such an ordinary wine. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, Interrogation Officer 1 and the rest also wouldn't believe that they were so useless. After eating and drinking, he finished drinking as well. Everyone's cravings were only aroused and their stomachs were only half full. Finished eating? Let's start working. Chu Yang led the way without looking back, continuing with his plan of tunneling underground. Everyone complained. This bastard is even scarier than a landlord. Such a high frequency of exploitation. But complaining was just for the sake of moving their mouths. No one would really get angry. At this time, actually complaining was also a form of strength. And it was also a way to deepen their relationship, as the excavation continued. Interrogation Officer 1, Wan Renjie and the rest also gradually discovered a strange problem. That was, Chu Yang's temperament could change. Sometimes, he was as gentle as the spring breeze, not anxious or impatient. His heart was deep but it didn't show on the outside. But sometimes, it felt very lonely and desolate, very bleak, very lonely, and very distressing. Everyone felt strange. Could it be that this young fellow actually had some unbearable past? Whenever this happened, the speed would always be very fast. Chu Yang continuously excavated stones as if he was venting. The few of them also hurried to work in silence. Everything happened in silence. They just felt strange. This fellow's endurance is really not ordinary. We're already so tired that we're panting behind him, but he's still full of energy. Of course, they didn't know that in such a high frequency of work, Chu Yang's soul had already gone back and forth 7 or 8 times. The sword spirit and Chu Yang took turns to do the work. Although the sword spirit was unwilling, he clamored, "I, the sword spirit, am the top figure in the world. I've never dug a lousy stone before." But under the sword master's tyranny, the sword spirit had no choice but to participate in the work of excavating stones. On the 3rd day, a new problem arose. There was no problem with eating and drinking for the time being. But humans had 3 needs. This. What about peeing? Even a supreme martial artist couldn't just go in and out. To this, Chu Yang's answer was very simple: think of a way to solve it yourself. His only request was, don't let me hear it. Don't let me see it. Don't let me smell it. Don't let me know. Therefore, everyone was like a thief when they went to the toilet. They secretly went to the back, and quickly solved it. Anyway, it would be blocked by a big rock very soon. 3 days later, everyone rested. Chu Yang took out dry food, water, and wine. Everyone was waiting anxiously. Chu Yang took out a wine jar. Everyone was pouring wine in front of them and chewing on their food. He tasted the wine with a look of enjoyment. Chu Tianma said embarrassedly, "Enjoy your meal. I'm going to relieve myself in the back. Cough, I can't hold it in any longer. I farted just now. Did you guys smell it? Even I think it smells bad." With that one sentence, everyone's expression turned strange. At this moment, he was chewing something in his mouth. "Why did you say that, F***ck? Do you need to be more filthy?" Especially Chengduing, he really wanted to cry at this moment. Life and death dilemma. Just now, when Chu Yang was working in front of him with his buttocks sticking out, he followed closely behind. His nose was only inches away from Chu Yang's buttocks. At this moment, Big Brother Wan's mouth was stuffed full of food and he was about to swallow it. Instantly, he felt that the food that was still fragrant just a moment ago had turned into feces. He retched and almost threw it up. F***ck. Beat him up. The 8 people were furious and rushed up together. Then, he pinned the little one down and gave it a good thrashing. After a while, Chu Tianma, whose face was bruised and swollen, slipped to the back by himself. Everyone looked at each other and covered their mouths to laugh at the same time. Cough, because they were cautious. So they couldn't make a sound. So, everyone, don't misunderstand, but please imagine how 8 men and a few old men covered their mouths to laugh like little girls. They felt disgusted. However, everyone's heart was touched. Doing such boring work underground for a long time. It was really unbearable for them to be mentally suppressed. They weren't young anymore. The youngest one was almost 1,000 years old. They didn't have the energy to make fun of themselves. Chu Yang's joke just now was to use himself as a punching bag. With a laugh, all the psychological pressure disappeared without a trace. He had put in a lot of effort. At the same time, the 8 people all realized something. Chu Yang's dry food seemed to be endless. They had been eating for 7 days and they could still be half full with every meal. They really didn't know how much stock Chu Yang had left. But no one said anything. As for wine, everyone had 3 cups each time. It had been 7 days now. No matter how big the wine jar was, it should have been empty by now. If they counted strictly, 3 jars should be gone. But Chu Yang's wine jar was still easy. He could pour out 3 cups each time. There was obviously something strange. However, no one brought it up either. They all knew that as the person in charge of supplies, Chu Yang's pressure was definitely much greater than theirs. He was such a young lad, yet he was able to do so much. Could it be that they, the old men, couldn't share some of his burden? Not long after, Chu Yang came back and started working. During this period, they rested once every 3 days. When they rested, they dug a big cave in advance so that everyone could lie flat. This was the most effective way to recover their tired bodies. However, even when they were sleeping, Demon Chu's demonic nature didn't change. He put a piece of dry food in everyone's mouth. They were not allowed to chew it. They had to sleep with it in their mouths, to avoid snoring. After all, it was impossible for him not to snore when he fell asleep in such a tired state. But with dry food in their mouths, it was different. They were hungry to begin with, and they weren't allowed to eat. Even when they fell asleep, they couldn't help but secrete saliva, which slowly melted the dry food. Chu Yang's calculations were extremely accurate. The dry food had completely melted, and there wasn't much difference between them and getting up. Complaints were heard everywhere. 10 days passed. Calculating the progress, they had already traveled 1,500 miles during this period. There hadn't been any movement. It looked like the Li clan really couldn't be found this time. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After all, in the eyes of the Li clan, Chu Yang and the others, who were first-grade supreme martial artists, couldn't reach a range of 10,000 feet below Chu Ling. Therefore, during this period of time, the surface of the earth was completely turned upside down. Li Qinglei and the others felt so wrong that they wanted to cry but had no tears. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur? The target had clearly appeared, and they had already locked onto it. Everyone chased after it, but after half a day, they discovered that the enemy had disappeared all of a sudden. Where could he have gone after disappearing? He didn't go up to the sky anyway. He must have dug into the ground, right? And so the entire area where the sword spirit had disappeared, be it hills or mountains, they had all been turned upside down by the Li clan. How could it be just 10,000 feet? With such strength, they dug down and turned over 30,000 feet. The Li clan gained a lot. Some spirit beasts, such as century-old snakes and so on, were warm underground. This time, they were all turned over. Even rats were shaken to death one by one. Every rock larger than a human head was smashed. Looking over, the entire area of 800 miles was a desert. However, the real target was nothing. After learning of this situation, the Li clan once again sent out a large number of people. The second grandmaster of the Li clan, Li Xianxia, personally led a team over. He grabbed Li Qinglei and gave him a good scolding. "Tell me, what's the use of you? You actually couldn't catch him even after seeing him? You actually lost him after chasing him for 300 miles. And you even said that he had mysteriously disappeared. F***ck, they're not ghosts." Li Qinglei's head drooped from the scolding, his veins popping. What he didn't know was that Li Xianxia had hit the nail on the head with one sentence: they weren't ghosts. Yes, the sword spirit wasn't a ghost. But in essence, he was no different from a ghost. Strictly speaking, he was just a F***king old ghost. Li Qinglei, whose face and neck were red from the scolding, gritted his teeth and brought up valuable information. "Elder Master, I can guarantee that this batch of brats, they have turned and entered the northwest. As long as we maintain a tight blockade, they definitely won't be able to get out." "What's the use of telling me that?" Li Xianxia was furious. "Hurry up and go look for them." The entire northwest was turned upside down. After this incident, the originally towering mountains and lofty ridges instantly turned into plains. Mountains were flattened one after another. He believed that in the future, the Northwest would have to change its name to the Great Northwest Plains. A few small vassal clans didn't do their jobs well and were wiped out by the enraged Li clan members on the spot. Every sound of wind and every tree was an enemy. The Li clan's large-scale operation was so abnormal, so tyrannical, and so extravagant that it naturally attracted the attention of the various super clans outside. For a moment, the gazes of the various super clans toward the northwest became even more intense and even more cautious. The Ling clan, Yi clan, Shao clan, and so on, which were the closest to the northwest. All of the people they sent out were secretly infiltrating the northwest. Among the law enforcement officers, there were also quite a number of people rushing toward the northwest. The officers of the interrogation hall naturally knew where their boss had gone. After such a long period of silence and no news, they had also sent people to investigate. The Li clan naturally wouldn't allow these people to enter. Therefore, the conflicts at the borders became more and more intense by the day. In the southeast, ever since Chu Yang entered the heart of the continent, there had been no news of him at all. Everyone was burning with anxiety as well. Wu Jiuqing's injuries had already recovered by more than half. After a long period of silence, he accepted everyone's request and brought Chu Lu-er out of the southeast in disguise with the purpose of training his disciples. She recalled that Chu Yang seemed to have said that he was going to the northwest back then. Therefore, Chu Lu-er also brought her teacher all the way to the northwest in a coquettish and threatening manner. Unknowingly, this remote northwest actually became a place where the winds and clouds gathered. When the entire continent was in chaos, Chu Yang was underground and naturally didn't know anything. Wu Jiuqing's method of teaching his disciple was undoubtedly very effective. And Chu Lu-er's comprehension ability was even more impressive. Immediately, he fully understood and implemented his master's words. And it was very accurate. Wu Jiuqing himself didn't expect what kind of impact his words would have on his disciple's life. He also didn't expect that these words would be the prelude to a massacre of the heavenly layer. And the inhumane prelude to the extraterrestrial demons in the heavenly layer imperial court. Wu Jiuqing was someone who did as he pleased between good and evil to begin with. When he taught his disciple, he naturally imparted his own set of theories. And he was known as the poison doctor back then. To be honest, he wasn't a good person either. Wu Jiuqing was very clear about his likes and dislikes and did things as he pleased. It was precisely this character that caused him to be somewhat obstinate and self-opinionated. One is marked by the company one keeps. Under the guidance of such a master, Chu Lu-er improved very quickly. After receiving her master's honest guidance, the next moment, Chu Lu-er, who couldn't take it anymore, waved her hand furiously. The dozen or so people who were still spouting the most obscenities just now fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Then, Chu Lu-er asked someone beside her, "Do you think they deserve to die?" This person was still in a dream and didn't know what was going on. He opened his mouth and said, "Little b******." Before he could finish, he was poisoned. This time, he didn't die immediately. However, his whole body started to rot, and he screamed as he rotted. The people who were still puzzled at first were instantly scared out of their wits. They looked at this fairy-like young lady with eyes full of fear. Chu Lu-er understood. You can't kill people without them noticing. You must let them see it. Only then will they be afraid of you. Wu Jiuqing was full of praise for his disciple's extraordinary comprehension ability. Yes. What you said makes so much sense. And so, Chu Lu-er waved her hand again, her fair and tender hand waving out. The men who were still teasing her just now instantly fell to the ground, screaming and wailing. Chu Lu-er very patiently asked them one by one, "Are you afraid of me?" "Yes. I'm afraid. Madam. Spare my life." The men who were being questioned were in a state of near death. When they suddenly heard this sentence, that feeling was really indescribable. "Is Chu Yang an extraterrestrial demon?" Chu Lu-er asked again. "No. Absolutely not." The muscles on that big man's face were convulsing in pain. He pointed to the sky and swore, "Chu Yang, your grandpa Chu, is a chivalrous and brave man. I'm an unparalleled hero. Whoever dares to say that your grandpa Chu is an extraterrestrial demon, I'll dig up his ancestral grave." "Okay." Chu Lu-er smiled and waved her hand. It relieved him of his pain. Then he asked the next person, "Are you afraid of me?" "No, no." Wu Jiuqing shook his head vigorously. "You are too soft-hearted. How can you let someone who has already offended you off? He might be afraid of you, but he might take revenge on you. To cut the weeds, one must dig up the roots. The best course of action is to end everything once and for all. Did you see that? The Dharma Supreme created public opinion, saying that your brother is an extraterrestrial demon, and everyone believed it. Why? Wu Jiuqing taught her earnestly, because the Dharma Supreme has status. He had power. They had power. That's why everyone believes it. However, with your efforts, some people have already said that your brother Chu Yang is not an extraterrestrial demon. Why? Because you have power, and they are afraid of you. So, whatever you say, is what it is." Chu Lu-er was extremely intelligent. "So, as long as I have enough power and status, I will say. Everyone, don't believe the Dharma Supreme's words. Then, no one will believe it. I will say. If the Dharma Supreme is a bastard, then they will also follow me and say that the Dharma Supreme is a bastard. Yes. You are teachable. Wu Jiuqing was greatly comforted. But, how can I make everyone afraid of me? I can't possibly poison everyone I see, right? Chu Lu'er frowned. There's no need for that. You can find a few people who are powerful enough. Yes, in this way, and so on, after some trouble, wherever you go, your name will naturally resound throughout the country. Wu Jiuqing said with a benevolent expression. That's true. Only the words of people with a bit of power will spread far and wide. Chu Lu'er seemed to be deep in thought. But they didn't offend me. Chu Lu'er said with melancholy, it's not very good to act rashly, silly girl. Wu Jiuqing said in exasperation. Isn't it easy to make them offend you? Then give them a chance to offend you. Teacher is right. Thus, along the way, not only did Miss Chu Lu'er punish anyone who dared to say Chu Yang the extraterrestrial demon is so and so, all the local heroes who had a bit of reputation also started to have nightmares. Some of them were so serious that Chu Lu'er still trembled at the thought of it, even after a few months. This journey was really full of surprises, teacher, but killing people like this is a little too much. It goes against the harmony of heaven. There was one time when Chu Lu'er couldn't bear to do it. What goes against the harmony of heaven? That's nonsense. Wu Jiuqing lectured seriously. We are enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Do you understand? Look, all the people you kill are evil people, right? They said that her brother was an extraterrestrial demon and even took liberties with her. Of course, they were evil people. Chu Lu'er nodded in confusion. Do you know the dangers of evil people? Wu Jiuqing said, a hooligan can bring disaster to an entire street, a bully can bring disaster to an entire village or even a town, a hooligan with a bit of cultivation can bring disaster to an entire county. If it's a king level, emperor level, monarch level or saint level evil person, then it's really too many to count. Don't you think so? The degree of viciousness of an evil person is closely related to his cultivation. Teacher is right, said Chu Lu'er. If you kill a small hooligan, you'll save the people of an entire street. If you kill a big hooligan, you'll save a town. If you kill a saint-level hooligan, you'll save a lot of good people in several cities, said Wu Jiuqing. Teacher is right. We are enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. Chu Lu'er was very happy. So, if you can't bear to do it to evil people, you'll be cruel to good people. If you show mercy to evil people and they harm good people in the future, it'll be equivalent to you committing a sin. Said Wu Jiuqing. But you're so kind, why would you commit a sin? Teacher is right. Chu Lu'er nodded heavily. She indeed wouldn't commit a sin. So, when you see evil people in the future, if you want to kill them all. Don't give them another chance to do evil. Don't let yourself commit a sin, said Wu Jiuqing. But if they turn over a new leaf, won't they become good people? Cough, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit, and a wolf will always harm others. Didn't you hear the sages say that it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but difficult to change one's nature? How can evil people become good people? How unlikely is it to hope that they'll change for the better? We don't have the time to supervise them one by one. It'll be much easier to kill them. Teacher is right. So, every person we kill is a merit. The one enforcing justice on behalf of heaven is Miss Chu Lu'er. Yes. I'm the one enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. But teacher, look, these commoners are also very scared when they look at me. That's because they still don't understand how much good you've done for them. When you kill the tyrants, these people are the ones who benefit the most. They're afraid of you now, but in the future, when they live happily and peacefully, they'll slowly come to know how good you are. Besides, even if they don't know, when we do good deeds and uphold justice, how can we expect them to be grateful and repay us? Won't that be disadvantageous? Teacher is right. I don't expect them to repay me. Think about it, how many bad people have you killed along the way? There are at least 100 of them. Then how many good people have you saved? Countless, right? Yes. She nodded happily. Are you happy? Yes. Yes, wanting to be known for doing good is hypocrisy, hiding one's identity and reputation is true kindness. Yes. Do you also feel disgusted when you kill people? Yes, it's too disgusting, but think about it, how many people are living good lives because you've killed evil people? Can't you suffer a little disgust for so many people? Of course you can. So, even if it's disgusting, we have to kill evil people and do good deeds. Yes. The first stage of Wu Jiuqing's apprenticeship was declared a success. At this stage, if Chu Yang heard this, he would definitely fight this old fellow to the death. If anyone in the Chu clan heard this, they would also immediately take Chu Lu away, far away from this teacher. Therefore, this was the real reason why Wu Jiuqing brought his disciple out for training even before his injuries had healed. And this reason of his was exactly the right person to instill it into. Chu Lu was extremely intelligent. How could she be fooled by ordinary tricks, but she had been tormented by illness since she was young. Her heart had long become as firm as a rock amidst the boundless pain. Her willpower had long been tempered by the boundless despair. Perhaps an ordinary little girl of her age would be so scared that she would tremble when she saw someone else killing a chicken. But to Chu Lu, personally killing a few people, and evil people at that, the psychological pressure wasn't great at all. As for Wu Jiuqing's indoctrination, it was actually enough just to open the channel. Chu Lu also felt that what Wu Jiuqing said after that was what she wanted to say. Wu Jiuqing was naturally obstinate and self-opinionated, but Chu Lu's love and hate were even more distinct to the point of being sick. In Chu Lu's heart, this distinction was even clearer and more precise than her teacher's. You harmed people, why can't I kill you? Am I supposed to keep you around to harm others? Chu Yang is my elder brother and also the person who treats me the best in this world. You scolded him and wanted to kill him. Then, even if you are a good person, I will still kill you. What's more, you are a bad person? Chu Lu was indignant. Now that I'm alive, why can't I live my own life? Do what I want to do the most? Why do I have to be restrained? I'll naturally be very happy if you praise me, but I don't care if you scold me. You scold me, I'll kill mine. As long as my brother, father, and mother don't scold me, isn't that enough? To be alive is to be unrestrained. To be free and unrestrained. He wanted to be free and unrestrained. To do as one pleases. Whatever he wanted to do, he would do it, only then can one live up to one's great life and youth. Wu Jiuqing began the second stage of teaching. Lu, look at the way you're using poison. It's too wasteful. Poison is a gift from the heavens. Every kind of poison has its own unique value. Therefore, you can't use it carelessly. What do you mean, teacher? When we use poison, we have to use just the right amount, not a bit more, not a bit less. It's just enough to kill someone, yet it's not a waste. Let's say, if you can poison a chicken to death with one tail of grass, then wouldn't it be a waste if you used 2 tails of grass? You have to be careful with your spending. I see. There are many stages in using poison. The first stage, you just have to poison someone to death. Any kind of poison can be used. This is the lowest level. Because you can't grasp the toxicity at all. The second stage is precision, which varies from person to person. The third stage is to use a poison that can only kill a martial king to kill a martial saint. This is a science. It concerns one's physique, cultivation technique, environment, state of mind and so on. As for the fourth stage, it's to use a tonic to poison someone to death. Yes, when it comes to the fifth stage, it can be done at any time. That is, I can use a poison to kill someone to save someone, but I can use a poison to save someone to kill someone. When that time comes, you'll be both a divine doctor and a poison saint. Only then will you be considered to have truly entered the door. For example, me. You're now at the first stage. You have to hurry and advance to the second stage. You have to use a different kind of poison depending on the kind of person you're dealing with. For example, when you're dealing with a martial king, the tricolor poison is enough to send him to heaven, but you use the shadowless poison that can kill a martial saint. This is too wasteful. Besides, you're overestimating him too much. To die from such a high-level poison is too preferential. A lower 3 heaven stack. Yet you insist on capturing it and bringing it to heaven imperial court. It was Gao who killed him. Master, you mean, as the saying goes, the kind of person plays with the kind of bird, and the kind of person uses the kind of poison. There must be a match. This way, it would be easier for him to control his poison arts. It won't be so messy. Yes, I understand, as long as you understand. For example, brothels and brothels. A romantic and a peddler definitely doesn't go to the same place. Cough, cough, I've misspoken. Actually, I never go to that kind of place. Yes, your disciple believes that master will definitely not go, even once. Wu Juoqing covered his face and ran away in tears. To conduct oneself in this world, one must be open and aboveboard. Poison Dr. Wu Juoqing said sanctimoniously, therefore, when you kill someone, you must reveal your name. If that's the case, then my conscience is clear. Yes. I'm Chu Lu-er. Chu Lu-er said. Not good. Wu Juoqing frowned. The 3 words Chu Lu-er. It was not imposing at all. You have to have a resounding nickname when you roam the Jianghu. This needs to be carefully planned. Yes, master is right. Then let's discuss it. Both master and disciple studied for a long time. After rejecting countless nicknames, a nickname that both master and disciple were satisfied with finally appeared out of nowhere. Once this nickname appeared, it was because Miss Chu Lu wanted to make a name for herself. It immediately became popular in the north and south of the Qing River and on both sides of the river, Miss Heavenly Poison. Along the way, there was a reign of terror. Miss Chu Lu's poison arts were getting more and more superb. The more she used them, the more proficient she became. Coming out of the Black Blood Forest, they went all the way to the Yi clan's territory. This journey was even crueler than Chu Yang's the last time. Everywhere they passed, there was a wave of mourning. The name Miss Heavenly Poison spread far and wide. The power of the limelight was simply unparalleled, all demons and monsters fled at the sight of her. Everyone knew that there was a ruthless and merciless young lady, known as the Miss Heavenly Poison, who was heading all the way north from the southeast. It was better for everyone to hide far away. If they angered this young miss, it would not be a joke. They really deserved to kill. She killed a whole bunch of people without even blinking her beautiful eyelashes. Ever since they entered the Yi clan's territory, there were more disputes and more people cursing the extraterrestrial demons. Therefore, the number of people who died in the hands of Miss Heavenly Poison also increased. A few disciples of the Yi clan's affiliated clans heard that the Miss Heavenly Poison was as beautiful as a flower and actually had evil thoughts. Faced with a trap, the master and disciple naturally stepped into it. Then, the clans that set up the trap were unlucky. After these clans were ravaged, robbed, plundered and threatened, they ran to the Yi clan overnight to complain. The Yi clan naturally had to stand up for their subordinates. Therefore, wave after wave of people came, from weak to strong. Wu Juoqing thought that this was a great opportunity to train his disciple. Therefore, as long as no real experts of 5th grade martial saint and above appeared, the poison doctor would just stand by and watch. Chu Lu originally had martial saint cultivation. Now that her poison arts had improved greatly, it was naturally easy for her. Besides, the little girl didn't know what the Yi clan was. She had no qualms at all. As long as she could kill, she would kill them along the way. The matter became bigger and bigger. By the time the Yi clan also realized that they had kicked an iron plate this time, dozens of Yi clan experts had already died in the hands of the Miss Heavenly Poison. This even included 3 4th grade martial saints. Thus, the Yi clan sent out 2 1st grade supreme martial artists to lead the troops and prepare to capture and kill the Miss Heavenly Poison for revenge. But after the 2 1st grade supreme martial artists went out, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. In the past, there were still people who escaped back to report, but this time, even the people who reported were gone. Thus, they directly sent out 3 3rd grade supreme martial artists. In the end, this time, it was still uncertain. The matter was serious. How could the Yi clan take it lying down after suffering such a huge loss? Therefore, they sent out another 2 5th grade supreme martial artists. Just like before, they didn't return. This time, they panicked. But just as the Yi clan was mobilizing their troops and preparing to make a big move to avenge their previous humiliation, they received a letter from the northwest. Before the clan master finished reading the letter, the entire courtyard of the Yi clan headquarters suddenly became chaotic. Someone shouted in panic, "Oh no! The Miss Heavenly Poison has killed her way in." Wu Juiqing had always been fearless. What Yi clan? Why wasn't it over after provoking the master and disciple? In a fit of anger, she barged into the headquarters. She insisted on demanding an explanation. At this moment, everyone in the Yi clan who heard her was both angry and amused. This Miss Heavenly Poison was seriously too arrogant, wasn't she? We couldn't do anything to her even if she threw her weight around outside, but she actually barged into the Yi clan's headquarters to create trouble. This old man was really arrogant. She actually came to the Yi clan's headquarters to demand an explanation? She really didn't know how she died. With a single order, the Yi clan's experts surrounded the master and disciple in 3 layers. Thus, Lord Poison Doctor was enraged, with a shout and a wave of his hand. They fell all over the ground. In the end, this matter alarmed the number 1 elder master of the Yi clan, Xianxia. Xianxia was in seclusion. Hearing the commotion in the clan, he came out to take a look with a few guards and experts after a long period of silence. The moment he took a look, he was practically shocked. In an instant, he felt a huge headache coming on. My goodness, how did they offend this ancestor? And they even came to the clan to cause trouble. Even if Xianxia hadn't seen the experts of the past, he had seen portraits of them. How could he not recognize that this ancestor was Poison Dr. Wu Juiqing? Helpless, he hurriedly went forward and bowed. Elder Wu. What brings you to the Yi clan? There was nothing to say about this. In terms of seniority, Wu Juiqing was the previous tribulation, while Xianxia was the son of the previous tribulation. This was a huge gap in seniority. The moment Xianxia opened his mouth, everyone was stunned. The first elder master who had lived for 10,000 years was still calling him elder. Everyone in the Yi clan was dumbfounded. What did they provoke in the clan? Wu Juiqing rolled his eyes and said, "Your Yi clan is too insensible, constantly sending people to bully my disciple." The martial emperors went to the monarchs went to the martial saints, and then several batches. The martial saints couldn't take them down, so they simply sent out waves of supreme martial artists. This old man saw that it was too tiring for you to deploy troops time and time again. It was too troublesome, so this old man came knocking on your door. Xianxia's face turned the color of pig liver at once. He glared angrily at his grandchildren. They really knew how to stir up trouble. The last time, they had provoked a great expert from beyond the void, and even their own son had died an unnatural death, along with more than 100 supreme martial artists of the clan. And now, they had directly provoked the Poison Doctor Wu Juiqing into the clan. Ordinary people would know to pick a soft target. But their great clan with 10,000 years of history actually didn't even pick a soft target to bully. What the heck, Wu Juiqing? Was this someone they could provoke into the clan? They would rather provoke Ming Tianya, Bu Luqing, Yu Lingxue, Feng Yuro, and even the Dharma Supreme into the clan than bring Wu Juiqing into the clan. The moment this fellow appeared in the Yi clan, he was in the heart of the clan. With just a thought, there would be a plague in the surrounding hundreds of miles. Elder, you must be joking. Her. Xianxia's face darkened. Who provoked Elder Wu? Step forward and apologize yourselves. This deep shout was naturally extremely majestic. But no one stepped forward. Cough. For those few who provoked me, this old man has already sent them to have tea with your father. Wu Juiqing said calmly, I'm here this time. I'm afraid that all of you aren't prepared, so I'm here to accept your punishment. If all of you don't wish to punish me, then I'll have to demand an explanation. After a pause, he actually nodded affirmatively. This explanation must be demanded. The surrounding Yi clan members were rather dumbfounded. Wasn't this old fellow a little too arrogant? Even if you're a senior, but you've already killed all those who provoked you. We haven't even settled the score with you, yet you're actually here to demand an explanation. There were still 150 votes left before today's target of 400 votes. There were still 3 chapters left before the chapter 1 promised. There were still 5 hours left. I'm going to continue fighting. Xianxia had a helpless look on his face. Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, he said, Elder. Even if I have more guts, I still wouldn't dare to punish you. Since you've already punished those ignorant people. Why don't we just let it go? On account of the fact that we share the same roots, Upon hearing the words share the same roots, Wu Jiuqing's expression changed strangely. Strictly speaking, they really did share the same roots, they were both related to tribulation. Wu Jiuqing's mentality had changed during this period of time. He also seemed to be less concerned about the past. When he heard this, all sorts of emotions actually welled up in him. With a sigh, he said, "Forget it. Since you've already said so, I won't go too far." Yi Qinshan thanked him profusely. "It's fine as long as the Yi clan compensates my little disciple for some of her losses." Wu Jiuqing looked at Chu Lu'er lovingly. "My little disciple is a little girl, but she has always been timid and has always been doted on like a precious jewel. This time, you guys gave her quite a scare." A few people outside had strange looks on their faces. Given quite a scare? This little grandaunt used innate poison right off the bat. Who exactly was the one given quite a scare? Yi Qinshan burst into laughter. Of course. Someone, open the clan's treasure vault. This little. He spoke softly. He really didn't know how to address her. Even if he didn't go by age and seniority in the secular world and only went by tribulation, Wu Jiuqing was also from his grandfather's generation. Now that Wu Jiuqing had taken in a younger brother, was he supposed to address her as grandaunt? Cough, you're being too arrogant. Just call her little sister. Wu Jiuqing rolled his eyes. Upon hearing that Yi Qinshan was so good at handling matters and actually opened the treasure vault directly, Wu Jiuqing also felt that he had some face, so he didn't make things difficult for him. Otherwise, he would make this elder master of the Yi clan address Chu Lu'er, a 14-year-old girl, as grandaunt in front of his descendants. It wasn't as if they, the poison doctor, couldn't do such a thing. Bring this little sister, to choose some things that she likes. Yi Qinshan felt relieved. But what if I like a lot of things? Chu Lu'er looked at Wu Jiuqing pitifully. Wu Jiuqing frowned at once. That's right, he doesn't have any storage equipment either. Prepare a storage ring of the largest size for this little sister. Before Wu Jiuqing could finish speaking, Yi Qinshan had already started making arrangements. Since this extortion had already been finalized, it would be better to be straightforward and get lenient treatment. You're still young. You're worthy of being a descendant of tribulation. How sensible. Wu Jiuqing praised. Yi Qinshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was already 10,000 years old, and he was being called little by others. Yet, they actually praised him. How sensible. I'm too sensible. Chu Lu'er had a harmless and pitiful look on her face as she followed him to the Yi clan's treasure vault with a red face to pick out the spiritual compensation for her loss. Yi Qinshan eagerly entertained her. She invited Wu Jiuqing into the living room and personally accompanied him, serving him carefully. Outside, the confused experts of the Yi clan gradually dispersed. Seeing that the corpses of the people who had been poisoned had turned black, they were somewhat puzzled. Why didn't the ancestor ask this old man for the antidote? But they didn't know. Yi Qinshan deeply understood this poison doctor's personality. Since he had personally poisoned them, then it was best not to ask for the antidote. It was useless even if he did. They would definitely die. Some people were indignant and asked about this old man's background. Those who understood said a few words solemnly. 30,000 years ago, one of the tribulations. Poison doctor, Wu Jiuqing. Supreme martial artist Chen Feng's only successor, these few words. It shocked those who didn't know the truth so much that they staggered. Good heavens, helping the affiliated clans to vent their anger, they actually kicked the biggest iron plate in the world, at this moment. Everyone even had the thought of exterminating those affiliated clans. No wonder the ancestor was so polite. With Wu Jiuqing in the clan, it was practically an unsolvable situation. Even if they were surrounded and killed outside, there was still some hope of escaping with the help of the high winds and dry environment, or if they were lucky and set up the right arrangements, they could still kill this old fellow. But in their own home. Unless they didn't want their grandchildren to live anymore. Yi Qinshan and Wu Jiuqing drank tea. After a long while, they finally saw Chu Lu'er enter shyly and weakly. She stood obediently behind Wu Jiuqing. Wu Jiuqing burst into laughter. Without asking what his disciple had taken, he took his leave at once. Yi Qinshan couldn't have asked for more. He hurriedly sent them off. After sending the old and young pair out, Xianxia prepared to continue his seclusion. Was he supposed to give his grandchildren a good scolding over something like this? Let bygones be bygones. The warden who had led Chu Lu'er into the treasury was ashen-faced and evasive. In a moment of curiosity, he asked, "What did that little girl take?" "She." Large beads of sweat trickled down the warden's face. He stammered, "She took. She took the sovereign sword, the bloom and fade flower, a piece of soul of the purple crystal, 2 jade snow spirit ginseng, a piece of golden essence jade, a set of heavenly moonlight treasure, and 7 to 8 11th grade and 12th grade spirit beast cores." What? Even with 10,000 years of composure, Xianxia couldn't help but hold his forehead and sway. Beside him, the 2 middle-grade supreme martial artists who had accompanied him in his seclusion also couldn't help but widen their eyes. These were all heirlooms of the Yi clan. Every single one of them was hard to come by. It could be said that even the most inferior of them was a top-notch heavenly treasure that could shock the heavens. The sovereign sword was a peerless divine weapon. One only needed to infuse it with origin energy and it could cut through metal like mud. Moreover, it had a majestic and beautiful appearance, and the blade was flexible and tough. When not in use, it could be wrapped around one's waist like a belt. Legend had it that this sword was made by a ruler beyond the heavens. It had accidentally fallen into the heavenly plane. The Yi clan had always treasured it and didn't dare to show it to others. Who would have thought that this sword would change hands even before it became profitable in the Yi clan? The bloom and fade flower bloomed once every 5,000 years. The moment the flower bloomed, it immediately withered. After it withered, it lost all its effects. Only when plucked at the moment of its bloom would it become a peerless divine medicine. The bloom and fade flower could preserve one's youth and soul forever. There was no need to talk about the soul of the purple crystal and the jade snow spirit ginseng. The gold essence jade was a rare treasure from beyond the heavens. It was soft to the touch and light as if it was weightless. Just like red cloud steel, it was 100 times more valuable. It could be used to forge weapons and was indestructible. Moreover, it could merge with the spirit and become a spiritual divine weapon. The heavenly moonlight treasure was the essence of the moon formed by pure moonlight in a certain specific space. Even the Yi clan, who owned it, had never studied its effects. They only knew that it was an amazing item, but didn't know what it was used for. As for the 7 to 8 11th grade and 12th grade spirit beast cores, any one of them was an astronomical amount of wealth. One must know that the Yi clan had existed for 10,000 years, and they had only collected these few cores. And now, they had changed hands. As he thought about these things, even with Xianxia's magnanimity, he still felt waves of pain in his heart. He had originally thought that the little girl was weak and obedient. Moreover, she was young and might not have much experience and insight. She had only gone to pick a few things that girls liked, which weren't worth much anyway. He had just taken it as coaxing a child. Besides, looking at how shy the little girl was at that time, it was still a question whether she would have the nerve to take them. Who would have thought that she would directly put a huge dragon in the shiny treasure vault? He recalled Wu Jiuqing's evaluation of himself, so sensible. Xianxia couldn't help but agree. I'm indeed too sensible. So sensible that even I want to slap myself a few times. Sigh. It's also my fault. I was too generous. Xianxia groaned and sighed. Why didn't you keep these things properly? She shouldn't have been able to see them. The warden's face was ashen as he dropped to his knees. It's my great-great-grandson who deserves to die. That rascal. That bastard. She. The moment she entered the treasure vault, she poisoned the 3 of us with shadowless poison and innate poison. Xianxia's mouth gaped open in disbelief. Shadowless poison? Innate poison? That weak little girl? She didn't listen to our introductions at all. She poisoned us the moment she entered. Then she said there would be a competition among the 3 of us. Whoever brought the best item would be given the antidote first. Then, the one with the worst condition wouldn't be given the antidote. The warden's face was ashen. She wasn't picky at all. Great-grandson. This. That. Did she even need to be picky? With the 3 of you who know the treasure vault the best to pick for her, what was there for her to be picky about? Xianxia sucked in a few breaths of cold air as though he had a toothache. His face was full of black lines as he muttered to himself, such a weak and delicate little girl whom I can't help but feel pity for. A black-hearted and incomparably greedy demoness whose entire body is filled with poison. Hiss, the three of you, go to the disciplinary hall to receive your punishment. I'm going into seclusion. With a flick of his sleeves, Xianxia left. Cold sweat broke out on the warden's face. When he saw that the elder master had gone far away, he slapped himself twice and muttered to himself, there's no the three of you anymore. I'm the only one left now. The little grandaunt isn't satisfied with the items that those two brought. The poison has already taken effect and their bodies are stiff. They said that they'll only recover after a month. The Yi clan passed down a strict order, within the territory of the Yi clan, no matter what the heavenly poison eldest miss did, everyone was to support her. Whoever dared to provoke the heavenly poison eldest miss, would be punished according to the clan rules. However, the reason for this was closely guarded. Firstly, it was really embarrassing if this matter got out. Secondly, it would be so unfair if the Yi clan was the only one at a disadvantage. No matter what, Wu Jueqing had to bring his disciple to the other clans to pay their respects, right? Wu Jueqing and his disciple were leisurely. They set off from the Yi clan's encampment and headed toward the northwest. Along the way, there were naturally quite a number of law enforcement officers discussing the extraterrestrial demon Chu Yang. However, all of them were mercilessly punished by Chu Lu-er. When the law enforcement officers failed to take revenge on many occasions and lost their composure gradually, the Dharma Supreme finally received an eagle message. He immediately passed down an order: no one was to provoke this old and young pair. What kind of person was the Dharma Supreme? The moment he received the intelligence, he immediately concluded that this old man was most likely Wu Jueqing. Now, the Dharma Supreme couldn't wait to hide from Wu Jueqing. How would he dare to approach him? At least, before that divine technique was mastered, the Dharma Supreme could only hide as far away from Wu Jueqing as possible, as far away as possible. Moreover, after hearing that Wu Jueqing and his disciple were heading to the northwest, the Dharma Supreme had originally wanted to go to the northwest personally to take a look, but he also dismissed the idea. Moon Breeze and the rest guessed that Wu Jueqing's trip this time was to settle scores with the Dharma Supreme, but, unexpectedly, Wu Jueqing actually didn't have such intentions. He started to teach his disciple wholeheartedly. He actually didn't seem to take the Dharma Supreme's deception and betrayal to heart. If word of this attitude were to spread, those who knew of the situation back then would probably be in disbelief. Was this still Wu Jueqing? All of you are not me, you don't know my happiness. Wu Jueqing thought to himself. Looking at a young genius who was brimming with talent, gradually emitting a brilliance that shocked the heavens under his guidance. Such a sense of accomplishment couldn't even compare to killing 10,000 Dharma Supremes, not to mention the Dharma Supreme and his disciple heading all the way to the northwest. Not to mention Minister Chu, who was still trapped underground, was already in a sorry state. In the blink of an eye, he had already been underground for a month. And he had been working day and night, calculating the distance. He had probably already dug out more than 4,000 miles. But for safety's sake, Chu Yang still decided to dig a little more. Anyway, he had already been underground for a month. What did it matter if he stayed for another month? If he went out now, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and that would be really not worth it. Chu Yang's forbearance was fully displayed in this 1 month underground. His tenacity shocked the 8 old fellows who had lived for more than 1,000 years. Normal people couldn't possibly stay in a dark and humid place for a month, and still have to do high-intensity work non-stop. Even the 8 of them couldn't stand it anymore. But it was precisely during this period of time that Chu Yang alone made this 1 month's dark and humid, or pranks, or jokes, or pretending to be deep and comforting, and then suddenly laughing and saying that you had been deceived. Or tempted by food, or tempted by wine, or, often, the day before, he would announce that there was no more food. It was only enough for the last day. In the future, everyone could only starve. Therefore, everyone treasured the food at night. But the next day, when everyone was preparing to find something to eat underground, such as earthworms, Chu Yang would look on with folded arms and sigh again and again. They waited until they had dug out a few earthworms. Each and every one of them would look at the squirming earthworms and retch at the thought of eating these things raw. Chu Yang would suddenly say, as if he had discovered a new continent, "Oh, By the way, I didn't finish what I was going to say yesterday. There's no more dry food. But I still have some meat here, and it was cooked before. At that moment, everyone was so happy that they almost wanted to tear that hateful smile off his face and wipe his ass. After drinking for a few days, the wine was finally finished. Seeing Xianxia throw out more than 10 wine jars, everyone finally lost all hope. It's really gone, but in the evening, when everyone was silently preparing to eat, Xianxia would sigh and say, "Sigh, there's no more wine." Everyone was silent. "Sigh, I originally thought that this wine would last until we get out, but it's still not enough. I miscalculated." Everyone was speechless. "Sigh, there are still a few better jars in the ring. I was going to keep them for myself to drink secretly. Looks like it won't work," so everyone's eyes widened. "Do you want to drink?" At this time, Xianxia's eyes were full of mischief. Therefore, everyone scolded and beat this guy up again. Then, they threatened him and took out the wine with a swollen face. Every time that happened, everyone didn't feel that they were underground at all, but in heaven, every time, there was no dry food. There was meat. There was no leopard meat. There was bear meat, and other meat. There was no more wine after drinking for a few days. So, they took out better ones. After there was no more wine, they could actually take it out again. It was the cruelest time. When Xianxia said that there was no more wine, no one believed him. But there was really no more wine at night. There was still no more wine tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, everyone accepted their fate. There was really no more wine, but the day after tomorrow, Xianxia would say very embarrassedly, "I looked through the ring and found a jar of old wine." Often, Xianxia would be beaten up even more miserably at this time. These kinds of actions were all mischief. If it was in the outside world and repeated over and over again, everyone would probably be tired of it and hate it. But in this dark and lightless underground, everyone was living a very happy life by relying on Xianxia's endless pranks. There were new tricks every day. Everyone deliberately made themselves stupid and didn't think about anything at all. They were fooled by Xianxia's mischief. Anyway, this little guy was still going to be beaten up by us. It was not a loss. As the days went by, the 8 people really admired Xianxia more and more. Where did this guy get such a strong mental cultivation? His tenacity was too strong. Of course, they couldn't just work when they had nothing to do. During this period of time, everyone bragged about their life experiences. At first, it was okay, and everyone listened with great interest. But later, they couldn't avoid repeating it. So, the people at the front bragged, and the people at the back exposed their shortcomings. "Hey, that's not right. Didn't you say that your enemy was stuffed into the latrine and suffocated to death? How come it became death by 1,000 cuts now? There's a loophole. Didn't you say that your second great aunt's father-in-law's uncle's aunt's second cousin's uncle's eldest son's sister-in-law's sister-in-law is a saint-level master? How come she's now a restaurant owner?" Hiss, that's not right. Your second great aunt should be a woman. How can a woman have a father-in-law? At this time, there was often a quarrel. The one who was exposed argued with a red face and neck, and the others uniformly despised. When it was Xianxia's turn, Xianxia said, "Let me tell you about my personal experience." So everyone listened with respectful attention. Xianxia said, "I remember that in my previous life, I was also called Xianxia. I lived until I was dozens of years old and was killed. Then I suddenly found out that in this life, everyone held their bellies and covered their mouths to laugh until they rolled on the ground." This guy really knew how to brag. He actually talked about the previous life, this life. Why didn't he talk about the next life? Xianxia also laughed. His laughter was very carefree and very ridiculous. After talking for a while, the topic of their future was brought up. "I'm really curious. Why did Boss Lang ask us to resign and wander the martial world after we go back?" Interrogation Officer 1 was a little confused. No matter how powerful the Tribulation Sword Master is, he can't possibly kill law enforcement officers, right? Xianxia said in surprise, "Your state of mind is wrong. No matter who you suspect, you can't suspect your boss. Tell me yourselves, were Master Lang's last words for your own good?" The 4 nodded in unison. "There's no doubt about that." "Yes," Xianxia said, "think about it again. For 100,000 years, all those who went against the Tribulation Sword Master Which one of them had a good ending? There really wasn't. On this point, anyone could be sure of it. The law enforcement officers are powerful now, but who knows how powerful the Tribulation Sword Master is. If the Tribulation Sword Master was defeated instead, then, wouldn't that be defying the natural order? How can there be such a thing? Xianxia said, so the Tribulation Sword Master will definitely win. The law enforcement officers will definitely lose. That's true. So, if you continue to stay among the law enforcement officers, won't that be equivalent to waiting for death? Xianxia guided them patiently. But, if we don't do this, what can we do? Interrogation Officer 1 was very distressed. Apart from fighting and killing, we brothers don't have any other skills. Besides, the whole continent will be in turmoil. Even if we live in seclusion, where can we live in seclusion? Xianxia said righteously, you can find me in the southeast. I'm not as strong as Ning Tianya, Bu Luqing, Yu Lingxue, Feng Yuro, and Wu Jiuqing. As long as I don't deliberately cause trouble, even the Tribulation Sword Master can't do anything to me, right? Interrogation Officer 1's eyes lit up at once. Besides, as a force, there must be a criminal organization, and I lack people like you on my side. If you come to my side, it's also a torture chamber. And it's foolproof. You can even avoid all the storms in the world. Why not? Xianxia said earnestly, this is my good intentions. I sincerely invite all of you to join me. Of course, if Master Lang didn't say this, I wouldn't poach you either. But Master Lang's last words, are you not going to listen to them? Interrogation Officer 1 was very moved. This was really a good idea to kill two birds with one stone. This idea is really not bad. Interrogation Officer 2 looked at Interrogation Officer 1, rather moved. Yes, go elsewhere. It's also very hard to find someone like Brother Chu. Interrogation Officer 4, who had always been a man of few words, also urged at this moment. Interrogation Officer 1 frowned and pondered. If all of you agree. After we've avenged Master Lang, we'll bring our brothers to the southeast. All right. Xianxia said at the side, then, we'll also go to the southeast then. Yes, it'll be great if everyone gathers together. Everyone agreed. They rubbed their palms together. Xianxia chuckled secretly. Yes, poaching plan. Initial success, since there was no need to worry about food and drink, and the future was set, everyone was full of enthusiasm. The following progress actually sped up quite a bit. Day after day passed. Yet another thing happened that shocked and surprised everyone to the point that it was unbelievable. After digging stones and digging holes for 1.5 months in this dark tunnel, 1.5 months, each and every one of them actually discovered that they were actually about to break through. What was going on? The first to discover this was, of course, Xianxia. There's something wrong with my cultivation. It's actually getting restless. Could it be that I'm about to break through to second-grade Supreme Martial Artist? Once Xianxia said that, everyone who felt that they were full of energy during this period of time also checked. Once they saw it, each and every one of them instantly exclaimed in surprise. Now, my fingers are trembling. I will continue to write the next update. Everyone realized that their cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. Moreover, the internal energy in their bodies was vast and mighty, and they could break through any time. That originally unbreakable bottleneck actually seemed to have mottled cracks appearing on it. How could this be? Could it be that digging underground could actually increase one's cultivation? Everyone was puzzled. The most puzzled one was naturally Xianxia. Wow. Digging underground actually increased one's cultivation by one supreme martial artist? This. Everyone shuddered at the thought of this. Could it be true? Instantly, everyone looked at this dark underground tunnel and these heavy stones, their eyes burning with passion. Digging underground could actually increase one's cultivation. Of course, they couldn't break through here. Once they did, there would be a big commotion, so everyone could only suppress it. But everyone was absolutely sure that the bottleneck had already been broken. Once they got out, they would immediately become a second-grade supreme martial artist. Excited, everyone's spirits were high. Immediately, they dug underground desperately. Xianxia laughed in his heart, but his face was serious. There was naturally a reason for their cultivation to increase tremendously. Chu Yang very carefully mixed a small cup of Shui Leihan's celestial wine evenly with the wine they drank these days. Even if he tasted it carefully, he couldn't tell. But their cultivation was getting stronger day by day. It had been almost 2 months. It wasn't strange for their cultivation to increase by one level. Especially, a few of them were on the verge of breaking through. What Chu Yang didn't expect was that in the future, in the end, these few people went to the southeast. For the time being, there was no war, and their cultivation couldn't break through. These few guys actually started a frenzy of digging underground. This led to the underground of the flat mountain ridge leading to all directions. When Chu Yang returned to the flat mountain ridge one day, only then did he realize that the underground of the flat mountain ridge had already become an underground maze. Countless tunnels meandered, crisscrossing here and there, just like a spider web. Let's not talk about this later. This field mouse worked diligently underground, unaware of the changes in time. Finally, one day, Wei Wuyan reported, "We've been digging for 2.5 months." Chu Yang was stunned. "Based on the average of 130 miles per day, how much have we dug?" 2.5 months, that's 75 days. 130 miles per day. It should be more than 7,000 miles, right? Xianxia said with uncertainty. "Really, stupid to the extreme." Chengduing said contemptuously, "You don't even know such simple arithmetic. It's clearly 8,400 miles. Xianxia suddenly understood. Oh. Interrogation Officer 1 frowned. Something's not right. Bao Buhuan held a small stone in his hand and anxiously calculated on the wall. The stone wall made a scratching sound. 130 plus 130 plus 130 plus 130 plus 130 plus 130. As he calculated, Bao Buhuan's heart skipped a beat. That's too much. I feel dizzy just looking at it. Of course, Chu Yang was the most knowledgeable one among them. After calculating in his mind, he slapped his thigh and said, "You bunch of idiots. I was too excited and overdid it." Ah? Everyone was flabbergasted. If we calculate from Chuling to the northwest, it's only 7,700 li. But if we calculate from 130 li, in 75 days, we've dug out 550 li. It's a whopping 2,800 kilometers. It's 2,550 miles. Wei Wuyan corrected. Die on one side. Chu Yang shouted angrily. Wei Wuyan rolled his eyes and looked at the sky. He's angry out of humiliation. Everyone roared with laughter. All right. Chu Yang raised his hand to stop them. Let's get ready to go out. Those who haven't stayed here long enough can stay here. The next moment, everyone shook their heads in unison. If that's the case. A flower-like smile gradually bloomed on Chu Yang's muddy face. It was just that, against the backdrop of the mud, it was like a chrysanthemum flower. It was wrinkled like a chrysanthemum flower. Begin the operation. Oh woo! Everyone let out a strange cry. Finally, they were going to see the light of day again, and it was a very safe time to see the light of day again. Ling Hanyu had already stayed here for more than a year. Ever since he got the news that there might be a calamity in the Li clan and all the clans started to take action, Ling Hanyu volunteered to lead a team here. After coming here, he started to carry out harassment tactics. For a long period of time, it was very effective. Originally, when he came here, he was at the back of the Li clan. Now, he gradually entered and had already taken over the Li clan's sphere of influence. The few affiliated clans were all uprooted. Every time he thought of this, Ling Hanyu always felt very proud. Ling Hanyu was definitely not a cultivation maniac. His aptitude was one of the best among the younger generation of the Ling clan, but he was also famous for his laziness. Therefore, all his brothers were already at the martial saint level. Some of the faster ones were already at the supreme level, but he was still at the monarch level. However, although his martial prowess was not high, his methods of doing things were thunderous and ruthless. And he was very utilitarian. He was an exception. Everyone thought that suppressing the Li clan was for the Calamity Sword Master, but, not only suppressing the Li clan, but also opening up new territory for the clan, I'm the meritorious one. Ling Hanyu stood under a tree with his hands in his sleeves, looking at the winding mountain ranges and ravines in front of him. The white snow covered everything, and he was somewhat proud of himself. The conditions now look tough, but once the clan's power is stabilized, who can compare to my contributions to the clan when it comes to rewards? With the merits and sacrifices here, it will be very beneficial for the position of clan master. The clan usually only chooses the clan master based on long-term planning and wisdom. Martial prowess is not very important. Instead of neglecting sleep and food to study martial arts for a lifetime, how can it compare to holding great power and living a carefree life? As for the Li clan suddenly going crazy and killing so many people from the Ling clan. So what? What should be sacrificed will be sacrificed. Without sacrifice, where will I get the bargaining chip? It's better if the Li clan is even crazier. I want to hold great power and control the clan. I won't be like that fool Ling Hanwu. For a woman, he suffered for a lifetime and even lost his life in the end. To me, women are just decorations and playthings. That's all. In history, who has ever been mesmerized by a woman's charms? Ling Hanyu was full of self-satisfaction, his eyes full of pride. In the eyes of the crowd, Fourth Master Ling seemed to be mourning for the souls of the fallen heroes, but no one knew what he was truly thinking. Ling Hanyu always chose this cemetery to meditate, and everyone felt that Ling Hanyu was a loyal and righteous person. He was really a good leader, right at this moment. Ling Hanyu's expression changed. Because the terrain in front of him seemed to have changed, there seemed to be movement underground. What was going on? Ling Hanyu's eyes widened. The next moment, on the snowy ground about 10 feet in front of him, a hand suddenly reached out with a poof, a hand that was black and covered in mud. It curled up in the air, and its joints actually made two cracking sounds. Ling Hanyu's vision turned black, and he almost fainted on the spot. Think about it. On an evening when the sun was setting, he was alone in the cemetery. Right at this moment, a hand suddenly came out from underground without any warning. Damn it. Did it have to be so scary, especially someone like Ling Hanyu who had a guilty conscience? He was using the dead to create prestige for himself, yet at this moment, Ling Hanyu was scared out of his wits. He wanted to turn around and escape. But at this moment, his feet were nailed to the ground as if they had grown roots. He actually couldn't move at all. Right at this moment, a voice actually came from underground. I smell the scent of the human world. Wow, it feels so good. I smell it too. It's really different from underground. He. Damn it, it's so uncomfortable to be underground for so long. When I get out, I must have a big meal. I'll eat whatever I see. I'll eat whatever's still alive. Such a conversation was clearly transmitted into Ling Hanyu's ears. In an instant, Ling Hanyu only felt cold all over, and his mind was in a mess. He didn't know what time it was. Smell the scent of the human world? Then weren't you in the human world before? Where were you then? Different from underground? Have a big meal? Eat whatever you see? Then, what if you see me? Ling Hanyu's great ambition disappeared without a trace. His whole body was trembling like a sieve, and he only felt the front and back of his lower body aching. Suddenly, he couldn't help but feel a burning sensation in his crotch. F***ck, what's that smell? The monster underground complained. It can't be that we dug into a toilet, right? We can't be so unlucky, right? Another monster said. F***ck, won't we know if we go up and take a look? What if a big pile of feces comes down from above? That thing isn't easy to bear. Hearing this, Ling Hanyu spurted out the front and back of Ling Hanyu's lower body. Oh my god, it's really that. You go up first. No, it's better that you go up first. On the ground, that lone black hand, along with half of its jet black arm, was shaking violently. Ling Hanyu sat down on the ground, and was directly bewitched. A voice scolded, "Let's go out together." Then, in the next moment, under Ling Hanyu's dumbfounded gaze, a black human head popped out from the graveyard with a whoosh. His face was completely black, and his hair was all stuck together. His appearance was grotesque, and only his two eyeballs were black and white. The head popped out and instantly met the eyes of Ling Hanyu, who was sitting on the ground. F***ck. You gave me a big scare. There's still a living person here. The lonely human head on the ground said. Then, the lonely hand on the other side actually waved and asked, "Little, who are you?" "I'm Mother. Mother." Ling Hanyu burst into tears. Suddenly, his snot and tears flowed down. "Don't eat me." The human head stared at this little one in surprise, and suddenly flew into a rage. "Who are you calling mother?" A voice below said in surprise, "There's such a thing?" Then, with a whoosh, another human head popped out from the side. The two human heads stood side by side on the ground, looked at Ling Hanyu, and commented, "This little one called you mother? Ha 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 ha. There's such a thing? Let me see, let me see." In an instant, heads popped out from the ground of the graveyard, one after another. Poof. One. Poof, another. Poof, Ling Hanyu sat on the ground, unable to move at all, as if his body had been nailed to the ground. He wanted to close his eyes, but his eyelids refused to listen to his command and actually couldn't close them. He just stared with his eyes wide open. He stared with fear. Only something was flowing out uncontrollably from his crotch. "Mom, there's one. There's a whole ghost. A whole one." Looking at the row of human heads in front of him, looking at this graveyard, it just so happened to be a grave. Could it be? Could it be? The next moment, next to each of the human heads, a jet black arm stretched out in unison. All 5 fingers were jet black, the joints cracking as they pointed at Ling Hanyu at the same time. Ling Hanyu's eyes widened to their limits. The next moment, he fainted softly, too. Terrifying, he had fainted, so naturally he didn't hear what this person said. "Damn it, so smelly." Interrogation Officer 1, "This person was so scared by you that he peed and pooped. Who is this person?" "I don't know. Looking at his attire, he looks like someone from the Ling clan, and his status isn't low either." "Someone from the Ling clan? And his status isn't low either? Just like that, he peed?" Ha ha ha, there was a burst of laughter. Immediately, Chu Yang urged, "Quick, quick, get out, don't just show your head." I understand why this person is so scared. So that's why, and this is a graveyard." Everyone was speechless. What a coincidence. With a whoosh, Chu Yang took the lead and jumped out. Then, like pulling out carrots, everyone jumped out one by one. The others all hid far away, so Interrogation Officer 1 naturally grabbed Ling Hanyu without hesitation. They had to figure out where they were and what the situation was, right, and although this little one in front of them was a little smelly, he was also the most suitable candidate. Ling Hanyu felt like he had an extremely terrifying nightmare. In the dream, it was extremely terrifying. He woke up, but the moment he did, he felt that something was wrong with him, as if. He looked down. He couldn't help but let out a strange cry. Right in front of his chest, a big jet black hand grabbed his collar and lifted him up. He looked up. Interrogation 1 lowered his head and grinned. "Little one, what's your name?" However, Ling Hanyu immediately saw his mouth full of white teeth, and bent down. "He's going to eat me. He's going to eat me." In an instant, his spirit collapsed and he let out a high-pitched scream. Then, his body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of green mucus from his mouth. Then, mouthful after mouthful of blood. His aura was weak. Then, he straightened his body and trembled. His eyes rolled back, his body trembled, and he stopped breathing. Interrogation 1 was stunned. What's wrong with this person? Chu Yang moved closer to take a look. He couldn't help but sigh. His gallbladder ruptured from fear. Extreme fear ruptured his heart. Interrogation Officer 1, you're amazing. You directly scared an expert to death, and an important figure of the Ling clan at that. Worthy of being a law enforcer, worthy of being from the torture hall. Sharp indeed. Interrogation Officer 1 was instantly dumbfounded. With a swing of his arm, he tossed Ling Hanyu out. Is there a need for that? F***ck, such guts, to actually come out and make a living in the pugilistic world. I really have to hand it to you. What kind of people have the Ling clan raised? You can't even get any information out of them. At this moment. Who are you, ghosts? Let go of our fourth master. A voice roared violently, but it sounded as if it was trying to boost his courage. He saw 7 people flying towards him at high speed. These people were Ling Hanyu's personal bodyguards. At first, they didn't dare to disturb the fourth master as he comforted the dead. They only watched from afar, but after a while, they felt that something was wrong. Because the fourth master suddenly sat down and was even mumbling for his mother, the tombstone blocked their line of sight, so they couldn't see at all that there were actually so many human heads on the ground. They could only sigh inwardly. The fourth master's life was really tough. He lost his mother at a very young age. Now, he was reminded of the past. He thought of his mother. It was really pardonable, sexual lovers. Then, the situation became even more wrong. To think that, a dirty, burly man had actually appeared? And he grabbed the fourth master? Then, the fourth master let out a scream? Then, there was no sound. What was going on? Looking at this eerie graveyard, everyone's hearts were pounding. The 7 of them gathered their courage and hurried over. Before they arrived, they were already exhaling. If they were really ghosts, with so many living people's young energy, they would definitely be able to disperse them, once the 7 of them came over. Over here, the 7 of them also went up to welcome them. Other than Xu Yang and Wei Wuyan, the other 7 all went up to welcome them in high spirits. It was really suffocating to death in this underground place. 7 sounds rang out in succession. Before they could even move their limbs, the 7 of them were swiftly and neatly captured and brought to justice, so nimble that even Xu Yang was a little surprised. Damn it, even I, the author, didn't think of how to describe the moves and they were already captured. It was really a little bullying. 7 supreme martial artists against 7 monarch level. This was no longer a battle. In fact, it couldn't even be considered a game. Looking at Interrogation Officer 1 and the others interrogating each of them, Xu Yang felt a little dizzy. These were the people sent by the Ling clan. With such cultivation, they could actually force the Ling clan to retreat step by step. Could this not be a dream? Even this supreme martial artist had to dig a tunnel to escape, but after escaping, he realized that the people he was worried about were being defeated by a group of monarch level. Damn it. Xu Yang cursed. He was extremely displeased. After a while, listening to Interrogation Officer 1 and the others' reports, Xu Yang also gradually sorted out some thoughts. Regarding the interrogation of Wan Renjie and the others, Xu Yang didn't even listen to them. In this aspect, who could be more experienced than the interrogation officers? These people weren't the main force of the Ling clan. Ling Hanyu was only the highest commander here in name, representing the clan. In reality, there was someone else. However, the highest level commander was only a saint-level martial saint. After all, it was just harassment. The Li clan did indeed have concerns. Although to the Li clan, any supreme martial artist wasn't enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. But they were still wary of taking action. Because, other than the Zhuge clan, the rest of the people sent by the 8 super clans were all such people. If you touched them, you would be declaring war, and the 8 super clans were waiting for war. If you dared to touch them, of course not. Therefore, the situation here was very delicate. After listening to all the reports, Xu Yang frowned and thought for a long time before he said decisively, "Now, let's deal with the tunnel first. Don't let anyone find out. Take a bath. Change your clothes, change into the Li clan's clothes. So on and so on. Then we'll part ways. Okay. Let's just leave before we leave. Let's give the Li clan a big gift." Half a day later, when the Ling clan realized that the 4th master had gone to daydream again and hadn't returned for a long time, they sent people out to look for him. They found 8 corpses. On the corpses, on the Ling clan's iconic white robes, 4 words were written in blood: "Get out of the northwest." Other than that, there were no other clues. Under the cold moonlight, under the pure white snow, in a graveyard, these 4 words were written on the corpses. The warning was indescribable. Li clan. The slender eyes of the Ling clan expert shone brightly. The Li clan has finally made their move. Send a message to the clan immediately and report the news of the 4th master's death. Ask the 2nd batch of supreme martial artist experts to come and help quickly. Everyone. Retreat 150 miles and be on high alert. Yes. This night was destined to be an unusual one. The conflict with the Li clan a while ago caused the people of the various clans to retreat 50 miles. Their nerves for battle were at their most tensed moment. The Li clan had made their move again. The moment they made their move, they were supreme martial artists. It was said that the Ling clan was the first to suffer. Next was the Shi clan. The Shi clan was ambushed by 3 supreme martial artists and suffered heavy casualties. Furthermore, Xianxia, a direct descendant of the Shi clan, was killed. The Long clan was ambushed by supreme martial artists. More than 30 people were killed or injured. They received a warning from the other party, get out of the northwest. Otherwise, kill them all. The Yi clan, the Xiao clan, none of the 8 super clans were spared. This night, blood flowed like a river. The law enforcement officers' camp was also ambushed. The number of law enforcement officers in the northwest was exceptionally high. The Li clan seemed to have identified the law enforcement officers and their killers were brutal. Furthermore, it was said that someone among them said, even if the Dharma Supreme comes personally, he must get out of the northwest. This sentence was extremely powerful. It made the law enforcement officers go crazy. The border area of the northwest was in an uproar. Countless spiritual beasts flew into the sky, bringing with them a sense of suffocation as they flew in all directions. This was already the second emergency message. 3 days later, the same attack happened again. At this time, the reinforcements of the various super clans had not arrived yet. Of course, they were defeated again. Furthermore, the losses were even greater. After a night of fleeing, the various super clans realized that they had returned to the starting point. The entire northwest, the territories that had been taken over by them during this period of time, had returned to the Li clan. Furthermore, they were vaguely expanding outwards. Out of the 500 law enforcement officers, 378 of them had died, leaving only the remnants of the defeated troops. The Li clan was indeed scheming something. Furthermore, to be able to make such a move, they must have something to rely on. Furthermore, after the Li clan chased the various super clans out, they immediately gathered them back. The Li clan actually didn't send anyone to guard the large areas of land that had been given up by the various super clans. However, a bloody line was clearly drawn in front of the stone tablet of the various super clans' distribution of power. It was obvious that this was just a demonstration. All the super clans, don't fail to appreciate our kindness. If you cross this line again, you will definitely die. The spiritual beasts flew into the sky again and flew to all directions of the continent. The Li clan was too arrogant. Your clan has supreme martial artists, don't ours? It was another night. It's about time. Xianxia stood on a small hill and said softly, all of you should go back now. Sorry for the late update. After I finished writing last night, I fell asleep in a state of exhaustion. Until this afternoon, if not for Xiaoxi's call, I'm afraid I would still be asleep. When I woke up, my limbs were weak. It took me a long time to adjust. Very helpless. Everyone is used to my frequent updates. My outbursts have become the most effective way to get monthly votes. If I don't outburst, there will be no votes. If I want monthly votes, I have to outburst, and it must be a huge outburst, haha. I laughed bitterly. This is the first update. I will continue to write the second update. Today, there will be more outbursts, begging for votes. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat reluctant to part with each other. During this period of time, they had gone through hardships together, especially when they relied on each other. That period of time was dark, but in their hearts, it was the most memorable period of time. Because this period of time was the purest. Even the occasional scheming between them was gone. There was only the purest mutual support. Now that they were suddenly separated, everyone felt a little upset. I'll settle the law enforcement matters as soon as possible, Interrogation Officer 1 said solemnly, then I'll go to the southeast to look for you. Don't forget what I said, Xianxia smiled. Of course. Xianxia said, there's one more thing that you have to be careful about. After all, although you're carrying out Master Lang's last wish, to a certain extent, you're also betraying the law enforcement officers. We know, Interrogation Officer 1 and the other 3 nodded solemnly. Have a safe journey. Wan Renjie said. Qing Duiying, Wei Wuyan and Bao Buhuan cupped their fists at the same time. Interrogation Officer 1 slowly raised his hands and cupped his fists. Take care, brothers. After that, he looked at Wei Wuyan. Old Wei, don't die. You can't bear to part with your wife and children, but we can't bear to part with you either. Wei Wuyan's face stiffened and he forced a smile. Have a safe journey. Take care. See you next time, let's get drunk. The four of them laughed heartily and turned around to leave. Like a gust of wind blowing across the earth, they disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chu Yang, Wei Wuyan and the others stood on the hill and watched the four figures slowly disappear into the horizon. They didn't speak. Brother Wei. What, do you think? Chu Yang said slowly without turning back. Wan Renjia and the other two looked at each other and quietly retreated. They knew that Chu Yang and Wei Wuyan had something to talk about. If they stayed here, of course, it would work. But they still needed to take care of Wei Wuyan. Wei Wuyan was silent. How are your days in the underworld? Chu Yang asked solemnly, are there any hypocrites among this group of brothers? Wei Wuyan took a deep breath and said, Brother Chu, don't worry. I won't take the initiative to seek death. Chu Yang's eyes revealed a relieved smile. Oh? Wei Wuyan revealed a helpless smile. Actually, I can't bear to part with you guys too. The two looked at each other and smiled. Wei Wuyan said, both of them are the pain in my heart forever. I really want to go. I'm scared. Without me by their side, even if it was the Netherworld's ghost domain, there would be evil spirits bullying their orphans and widows. I also want to see my wife. Tell her that I understand. I'm stupid. I regret it. He smiled sadly, but other than that, I have brothers, they can't bear to part with me. I can't bear to part with them either. Wei Wuyan smiled bitterly. Now, I want to die, but I also don't want to die. It's very contradictory. But at the very least, he won't try to kill himself. Chu Yang felt relieved and said, it's good that you can think of this. Actually, in this world, there were many fake emperors like Hong Wuliang. There were also countless others. He had been deceived by them, and even, his family had been destroyed. Old Wei, now that you have such thoughts, why don't you pay more attention to it? If you can help those who have the same fate as you and break the mask of the fake emperor, wouldn't that also be a merit? Wei Wuyan's eyes lit up. That's right, wouldn't that be even better? No one knew how much Wei Wuyan hated fake emperors like Hong Wuliang. He couldn't wait to kill him, Chu Yang chuckled. In his heart, he was pondering what exactly Lang Yilong meant by those words of his. Right at this moment, he heard Wei Wuyan say, Chu Yang. Although I won't think for myself, but I still have to ask you for that matter. If one day I die in battle, if you can make it in time, please, bestow upon me the heavenly orchid. Chu Yang was a little speechless at once. He said, don't worry. If one day you really die, then I will definitely fulfill your wish. Wei Wuyan felt relieved. He said, thank you. A wave of discomfort suddenly swept across Chu Yang's heart, as if he had an ominous premonition. This ominous premonition made Chu Yang feel uneasy. He quickly made a decision. Brother Wan, Brother Wei, how about you disguise yourselves and return to the southeast? Chu Yang gathered the few of them and said. Return to the southeast? The four of them were startled. Yes, I'm going to do something extremely important next, Chu Yang said, but I'm worried about the four of you. After our provocation, a great battle is about to break out in this area. Besides, it has nothing to do with us at all. I'll only be at ease if all of you return to the southeast safely. Okay. Wan Renjia agreed. After this period of interaction, Wan Renjia also got rid of the knot in his heart. Originally, he felt that there were so many experts around Chu Yang, and that he and the others couldn't be of much help at all. His self-esteem was a little damaged, so he decided to just roam the martial world with Wei Wuyan. But, thinking about this now, he felt a little ridiculous. When had Chu Yang ever looked down on him just because he couldn't be of any help? Didn't that prove everything when he risked his life to save him some time ago? So what if he had to suffer some grievances for such a brother? Besides, it couldn't even be considered as grievances. On your way back this time, help me find a few people. The leader is called Nangong Shifeng, all of you know him. Chu Yang said, I've instructed them to rush to the southeast secretly, but, until I came out, I didn't see them go back. Pay attention to them along the way. If you find them, bring them back together. Then, the few of you who are experienced in the martial world, train them well. They are good material for intelligence. Wan Renjie agreed readily. He knew that from this moment on, Chu Yang had assigned them a job, intelligence. He also understood what Chu Yang meant. He wanted them to have something to do, so that they wouldn't think that Chu Yang was supporting them for nothing. This was also a psychological balance for them. They couldn't help but secretly make up their minds, no matter what, they must do this intelligence work well. Let's go. We can still travel together for a while. It won't be too late for us to part ways when we reach there. Chu Yang turned back and looked at the northwest under the cover of the night. He smiled and said, "We've done what we should do here. Whether we can fight, and to what extent, we can't decide anymore." Everyone laughed easily. Taking advantage of the darkness, they went all the way to the southeast. In the vast northwest, the Li clan was in a terrible fix to a certain extent. On the one hand, rebuilding the clan required a lot of manpower and resources. On the other hand, the few people who were chasing after them had suddenly disappeared. They couldn't find any trace of them anymore. Although they knew that the person was definitely still in the northwest and hadn't escaped, they couldn't help but feel uneasy if they didn't catch him. All the experts of the Li clan focused their attention on the inside. They weren't anxious about the outside world. All the clans had already been warned. If they still didn't know what was good for them, they would wait for them to come in first. Of course, the Li clan didn't know that after they had warned those few clans once, someone had already issued a series of warnings to the 8 super clans and law enforcement officers on their behalf. The Li clan's warnings were, of course, to target some unimportant people. But those few people only wanted to see the world in chaos. They specifically targeted the important people of the super clans. Currently, they had already created a blood debt that reached the heavens. And these blood debts would all be blamed on the Li clan. Now, the reinforcements of the super clans were already on the way. This time, those who came were all supreme martial artists, the elites of the clans. A great battle that would sweep across the northwest was about to start, but the Li clan, which was the target of public criticism, was still in the dark. But Chu Yang, as the initiator of all these, had already let go of all these, let them do whatever they wanted. The 5 of them had already escaped from the Li clan's pursuit and encirclement. Everyone didn't have any scruples. In addition, each of them had increased their cultivation by 1 stage, so they all wanted to give it a try. So this journey was really as fast as the wind and lightning. In just one morning, they had already covered a distance of 1,300 miles. There were mountains in front, reaching the clouds. There was a fork in the road. One towards the southeast, the other towards the center. It was time to part ways. Wei Wuyan smiled and pointed. He said, "When we came, I remember that there was a small pub in front. Chu Yang, we're not in a hurry. How about we have a good drink before we part ways?" Wan Renjie, Qing Duiying, and Bao Buhuan agreed at the same time. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Okay." The 5 of them laughed and jumped up at the same time, shooting towards the bend. Suddenly, right in front of them, the sound of hoofbeats could be faintly heard. From the looks of it, a large group of people was coming. The 5 of them were surprised. Who are they? They're actually so powerful? And this sound doesn't sound like the sound of hoofbeats. Wan Renjie's face suddenly changed. He said, "Are these wind-chasing beasts galloping? If so, are they the supreme martial artist wind-chasing team of the Qin clan?" Supreme martial artist wind-chasing team? Chu Yang frowned. What does that mean? Among the big clans, only the Qin clan had an ancestor who obtained the secret method of taming spirit beasts by chance. He mobilized a large group of people to buy or capture a large group of 8th-grade spirit beasts, wind-chasing beasts. After taming them, he tamed them and made them his mounts. According to legend, this ancestor of the Qin clan also used up his lifespan in order to tame this group of spirit beasts and passed away. From then on, no one in the Qin clan had this special ability. So, the wind-chasing beasts of the Qin clan became more and more precious. Later on, they were secretly hidden. It's said that only those with the cultivation of supreme martial artist and above are qualified to tame wind-chasing beasts. Wan Renjie explained, "Now, from the sound of it, at least 100 wind-chasing beasts are coming. Could it be that the Qin clan has mobilized supreme martial artists to the northwest?" Chu Yang grunted. Then, he looked pensive as he said, "That's really fast. The Qin clan is considered far away. I didn't expect them to be the first to arrive here." Xianxia said, "Of course. If it's a horse, even if it's not stingy with the horse, it can only travel 1,300 miles in a day and night. And only the best horses can do that. But this wind-chasing beast, as an 8th grade spirit beast, can run 5,000 miles in a day. And after a night's rest, it can fully recover the next day." "I see," Qiyang pondered, but he was thinking about the secret taming technique. "This technique is not bad." The sword spirit said in his mind, "It's indeed a good technique. I also don't know when the Qin clan got such a technique." Qiyang was speechless. "I just want to know where it came from." "You said you don't know either." "However, there used to be a beast master school in Tian-K a long time ago. It had already been extinct for tens of thousands of years." The sword spirit's next words finally cut to the main point. That ancestor of the Qin family must have somehow obtained a bit of inheritance. No wonder he died after exhausting his life. "What do you mean?" Qiyang was suddenly interested. "The Beast Master School is a technique in the Imperial Court. In the Imperial Court, there's endless spiritual energy to support it. Naturally, there's nothing to worry about. But in the heavenly layer, it can only rely on its own internal energy. With this internal energy, it's fine if he can tame a few beasts as his mounts. But he actually tamed so many. If he doesn't die, who will?" The sword spirit said disdainfully. "So, if this technique is in the Imperial Court, there are no restrictions?" Qu Yang's eyes lit up. The sword spirit snorted and said, "Otherwise, how do you think the Beast Master School was destroyed? Because this technique is too heaven-defying. Think about it, a person can control thousands of spirit beasts. With such strength, how can a sect be formed? Sooner or later, it'll be a big problem. So, it should be destroyed as soon as possible. Of course, I don't believe that there are no restrictions. It's just that I don't know the secret of that technique, so I can't say." The sword spirit's words came to an end. Qiyang was lost in thought. Dust flew in the distance, like a black cloud approaching rapidly. A moment ago, it was still dozens of miles away. In the next moment, it was right in front of him. A large group of yellow-robed men arrived with a loud rumble. Seeing the color of the signboard, everyone immediately knew that they were indeed from the Qin family. Qiyang and the other 4 didn't want to cause any trouble. So, they simply flew to the hillside on one side of the road. Qiyang finally got a clear look at the appearance of this wind-chasing beast. This kind of spirit beast looked like a mule or horse, but it was shorter than a horse and had a longer body. It was covered in black fur. His 4 legs were short and thick. Its hooves were thick and its eyes were ferocious. There was a spacious cushion on the back, and the Qin family members sat on it. The wind-chasing beast traveled at high speed, but the people on it did not move at all. They did not feel any vibrations at all. Even those who were good at riding could sleep on it to replenish their energy. It was indeed a good item. Qiyang sighed in his heart. No wonder they were able to travel the furthest distance in the shortest amount of time, and even beat the other families. In the next moment, the people from the Qin clan would be able to pass by. But at this moment, the leader suddenly squinted his eyes and raised his hand. A whistle was thrown into the air as it spun in the air. With a swoosh, dust formed a yellow cloud and flew over. But these 100-odd people stopped in an orderly manner. The leader patted the head of the wind-chasing beast under him. The wind-chasing beast turned around and actually faced Qiyang and the other 4. This person was dressed in a bright yellow robe and had a thin figure. Although he was riding on the wind-chasing beast. But it was also obvious that this person was definitely tall. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. At this moment, he was looking at Qiyang and the other 4 expressionlessly. He shouted, "Come down." Qiyang was a little depressed at once. What was going on? "We all made way for you, and even we were trying to avoid you." They had already hidden on the hillside, and yet they still suffered such treatment. Could they still be reasonable? Qiyang held back his anger. He gave a look to tell him to bear with it before floating down. He really had to bear with it. This was a cavalry troop with a total of 110 people, and even the weakest one was a first-grade supreme martial artist. As for the leader who was speaking, he was actually an 8th-grade supreme martial artist. It seemed that the Qin clan had mobilized their secret forces this time. Thinking of this, Chu Yang even felt a little proud. The reason why the Qin clan mobilized their secret forces must be because they thought that the Li clan's actions this time had something to do with the Tribulation Sword Master. And these people looked like they were here to reinforce the Qin clan in the northwest to deal with the Li clan, but in fact, they were here to deal with the Tribulation Sword Master. But no matter what, it was certain that these people would go up against the Li clan, since the Qin clan had already made such a decision. Then, what about the other clans? If they all made such a decision, that would be great. May I know what's the matter, Elder? Chu Yang and the other 4 had already disguised themselves, so they didn't have to worry about being recognized as extraterrestrial demons or other bullshit matters. At this moment, they were very calm. The yellow-robed elder's eyes flashed and he said indifferently, "What are your names? Where are you from? Which clan are you from?" He asked 3 questions in a row, and a sense of bossiness hit them in the face. As if he was the master and could do whatever he wanted to the ants under his rule, Wei Wuyan and the other 3 only felt a rush of anger in their chests. Chu Yang waved his hand to stop their anger and said, "Since Elder has asked, we will naturally answer your questions one by one." As he spoke, he said their names. Of course, they were all fake names. As for where they came from the northwest. You came from the northwest? The yellow-robed elder's eyes were half closed. He asked indifferently, "How's the situation there?" Instantly, more than 200 gazes were directed at the 5 of them. Chu Yang and the other 4 simultaneously felt as if more than 200 arrows had been shot on their faces at the same time. Their skin actually hurt faintly. The northwest is in chaos. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. We originally went to carry out a mission, but we couldn't go deep at all, so we could only return from where we came from. I'm afraid that a great war may break out at any time. It would be such a pity if we were implicated. You are blood payers? The yellow-robed elder's eyes lit up. Yes. You don't belong to any clan? Yes. The yellow-robed elder looked at the 5 of them maliciously. He said indifferently, 5 second-grade supreme martial artists. Yes, 5 second-grade supreme martial artists. Little one, tell me about the situation in the northwest first. The situation in the northwest is like this. The Li clan has already gone crazy. Chu Yang looked as if he still had lingering fears. He tried his best to exaggerate the tense situation in the northwest. So the situation is already so bad. The yellow-robed elder muttered to himself. Yes, the Li clan drew a bloodline with the blood of the experts of the various clans. They made it clear that if anyone dared to cross the bloodline again, they would be killed without mercy. Chu Yang said, "Currently, there are signs of war, and it could break out at any moment. Once war breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable." The yellow-robed elder made an "oh" sound. A trace of disdain flashed across his eyes. He muttered, "A mere Li clan dares to be so arrogant. If Elder has no other important matters to ask, we will leave now." "We will take our leave now," Chu Yang said. Since he had already lit the fire, then he should leave quickly to prevent himself from being implicated. "No hurry." The yellow-robed elder's eyes flashed. He said, "The 5 of you. What future does being blood payers have? Don't tell me you don't have any plans for the future?" Chu Yang instantly realized that things were bad. Could it be that this old fellow wants to take them in? He smiled and said, "The 5 of us are used to being free and unrestrained. We can't stand being restrained. Although being a blood payer is dangerous, it's also colorful and free. Elder, thank you for your concern. We will leave now." The yellow-robed elder's eyes relaxed. 2 cold bolts of lightning shot out from them. "Who said that you can leave?" Chu Yang, Wei Wuyan and the others were stunned. "I'll give the 5 of you 2 choices. First, join the Qin clan and become its servants. Second, die." The yellow-robed elder's voice was very normal, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. "If it weren't for the troubled times and the need for manpower, I really wouldn't be interested in the 5 of you. Now, why don't you hurry up and thank me for my kindness?" Someone at the back laughed. It's rare that the elder is actually interested in the few of you. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to thank him? What are you waiting for? Chu Yang and the other four couldn't restrain the anger on their faces anymore. Damn it. I've never seen such an unreasonable person. I've already made it very clear that I don't like being restrained. This old fellow actually forced himself on me. Lu Er, are you cold now? Wu Juoqing put his hands behind his back. They walked on the mountain path smoothly. When they were at the Yi clan's base, it was still midsummer. However, when they came here, the trees on both sides had already fallen, as if it was late autumn. Thousands of miles of walking, it was both cold and hot. It's still okay. Chu Lu said discontentedly, Teacher, I'm a martial saint expert. I'm already immune to both heat and cold. Don't always treat me like a child. Wu Juoqing laughed and said, in front of me, you're just a child. I see that your understanding of poison seems to have deepened again these few days? Yes, teacher. Chu Lu was a little happy, but she immediately changed the topic. Teacher. How long more do we have to walk to reach the northwest? I don't know how my big brother is doing. You're not in a hurry either. After crossing this mountain, we'll reach the northwest in less than 2,000 miles. Wu Juoqing smiled and said, your big brother will be fine. Besides, even if something happens, it'll be too late by the time you arrive. So, don't be anxious. Humph. Chu Lu turned around unhappily and murmured, if anything happens to my big brother. Don't even think about leaving a single person alive in the entire Northwest. And the law enforcement officers. Don't even think about leaving a single person alive. Wu Juoqing was greatly comforted. He said, that's more like the poison doctor's younger brother. Chu Lu said hatefully, especially that Dharma Supreme, I want to capture him. I want to torture him 100 times a day and torture him for 100 years. A chill went down Wu Juoqing's spine. Cough, such torture. She's already surpassed her master. Lu why do you hate the Dharma Supreme so much? Asked Wu Juoqing. Chu Lu rolled her eyes and said, I heard that the Dharma Supreme had once deceived you and is a great enemy of yours. Therefore, I must avenge you no matter what and help you vent your anger. How can he make an enemy out of you? He deserves to die, said Chu Lu filled with righteous indignation. Even though he knew that his disciple was just trying to suck up to him, and that the reason she wanted to torture the Dharma Supreme was definitely because the Dharma Supreme had created rumors about Chu Yang, saying that Chu Yang was an extraterrestrial demon. These words really lacked the slightest bit of truth, but Wu Juoqing was still greatly comforted. Chu Lu smiled and said, yes, I will beat up anyone who offends my teacher. Teacher, you will help me, right? Yes, said Wu Juoqing. But I praised you not because you want to avenge me. Then why? Asked Chu Lu perplexed. That's because my disciple has already reached the point where she doesn't even blush when lying. Speaking words that even she herself doesn't believe in with an absolutely truthful tone. This is really not a waste of Master's teachings. Master is at ease, said Wu Juoqing. Ayaya. Teacher. Chu Lu said shyly, I am not that good. Wu Juoqing rolled his eyes and sighed. This mischievous and eccentric disciple really gave Master Wu a huge headache. Smart, too smart. Having a photographic memory and being able to deduce other things from one instance was normal. Drawing parallels and finding new insights was normal. But she was just a little too smart. Sometimes, she was so smart that she could treat her teacher as a fool. For example, they could lie with their eyes wide open but still look sincere and cute. Or they could pretend to be innocent when they don't believe you at all. Or they could secretly tease you and still look pitiful. Or they could know everything but still act like they don't know anything. The only consolation was that his disciple was extraordinarily diligent in her cultivation and her progress was extraordinarily fast. This made Wu Juoqing, who was a first-time teacher, feel a sense of satisfaction. Especially after leaving the Yi clan, Wu Juoqing had once unintentionally asked what treasures she had found in the Yi clan's treasury. Chu Lu looked embarrassed and said, seeing that their family is an old friend of Master's, I didn't have the nerve to take too much. I only took a few that I've never seen before. She was going to give it to Big Brother. It was said that Big Brother liked it a lot. Wu Jiuqing was so infuriated that he almost died on the spot. He kept sighing. Silly girl, silly girl. How can you be so honest? This is really a case of entering a treasure mountain but returning empty-handed. This really makes this old man sigh. Thus, Wu Jiuqing got Chu Lu'er to take out the items for him to appraise. At the same time, he also had to teach his disciple, don't be so honest in the future. Just pick the good stuff when I tell you to. Well, it's not ours anyway, it's a waste not to take it. However, Chu Lu'er had just taken out the soul of the purple crystal and the jade snow spirit ginseng. Wu Jiuqing was already on the verge of passing out. Was he too embarrassed to take it? When the monarch sword was taken out, Wu Jiuqing was already shaking his head and sighing. Imagining Yi Qinchen's awful countenance, he was already somewhat gloating. But if he took out the heavenly lunar treasure and other items, Wu Jiuqing was left speechless. He had to admit that he was getting old. In any case, if he had gone in himself, he wouldn't have been able to get any of these items. Teacher, are these items okay? Upon hearing Chu Lu'er's words, Wu Jiuqing had the urge to vomit blood. Okay? Okay. They were practically too okay. And, too full. I reckon Yi Qinchen must be crying right now. Wu Jiuqing guessed maliciously. How did you do it? Wu Jiuqing asked his disciple. Chu Lu'er put on a shy and pitiful expression. Nothing much. I just let each of them have a taste of the 2 items that teacher said were pretty good. In exchange, they also took out items that were better than the rest for me to appraise. That's all. That's all. When Wu Jiuqing heard this, he had a strong urge to announce to his disciple right there and then, you've already completed your apprenticeship. This kind of ruthlessness and shamelessness, this old man really can't compare to you even after cultivating for a lifetime. How shameful. Teacher. Are there a lot of experts in the Northwest? Chu Lu'er asked. I keep hearing people talking about the Northwest these few days. It seems like the Yi clan is also on their way there. There are quite a number of supreme martial artists, right? If you follow me, even if there are 10,000 supreme martial artists in front of you, you can ignore me. You can also ignore it. Wu Jiuqing said conceitedly. When he said this, there was a very invincible aura and a kind of loneliness at the top. What he meant was, disciple, you didn't acknowledge the wrong teacher. Chu Lu'er was very dissatisfied at once. She pouted and said, teacher is so annoying. Who told you to boast? I'm asking. Is it dangerous for Big Brother Chu in the Northwest? Wu Jiuqing instantly felt like a fly had suddenly flown in while he was enjoying a table full of delicious food. He said fiercely, in my eyes, there are no experts in the Northwest. But in front of that big brother of yours, there are experts everywhere. Any one of them can tear him apart 7 or 8 times in the blink of an eye. With that lousy cultivation of his, I can crush him to death with just a little finger. A breath of air can suffocate him to death, and a fart can kill him. To think he actually came out to roam the martial world. The more Wu Jiuqing spoke, the more he gritted his teeth. The more he spoke, the more satisfied he felt. It was as if he had already killed that Chu Yang who had ruined his good mood with a fart. Chu Lu'er's little face darkened. She looked at him very unkindly. Teacher, oh? Good disciple? It was quite fun when I grabbed your beard and swung it on the swing the last time. Chu Lu'er rubbed her palms together. Let's do it again. It was quite fun when you grabbed my beard and swung it on the swing the last time. Wu Jiuqing's old face twitched and he hurriedly corrected himself. Actually, your big brother is still fine in the Northwest. He is young and handsome, and his cultivation is not low either. He has good manners and is also an upright person. Generally, no one would bully a gentleman like him. After all, the martial world nowadays is still very particular about rules. As Wu Jiuqing spoke, his stomach churned. Her. Chu Lu'er's eyes turned into crescents. This girl loved it when people praised her big brother the most, no matter what it was. As long as her big brother was praised at the beginning, she would immediately listen with great interest. What else? What else, teacher? Chu Lu'er urged excitedly. What other benefits does my big brother have? Wu Jiuqing's face turned green. Your big brother is handsome, suave, elegant, kind, reasonable, well-mannered, elegant, with dashing brows and bright eyes, benevolent and happy to help others. Ugh, eh. There seems to be a sound in front? Chula's ears had always been very sharp. There is a sound, but it's still 20 miles away. Wu Juoqing said, and it's over there. Let's not join in the fun and hurry to the northwest to find your big brother. Okay. Chulu nodded obediently. There was indeed a sound, and it was not small. Elder, you are kind. I appreciate it. Chu Yang politely declined the other party's invitation. Little one, do you think that what I say is just fart? The yellow-robed elderly man opposite him had a dangerous look in his eyes. That's not true. It's just that we cannot be restrained. Even if, I'm afraid that we will break the rules of your clan. Humph. Whether we break the rules or not, I have the final say. Today, this old man has already spoken his mind. If you don't agree, you are not giving me face. If you don't give me face, why should I give you face? You will definitely die in front of me. Little one, think carefully. The yellow-robed elderly man looked at the five of them coldly. I have a bad temper. You only have one breath's time. I will count to 3. If you don't agree, you will die. As he spoke, he raised 3 fingers. 1. He wanted to recruit the 5 of them, of course, with ill intentions. The Qin clan's wind-chasing supreme martial artist team was too rare. Because 8th grade wind-chasing beasts were just that. Spirit beasts were hard to tame. There was no need to mention it. And that elder master was also dead. Taming spirit beasts was also impossible. Even the offspring of these existing wind-chasing beasts. Even though they were freely reared, they were still wild and hard to tame. They could fight alone, but once they cooperated with their masters, they would be full of mistakes. The wildness and pride of 8th grade spirit beasts could not be erased without beast taming techniques. As a result, the cubs could not be used at all. As a result, the 300 wind-chasing beasts were extremely loyal to their current masters. If one of the current team members died, they could then announce that even though that wind-chasing beast was not dead, it was also useless. Therefore, every time they went out on a mission. So they were extra cautious. Every time, they would find a few scapegoats along the way. Or cannon fodder. These people were mainly used in the periphery, or for scouting, or for other cannon fodder positions. Of course, in the past, they would promise great benefits or a bright future, but this time, they were in too much of a hurry. Once they heard that the Tribulation Sword Master had appeared, the clan master immediately gave the order. The wind-chasing cavalry set off overnight and did not find any suitable goods along the way. Now, they finally found them, and 5 of them at once. Time was too tight. How could they be interested in taking it slow, unwilling? I will beat you until you are willing. You have a bad temper? Chu Yang was almost amused by him. His eyes slowly shone. He said lightly, you have a bad temper, but my temper is also not good. The 4 people behind him were already so angry that they were about to explode. Chu Yang could not bear it anymore. Humans fought for their dignity, and Buddhas fought for their incense. After being forced to such an extent, if he could still endure it, then he wouldn't be a man. Although he was not as strong as the other party and the situation was worse, Chu Yang would never give in. What was the Qin clan? How could they let him be a slave? The yellow-robed elder slowly raised his eyebrows and looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes. You have a bad temper too? Chu Yang's mouth revealed a mocking smile. He said lightly, you make me unhappy. The yellow-robed elder was stunned. Then, he suddenly laughed. Before he finished laughing, the 4 people said together, our tempers are even worse. What are you going to do? This chapter is a bit difficult to write. I wanted to pretend to be polite and take the opportunity to escape. But as I wrote, my temper became bad. My temper is indeed not good. Ha ha ha. The yellow-robed elder laughed coldly and said, bad temper, this is an illness. It has to be treated. Chu Yang said, if this is an illness, then, elder, we're in the same boat. Why don't we treat it together? The yellow-robed elder said coldly, no one can treat my illness. But I can treat your illness. Xianxia smiled. Only a divine doctor can treat it. The yellow-robed elder's face became colder and colder. He waved his hand lightly. Take down this arrogant man. Teach him a lesson. Instantly, a dozen wind-chasing beasts, along with their masters, came forward. Wait! Xianxia shouted and took 2 steps back hurriedly. As Xianxia retreated, his sleeves swayed naturally. Some strange substances, under the control of the sword spirit in the tribulation space, scattered in the air. They were colorless and odorless. He took 2 steps back hurriedly, seemingly in a panic. He had already gathered with Wei Wuyan and the others. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to them: once they take action, leave immediately. Go up the cliff to the other side of the mountain. Wei Wuyan and the others' faces didn't change, but they had already heard it. The Qin clan obviously came up with this idea on the spur of the moment, and their main target was in the northwest. As long as they escaped, or even distanced themselves, they would definitely not chase after them. Compared to the 5 of them, the Tribulation Sword Master and the Li clan were much more important in their hearts. Wait. The yellow-robed elder squinted his eyes. It's too late to regret now. Then, he waved his hand. Take them down. Xianxia was shocked. Let's go. The 5 of them quickly leaped toward the mountain they had jumped down from. Below, except for the dozen people who had already caught up, the others didn't move at all. They crossed their arms and looked at the 5 of them mockingly. You actually want to escape under the pursuit of the wind-chasing team? No one had ever managed to escape before. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia and the others had already reached the top of the mountain. Behind them, the dozen wind-chasing beasts roared and leaped up with their masters. Xianxia and the others leaped up again, even faster this time. They rushed toward the top of the mountain, but the wind-chasing beast's name was not in vain, and the supreme martial artist experts on their backs were not in vain. More than 10 wind-chasing beasts followed closely behind, and actually caught up to Xianxia and the others even though they started later. A sinister smile appeared on the faces of the 10 or so supreme martial artists. In their hands, a huge net was slowly spreading out. Everyone's eyes revealed a pleased smile. The yellow-robed old man's eyes were filled with sinister delight. You dare to disobey me? Later, I'll let you know what it means to be unable to live or die. In the next moment, Xianxia and the others were about to be captured. It was at this moment that something unbelievable happened. The 12 wind-chasing beasts that had already leapt into the air suddenly cried out at the same time. The 12 supreme beings above let out a muffled groan at the same time. Then, walala, the 12 wind-chasing beasts and the 12 supreme beings fell down like 24 stones. Cough. Someone asked why it was 24 yuan. A supreme martial artist riding on the back of a wind-chasing beast could only be considered as 12 boulders, but that was the problem. The wind-chasing beasts were very heavy, but the supreme martial artists were very light. Therefore, one after the other, it was exactly 24 boulders that fell from the sky. Cough. From this, it could be seen that the density of the bodies of spirit beasts and humans was different, and Xianxia and the others rose rapidly. They were about to reach the top of the mountain and were about to leave everyone's line of sight. Everyone below almost couldn't react in time. What's going on? Shadowless poison. The yellow-robed old man roared angrily. He took a step forward and shouted, catch them. The next moment, his body was already hundreds of feet in midair. He struck out with his palm. This palm strike was launched with fury. Instantly, the sound of wind and thunder rang in the air. All of a sudden, cracks appeared in the surrounding air, and several black spatial cracks flashed and disappeared. After that, only then did the sound of wind that sounded like the roar of an old dragon. The palm strike was like a cannonball that shot out of the barrel, blasting fiercely. In the air, it transformed into an extremely huge golden hand that was hundreds of feet in radius. It seemed to cover the sun in the sky as it smacked down fiercely. Although it was launched later, it reached first. Xianxia and the others were only one step away from reaching the top of the mountain. But at this moment, a feeling of death suddenly arose in everyone's hearts. A kind of pressure that belonged purely to hell came from the air. It made the 5 of them breathless. Go quickly! Xianxia roared. At this moment, the sword spirit took over his body. A ray of sword light shot out like a waterfall. It turned into a hurricane that was like a furious dragon and met the huge golden palm head-on, sword intent. Although it couldn't fully exert the full power of the sword intent, this blow was no small matter. Boom, the sword light and the palm collided in the air. Xianxia let out a cry and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew up unconsciously. The sword light dissipated, and the sword spirit directly fell into the tribulation space as if he had lost consciousness. Xianxia's consciousness immediately took over his body, but he found that his 5 internal organs were almost ruptured. He hurriedly ate the incomplete version of the heavy pill, forcibly stabilized his body, and flew towards the top of the mountain. Wei Wuyan and the others also turned pale when they saw the remaining power. The huge golden palm in the air suddenly dimmed. Below, the yellow-robed old man's face suddenly turned pale. His body shook violently, and a look of disbelief shot out from his eyes. But the huge golden palm that had already dimmed didn't relax at all. It just paused and paused for a moment. Then, it slapped down again. Although its power was far less than the previous time, it was still unstoppable. He had also calculated that after Xianxia blocked it this time, he wouldn't have the ability to block it a second time. The yellow-robed old man already had the intention to kill. He was really angry. He had to kill these 5 people on the top of the mountain like swatting flies. Xianxia sighed in his heart and drew out the tribulation sword again. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to block it once. Otherwise, even if he could escape, the other 4 would definitely die. Looking at the mountain that was only 30 feet away from him, he felt powerless. At this moment, a howl that sounded like that of a dying beast sounded beside him. This howl was full of resentment and desperation. Wei Wuyan held. The muscles on his face were all distorted, and the scars on his face were all twisted weirdly. He suddenly twisted his waist in the air and hit the backs of Xianxia and the other 2 with 3 palms. The tyrannical palm force hit the 3 high up in the air. Then, he suddenly turned around and pounced backward. In an instant, he was in front of Xianxia and kicked Xianxia's stomach crazily. Xianxia screamed. Caught off guard, he was kicked high up into the air and over the top of the mountain. And Wei Wuyan held with a recoil force. He roared. A black shadow burst out from his whole body and rushed towards the big golden hand that was slapping down rapidly. He had already gone crazy. This madness that came from the bottom of his heart made Wei Wuyan's strength seem to have increased by a few levels. An unparalleled power was unleashed. His body was flying rapidly. The black fog on his body was also getting thicker and thicker. He rushed towards the big golden hand without changing his direction. Wei Wuyan couldn't help but go crazy. In this world, what I treasured the most since the beginning. My parents are gone. They were killed by villains. My wife and children, whom I treasured the most, are gone. They were killed by my stupidity. They died unjustly and miserably. Then, the master-disciple relationship that I relied on for my whole life was shattered one day and turned into a huge scam. Now, I have nothing left. I'm only left with these few brothers. Friends, but, my most treasured friends and brothers, you want to kill them too? Kill them in front of me? Ah, Wei Wuyan screamed crazily, I'm still here. Who dares to touch them? I'm still here. Who dares to touch them? His voice was full of pain and despair. Full of regret. Full of resentment. When his parents died, he was muddle-headed. When his wife and children died, he was muddle-headed. He wanted to rush to them when they were in danger. Then, he would roar and step forward bravely. Protect his family, but, he didn't manage to do it. He didn't even see them for the last time. Now, this roar was like a challenge to the heavens. An unyielding battle cry in the face of fate, I'm still here. Who dares to touch them? Wei Wuyan turned into a wisp of black smoke and rushed out. The next moment, there was a loud bang. Wei Wuyan's 17 consecutive palms hit the golden hand. This period of time was too short. He only had time to hit 17 palms. Boom boom boom. Amidst the continuous explosions, Wei Wuyan spurted out blood. His whole body was used as a weapon and collided violently with the golden hand. A space crack suddenly appeared in the sky and then disappeared. The golden hand suddenly disappeared. On the ground, the yellow-robed elder's body shook violently. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face turned purple and then red. After 5 such changes, his face regained its white color. With a cry, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, the sword spirit used all his strength to control the sword intent. 70 to 80% of the attack's power had been neutralized. Then, Wei Wuyan used his own life and soul to collide with the attack. Finally, the attack dissipated. The whole mountain shook violently. Wei Wuyan's body lost all senses and consciousness. He flew backward. Along the way, his body was like a tattered gunny sack. Blood splattered everywhere. Chu Yang's feet had just stepped on the top of the mountain when the mountain shook violently. But he didn't care at all. He tiptoed and flew out to meet Wei Wuyan's body that was flying backward. Wan Renjie and the other two had already crossed the mountain. But at this moment, they climbed back desperately and watched anxiously. Wei Wuyan's body slammed into Chu Yang's arms. The strong impact made Chu Yang's ribs creak, and one of them broke. Chu Yang didn't let go of Wei Wuyan, he held Wei Wuyan tightly. The huge force made Chu Yang's body fly backwards. Blood spurted out from the corner of Chu Yang's mouth. He tried his best to concentrate on checking Wei Wuyan's injuries. The next moment, he suddenly roared with great resentment, "Chen Clan, it's time to start the year-end Author of the Year and Works of the Year. I hope everyone can vote for me. To be honest, I'm still coveting that golden keyboard. I hope everyone can support me, now that the Works of the Year are behind, it's slightly better for the authors. If everyone is interested, you can put them in the Author of the Year. Thank you." In addition, our Alliance Master Long Inua is also competing for the Alliance Master of the Year. I hope everyone can support me. The Deputy Moderator has put in a lot of effort for the Proud World this year. I hope everyone can vote for the Deputy Moderator of the Year. On the other side of the mountain, the Master and disciple were hurrying on their way. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shook. It was as if a fight between experts had caused such a huge commotion. Wu Jiuqing looked at him indifferently and said, "It's fine. On the other side of the mountain, it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with us." Yes. Chu Lu'er felt a little uneasy and said, "I wonder what kind of expert could have such power. What kind of experts have nothing to do with us?" Wu Jiuqing snorted and said, "They're just a bunch of small fries fighting. What's there to see?" At this moment, a heart-wrenching voice suddenly cut through the air. "Chen family." Chu Lu'er shuddered. It's Big Brother's voice. Big Brother is over there. Chu Yang? Wu Jiuqing was also stunned. Why was he here? This was too much of a coincidence. Let's go. Chu Lu'er didn't wait for Wu Jiuqing to reply. She had already activated her movement technique and shot toward the mountain peak like an arrow leaving the bow. As she ran, she said, "Teacher, hurry up. It must be dangerous for Big Brother to shout like that. You're fast, so you can go first." Why should I go first? Wu Jiuqing was extremely dissatisfied and very uncomfortable. Why are you so scared when you hear your elder brother's voice? You actually dare to order your master around, you actually want me to go over and be the cannon fodder for your big brother. Am I such a worthless master? Seeing that Wu Jiuqing actually didn't move, Chu Lu'er panicked. She cried out, "Teacher, if you still don't go and something happens to my big brother, I will sever all ties with you. I'll expel you from the sect." Wu Jiuqing instantly felt dizzy. Expel me from the sect? This seemed to be something that only a master could say to his disciple. However, he knew that Chu Lu'er was really anxious now. Wu Jiuqing couldn't help but let out a long sigh. To think that I, Wu Jiuqing, have dominated the world for 30,000 years, master. Hurry up and go. Chu Lu'er's anxious voice interrupted Wu Jiuqing's lamenting. Wu Jiuqing shook his head helplessly. With a flash, he disappeared with a whoosh. Chu Yang was terrified. Wei Wuyan had completely lost his breath. In his arms, her head hung limply. Her eyes were still wide open, glaring angrily at his internal organs. Under the crazy attack of the other party, all of them were turned into dust. Sword Spirit! Sword Spirit! Chu Yang carried Wei Wuyan and ran. Quick! Quick, think of something! The Sword Spirit had already fallen into a coma. He couldn't hear it at all. He couldn't answer Chu Yang's question. Chu Yang panicked and fed Wei Wuyan a genuine heavy pill. He also took out a piece of heaven-nourishing jade at the same time. He placed it beside Wei Wuyan's mouth. After the heavy pill went in, it had no effect at all. The heavy pill was only useful for people who were still alive. As long as they were still breathing, the heavy pill could save them. However, Wei Wuyan had lost all his vitality. His internal organs were all destroyed, and his meridians had collapsed. Even his blood vessels had stopped circulating. The heavy pill was actually powerless as well. The heaven-nourishing jade turned into a stream of light and entered Wei Wuyan's body. Wei Wuyan's soul had also been shattered by the attack just now. Although the effect of the heaven-nourishing jade was miraculous, it was only effective on a complete soul. After this piece of heaven-nourishing jade entered the body, once the heaven-nourishing jade entered Wei Wuyan's body, it could only silently collect Wei Wuyan's broken godly soul in an invisible place. It couldn't revive him. Chu Yang ran frantically. Wan Renjie and the others followed closely behind him. Their faces were full of anxiety and grief. However, they didn't dare to ask, "How is old Wei?" because Chu Yang had been busy. Everyone was also watching. They were afraid that they would disturb Chu Yang and cause Wei Wuyan to be unable to revive him. Behind them, nearly 100 wind-chasing beasts rose into the air under the command of a supreme martial artist and chased after them rapidly. The yellow-robed elder was at the front. "Little, where are you running to? Leave the antidote for the shadowless poison. I'll leave you with a complete corpse." Chu Yang ignored the situation behind him. He only carried Wei Wuyan and ran. He longed to find a quiet place to think of a solution. The distance between the two parties was closing rapidly. The yellow-robed elder was getting closer and closer. He was an 8th-grade supreme martial artist. His speed was extremely fast. Although he was slightly injured by the attack just now, it definitely didn't affect his speed. If it wasn't for the shadowless poison, he could have already killed Chu Yang and the others at this moment. However, if Chu Yang and the others died, the antidote for the shadowless poison would also be gone. It would mean that his clan had lost 12 supreme martial artists before they even reached the battlefield. He didn't want to bear such a heavy consequence. "Little, stop." The yellow-robed old man flew past Chu Yang and stopped in front of Chu Yang with a schwa sound. His eyes were filled with tyrannical pleasure. It was these few tiny ants that could actually injure him. They could actually escape so far from him. He even poisoned 12 of his subordinates right under his nose. This was simply inconceivable. Chu Yang's figure suddenly stopped. His eyes quickly swept past both sides. In this short moment, the left and right were already filled with wind-chasing beasts. There was no way forward, no way left or right. It was even more impossible to retreat. "Take out the antidote. I'll leave your corpse intact." The yellow-robed elder put his hands behind his back and said indifferently. "Antidote?" Chu Yang gritted his teeth and laughed. "What antidote? You want to die?" The yellow-robed elder flipped his sleeves and revealed 2 skinny palms. "Little, don't think that you can ignore everything just because you're not afraid of death. You must know that there's a feeling in this world called being unable to live or die. Between life and death." Chu Yang smiled indifferently. So what? The situation now was already extremely bad. It could be said to be a pure hopeless situation. There was absolutely no hope of escape. 5 people. 1 was already dead. The remaining 4 2nd-grade supreme martial artists were surrounded by more than 100 8th-grade supreme martial artists. The weakest among them was a 1st-grade supreme martial artist. There were 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 7th grade, and many more. How could they escape? However, at this moment, Chu Yang's heart suddenly relaxed. If it was destined that I, Chu Yang, would fall here, then it was nothing. It didn't matter. He also finally understood where his previous ominous feeling came from. It turned out that it was right here. It was precisely because of this ominous feeling that he insisted on traveling with Wei Wuyan and the rest for a period of time. Now, it had indeed come true here. Chu Yang was already at the end of his rope. Instead, he let go of Wei Wuyan's life and death. Since both brothers were going to die, then they would just die together, taking a step first and taking a step later. It was the same path. Chu Yang slowly raised his head and looked at the yellow-robed elder. He smiled slightly and said, "The people of the Qin clan are very good. Today, I'm going to die here. But, old thing, listen carefully. It's best that you kill me quickly. Otherwise, as long as I have a chance of survival, I swear here that I'll slaughter the entire Qin clan, not leaving even a chicken or a dog. If I violate this oath, I'll be punished by both heaven and man. Xianxia said solemnly and cautiously. Then, he lowered his head and looked at Wei Wuyan's face. He pulled out his sword and stabbed it deeply on his wrist. Blood dripped down. This was the first time he made an oath wholeheartedly, blood oath. Although his voice was calm, the smell of blood contained within its sword. It was filled with deep hatred and venom. Everyone who heard it couldn't help but shudder, and Xianxia was in his heart. He repeated this oath in the name of the Tribulation Sword Master. Perhaps the yellow-robed elder didn't know, or perhaps Xianxia didn't know, that this blood oath was the only blood oath that the Tribulation Sword Master had ever made. A ball of blood suddenly flew up from Xianxia's body and stood in the air. It turned into a strange pattern and disappeared in the sky. The yellow-robed elder said with a fake smile, I don't need to make an oath. I can kill you now. At this moment, a tired voice said, No. You can't kill him. Who is it? The yellow-robed elder suddenly turned around. On the top of the mountain, a piece of space suddenly shook. Then, a figure in black suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain. He was hundreds of feet away from everyone. A piece of cloud rose and covered his face. His whole person seemed to be in the cloud and fog. Only a pair of cold eyes, as if tired from seeing through the world, were looking at them calmly through the cloud and fog. It's me. The black-robed man said matter-of-factly. Who are you? You dare to stop me? The yellow-robed elder's pupils contracted. He felt that the other party was an expert, but he wasn't afraid at all. With more than 100 supreme wind-chasing martial artists, even if Xianxia came, he would dare to fight. You're right. With me standing here, no one in the entire heavens can touch him. The black-robed man sighed softly, because I won't allow it. How arrogant. The yellow-robed elder laughed. But the next moment, the black-robed man's body flashed. Everyone only saw a blur in front of him. That thin figure had already entered the encirclement and stood in front of Xianxia. Not a single person in the crowd had seen clearly how he had entered. The yellow-robed elder's face changed. He shouted, May I ask who you are? The black-robed elder ignored him. He turned around and put one hand on Wei Wuyan's pulse. Then, he shook his head and said to Xianxia, I'm afraid. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, But his soul is also broken. Even if I die, even if I can't save him, I have to keep his soul. I have to fulfill his wish. The black-robed man pondered for a moment and said, If Lu-Er has the heavenly moonlight treasure, then... He actually started to discuss Wei Wuyan's injury with Xianxia, as if there was no one else around, even when he was surrounded by more than 100 supreme martial artists. How dare you? The yellow-robed elder felt a little guilty and shouted. Shut up. The black-robed man turned around and looked at him coldly, You're not a dog. What are you shouting for? Cough, I just didn't learn physics well. Do you have to be so tearful to write the 4th chapter? Pleading for votes. All kinds of votes. Shut up. The black-robed man turned around and looked at him coldly. You're not a dog, what are you barking for? You called me a dog? The yellow-robed old man was so angry that his whole body started to tremble. How dare you? Teach this arrogant man a lesson. Who dared to call him that in thousands of years? Now that he heard this, the yellow-robed old man almost fainted. At his command, several supreme martial artists rode forward on their wind-chasing beasts. Everyone had been waiting for this command for a long time. This black-robed man was too arrogant. Everyone couldn't wait to teach him a lesson. They knew that he was an expert, but even if he was, could he fight against so many supreme martial artists alone? What a joke. The black-robed man stood up slowly. The muscles on his face twitched, as if he was smiling. Then, he said lightly, Someone will naturally pay for the blood debt you created. I didn't want to overstep my boundaries, but since you've delivered yourself to me, I won't be polite either. With a wave of his sleeves, 2 sleeves flew out smoothly. A ball of colorless and odorless light blue strange smoke surrounded Xianxia and the others for 100 feet. Then, with a puff, it suddenly filled the entire mountain peak. The wind-chasing beasts carried their masters and charged forward. They charged into the light blue smoke. The next moment, suddenly, a terrifying thing happened. All the supreme martial artists and their mounts who had entered the blue smoke suddenly fell to the ground silently. The next moment, no matter if it was a human or a beast, all of them convulsed twice, and then stretched out their legs. A burst of light blue smoke rose from their bodies, and merged with the blue smoke that surrounded Xianxia and the others. The blue smoke became even thicker. The 30 to 40 people and the 30 to 40 wind-chasing beasts that had entered this area were all lying on the ground. Their bodies were constantly emitting light blue smoke, like firecrackers that had been lit but did not explode, only emitting smoke. But whether it was man or beast, the muscles on their bodies were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the blue smoke increased, the people and wind-chasing beasts on the ground silently turned into skeletons, then. With a crash, an even thicker blue smoke rose from the pale white bones and scattered on the ground, turning into a pile of white powder. Another wave of green smoke rose. Even powder like this. It also disappeared without a trace. A total of 33 supreme beings, along with 33 8th-grade wind-chasing beasts, disappeared without leaving a single trace behind. Even the spiritual beast's inner core was dissolved and turned into blue smoke. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths gaped. Looking at this strange scene, they rubbed their eyes desperately. One of the middle-grade supreme martial artists was very close, and one of his hands had already touched the blue smoke. When he saw this, he quickly retracted his hand. With a somersault, the wind-chasing beast flipped back, only to find that blue smoke was already rising from its hand. He tried his best to stop it, but to no avail. With a fierce roar, he unsheathed his sword and chopped off his arm from his shoulder. Blood gushed out. The arm fell to the ground and jumped twice before disappearing into blue smoke. At the same time, his mount also turned into a cloud of blue smoke. On top of the mountain wind whistled, but the blue smoke didn't disperse. Vaguely, it seemed to be expanding outwards. Dead silence. Supreme demon smoke. You are Wu Jiuqing. The yellow-robed elderly man shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Then, he took a few steps back, his face pale. At this moment, the smoke on the face of the black-robed man was also gone. The yellow-robed elderly man finally remembered who this black-robed man was. No wonder he felt a little familiar. There was a portrait of him in the clan, but it was better if he didn't recognize him. Now that he did, this 8th-grade supreme martial artist wanted to cry. Who would have thought that a few cannon fodders would actually provoke this great god? Yes, with nearly 100 supreme martial artists attacking together, even Ning Tianya and Baluqing would be flustered. But this definitely didn't include Wu Jiuqing. Wu Jiuqing's poison technique didn't care about the number of enemies. As long as it wasn't a middle-grade supreme martial artist, there was no way they could resist Wu Jiuqing's poison. Even if there were 10,000 of them at the same time, he would be able to wipe them all out at the same time. The black-robed man was, of course, Wu Jiuqing. He said with some surprise, "So you call this poison the supreme demon smoke? I have always called it dreamy and fantasy blue." Look, isn't this blue smoke the color of dreamy and fantasy? The yellow-robed elderly man wanted to cry. All the supreme martial artists looked at the smoke in the sky with reverence. They couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust. Yes, this color was indeed dreamy and illusory. Just by looking at it, one would feel comfortable. However, this was something that could take one's life. Moreover, a large portion of it was actually emitted after the supreme being had been burned, and then fused back in. Just thinking about it made one feel a sense of fear and the urge to vomit. Such a deadly thing was actually called dreamy and illusory blue. Once this blue appears, life will become dreamy and unreal, Wu Jiuqing explained calmly. Don't think that it's just a compliment. The yellow-robed elderly man looked as if he was crying and complaining. He said with difficulty in a hoarse voice, "So it's Elder Wu who has come in person. Junior Chen Tianqing of the Chen clan pays his respects." Just that. Haha, these little brothers. Haha. There's more or less some misunderstanding. Elder Wu. Please forgive us. Misunderstanding, I know. Wu Jiuqing nodded. As long as you can save this little one, I'll take it as if this matter never happened. I'll forgive you. As he spoke, Wu Juoqing pointed his finger at Wei Wuyan. The yellow-robed elderly man, Chen Tianxing, only wanted to give himself a few slaps in the face. Save, he knew clearly how much strength he had used, not to mention a second-grade supreme martial artist, even a fourth-grade or fifth-grade supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to survive. It was already very lucky that his palm didn't smash this little one into smithereens. At this moment, Chen Tianxing's eyes were full of regret as he looked at Chu Yang and the rest, helplessness and regret. If he had known that they were related to Wu Juoqing and that Wu Juoqing himself was nearby, he would rather kowtow to them and let them go than have any ideas about them. The dead can't be brought back to life. Chen Tianxing swallowed his saliva. My condolences, elder. The Qin clan is willing to pay any compensation. As long as elder is satisfied, yes, of course, my condolences, Wu Juoqing said matter-of-factly. But he's dead. Since he's dead, there has to be a price. Don't you think so? This is a blood feud. Chen Tianxing nodded repeatedly. His face became even more bitter. Yes, yes, yes. But he felt extremely wronged in his heart. Only one of you died, but on our side, the souls of these 33 people have already returned to heaven and earth. As for the 12 people below, with you, Wu Juoqing, there's probably no antidote and they'll definitely die. Your deaths are a blood feud, but didn't we also have deaths? Furthermore, the number of deaths was even greater, but this sentence was something that he wouldn't dare to say even if he was beaten to death. Chu Yang. How do you plan to deal with him? Wu Juoqing looked at Chu Yang, who had been silently taking care of Wei Wuyan. I made a vow just now, you should have heard it too. Chu Yang's eyes slowly turned blood red. I want him to watch the entire Qin clan get annihilated, not leaving even a chicken or a dog alive. Good. Wu Juoqing said in a low voice, then, let him go first? Chu Yang said word by word, revenge must be taken with my own hands. I want to take revenge for Wu Yan with my own hands. No matter what, even if it's completely devoid of conscience and against heaven and earth. I want the Qin clan to be annihilated. Chen Tianxing shouted, Sir, what you're saying is wrong. Only one of your people died. More than 40 people died on our side. I understand that you're sad that your brother died. But aren't the ones who died also brothers? Aren't they the flesh and blood of your descendants? If it was before, he would never have said these words. Because if he did, it would be equivalent to begging for mercy. But now, he had to say it. Because this person had a close relationship with Wu Juoqing. If he wanted to annihilate the Qin clan, it was really not a joke. Chu Yang laughed bitterly. He said, so, we all want to take revenge. Everyone has the same thought. Everyone has the same idea and will not rest until one of us is dead. But all of this is built on top of strength. If you can kill me to take revenge, I have no complaints. But if I want to kill all of you to take revenge for my brother, it's also reasonable. In your heart, even if all of us die, we can't compare to one of you. In my heart, it's the same. Chu Yang slowly raised his head. I don't want to say much about the cause and effect of this matter and who is right and who is wrong. I only want to say one thing, even if the entire Qin clan is annihilated and not even a chicken or dog is left alive, it won't be enough to appease the hatred in my heart. Chen Tianxing was stunned, Chu Yang was right. In fact, the other party didn't even care about right and wrong. The cause of this matter was, of course, the Qin clan being unreasonable. But the other party didn't care about this. I don't need a reason to take revenge and kill. I don't need any reason. In fact, I don't even need any righteousness or height. Only one reason is enough, my brother is dead. This reason is enough to wipe out any other reason, any premise, any justification. A figure flashed at the top of the mountain and a clear voice called out, Big brother, are you all right? Then, a little girl with delicate makeup ran over. She ran into the blue smoky place. Everyone was still in shock when they saw the little girl actually run in as if nothing had happened. Then, she cried out joyfully, Big brother. It's great that you're all right. I'm all right. But brother Wei. Chu Yang frowned and gritted his teeth. He forced back the tears that had already rushed to his eyes. A light mist appeared in his eyes. Big Brother Wei? This? What's going on? Chu Lu'er was shocked. Then, she saw Wei Wuyan. This? Teacher, quickly save my big brother Wei. Chen Tianqing closed his eyes and felt extremely dejected. So this little girl is Wu Juoqing's disciple. And this person is this little girl's big brother. Chu Lu'er shook Wu Juoqing's arm. Wu Juoqing sighed sadly. He was known as the poison doctor back then. Not only was he skilled in poison, but he was also extremely skilled in medicine. The moment he saw Wei Wuyan, he knew that there was no hope. Chu Lu'er's eyes reddened. She started to sob. If you don't want me to kill them, I will ask them to get lost, said Wu Juoqing to Chu Yang. The sooner the better. Chu Yang nodded. He turned around and said calmly, Chen Clan, Chen Tianqing, remember. My name is Chu Yang. When I, Chu Yang, arrive at the Chen Clan one day, it will be the time when the Chen Clan is exterminated. Chen Tianqing snorted. He wanted to say a few harsh words, but his lips moved and he didn't say anything in the end. He waved and shouted, let's go. They were about to leave. Wu Juoqing frowned and shouted, you want to leave just like that? Have you forgotten the rules of the martial world? Chen Tianqing was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He raised his hand and chopped off his little finger. It fell to the ground. He trembled all over and said, Elder Wu, is this enough? Wu Juoqing shook his head mercilessly. Not enough. Chen Tianqing took a deep breath and chopped off 2 more fingers. Elder? Do you think this is acceptable? Wu Juoqing frowned. If you still don't satisfy me after the 3rd time, I will do it myself. Chen Tianqing roared and used his palm like a knife. With a crack, he chopped off his left shoulder and threw it on the ground. His whole body twitched and his face was pale. He said word by word, I'm sure Senior will be satisfied now. Wu Juoqing's face turned cold. Be more respectful. I am keeping you for Chu Yang. Otherwise, do you think this is enough to satisfy me? Kneel. Kowtow. Then get lost. Chen Tianqing began to pant heavily. Everyone behind him also looked furious. Wu Juoqing was really going a little overboard to say that killing someone was nothing more than a nod of the head. As the 7th elder of the Chen clan, Chen Tianqing had already chopped off his fingers and arms 3 times. He actually still had to kowtow and beg for mercy before he was willing to let him go. Wu Juoqing rolled his eyes and said coldly, if you don't kowtow, all of you will die. Chen Tianqing shouted and spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned and knelt down. Farewell, Heavenly Star. They definitely couldn't die here. If they couldn't even make it back, they would definitely die here. If the other party came knocking on their door in the future and the clan was completely unprepared, it would truly be a calamity. Scram. Wu Juoqing spat out coldly. Chen Tianqing's body trembled as he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He couldn't even stand up. His body trembled, and he fainted. The other members of the Chen clan carried Chen Tianqing on their backs and silently retreated. From beginning to end, Chu Yang did not raise his head. Wan Renjia and the other 2 looked at the Chen clan's people leaving with hatred in their eyes. They gritted their teeth so hard that the sound of grinding could be heard. Lu'er, take out your heavenly moonlight. Cooperate with Chu Yang's heaven-nourishing jade and help him collect his soul, said Wu Juoqing. Under Wu Juoqing's command, Chu Yang cooperated fully, slowly merging the heavenly moonlight treasure and the heaven-nourishing jade. A pure white radiance slowly gathered around Wei Wuyan. They formed a large circle. It wrapped his body inside. Then, bits and pieces of illusory fragments rose from Wei Wuyan's body and slowly formed the shape of a human body in the circle of light above. More and more illusory fragments gathered and slowly, they turned into Wei Wuyan's appearance. Chu Lu'er's tears flowed out uncontrollably. After a long time, the fragments stopped emerging. Wei Wuyan's illusory body. It had also completely recovered. He opened his eyes and seemed to have seen Chu Yang and the others. There was actually a gratified smile on his illusory face. Brother Wei. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Your wish has been fulfilled, the illusory Wei Wuyan nodded repeatedly, his gaze urgent. The Wuyan sword had already been shattered into pieces by his attack, but at this moment, the illusory Wei Wuyan was also holding onto a sword. The Wuyan sword. Chu Yang was extremely sad. It was just last night. It was just last night. The conversation with Wei Wuyan was still clear in his ears. Wei Wuyan said, I won't take the initiative to seek death anymore. Actually, I can't bear to part with all of you. I really can't bear to part with both of them, but now that I have brothers, I can't bear to part with them too. Although I won't take the initiative to seek death, if I die in battle, I still beg you to fulfill my wish and bestow upon me the heavenly orchid. At the thought of this, Chu Yang felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. Wei Wuyan's heart was like dead ashes. He had long wanted to die. It wasn't easy for us to persuade him not to take the initiative to seek death anymore. It wasn't easy for us to set up a new goal for him in life and let him have new worries, but at this moment, he died. The teasing of life really made one speechless to the extreme. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but also felt powerless and helpless. If he was going to die, why wait until he had hope and sustenance again? Wouldn't this be too cruel to him and his brothers? Too cruel? The eyes of Wei Wuyan's illusory figure exuded urgency. Chu Yang closed his eyes helplessly. Wu Jiuqing sighed. Exerting force with both hands, he exerted the maximum cultivation of a peak second-grade supreme martial artist and slowly formed an aura, slowly squeezing. Wei Wuyan's illusory figure was squeezed onto his own body in an instant, but he couldn't enter. Wu Jiuqing snorted and pressed down with all his strength. Wei Wuyan's illusory figure entered his own body. Of course, it was impossible to return the soul, but it could create a phenomenon similar to the one before death. Quick! Wu Jiuqing's face was red. Obviously, he had already done his best. At this moment, Wei Wuyan's body shook and blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth again. His eyes seemed to be open but not open. Chu Yang's hand was as fast as lightning. At this moment, a piece of heavenly orchid arrived at the corner of Wei Wuyan's mouth. Then, the heavenly orchid immediately turned into a colorful stream of light and disappeared. Wu Jiuqing coughed and slowly stopped. His face looked even more tired. For someone whose soul had already been shattered and who couldn't be any more dead, to use external force to forcefully press the soul back into the dead body. Even Wu Jiuqing wouldn't be able to persist for long under this kind of extreme exertion. As Wu Jiuqing stopped, the illusory figure from just now slowly rose from Wei Wuyan's body. At this moment, it was obvious that Wei Wuyan's face was full of joy. On top of Wei Wuyan's head was a 10-colored flower petal. He looked at Chu Yang gratefully and glanced at the faces of his brothers with reluctance. He revealed a smile. His lips seemed to move. He couldn't speak, but Chu Yang could still tell from the shape of his lips that Wei Wuyan had said something. Little Jean. I'm coming. Those were the names of his deceased wife and child. At this moment, Wei Wuyan's face was gloomy. His eyes were filled with anticipation and apprehension. Chu Yang only felt that his eyes were hot. He said loudly, Brother Wei, it's not that you don't have the face to see your wife and child. You've just been deceived. It's not your fault. And, you've already taken your revenge. You can go and look for them gloriously. Take care of them. Tell them. This is good news. Do you understand? The illusory Wei Wuyan's face relaxed and he nodded at Chu Yang. Brother Wei. I wish you a family reunion. Chu Yang clasped his hands. If there's a next life, we'll be brothers again. Wan Renjia, Jing Duiying and Bao Buhuan clasped their hands and bowed at the same time. Brother Wei, I wish you a family reunion. If there's a next life, we'll be brothers again. Chu Luer sobbed. Big Brother Wei, I wish you a family reunion soon, illusory figure. Wei Wuyan clasped his hands together and clasped his hands. He bowed deeply towards everyone, then stood up and bowed deeply towards Wu Jiuqing. Wu Jiuqing smiled and waved. Wei Wuyan's body floated up. With a reluctant look on his face, he waved at Chu Yang and the others. Then, he rose higher and gradually disappeared between heaven and earth. In the vast heaven and earth, there seemed to be a faint sigh that dissipated quietly. Just like the melancholy in Wei Wuyan's heart, Chu Yang sighed deeply. Chu Luer cried in Chu Yang's arms, her eyes swollen. Big brother, do you think Big Brother Wei can reunite with his wife and child? He can. He definitely can. Qu Yang stroked Chu Le-er's hair and said softly. He seemed to be comforting Chu Le-er, but Qu Yang was also comforting himself. I really hope that you can find them. I really hope that all of you can have a next life, if there is. I hope that all of you can be extremely happy in your next life. After sending Wei Wuyan off, everyone became somewhat silent. Wan Renjia, Qing Duiying and Baobu were still digging the grave with all their might, wanting to bury Wei Wuyan's body. They didn't use their cultivation, but only used their hands and long swords to dig in the most primitive way. It was as if Wei Wuyan hadn't been buried for a moment, and he was still by their side, and still alive as their brother. Although they knew that it was impossible, the three of them still persisted in doing so. They wanted this feeling of their brother's existence to stay for a moment longer. It was all so good. Qu Yang looked up at the clouds in the sky in a daze. At this moment, he was somewhat incomparably resentful. He was resentful of fate and resentful of heaven. If it wanted him to die, why did it give him hope and concern? Since it gave him hope and concern, why did it cruelly let him die when he just had the concern and sustenance to live on? Wu Jiuqing stood beside Qu Yang. What's wrong? Qu Yang took a breath and said lightly, nothing. It's just that now, I feel that the so-called heaven's will, the so-called fate, is really very ket up. Wu Jiuqing imitated him and took a deep breath. He said sympathetically, yes, it's indeed very ket up. Back then, he said the words back then and suddenly shut his mouth. Qu Yang knew that he was reminded of his brother back then, brother Jia back then. Qu Yang didn't turn his head to look, but he could still feel Wu Jiuqing's lips trembling. Qu Yang could feel the bloody pain in Wu Jiuqing's heart, as if he was being dismembered. After a long while, what even Qu Yang didn't expect was that Wu Jiuqing finally managed to finish his sentence. Although he forcefully suppressed it and made himself remain calm, even Chu Le-er could hear the tremor in his voice. Back then, I also had a brother like this. I also had one. He raised his head, closed his eyes and said softly, will they have a next life? This sentence was very soft, as if he was asking Qu Yang, as if he was asking the heavens, as if he was asking himself. Every time Wu Jiuqing mentioned his brothers, he would always cover his face with a cloud of mist. He didn't want anyone to see his expression at this moment. He missed them, he was persistent, but he was also proud. The people of the world do not understand my pain, my bitterness, my loneliness, my pride, and my satisfaction. Looking at Wu Jiuqing's pained expression, Qu Yang, who was originally conflicted, couldn't help but sigh deeply. Although Wei Wuyan had died, his next life would be created by himself. Now, it wasn't long before Hong Wuliang's death. Generally speaking, if Wei Wuyan's wife really died unjustly, as long as her soul wasn't extinguished, it was very likely that she would still exist. Of course, as for Wei Wuyan's son, he should have long disappeared in the cycle of reincarnation. What kind of hatred could a child who wasn't even a year old have? But Wei Wuyan's wife was different. Therefore, as long as one was willing to put in the effort to search for Wei Wuyan's death, or rather, if there was something in the dark, then it wasn't impossible for Wei Wuyan to reunite with his wife. Qu Yang was sorrowful, but he was more or less comforted. But Wu Jiuqing's case was difficult. Wei Wuyan's death caused Wu Jiuqing to be worried. It made him think of his brothers. Those brothers were real brothers. Wu Jiuqing's feelings for his brothers, which hadn't been erased even after tens of thousands of years, could be seen. Would they have a next life? Qu Yang could really answer this question, but he didn't know how to answer it. This was because it involved a person who had met with a tragic end. He was a peerless hero who could make people cry at the same time. If this person was also brought out and the truth was made known to the world, with Wu Jiuqing's character, even committing suicide out of shame would be considered a light punishment. Qu Yang had no choice but to sigh, and say nothing. Wu Jiuqing looked at Wan Renjia and the other two who were using the most primitive method to dig a grave. There was actually a strong sense of envy in his eyes. I also miss my brothers. My brothers are dead, and I don't even have the right to dig a grave for them. Wu Jiuqing sighed sadly. Qu Yang, you seem to be very skilled in doing this, and you seem to believe in the afterlife. He smiled bitterly and said, Qu Yang, you also know my origin, and you also know what happened to me. Let me ask you something. Qu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He asked, what? Does that world really exist? Asked Wu Juiqing. It should exist. Chu Yang thought for a while. He replied cautiously, in this world. There are many mysterious things that cannot be explained, but we know that there are some mysterious things. It really existed. If we were ordinary people, we wouldn't have received education from that world since we were young. But at our level, we wouldn't have been able to learn about it. Once you're able to cultivate your soul, you'll know, perhaps, there really is such a world. For example, we all know now that there is a celestial palace above us. That is where the true powerhouses are. Or perhaps, it is a place of legends, a place with so-called immortals. Since there are immortals, there are naturally ghosts, Chu Yang said softly. Since there really is such a world, there really is karma and reincarnation. Then, Wu Juiqing was silent for a while. His face seemed to be covered by a layer of fog in this instant. He asked softly, "Do you think, those 8 brothers of mine, have an afterlife? Could they also exist in that world below? If one day I die, will I be able to find them?" Wu Juiqing murmured. Chu Yang was speechless. Would he be able to find them in that world? Of course he wouldn't. Because tribulation was now, in the extraterrestrial battlefield, but Chu Yang couldn't answer. If he answered, Wu Juiqing would ask, "How did you know?" "Where can I go, to find my brothers?" asked Wu Juiqing. "Can that heavenly orchid be useful to me?" "Chu Yang, where are they?" Wu Juiqing's voice became softer and softer. "Do they still remember me?" Chu Yang only felt his own heart twisting. He took a deep breath and said, "According to the ancient legends, good people are all heavenly, good people are all stars in the heavens. So, if they are in a certain place in the celestial palace, could it be the resting place of heroic spirits?" Wu Juiqing fell silent. As if he was considering Chu Yang's words, as if he was deep in thought. Chewing. Chu Yang somewhat hated his own cheap mouth for speaking too much. But, seeing Wu Juiqing so dejected for his brothers, thinking that he also had brothers, he couldn't bear it. Although he couldn't tell him the whole truth now, it was also good to comfort him. Chu Yang comforted himself. Wu Juiqing chuckled and said in a low and deep voice, "Back then, when we were happy, we sang and roared together, when the wind blew, we rode together in the martial world, when faced with strong enemies, we went through fire and water together, when faced with danger, we went through a sea of fire and a mountain of knives together. When I was in trouble, I would go right away, when I was in trouble, I wouldn't return even if I died." That year, Juiqing was trapped in the Azure Dragon Gorge due to his evil scheme, in the wind and snow. The brothers' roars and blood were all colorful. Because of me alone, the 10 of us were almost completely wiped out. After the treatment, Big Brother took out more than 30 hidden weapons. That day, the 10 of us held each other's hands and staggered out of the Azure Dragon Gorge. Our bodies were weak and we could barely stand, but when we looked at the world, we instantly felt that with my brothers beside us, we were invincible. Now, there's only me. Now, there's only me. Brothers, do you know that I miss all of you? Now, I'm all alone, wasting away the world. I'm injured, beaten, wronged, and there's no one to talk to, no one to stand up for me." Wu Juiqing's voice became softer and softer, as if a sentence had just appeared from his lips and then disappeared in the wind without a trace. He was a top-notch expert of his time, naturally, he didn't need others to stand up for him. However, during the Battle of Slaying of the Tao, he was plotted against by the Dharma Supreme and was severely injured. After he was injured, he recalled countless times how his brothers had stood up for him back then. Countless times, he thought, if my brothers were still around? If my brothers were still around, what would happen? They would probably have already charged forward. Regardless of whether he was the Dharma Supreme or not, he would have long been beaten to the ground by now. If my brothers were still around, who would dare to bully me? Who would dare to lie to me? That feeling of having brothers stand up for him was simply too heartwarming. Too heartwarming. Every time he thought of this, Wu Juiqing, who was already tens of thousands of years old, felt especially lonely and cold, especially like a child who had no one to rely on in this vast world. The bitterness in his heart made him want to cry out loud. But his brothers were no longer around. Even if he wanted to cry, there was no place for him to cry. Chu Yang looked at the void in front of him rather absent-mindedly. He murmured, together we sang and roared, together we rode in the martial world, together we went through fire and water, together we climbed mountains and seas of fire. When my brother is in trouble, I will rush to help. When my brother is in trouble, I will not return even if I die. With my brothers by my side, I am invincible. When these words came out of Wu Jiuqing's mouth, they were filled with melancholy and sadness. But when they came out of Chu Yang's mouth, they were filled with heroic satisfaction. Wu Jiuqing was talking about his brothers, but Chu Yang was talking about his own brothers. Both of them said the same thing, but the feeling they gave was that one was in heaven and the other was on earth. One was filled with sorrow and desolation in the autumn wind, while the other was filled with warmth in the scorching summer. Wu Jiuqing sighed and turned to look at him. Although he couldn't see the look in his eyes or his expression, Chu Yang still felt that this look was filled with envy. Back then, we were all like you now. Wu Jiuqing seemed to want to prove something indignantly. This sentence of his was especially forceful and heavy, as though he was in a fit of pique. Even more satisfied than you. Chu Yang said solemnly, I believe you. When one had such feelings, anyone would feel that they were happier and more satisfied than others. Chu Yang, let's have a casual chat. Wu Jiuqing was silent for a while before he said. Okay. Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. Wu Jiuqing had just lamented and reminisced about the past. Why, at this level, every action and action of an expert was already almost in line with the path of the great Tao. How could there be any casual chat? The moment Wu Jiuqing said this, Chu Yang knew that he definitely had something to say. And it was probably something that he had been very worried about. It was about to happen, but even though he had already said casual chat, Wu Jiuqing didn't say anything. After a long while, Wu Jiuqing said, Lu go to the cliff and take a look. Don't let anyone come near. I have something to discuss with your big brother. Chu Lu responded as though she had just woken up from a dream. She stood up and walked out. Chu Lu had been at the side the whole time, but she was distracted. Sometimes, she would look at Wei Wuyan's corpse and choke with sobs. She didn't hear a single word of the conversation between Wu Jiuqing and Chu Yang at all. But Wu Jiuqing still sent her out. Seeing that Chu Lu had walked far away and seeing that Wan Renjie and the other two were still busy, Wu Jiuqing said, Chu Yang. Do you know what I want to say? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I'm all ears. Chu Yang, how old are you now? Wu Jiuqing was silent for a long time before he asked. When he asked this question, the fog on his face seemed to thicken. Just turned 20. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. Just turned 20. Her. Wu Jiuqing laughed softly and said, more than 3 years ago, you overturned the lower 3 heavens alone before you turned 18. You were hailed as the king of Hell Chu. You're really amazing. Chu Yang was shocked. 2 years ago, you weren't even 10. Now, you're not even 20. But your cultivation has already reached 2nd grade Supreme Martial Artist, 2nd grade Sword Supremacy. Wu Jiuqing said, and it hasn't even been 2 years since you came to the upper 3 heavens. Wu Jiuqing's voice was very ethereal. He said, you're not from a big clan, and you don't have that kind of super heavenly treasure aura on you, but you've achieved such achievements. It seemed that during this period of time, Wu Jiuqing had learned a lot about him in the Chu clan. The Chu clan had Chu Fian, Mo Qinggu, his parents, and now, Dong Wusheng, Rui Badong and Mo Lei. If Wu Jiuqing wanted to understand something, it was really possible for him to connect all his actions in the upper and lower 3 heavens, to piece together a complete Chu Yang. The reason why Chu Xianxia recovered was because you gave him the mysterious Ice Jade Core and the mysterious Yang Jade Core. Chu Failing's cultivation improved greatly because you gave him a medicine. Wu Jiuqing's voice became slower and slower, the fog on his face thicker and thicker. Chu Yang could no longer see his eyes or his face clearly. Now, he couldn't even see his hair. The Moon Breeze couple's injuries healed very quickly. Mo Qinggu has a saber that you gave her, and it is indeed a peerless divine weapon. And you suddenly transformed into a divine physician. Lu'er's illness was cured by you single-handedly, and you even obtained the heaven-nourishing jade. During the battle of slaying of the Tao, the Moon Breeze couple was already unable to continue fighting. But after Baluqing protected them for a while, they suddenly became lively again, I heard that you have 7 to 8 good brothers in the upper 3 heavens who have gone through thick and thin with you. Chu Yang smiled bitterly as he listened to Wu Jiuqing's analysis. He waited quietly for Wu Jiuqing to reveal the results. But when Wu Jiuqing reached this point, he suddenly stopped talking. He just fell into deep thought for a long time. This atmosphere was so oppressive that Chu Yang could hardly breathe. Just now, I mentioned my brothers. Wu Jiuqing said, Chu Yang. Tell me about your brothers? Chu Yang said helplessly, even if I don't tell you, you already know everything. With your experience, if you want Qinggu to tell you this story in detail, there will definitely be no problem. Wu Jiuqing chuckled and said, not only Qinggu, there are also Wushang and Badong. They are also in the Chu clan. These two have been practicing martial arts with me when they go back. Chu Yang made a sound of agreement. Wushang is powerful and domineering. His aura is even stronger than my 4th brother's. I heard. You also have a brother called Gu Duxing. His name contains the word Duxing and he is the 2nd brother. He is sharp and cold, invincible. Wu Jiuqing said, he is comparable to my 2nd brother. It's not that far off. I heard that Mo Qingwu's brother, Mo Tianji, has a name. This was because of the 2 words, heaven's secret. Strategizing in a tent and determining victory from 1,000 miles away. This reminds me of my 5th brother, Shiman Wanli. Wu Jiuqing paused for a moment before he continued, Chu Yang, if there comes a day where you have to sacrifice your brothers for some matter, what will you do? Chu Yang remained silent for a long time. Do you believe what I'm saying now? Wu Jiuqing said, I believe you. As long as you say it, I'll believe you. Chu Yang struggled in his heart. He almost blurted out, I won't hurt my brothers. But before he could say anything, he swallowed his words. He said indifferently, this world can't force me to that extent yet. Wu Jiuqing seemed to be smiling. However, his face was covered by a layer of fog, and Chu Yang couldn't see his expression. Then, Wu Jiuqing said, Chu Yang, let me tell you a story? A very complete story. Chu Yang sighed, I'm all ears. And so, Wu Jiuqing began to tell the story in a very slow and heavy tone. The story of the Gu clan started with a young man leaving the clan and what he did along the way. The main character of the story was ultimately a young man. He improved, grew up, made brothers and friends, and then ventured into the world with his brothers. How Big Brother treated him, how he treated his brothers, and some of the experiences between them, Wu Jiuqing was telling the story. Chu Yang was listening. Chu Yang knew what Wu Jiuqing was telling the story about, and Wu Jiuqing also knew that Chu Yang knew what he was telling the story about. The two of them had a tacit understanding. The story had already passed for a long time, but right from the start, Wu Jiuqing didn't stop. He spoke very fluently. It was as if all of this had already been imprinted in his heart, and wouldn't fade even after thousands and thousands of years. When the story reached the final stage, the brothers united the continent. Then, Wu Jiuqing stopped abruptly at this point. He sighed heartbreakingly and said, Chu Yang, how perfect would it be if the story ended here? Chu Yang felt the same way. Yes, if the story had ended at this moment when Wu Jiuqing stopped, this story would practically be perfect to the extreme, talented and beautiful, brave and courageous, in life and death, in fortune and misfortune together. Working hard together and fighting together, they finally reached their goal. They succeeded. Chu Yang, do you think that this big brother in the story had no choice but to kill all of his brothers because of some matters? Asked Wu Jiuqing. Chu Yang was silent. Wu Jiuqing was also silent. After a long while, Wu Jiuqing finally got to his feet. I hope that one day, you can give me an answer. He stood at the top of the mountain, standing there bleakly. This is my only hope, and also my only chance. Chu Yang was silent. Wu Jiuqing said dispassionately, when that day comes, if you don't give me an answer, I will kill you. Wu Jiuqing said coldly, Lord Z has already left. In this world, there won't be a second Lord Z protecting you. If I want to kill you, even if you are a low-grade supreme martial artist, even if Ning Tianya and Moon Breeze couple protect you together, you won't be able to escape death. Chu Yang said dispassionately, I also want to know the answer. But it's useless to threaten me. Even if you threaten me, I won't tell you even if I know. Wu Jiuqing snorted. Qiyang said, Elder Wu, how about I make a deal with you? What kind of deal? Asked Wu Jiuqing, raising his brows. The deal is, during this period of time, don't disrupt my plans and don't interfere with my actions. More than that, I don't want to feel any pressure from you. When the time is right, perhaps, you still have, Chu Yang gritted his teeth. The chance to see those 8 brothers of yours. Wu Jiuqing's whole body shook violently. The fog covering his face suddenly flew away. He grabbed Chu Yang's shoulder and asked, what? Chu Yang's shoulder made cracking sounds from his grip, but his expression didn't change. You didn't hear wrongly. Wu Jiuqing slowly let go. He stared at Chu Yang in a daze. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Suddenly, he couldn't help but roar into the sky. With a roar, heaven and earth moved. I'll wait, said Wu Jiuqing solemnly. Tears suddenly flowed out of his eyes without warning. This made him feel very embarrassed. He wanted to say something, but he felt a lump in his throat and couldn't speak. He hurriedly shut his mouth. After a long time, he said hoarsely, no matter how long. I'll wait. Chu Yang only felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. He said, but, your strength needs to improve. Wu Jiuqing raised his face. The tears on his face suddenly evaporated into mist. All of a sudden, he seemed to be in high spirits again. It was as if that arrogant and evil noble from tens of thousands of years ago had appeared in front of everyone once again. My strength needs to improve, said Wu Jiuqing slowly. That means, my cultivation is already holding them back. That means, they're not in this dimension. That means, you need to work harder. Chu Yang interrupted him with a smile. Wu Jiuqing was stunned. Then, he nodded and smiled. Yes. I should work harder. His eyes were filled with longing. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years for such an expression to appear in Wu Jiuqing's eyes. He didn't even ask, nor did he have any doubts. Because he didn't dare. He didn't dare to let this glimmer of hope that suddenly appeared in him be destroyed under his questioning. He'd rather believe it foolishly. Actually, I don't know either, whether this is good or bad for you, said Chu Yang silently in his heart. Elder Wu, I have a question. The Heavens continent, the place with the deepest blessings. Where is it? Asked Chu Yang. The place with the deepest blessings? Wu Jiuqing frowned. For tens of thousands of years, the feng shui changes once every 10,000 years. How can it be so accurate? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. That means, the place where the big clans are, of course, is the place with the deepest blessings, said Wu Jiuqing proudly. Do the big clans choose their locations for nothing? These words made Chu Yang's ears resound with a thunderclap. The place where the big clans were, put it this way. The Yi clan, which was ranked number 1 among the big clans, was the place with the deepest blessings. The night was cold and chilly, so that's how it was. So it was this night, where the purple aura comes from the east, the bright moon rises above the mountains. When heaven and earth shine together, the night is cold and chilly. In the Yi clan, when heaven and earth shine together, there is a mysterious place. One needs fate. In an instant, Chu Yang only felt that the fog in front of him suddenly cleared up. Understood, the joy in his heart at this moment was really indescribable. He really wanted to look up to the sky and roar. When he turned to look, he was stunned for a moment. The sky was already dark. Wei Wuyan was already laid to rest. At this moment, Xianxia and the other 2 were adding soil to the grave. Chu Yang's mood instantly became heavy again. He grabbed a big stone and slammed it down hard. It became a stone tablet and erected in front of Wei Wuyan. The grave of his close friend Wei Wuyan. It was a very ordinary tombstone. Chu Yang thought for a while. His fingers moved quickly and carved another line of words on it. The ruler of the world, the heroes of the world, all have no face in front of you. Seeing this line of words, Xianxia and the other 2 revealed a proud look. Yes, in this world, who could be like Wei Wuyan? In order to repay his teacher's kindness, he lived like a day for 1,000 years. In order to let his wife and children down, he would not give up until his death, even though it was because of a nasty scam. Wei Wuyan's character was obvious to all. Chu Yang, when are you going to kill the Qin clan? The three of us must go. Xianxia said loudly. Qingduing and Bao Buhuan were also resolute. Okay, Chu Yang agreed. Suddenly, he saw something in Xianxia's hand. What's this? Xianxia raised his hand. In his hand was a broken hand. It's Wei Wuyan's hand. I've cut it off. Xianxia gritted his teeth. At that time, I'll use Brother Wei's hand to smash the heads of the Qin clan members one by one and let him take revenge personally. After that, I'll bury it here. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Give it to me. I'll do it. It's Christmas today. Merry Christmas to everyone. Gee, I'm going out to eat with my family today. In order to wait for me, the whole family is still hungry at 8:30 p.m. Cough, cough. I originally wanted to update only one chapter, but I suddenly remembered that today was the birthday of the leader of this sacrificial mother. So, this second chapter is considered an extra chapter. Congratulations to the leader of the sacrificial mother. Happy birthday to her. Forever young and beautiful. Taking advantage of the night, Chu Yang sped forward. The direction was the Yi clan's territory. The place where purple crystals were densely packed was a place of great fortune. The moment when yin and yang intersected, the moment when heaven and earth shone together, Chu Yang was going for the second segment of the tribulation sword. He couldn't wait to get the second segment of the tribulation sword and let his brothers come up. The leather boots on his feet had long been thrown away somewhere. He just ran barefoot on the ground. As he ran, the starlight shone in the sky and the boundless earth under his feet. Chu Yang suddenly felt as if he had entered a wonderful realm. He suddenly flew up. It was as if he himself was in mid-air, wandering and soaring under the starlight. On the ground in front of him, he could clearly see another him running wildly. The night wind that blew against him messed up the hair of this other him and caused his clothes to flutter behind him. As he ran, the internal energy in his body slowly circulated. He felt waves of pure energy of the earth surging up from the soles of his feet, and waves of pure spiritual energy of the universe pouring down from the top of his head, one up and one down, forming a perfect cycle. It went one round in his body and returned to his dantian. The second strand of primordial real silk in his dantian also seemed to be trembling, and slowly growing stronger. The cultivation in his body was also constantly being purified as the energy of the earth kept surging into him. He felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up. Wisps of impure internal energy gradually spread out from his pores, and the empty space was replaced by pure spiritual energy of the universe. The impurities in his body were excreted from his pores and dissipated in the wind. Only the grease that adhered to the surface of his body was instantly dried by the wind. Watching himself running, watching his own body changing, this was a wonderful phenomenon. Zhang Tai thought to himself, watching his own body changing. Chu Yang ran tirelessly for an entire night just like that. When the east was slightly brighter, that consciousness finally entered his body under the guidance of a wave of fatigue. Only then did Chu Yang stop in a forest and leap onto the treetops. He rested for a while. 1/10 of the cultivation in his body had already become pure, spiritual energy of the universe. This 1/10 occupied the center of his dantian, surrounding the tribulation sword. The other spiritual energy of the universe was outside, filling his entire body. When all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been converted into pure energy, I should be able to reach 4th or 5th grade supreme martial artist, right? Chu Yang checked his body and pondered. After leveling up to the supreme being level, every step he took forward. Even Chu Yang felt that it was difficult. If one were to talk about the difference between middle grade saint and supreme grade saint. If he only needed one step, then from 1st grade supreme martial artist to 2nd grade supreme martial artist, he needed at least 10 steps. And these 10 steps. Every step he took was greater than the previous one. It was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to ascend from the 2nd rank to the 3rd rank. No matter how difficult it is, I'm already on my way. Chu Yang thought. He fell into meditation. He couldn't see his own appearance now, but if he did, he would definitely be shocked. His hair was a mess, sticking to his scalp. His face and neck were covered in black grease, making it impossible to see his face clearly. His black robe was also in tatters. Shouts could be heard from outside the forest. Sword light flashed. Chu Yang woke up abruptly and looked outside. He saw a person running toward him as fast as lightning. Behind this person, a shining sword light chased after him like a meteor. It was obviously much faster than the person in front. Chu Yang's heart shook when he saw the sword light, sword supreme being, and a high-level one. At least third grade, why would a sword supreme being suddenly appear here? Who was he? That sharp sword aura made Chu Yang almost think that Gu Duxing had come. The person in front roared, and balls of starlight suddenly burst out from his body. Then his body suddenly accelerated and rushed into the dense forest like a whirlwind. The starlight dissipated. With a series of crackling sounds, countless branches and trunks broke. That person had already reached a place not far from the big tree where Chu Yang was hiding. That burst of energy was still rushing forward, but his body was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Even with Chu Yang's eyesight, he could only see that he leaned against a tree trunk beside him and disappeared. What kind of martial arts was this? Could this be the unique martial arts of the Three Stars Divine Clan? Although it was just a glimpse, Chu Yang had already recognized that this person was the elder of the Three Stars Divine Clan who had given him an incomplete version of the heavy pill in the Zhuge clan's dungeon. He didn't expect that he had already escaped. It must be the power of that heavy pill of his. However, the Zhuge clan was really good at hiding. This kind of news actually didn't leak out. Just as he was thinking, that ball of sword light also followed closely behind and penetrated into the dense forest. A dragon-like ray of light chased along the path ahead. Along the way, there were thunderous sounds and all the big trees were crushed. In just a short moment, the sword light suddenly turned around and was outside the forest again. Then, it penetrated into the forest again and suddenly stopped. It stopped not far from the big tree where Chu Yang was hiding. Where the Divine Clan elder had disappeared. The sword light dissipated, revealing the tall figure of a man in black. Chu Yang suddenly felt a wave of admiration in his heart. When the Divine Clan elder came in, he immediately set up a deceptive formation without any hesitation and hid himself. But when this person chased in, he actually detected the other party's scheme in an instant and immediately retreated. When he came in again, he obviously used more or less the same power as the Divine Clan elder. When he reached the place where the Divine Clan elder had disappeared, he automatically stopped. In other words, he determined that the missing Divine Clan elder was within this area. This kind of judgment and insight was extremely shocking. This person was tall and slender, dressed in black. His face was handsome, but naturally carried a sense of coldness and sharpness. Just by standing there casually, he was already like an unsheathed sharp sword, awe-inspiring. In his hand, there was a long sword that shone with a cold light. At this moment, the cold light was faintly discernible. On the tip of the sword, there was still blood dripping slowly. He just stood there, his eyes quickly turning and looking at the tree trunk that the Divine Clan elder was leaning against. Chu Yang's scalp went numb. The degree of meticulousness and agility of this person's thoughts had reached an unbelievable level. The next moment. Swoosh, 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 with a few sounds, 5 people rushed in like a gust of wind. Yi Zue. You. The black-robed man's gaze was fierce. He bent down and spun. Sword light suddenly exploded in midair like a thunderbolt. Even Chu Yang felt a burst of strong light before his eyes. At this moment, he almost couldn't see anything. A few screams sounded. The 5 people who came in later had already been divided into minced meat. They floated up and fell, their flesh and blood smashing into the bushes in the forest. At a glance, Chu Yang only had time to see a starlight mark on the forehead of one of them. The next moment. This person was smashed into pieces. This black-robed man attacked so quickly and ruthlessly that Chu Yang had never seen anything like it before. The murderous intent of this sword. It made Chu Yang's heart turn cold. His palms also couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Dantian. The tribulation sword suddenly became restless. This sword could actually trigger a reaction from the tribulation sword? Chu Yang was shocked and hurriedly comforted it. This sword has a strange smell. In the consciousness space, the sword spirit had already been awake for some time. It was just that he was still a little weak. At this moment, he suddenly spoke. Strange smell? Chu Yang frowned and asked. In that instant just now, that sword that seemed to want to kill all living things also made him feel strange. It was just that. It was an indescribable feeling. It seemed sinister and yet not sinister. It seemed terrifying and yet not terrifying. But it just made one feel uneasy. The sword spirit's voice was a little heavy. Maybe I saw wrongly. I hope I saw wrongly. In this sword, I actually felt the smell of demons. The smell of demons? Chu Yang frowned. Extraterrestrial demons? The sword spirit didn't speak again. Thinking of that shout just now, Chu Yang thought, Yi Zue? So this person is the first successor of the Yi clan, the #1 ruling clan in the martial world. Yi Zue, the Yi clan's Grand Duke who is as elusive as a dragon. There were many legends about Yi Zue in the martial world. It was said that this Grand Duke of the Yi clan was originally called Yi Shitian. But later on, for some reason, after getting drunk, he suddenly changed his name to Yi Zue. And anyone who dared to call him by his original name Yi Shitian would be sentenced to death for the crime of disrespect. At this moment, Yi Zue slowly retracted his murderous aura. He said indifferently, "Third Elder, you can't escape. You'd better come out. I, Yi Zue, guarantee that nothing will happen to you." There was no sound in the surroundings. Yi Zue was neither anxious nor impatient. He said indifferently, "I, Yi Zue, have been in the martial world for 35 years. No one has ever survived my pursuit. And I have never lost sight of any enemy. You can't hide from me, nor can you escape. Instead of running for your life, why don't you come back with me obediently? That way, you can still receive some courtesy. Do you really want to live a life worse than death?" Chu Yang's heart twitched. So this bastard had been in the martial world for 35 years. In that case, he was at least 50 years old this year, but his face still looked like that of a youth, being called a Grand Duke at 50 years old. Chu Yang suddenly felt a cramp in his crotch. If it was an ordinary person, he would have already been a grandfather, right? Here, he was still a Grand Duke. "You're not coming out, are you?" Yi Zue's voice slowly carried some murderous aura. He took 2 steps forward slowly and raised his head slowly. "Do you think that I won't be able to find you after you hide in the tree this time?" The next moment, Yi Zue's 2 piercing gazes met with Chu Yang's 2 astonished and bewildered gazes on the tree. Chu Yang felt like fainting. Why am I so unlucky? I just found a tree to rest in and someone actually mistook me for the main character." The 2 of them, one on the tree and one under the tree, looked at each other. Yi Zue smiled. "Third Elder, your disguise this time is really not bad." Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He cursed in his heart, "You're the Third Elder. Your whole family is the Third Elder. I'm so king unlucky. I'm trying to save some drafts. Starting from the 20th, the monthly votes will be doubled. It has already been decided. Today is the 20th, 27th and 28th will also be updated twice. Then, no matter how much I save, the double will be released on the first day. The 3 days at the end of the month will completely determine the results of this year. When the time comes, I hope everyone will support me. We've been proud of the world for a year, but we have to make the final decision in the last 3 days. Either we make a complete turnaround, or we just walk through it in such a repressed manner. But I firmly believe that victory belongs to us. The last 3 days will definitely be crazy. Let's be on guard. Brothers, sisters. Yi Zue, Grand Duke of the Yi clan. Original name, Yi Kanmeng. After that, the Yi clan changed the name of Remnant Dream to Shuren the Yi clan, Yi Shitian. However, after he came of age and achieved success in swordsmanship, he changed his name to Yi Zue. This person could be said to be the #1 genius of the younger generation in the heavenly realm, the Sword King. Yi Zue was obsessed with swords since he was young. He started to come into contact with swords at the age of 1. At the age of 3, he could start learning swords. At the age of 15, he became a Sword King. Back then, with the help of the clan's abundant resources, he soared all the way to the upper grade. However, he faced a bottleneck for a long time at this level. He only became a sword sovereign at the age of 25, even though he was delayed by 10 years, he was still the only sword sovereign among his peers in the heavenly realm. Ever since he became a sword sovereign, Yi Zue seemed to have opened a door to the sword Dao. Within 3 years, he became a sword sovereign. Within another 3 years, he became a sword saint. Within another 8 years, he became a sword supremacy. Now, some people said that Yizue was already a 3rd-grade sword supremacy. Some said that he was a 4th-grade sword supremacy. Some even said that Yizue's sword cultivation was not inferior to the legendary supreme martial artist Bu Qing. Of course, Qu Yang scoffed at the last statement. However, this also proved how scary Yizue was. In the decades that Yizue had been growing up, whether it was power or women, all the temptations in the world were like fleeting clouds in front of him. Only the sword, he heard a saying before, only by being obsessed with and intoxicated by the sword can one become a sword master. He originally wanted to change his name to Yizue Sword. However, this name was really not nice, so he could only use the first 2 words. Now, this sword maniac was facing Qu Yang. Qu Yang was helpless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I say, this expert, you've got the wrong person, right? Yizue stared at him for a while before he smiled coldly. I've often heard rumors that the people of the Divine Clan, especially those who have reached the upper echelons, are always changing. I didn't think much of it. Now that I've met you, I know that it's true. 3rd Elder, you can even change your aura. Qu Yang bared his teeth. You've really got the wrong person. Yizue's countenance gradually turned cold. Why? You're still not coming down? Could it be that you'll only be willing to come down after I invite you? Qu Yang heaved a huge sigh and jumped down from the tree. I say, Dookie. Where did you see me, resembling the 3rd Elder? Yizue's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Hee. Even if you're not 3rd Elder, how do you know that my name is Yizue? Qu Yang was speechless. He said, those people you killed just now were shouting your name. Do you think I'm deaf? Yizue smiled coldly and slowly raised his sword. He pointed the tip of his sword at Qu Yang. I'll ask you one more time. 3rd Elder, are you coming with me? Qu Yang said angrily, why are you so stubborn? I really didn't. Before he finished speaking, the piercingly cold sword chi was already surging over. Qu Yang let out a wild cry, and turned around to flee. Damn it, this guy is a 3rd-grade sword supremacy and probably a 4th-grade sword supremacy. And he's a direct descendant of a big clan. If I don't King use the tribulation sword technique, I'll be asking for trouble. Once I use the tribulation sword technique, he recognizes me. In such a situation, I can only run. A hint of admiration flashed across Yizue's eyes, and he immediately chased after him. Qu Yang was definitely not that 3rd Elder. Yizue was of course very clear about this point. But if he didn't recognize him as the 3rd Elder, how could he force him to fight with him? To Yizue, the current Qu Yang was much more important than that 3rd Elder. Otherwise, how could he have discovered the tree trunk that the 3rd Elder was hiding in? He actually pretended to ignore him and turned around to find trouble with Qu Yang. The 3rd Elder was very important. It was said that he was involved with a huge treasure. The purpose of Yizue's trip was, of course, to capture him. But Yizue was actually not interested in the so-called treasure at all. What he was really interested in was only the sword. Swordsman, sword supremacy, this was where his interest lay. For so many years, he hadn't met a sword supremacy who was similar to him. Yizue was unbearably lonely. Of course. Although there were people who compared him to Bu Qing, Yizue himself knew his own limits. With his cultivation, not to mention sparring with Bu Qing, he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a glance from Bu Qing. Even if he asked Bu Qing to suppress his cultivation level and fight with him, he would definitely die. Now that he had tracked the 3rd Elder all the way here, he actually inadvertently discovered the aura of a stranger, and to his surprise, discovered that this stranger was actually a sword supremacy, 2nd grade. This made Yizue feel as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky. Under such temptation, why would Yizue still care about the 3rd Elder? Everything could just be pushed to the back. With Qu Yang in front and Yizue behind, the 2 figures flew out of the forest like 2 shooting stars. Qu Yang had only flown 30 feet when he already felt a chill from the sword aura on his back. Obviously, the other party's speed was very fast. With a thought, a long sword immediately appeared and flashed across the sky. Clang, clang, almost at the same time, the 2 of them released their sword aura. The 2 swords let out a long cry at the same time. King against king, sword aura entangled king against king, and victory had to be determined. There couldn't be two suns in the sky and two rulers in a country. And there couldn't be a second king in the sword. This was an amazing feeling. At this moment, Yizue's face was full of fanaticism. He shouted, "Third elder, since it's already a king against king, are you still thinking of leaving? Stop in your tracks and fight with me." This sword of Chu Yang's was not a calamity sword. He had always been cautious. When facing a direct descendant of a big clan, unless absolutely necessary, he would not use the calamity sword. Although this sword was not a calamity sword, under Chu Yang's forging, it was much stronger than ordinary so-called divine swords. At this moment, he also felt the sword aura in his heart surging. Hearing this, he actually agreed without hesitation. All right. Such a battle between sword supremacies had only happened a few times in the entire heavens world since ancient times. This was a battle between swordsmen, and only such a battle could truly allow a swordsman to grow sufficiently. Chu Yang couldn't help but think of Gu Duxing. If Gu Duxing was here, he would probably fight with him for this battle even if he had to risk his life, right? To Yizue, this battle was a dream come true. To Gu Duxing, he had probably longed for it for a long time as well. But to Chu Yang, it was exactly what he wished for. Chu Yang was also a sword supremacy. Yizue wanted to improve himself, but Chu Yang was even more eager to do so than Yizue. Chu Yang thought of Gu Duxing and his sword of solitude and sword of oblivion. Chu Yang did a somersault in the air. Sword aura shot out from all over his body as he floated down. At the same time as he landed, he lowered his gaze. He lowered his head and lowered his head. He was completely immersed in the world of the sword. It was not a calamity sword, but Chu Yang could clearly feel this sword's joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, as well as the strong desire to fight as if it had met its match. That was the absolute exhilaration of a sudden release of extreme thirst and pain that could not be obtained, at the same time as he landed. Opposite him, Yizue retreated at the same time, giving him a safe space to land. This was like the tacit understanding between two swords, giving each other ample respect. Yizue held the sword in his right hand. Holding it horizontally in front of his chest, he raised his left index finger and gently brushed it across the body of the sword. His movements were gentle and his gaze was passionate and persistent. However, he did not look at his opponent but at the sword in his hand. His gaze actually contained endless love. It was the kind of enchantment that was like caressing the skin of his beloved. He had no feelings for anyone in the world except for the sword. But it was filled with a passion that went deep into his soul. At this moment, Yizue acted as if there was no one else around. Chu Yang's heart trembled. There are countless heavenly layer experts, but a battle between sword supremacies is rarely seen since ancient times. Yizue's gaze was focused on the sword. You are extraordinary and also a sword supremacy. To be able to have today's battle, it is for both of us. It is a gift from the heavens. Chu Yang smiled strangely. Why are you not calling me third elder anymore? Yizue still did not raise his head. He said indifferently, a name is just a title. What I call you will not change the fact of this battle. In that case, I will call you dog shit Yi. How about that? Chu Yang asked sarcastically. That works too. Yizue did not even raise his head. As long as you can fight with me. Chu Yang's heart trembled. This person is crazy. However, he burst into laughter. But you don't think so? If this battle is a battle between martial artists, it can be said that it doesn't matter. But as a battle between swordsmen, don't you think it is unfair? It is indeed unfair. I am 2 grades higher than you. Yizue said indifferently, of course I will suppress my strength to the same level as yours. A sword supremacy at the peak of 2nd grade will fight with you. In a battle between swordsmen, the most important thing was to be fair. This was the rule ever since the Tribulation Sword Master took control of the heavens. In a battle between other grades, one could use schemes and tricks, poison. Even if a supreme martial artist fought against a martial king, no one would say anything. Strength was respected, one could use all the sinister methods one could think of. But as long as one was a swordsman, it would be a fair battle. This swordsman started from the sword sovereign, the higher one went, the stricter the hierarchy. A proud swordsman, a proud sword. Yizue suppressed his strength to the peak of 2nd grade supreme martial artist, but he was still much higher than the current Chu Yang. But Chu Yang did not say that it was unfair. Because he himself knew that the aura he was releasing now, in Yizue's perception, was definitely that of a peak second grade, but in reality, Chu Yang was only a beginner second grade. Regarding this, other than being speechless, Chu Yang was still speechless. This was originally used to show off, but in today's battle between swordsmen, it was a huge disadvantage. Yizue lowered his head and said, "Let me give you time to prepare." Chu Yang said sternly, "Raise your head." Yizue suddenly raised his head. At the same time, the two of them did the same action. They puffed out their chests, raised their heads, and as though a spring humming sound came from their backs, they suddenly straightened up. If their previous posture was that of a sword in its scabbard, then at this moment, their swords were already out of the scabbard. Yizue placed his sword in front of his chest, then spread it out and straightened it, the tip of the sword pointing at Chu Yang's glabella. Chu Yang did the same action, a battle between swordsmen. This difference was a fundamental one. One controlled the sword, while the other controlled the sword. It might not be very obvious now, but once their grades were raised to a certain level, this difference could directly determine life and death, because a person controlling the sword was a god, a sword controlling the person was a demon. A demon sword, a ray of light flashed. Chu Yang raised his sword and went straight forward. His feet slid forward. His entire person suddenly became lonely and desolate as he slid forward. As if he was the only one left in the world, the sword of solitude. Even if Gu Duxing was at the side, he would probably also mistakenly think that he had used this move himself. Yizue's gaze didn't waver. He shouted, "Good sword intent. Take my sword of drunken dreams." With a flash of sword light, Yizue's black clothes suddenly blurred. A dreamy and somewhat drunken sword intent spread out. The sword intent of solitude was still lonely in drunken dreams. The two swords suddenly each gave off thousands of rays of cold light. At the same time, both of them launched their attacks. It was already early in the morning, but at this moment, sword light scattered and filled the sky above their heads, shining even brighter than the stars in the night sky. Both of them turned into smoke. With just a floating movement in the air, a series of afterimages appeared. However, there were no afterimages of the swords at all. The swords had already turned into sword light and sword aura, surging and rampaging. At this moment, sword aura shot into the sky. Smack, after exchanging several blows, the two swords finally clashed for the first time. With one clash, both of them staggered and retreated backward. The sword aura in the air lost control and exploded with a bang. Like a bomb exploding, it spread out in the dense forest. With a swoosh, all the trees within a radius of several hundred feet were turned into powder under the surging sword aura. Before the sword aura dissipated completely, the two sword lights were already entangled with each other again. The previous attack was only considered a probing attack. But this time, it was a real battle, a ball of sword aura that was like a dream, like mist, like smoke and clouds, spread toward Chu Yang. Chu Yang's sword shook. A wave of lonely sword aura blocked the pass. In an instant, Yizue had already circled around him 17 to 18 times. His sword came from every direction, from top to bottom. From the north, south, east, front, back, left, right, top of the head and bottom of the feet, he attacked fiercely. It had turned into a cloud of smoke and was everywhere. Chu Yang's body was as tall and straight as a sword. His sword hand was impenetrable. Different situations call for different measures. They would only defend and never attack. The sound of clanking and clanking rang out. Every time the two swords clashed, there would be balls of sword chi bursting out. In the blink of an eye, the entire forest was riddled with holes. A human figure quietly appeared in the shadows several hundred feet behind them. It seemed to glance in their direction before swiftly leaving in a flash. It was the third elder. Yizue had clearly seen it. However, he ignored Chu Yang's warning. Instead, he brandished his sword and attacked Chu Yang. "Hey! The person you're chasing has already run away. So what if he ran away? Now, no one is more important than you." It was not easy to have a fair duel between two swordsmen, but he met a lunatic. Chu Yang was very depressed. He braced himself and dealt with it with all his might. It only took an instant for Yizue's figure to transform from turning into a cloud of smoke to directly turning into a cloud of smoke. Chu Yang closed his eyes and brandished his sword. He could feel the vibrations of the sword. Every time the sword vibrated, it was when the sword came into contact with the other party's sword. In just a short period of time, Chu Yang had already withstood no less than 3,000 attacks. If it were an ordinary swordsman, this frequency would be enough to throw his shoulders and arms away from his body when he swung his sword. However, the frequency of Yi Zui's attacks was still increasing. Chu Yang's situation gradually became unfavorable. Because as the other party's attacks became faster and faster, he realized that he actually could not keep up with the other party's rhythm. Although the other party was fighting with suppressed cultivation, he still had a real foundation. However, he was still a genuine fourth-grade sword supremacy. As long as he could not keep up with the other party's rhythm, then in the blink of an eye, his body would become a beehive. As Chu Yang blocked, his mind was racing. He suddenly thought of a saying, iron walls and bronze walls fight until the end, iron walls and bronze walls. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He no longer defended passively. He suddenly abandoned Gu Duxing's sword of solitude and drew out a light screen with a circle of sword light. With a shake of his sword, a galaxy of stars appeared in front of him, iron walls and bronze walls. Like a whirlwind, Yi Zui circled Chu Yang several hundred times in an instant. His sword light had already connected into one, but not even a corner of the other party's clothes was touched. It was obvious that the other party was already at a complete disadvantage. There was a nagging feeling, just a little more and the other party would be done for, but even after a little more and a little more, the other party was still in a precarious situation but was still holding on bitterly. Yi Zui shouted, "You want to exhaust me? Even though I have suppressed my cultivation, my real cultivation is still there. You won't be able to exhaust me." Chu Yang chuckled. "Just you wait." He was repeatedly executing the first half of the move iron walls and bronze walls fight until the end. However, his comprehension was getting deeper and deeper. Under the other party's storm-like attacks, Chu Yang could more and more comprehend the wonders of this move. He couldn't help but think of a saying, only when an opponent who is stronger than you is attacking you at full force can your potential be squeezed out. Only then can you see your own inadequacies. This saying was applicable to all aspects. A smile appeared on Chu Yang's face. Even though he was retreating step by step, compared to the precarious situation just now, it was already much better. Yi Zui frowned. Suddenly, he let out a long laugh and flew 30 feet away. Chu Yang took 3 steps back and stood up abruptly, panting heavily. It was just a blink of an eye earlier, but Chu Yang could already feel his fatigue. Yi Zui said coldly, "Why didn't you attack?" "Under my attacks, if you only defend, you will definitely die." Chu Yang said dispassionately, "When it's time to attack, I will naturally attack." A fervent look appeared in Yi Zui's eyes. "I will wait for your attack. Even though this defensive move of yours is amazing, it is not omnipotent. Watch my demon sealing sword." Brandishing his sword, he suddenly leaped into the air and shouted, "The extraterrestrial demon is right in front of you. Ants like you should just wait for death." Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. "Damn it, everyone says that I am an extraterrestrial demon. I think you are much more like one than me." But just as this thought came to his mind, he felt an evil, almost perverted sword wind descending from the sky. It carried a cold aura of slaughtering everything. In an instant, it actually sealed off his front, back, left, and right. At this moment, it was as if he was standing naked all by himself in a world of ice and snow. Chu Yang drew his sword and shouted, "Wind and cloud green sky." He had executed the first half of the gathering of the clouds and clouds. The sword slashed apart that inexplicable seal in front of him and met the other party's sword. In an instant, Yi Zui's figure suddenly disappeared. It had completely disappeared. There was only one sword left in the world, a sword that had already been demonized. It carried with it a boundless devouring aura. It carried with it a boundless evil. Chu Yang brandished his sword wildly. In this moment, under the pressure of life and death, countless sword moves automatically appeared in his mind. Without thinking, all of them surged out from his hands, the various sword techniques in the land of legacy of the first-generation Tribulation Sword Master. Luo Kadi sword techniques, Gu Duxing sword techniques, Jimo sword techniques, Ao Xian sword techniques. Even Bulioqing sword techniques, they suddenly appeared. But that demonized sword ignored them. It just followed behind Chu Yang like a maggot. As long as Chu Yang showed any weakness, it would be able to capture it immediately and attack, as everyone knew, no matter how intricate a sword move was. It was impossible to not have any weakness at all. But this set of demonic swords of Yizue targeted the weaknesses of all sword moves. It didn't care what sword technique you used, how intricate or simple it was. It only attacked your weakness. Besides, Chu Yang had a vague feeling that it wasn't Yizue who was attacking now. Or rather, Yizue had already become one with the sword and was attacking instinctively. And this instinct was an instinct that most people were inclined towards the sword, and not Yizue's instinct. Chu Yang finally understood what the sword spirit meant by the demonic sword. The sword itself wasn't a demon, but once a sword cultivator entered the demonic path, he was even more terrifying than a sword demon. In just an instant, bloodstains had already appeared on Chu Yang's body. In the face of such an all-pervasive attack, it was as if mercury was flowing down the ground. Even Chu Yang had a feeling of being overwhelmed. And he definitely couldn't use the complete tribulation sword technique. Chu Yang roared. His sword suddenly slowed down from fast to slow. He drew a circle and the internal energy in his body also followed suit. At this moment, he subconsciously used his soft water sword intent. This was Chu Yang's instinctive move in the face of the other party's stormy attacks. The moment he made the move, he instantly cursed inwardly. The other party's attacks were so dense and fast. If he used this slow soft water sword intent, wouldn't he be sending his life to the other party's hands? But the next moment, Chu Yang was dumbfounded. Under the guidance of the soft water sword intent, the other party's violent attacks actually followed the soft water sword intent and circled around half a circle before returning to the starting point. This demon sealing sword actually couldn't do anything to the soft water sword intent. Chu Yang was shocked. Then, he finally understood. This demon sealing sword was looking for the weakness. Any sword move had a weakness. But only this sword intent formed from the flow of water had no weakness. The flow of water was eternal. As long as the water was still flowing, it was one from top to bottom. No matter how fast or slow it was one. Who had ever seen a flow of water that was cut in half by a sword, using the sword tip to find the weakness of the flowing water itself? How could he find it? Thinking of this, Chu Yang suddenly felt a burst of joy in his heart. He almost looked up to the sky and laughed, because, at this moment, he clearly knew that the soft water sword intent that he had created was finally close to the realm of great success today. Next, Chu Yang's sword moved to the east and west. The sword intent was like flowing water, soft and continuous. Before the power of the first sword dissipated, the power of the second sword arrived. It didn't seem hurried at all. There was no killing intent at all. But it protected his body tightly. The other party's demon-like attacks were completely ineffective. Originally, I thought that continuous outbursts were a painful thing. Now, I say, saving chapters is the painful thing. It's too painful. There's no one to comment on it. There's no motivation at all. This is my habit. After I finish writing a chapter, I go everywhere to read the book reviews. Whether it's scolding or praising me, I'll read it once. Then, I'll fly into a rage or be happily narcissistic for a while. So, I'll write a chapter. Chu Yang was like a small boat in the middle of raging waves, going up with the wind and waves and then falling down with the wind and waves. But no matter how big the wind and waves were, they couldn't completely drown this small boat. Chu Yang's mind was clear, forgetting everything. He just went along with the other party's sword momentum and used the soft water sword intent. In fact, he didn't even need to use any moves. But it formed a flawless defense. If the other party's sword is raging waves, raging winds, and torrential rain, and I only have a bend of clear water here. Chu Yang thought, but can't I attack with just a bend of clear water? If I'm a river, what will happen when faced with a storm? That's not right. If I'm a river, then the wind and rain should be increasing my strength. Whether it's rain or snow or fog, they should only increase my strength. Realization suddenly rose in Chu Yang's mind. The next moment, his sword technique changed again, it became acceptance. The next moment, poof poof poof, Chu Yang let out a loud cry and rolled 100 feet away. Just this change in technique had added more than 10 wounds all over his body. If he hadn't dodged quickly, his entire left leg would have been cut off. A cruel look appeared in Yizue's eyes. The demonic sword pierced straight through the air, stabbing viciously toward Chu Yang's heart. Chu Yang rolled on the ground pathetically and jumped up. The long swords clashed and a strong vibration came. Chu Yang was sent flying 100 feet away again. And the other party's sword was already in front of him. From the beginning to the end. Chu Yang didn't even have time to take the heavy pill. Extremely helpless, Chu Yang could only use the soft water sword intent again to stabilize the situation. But he was puzzled. What I guessed was definitely not wrong. This should be the case, but why did I receive a heavy blow the moment I did this? The clanging sounds of the long swords clashing became more and more frequent. Evidently, the other party's sword momentum was getting faster and faster. Chu Yang let out a muffled snort. He fell back again. However, it was this collision that allowed him to suddenly understand, that's right. So that's how it was. A small stream could withstand a storm. But if the storm was too big, it would destroy the stream. If the soft water of the brook were to lose its dam, it would vanish without a trace. His current position was a small stream. If he didn't move, no matter how the other party attacked, he would still be a small stream. However, if he overestimated himself and opened a source to accept other water sources, it would depend on his own capacity. The current Yizue was equivalent to another small stream. Or a small river, or a big river. He only had the capacity of a small stream and could not contain the other party. In that case, it could only be destroyed by the other party, so now. When he used the soft water sword intent, he could only defend, but not attack. At the very least, before it grew into a huge river, it couldn't attack. A big river could already accommodate small streams, but it still couldn't accommodate another big river. If he wanted to use this kind of sword art to attack and injure people, or even people who were higher than him, he would need to use it to attack. Then, at the very least, he wanted to become a boundless ocean. In this way, no matter what, they would be in an invincible position, and they would be able to counterattack at any time. It was the same even if the enemy was stronger than him. The ocean had its own hurricanes and waves. The stronger the other party's attack, the bigger the storm. But this was something that neither a river nor a stream could achieve. At the thought of this, Chu Yang's mind calmed down at once. He believed that he had already found a path to heaven. Right now, walking on this path, he could only protect himself and not be invaded by external forces. This was enough. But when he grew up, he could rely on this ocean to drown any enemy. Sword light flashed everywhere. Yizue fought in a carefree manner, but he also felt extremely depressed. In the battle with the sword sovereign, that omnipresent sword intent had indeed benefited him a lot. But the most depressing thing was that the other party didn't attack at all. The other party was completely suppressed by him. This made Yizue extremely uncomfortable. You don't attack me, you don't attack. Even if I can comprehend something, it's still very limited. But why don't you attack? You clearly have the power to attack. Of course, Yizue didn't know that it was his unreasonable and barbaric attack this time that allowed the world to have another set of truly invincible swords. From the start of this battle until now, he hadn't been injured at all and had benefited a lot. The other party seemed to be covered in injuries, but the benefits he had gained were something that he couldn't even dream of. If Yizue had obtained a gold ingot, then Chu Yang had obtained a national treasury in this battle. How much gold was there in the national treasury? Let's end this. Yizue let out a long howl. Since you refuse to attack, then die. Demonic sword slaughters the heavens. A fierce roar, monstrous demonic flames suddenly spread out and filled the world. This sword move was completely one with the sword as the lead, a true demonic sword. Chu Yang let out a clear cry and shouted, "The mortal world is the path of heartlessness, slaying all in the world without retracting the blade." All of a sudden, the soft water sword intent was completely retracted. What followed after was a vast and mighty murderous intent. All of Yizue's tactics were to deal with his soft water sword intent. Now, he had also found a way to deal with the soft water sword intent, to use the most violent attack to break the other party's defenses. Just like a river suddenly pouring into a river from all directions, it could break through in an instant. His strategy was completely correct. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually give up on that flawless defense at this moment and suddenly turn to attack. All of his strength was focused on one point and pierced toward him. Like a thunderbolt, the sword pierced straight through the sword light of Yizue's demonic sword. With just one strike, it pierced Yizue's right chest. Heaven and earth suddenly came to a standstill, blood splattered. Dozens of sword wounds on Chu Yang's body spurted blood at the same time. This was caused by the final attack. The injuries looked horrifying, but they weren't fatal. His sword. It stopped at Yizue's chest and pierced 3 inches into his flesh. But it was a fatal move. Chu Yang didn't advance. Instead, he took 2 steps back and pulled out his sword. A look of disbelief appeared in Yizue's eyes. As if struck by lightning, his body suddenly froze. A complicated expression appeared on Yizue's face. Why didn't you use force? You could have killed me with 1 strike. Wouldn't it have been clean? Chu Yang shook his head and said hoarsely, why should I kill you? Besides, I can't kill you either. Yizue's eyes revealed the viciousness of a vulture. Oh? Chu Yang shook his head. You are a 4th grade peak level expert. If my sword were to go any further, it wouldn't be able to break through your defense. The battle between swordsmen. It ends here for today. Yizue pondered for a moment. If you were to pierce in and I would counterattack and resist with all my might, you would definitely die. But even though I won't die, I will also become a cripple henceforth. Alright, you've won this battle. I'm not your match in a battle of the same level. Chu Yang smiled. Straightforward. Although he said it beautifully, the truth was far from it. The reason why he didn't pierce in. It wasn't because he couldn't kill Yizue at all. Taking advantage of Yizue's underestimation of his opponent, Chu Yang could have used the sword intent silently and killed this dangerous enemy completely, and if he did that, Yizue wouldn't have a chance to counterattack at all. The real reason was that Chu Yang this time. He wanted to enter the Yi clan in the first place. A sword maniac like Yizue was an excellent springboard. How could Chu Yang let go of such an opportunity? In Chu Yang's opinion, this battle was a bright path to entering the Yi clan, but another reason was that a sword supremacy like Yizue, in Chu Yang's opinion, was a whetstone for Gu Duxing. If Gu Duxing couldn't fight him, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. It's too much of a waste for you to die now. If you want to die, please, die under my brother's sword, Yizue snorted and said, I won't accept your kindness either. Even though this sword of yours didn't hurt my internal organs, the crisscrossing sword aura still caused me quite a bit of damage. Your injuries are all superficial, but you bastard's last sword strike actually hurt my muscles and bones. Chu Yang said frankly, if I don't hurt you, what should I do if you go back on your words after the battle? Yizue burst into laughter. Actually, this was exactly what he had in mind. After this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, he would immediately show his true cultivation and kill this person. What rules of the sword? How could he care so much about that? But it was no longer feasible now. Chu Yang's sword strike had hurt his muscles and nerves. Even if he regained his 4th grade cultivation and forcefully wielded his sword, it would also cause him to not be able to recover for a long time. In serious cases, he might even be handicapped for life. Both of them were exhausted after fighting until now. Chu Yang was truly exhausted. Even though Yizue wasn't at this level, his injuries weren't much better either. They sat on the ground and smiled at each other. But both of them knew in their hearts that there was absolutely no appreciation for each other. Yizue still wanted to kill Chu Yang, and Chu Yang also didn't have any good intentions toward Yizue. But on the surface, both of them were smiling kindly as if they were afraid that the other party couldn't sense their appreciation for each other. Great! Yizue smiled. What's your name? That defensive stance of yours was truly amazing. After a pause, he continued, especially when you suddenly appeared after a full defensive stance and decided the outcome with 1 strike. That was even more miraculous. I'm impressed. The logic behind this was very simple. Just like table tennis, if one were to blindly slice the ball for the entire game and then suddenly hit the board hard, even the world champion would probably be stunned in an instant. Of course, it was easy to say, but how difficult was it to actually do it? Chu Yang was about to answer when a sneering laugh suddenly rang out. The voice definitely wasn't far away. It was only within a few hundred feet. Both of their countenances changed abruptly. There was absolutely no kindness in this laughter. It was obviously an enemy. Moreover, he should have been prepared since a long time ago and only approached them abruptly after the battle ended. Both of them were engrossed in the battle just now. One was a sword maniac while the other was pressured so much that he didn't have the time to care about anything else. After the battle ended, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, they weren't very vigilant of their surroundings, but to be able to approach them in such a short period of time wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. From this, it could be seen that the person who came was definitely no ordinary person. Now that both of them were seriously injured, the situation was extremely bad. After midnight, it would be a hand-to-hand battle with double the monthly votes. "Are you ready?" Yi Zui's face became extremely ugly. Obviously, he knew who this person was. Only Chu Yang was more or less confused. This was already the Yi clan's territory. Was there anyone who dared to attack the Grand Duke of the Yi clan here? A voice said, "Nice to meet you, Brother Yi. I didn't expect to see you here again. This person in front of you must be the third elder of the Divine Clan? This is really a pleasant surprise for me." Another voice said, "Yes, I'm also so surprised that my eyeballs almost popped out. Big Brother Yi, what's wrong with you? Why are you sitting on the ground? Can it be that you can't move?" Yi Zui snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "I was wondering who it was. So it's Zhuge Han. Haha, the third elder has stayed in your house for so long. Can't you tell if this is the third elder or not? As for you, Lan Meng, do you think you are qualified to talk to me like this?" Chu Yang was shocked. He immediately knew who had come. It was actually the Grand Duke of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Han, and the second young master of the Lan clan, Lan Meng. Zhuge Han, the leader of the younger generation of the Zhuge clan, was known as Zhuge Han. It was said that his ability to plan was not inferior to the older generation of the Zhuge clan. It was indeed extraordinary. The name Zhuge Han originally meant a scholar who could see through the mysteries of the heavens. But every time Chu Yang heard this nickname, he felt like having diarrhea. Zhuge Han. As the name suggests, could it be that Mo Tianji secretly came up and gave birth to him after he did that? The previous voice was obviously Zhuge Han. He said calmly, "Brother Yi, you don't have to worry about this. Haha, I can still recognize the third elder. If I say he's the third elder, he's the third elder. If I say he's not, then he's not. Now I say he is." Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He didn't expect to be labeled as the third elder of the Divine Clan just like this. At this moment, the feeling in his heart was incomparably wonderful. The real third elder is probably already hundreds of miles away from this place by now. But, this group of people is grabbing me and calling me the third elder. Do I look like someone from the 3 Stars Divine Clan? Damn it, if Tan Tan was here, it would make sense. Chu Yang cursed in his heart. Then, he discovered one thing: the archdukes of these great families all had a common special ability. That was referring to a deer as a horse, lying through his teeth as if it was the truth. His face was not red and his breath was not out of breath. He was elegant and graceful, including Yi Zui in front of him, Zhuge Han who had just arrived, and Lan Rua who had been killed by him in the lower 3 heavens. Yi Zui sneered. Zhuge Han. It was just that he was excited by the prospect. It was fine as long as he said it out loud. Your Zhuge family has suffered heavy casualties. You do need to replenish your forces. Zhuge Han smiled calmly. What Brother Yi said makes sense. Not only do we have to replenish the strength of our own family, we need to weaken the power of other clans. Brother Yi, don't you think so? On the side, Lan Meng sneered. Big Brother Yi, how did you manage to survive? This is the territory of your Yi clan. You were actually left alone in your own territory. You were even chased by our 2 clans. It can be seen that this person has a lifetime of opportunities. Yi Zui said coldly, even your boss, Lan Rua, wouldn't dare to let out half a fart in front of me. Lan Meng. Who do you think you are? Do you believe that I can let you die here if you say another word? The 2 4th-grade supreme martial artists beside you won't be able to protect you under my full force attack. This sentence was full of murderous intent. Lan Meng shrank his neck. His eyes were filled with rage, but he really didn't dare to say another word. He understood that if Yi Zui really wanted to kill him at the risk of perishing together with him, then the two fourth-grade supreme martial artists beside him really wouldn't be able to stop him. Even though Yizue was already injured now, they still wouldn't be able to stop him. Zhuge Han stepped forward and said, "Brother Yi, we are all good brothers." He could say and do whatever he wanted to do. "Don't worry, I just want to invite Brother Yi to visit my house. We can meet each other day and night, talk about martial arts, and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the four seasons. As for this third elder, he is a great opportunity for my clan. Brother Yi, please don't blame us." Yizue just sneered. "Zhuge Han, you actually didn't mention your purpose for strolling around the Yi clan's territory during this period of time. But no one in the Yi clan made things difficult for you, right? Why, seeing that I'm alone and injured today, you want to take advantage of me?" Zhuge Han said, "Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Although I didn't say my purpose, didn't Brother Yi also guess that I'm here to hunt down the third elder? Otherwise, why would Brother Yi be here today?" Yizue frowned and said maliciously, "I see. You deliberately hid it, but I guessed it. So you want to make use of me to find the third elder for you?" Zhuge Han sighed, "Brother Yi, you're so smart. You're right. Although our Zhuge family is powerful, and the people we sent out this time are all masters, we're not as powerful as the Yi family at the center of the continent. Besides, our Zhuge clan can only predict the future. In terms of tracking skills, we are far inferior to the Yi clan Lai Xiang." Yizue suddenly felt as if his chest was blocked. He was so angry that his face turned red. "Zhuge Han. You are indeed a descendant of the Zhuge clan. You are indeed sinister to a certain extent." Zhuge Han said apologetically, "Brother Yi, it's better to be sinister than to die openly. I'm really sorry." Chu Yang turned his head and saw a group of men in green and a group of men in blue standing not far away. The leader of the men in green was tall and handsome. His face was like jade, and his eyebrows were slanted to his temples. The expression on his face was gentle and elegant, just like a learned and gentle young man. The leader of the men in blue was a young man. He looked about the same age as Lan Chang'e, and his face was also somewhat similar. There were 7 to 8 people behind each of them. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. "I originally wanted to control Yizue and sneak into the Yi clan to find the place where the second section of the sword is hidden. I didn't expect that just when I was about to succeed, 2 big clans actually came to make trouble together. Aren't they trying to force me to my death?" Looking at these people, the lowest level of cultivation is a first-grade supreme martial artist. And there are 2 fourth-grade supreme martial artists in each of them. What to say? Since the other party was so brazen, they must have people outside. Since they attacked Yizue, then they must have absolute confidence. Otherwise, why would they dare to attack the Grand Duke of the Yi clan in the Yi clan's territory? Seeing Chu Yang turn his head, Zhuge Han smiled kindly. "Third elder, we haven't seen each other for 3 months. You've actually recovered so well and can even severely injure Brother Yizue of the Yi clan. You really surprised me." Chu Yang touched his nose. Extremely speechless. "I say. Zhuge Han, look at me, how do I look like the third elder you mentioned?" Zhuge Han looked at him seriously. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "Third elder, you must be joking with me." Chu Yang sighed and murmured, "It's really time for the Zhuge clan to be disbanded. The first successor of the clan is actually seeing things." Yizue laughed. Zhuge Han said lightly, "It's okay if third elder doesn't admit it, as long as you're back. You've been away for 3 months, everyone in the clan misses you very much." He waved and shouted, "Take him down." "Wait." Yizue stood up. "Zhuge Han, give me a reason." Zhuge Han was silent for a while and said lightly, "Brother Yi, Yi Shifeng is already dead. We don't know what happened to Yi Shiyu now. He's disheartened and unable to recover from the setback. Among the first 3 dukes of the Yi clan, only you are still supporting the overall situation." Yizue nodded slowly. "So, as long as I'm gone, the Yi clan will have no successor for a very long time. Brother Yi is indeed farsighted." Zhuge Han smiled and said, "However, the main reason is not because of this." Yizue said, "Oh?" Zhuge Han said lightly, "Brother Yi, it's indeed an accident that we didn't expect that third elder could escape. But after he escaped, we intentionally increased the blockade on several other areas, so that he could only escape to this side. And let him meet up with the people who came to pick him up. And I, at the same time, came here. Brother Yi, it's all for you. An accident led to a premeditated plan. Perhaps it's also heaven's will? Zhuge Han smiled gracefully and bowed slightly. Brother Yi, please forgive me. Yi Zue took a deep breath. In other words, your target from the beginning was actually me? Why? Zhuge Han smiled. Not entirely. Third Elder is also a very important target. But, according to the guidance of fate, this Third Elder in front of Brother Yi is more important. And, Brother Yi yourself is no different from these two people. As for the reason, when Brother Yi arrives at Zhuge clan's Tianji city, I'll definitely give it all to you. Zhuge Han said elegantly, Brother Yi, there's no need to trouble yourself. You're a sword supremacy. Even with divine medicine, you won't be able to recover in a short time after being injured by the sword energy. Yi Zue's expression changed. Chu Yang asked, I have a question. Why am I more important? Do you know who I am? Zhuge Han stared at him and smiled. My Zhuge clan offered the souls of 3 ancestors to calculate your identity. Although I don't know your origin, you have a great relationship with my Zhuge clan. If you're in the Zhuge clan will be fine. If you're not, the Zhuge clan will be uncertain. He finally stopped thinking that Chu Yang was the Third Elder, but this sentence also clearly meant that he would not let Chu Yang go no matter what. Don't ask me why. Because fate has given such an instruction. Zhuge Han was very patient and graceful as he explained. Chu Yang said angrily, it's unreasonable. You don't even know who I am or what I look like. How dare you do such an absurd thing? It's totally unreasonable. Zhuge Han said lightly, one night in the sky, the tiger is in the plains and the dragon is in the sky. Drunken dreams are filled with pain. Falling into fate, one will be safe. He smiled lightly and said, this is the leak of heavenly secrets that the 3 ancestors exchanged their lives for back then. Being together with Yi Zue and harming Yi Zue's people is related to the safety of the Heavenly Secrets clan. Sir, do you understand now? It will start to erupt at midnight. Gee, see you at midnight, everyone. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. The Zhuge clan's prediction of heavenly secrets was indeed amazing. At a time when heavenly secrets were blurred and couldn't be seen clearly, they could actually predict such things accurately. In fact, even Zhuge Han didn't dare to confirm the true meaning of these words. He wasn't sure if they were right or not. But Chu Yang knew that they were right. As long as he was caught and brought into the Zhuge clan or assimilated by the Zhuge clan, then the Zhuge clan would be safe, completely correct. Because he was the Tribulation Sword Master. One night in the sky, the tiger in the plains and the dragon in the sky. These 2 sentences, the first one was about the position and the second one was about Yi Zue and himself. Both of them were tigers in the plains? Or Yi Zue was a tiger in the plains? He was a dragon in the sky. Thinking of this, Chu Yang's face heated up. Drunken dreams were painful. Yi Zue was injured? Falling into heavenly secrets and being safe. This should be the main purpose of Zhuge Han's visit? But this sentence was also a little vague. Would it be safe if he fell into heavenly secrets or if he and Yi Zue both fell into heavenly secrets? Chu Yang sighed in his heart. This Zhuge clan was really generous. They were actually willing to use the lives of 3 elders in exchange for a prediction of heavenly secrets, but he didn't know that the Zhuge clan was even more helpless. First, there was the medicine banquet which turned the entire clan upside down. Then, there was the slaying of Tao battle which reduced the overall high-end strength of the Zhuge clan by half. And there was also the matter of the Tribulation Sword Master coming up. The Zhuge clan was in a terrible fix and overwhelmed. All the high-level experts went into seclusion, preparing to increase their strength as much as they could before the battle. But at this time, the 3rd elder of the sacred race, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly broke out of the prison, brimming with vitality. This was bad. The high-level experts were all in seclusion and weren't prepared for this at all. They actually let the 3rd elder meet up with the divine clan who had been waiting to receive him and rush out of the Zhuge clan. Then, the Zhuge clan really panicked. Once the third elder returned, the divine clan would take revenge on a large scale. They were preparing for a large-scale chase. Suddenly, they received news: the Li clan was making a large-scale move. It was suspected that the Tribulation Sword Master had appeared. This was truly a case of a leaky roof being hit by continuous rain, a broken boat encountering headwinds. The Zhuge clan was at a loss for a moment. Thus, Zhuge Xianxia risked the backlash of the heavenly secrets and made a divination. The divination showed that within 3 years, Zhuge Xianxia would die. Thus, the Zhuge family became even more panicked. In order to save the clan, the 3 middle-level supreme ancestors sacrificed their cultivation that transcended the boundary between immortal and mortal, sacrificed their lives, and used their souls and blood as a guide. He broke through the seal of heaven's secret. He wanted to find a way to survive. Yet, they had found such an inexplicable path, and then the 3 ancestors had passed away. The Zhuge clan was also confused. What was going on? How could such an insignificant person decide the life and death of the Zhuge family with just a few inexplicable words? He was still doubtful. It was better to believe it than not to believe it at all. As a result, the Zhuge family made large-scale arrangements and mobilized all forces to prevent the sacred race elder from being caught. Instead, he was used as bait to rush into the Yi clan's territory. At the same time, Zhuge Han shouldered a heavy responsibility and came to the Yi clan. After spending time with Yi Zue, he pretended to accidentally leak some information. As the Grand Duke of the Yi clan, how intelligent was Yi Zue? With just a little leak, he had deduced the truth of the matter. Then, he rushed ahead of Zhuge Han to hunt down the third elder of the sacred race. This indicated that all these developments were carried out silently and methodically according to the Zhuge family's strict budget, all the way until now. At this critical juncture, Chu Yang was chased out of the inn by Wu Jiuqing and sped all the way. Hurried as a spark, he finally caught up. That prophecy of the Zhuge family and Chu Yang finally succeeded in becoming one of the most important characters. Now that the 3 Cao Cao's case were facing each other, everyone was confused. But Yi Zue wanted to escape. Chu Yang wanted to escape, but Zhuge Han insisted on capturing the 2 of them together. It said that they would be safe once they fell into the heavenly secrets. But it didn't say that it was only this guy in front of him. The safest way was, of course, to capture the 2 of them together. The Yi clan was naturally powerful. The Zhuge family would never dare to provoke them normally. But now, the Zhuge family would be gone in 3 years. Why would they care about the Yi clan? So, what was the big deal about attacking Yi Zue? This was the cause and effect of the matter. With this development, the third elder of the sacred race, who was originally very important, was no longer noticed by anyone at this moment. This world was just so wonderful. As for the Lan clan, it was a solid ally of the Zhuge family now. The Lan clan was gradually declining and lost more experts than any other clan. Left with no choice, they could only fully unite with the Zhuge family first. Zhuge Han looked at Chu Yang with a complicated gaze. Who exactly was this guy? Not only did he look sloppy, but he was also extremely filthy. Especially now, he was barefooted, and his whole body was covered with injuries. He looked like he only had 1 breath left. Chu Yang's face was covered with grease, and the filth on his body was still on his face. Especially now, he was dripping with blood. Of course, Zhuge Han couldn't recognize that this guy in front of him was Chu Yang, Minister Chu, who had once created chaos in Tianji City. Besides, he didn't have much contact with Chu Yang at that time. "Sir, who are you?" Zhuge Han asked. Chu Yang was silent for a moment but didn't answer him. He only said lightly, "Archduke Zhuge, from what I heard, the 4 lines you said seemed to be something like a poem. The Tianji Gatha seems to be a little incomplete? There should be a few lines that you haven't said, right?" Zhuge Han's expression changed instantly. He grinned. "Whether it's complete or incomplete, you will know everything when you reach Tianji City." Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said sincerely, "Going to the Zhuge family, and there's no danger to my life. Naturally, it's not a difficult thing. But, can you give me some time to consider?" Zhuge Han was a little surprised but still pretended to be generous. "Of course." Chu Yang lowered his head. Because just now, he heard a voice as soft as a mosquito. "Let's rush out together." It was Yi Zue's voice. When Xianxia looked, he saw that Yizue's lips were tightly shut and he didn't move at all. He really didn't know how he could make a sound and even condense it into a line to transmit his voice. But Xianxia didn't have such ability. He could only lower his head, seeming to be deep in thought. But he asked subtly, rush out which way? How? Which side has a more complicated terrain? Yizue's voice continued. They still have a few 5th grade supreme martial artists, but they didn't notice them at the side. They must be waiting outside. We can only bet on our luck. Xianxia said, we can't go in the direction of the Yi clan. Yizue said, from here to the northeast, it's the continent's #1 divine mountain, Pagoda Mountain. The terrain here is the most complicated. Once we enter the mountain, we will have to take many turns. Even those who are familiar with the terrain may not be able to make it out. But for us now, only this place is safer. As for whether we can make it out in the future, we'll talk about it later. Xianxia agreed. Yes. Stay alive first. How's your injury? Yizue asked. I'm worried about your injury. Xianxia's voice had a hint of laughter. Yizue also smiled. If that's the case, follow my gesture and we'll attack together. Don't seek to kill the enemy, just rush out first. Since the terrain over there is complicated, there must be experts lying in ambush, Xianxia said. Yizue said, if there is, we can only try our best. I can only fight with all my might. If I can make it, I'll be lucky. If I can't, I'll be doomed. Admiration welled up in Xianxia's heart. As the Grand Duke of the Yi clan, although Yizue wasn't a good person, his open-mindedness and willingness to let go were indeed top-notch, but Xianxia knew that they probably couldn't rush over there. With Zhuge Hun's means, since he appeared like this, he definitely had 100% confidence. Xianxia even had Zhuge Hun on him. He discovered the characteristics of Diwu Qingru and Mo Tianji. Of course, compared to these two, Zhuge Hun's obvious weakness was that he talked too much. Since that was the case, then when he reached the mountain, he'd find another opportunity. At least after breaking out of this siege, he'd have a wide world to explore. It might be easy for them to catch Yizue. But to catch him, it really wasn't that easy. I've thought about it. Xianxia looked up. Zhuge Hun smiled lightly. Oh? I can agree to go to the Zhuge clan, but I have a condition, Xianxia said seriously. What condition? Although Zhuge Hun was shrewd, he couldn't help but feel happy. I don't agree. Yizue shouted. If you want to go to the Zhuge clan, I'll kill you first. The Zhuge clan wants to deal with me, how can I allow you to help them? If you must die, let's all die together. Zhuge Hun was slightly angry. He shouted, take Yizue down first. The order was given. 7 to 8 figures flew up at the same time. Yizue let out a shrill cry. Sword light flashed. Without dodging or avoiding, it actually pierced toward Xianxia's back. Xianxia was shocked and furious. He dodged and shouted, are you crazy? Yizue snorted and shouted violently, let's all die together. He charged again. With a spin and a somersault, he had already condensed into a round sword light in midair. Like a long rainbow, it flew toward Xianxia fiercely. Xianxia's forehead was sweating. His leg that was seriously injured earlier didn't seem to be very agile. He was in an extremely sorry state. He shouted, You're crazy. What are you waiting for? Before his voice died away, Yizue's sword light had already shot toward him. Xianxia blocked with his sword but didn't manage to. His chest and lower abdomen were immediately covered in blood. Under the intense pain, he let out a muffled groan and fell backward. Yizue roared like thunder and continued to attack, as if he wouldn't stop until he chopped this guy into minced meat. Stop him. Zhuge Hun was slightly puzzled. He added, be careful. However, although Zhuge Hun thought that the other party might be trying to trick him, the few supreme martial artists who attacked didn't have the same brain as Zhuge Hun. They only knew that this person in front of them was very important. Yizue wanted to kill him, so they had to protect him. They straightened their bodies and stood in front of Yizue. At this moment, sword energy rushed to the sky in front and behind them. The two sword supremes attacked at the same time. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone had seen Yizue's combat power clearly. Of course, they knew that Yizue was not easy to deal with. But the wound on Yizue's chest was obviously caused by the sword aura, and it had injured his tendons. Under such circumstances, it was certain that Yizue would not be able to unleash his highest combat power. Yizue's current sword aura had confirmed everyone's guess. But what was really unexpected was definitely not Yizue, but Chu Yang. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there were definitely no less than 50 wounds on this guy's body. Although they were all superficial wounds, for a sword supremacy like Yizue to be injured to this extent, he was probably on the verge of death. Moreover, the wound on his leg that had almost severed his leg was something that everyone could see. Even the few fourth-grade supreme martial artists unanimously agreed that if he were to fight forcefully, this person would definitely not be able to unleash even 20% of his usual combat power. Who would have thought that the moment he attacked, he would actually unleash more than 120% of his combat power? Even if he was not injured at all, it would be very difficult for him to do so. And not only that, this guy originally seemed to have wavered due to his heavy injuries. But in the blink of an eye, he had turned against them. In the blink of an eye, Yizue was in front of them, and Chu Yang was behind them. The two sword supremacies attacked with all their might at the same time, surrounding these few supreme martial artists in the blink of an eye. Sword aura rampaged, and before the three first-grade supreme martial artists could even let out a scream, they turned into flesh and blood. The two third-grade supreme martial artists spun and fell out, their bodies full of sword wounds. The two fourth-grade supreme martial artists finally stabilized their footing. They roared furiously and counterattacked with all their might. Bam bam, Chu Yang and Yizue struck with their palms at the same time. At the same time, they let out a muffled groan. There was a crack in Chu Yang's body, and some bones were broken. But the two of them finally joined together. In an instant, the sword aura surged. Two great rivers converged into a torrent. It charged toward Zhuge Han and Lan Meng mightily. Zhuge Han let out a roar and attacked with all his might together with the other two beside him. This gentle-looking Zhuge clan Grand Duke was actually a first-grade supreme martial artist as well. All the experts from all directions pounced toward them at the same time. Chu Yang and Yizue shouted at the same time. Suddenly, the sword light changed direction abruptly. It endured the attacks of several masters with its body. At the same time, blood spurted out from its mouth. Finally, it changed direction. It brushed past Zhuge Han's body and shot to one side. On the other side, Lan Meng wanted to watch the show. In the blink of an eye, the two sword lights merged into one and rushed towards him like a bolt of lightning. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel as if his soul had left his body. His entire body was ice cold, and he almost cried out, "Quickly save!" However, the guards beside him had just moved and rushed over to stop him. It was too late to come back now. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the second Duke of the Lan clan let out a blood-curdling scream and his entire body suddenly shattered into pieces. The two Dukes of the Lan clan were rather pitiful. Normally, they were always suppressed by Lan Rua. Now that Lan Rua was not around, they could finally come out for a spin. Just like that, he lost his life. The other clans were fine, but the Lan clan's first Duke Lan Rua and second Duke Lan Meng were the only ones affected. The three men, Lan Chang'e, were all dead. Just like what Yizue had said earlier, there was no one left to carry on his legacy. Chu Yang was also rather black-hearted. Until today, the Lan clan, which was one of the major clans, had already lost 4 dukes to him alone, and they were all ranked at the top. Once Lan Meng died, there was an opening. Chu Yang and Yizue turned into a bolt of lightning and flew out, darting in a straight line on the grass. Chase! Zhuge Han shouted coldly, northeast direction? Don't tell me that I don't know, that it's a complicated place? 4 5th-grade supreme martial artists are waiting for the two of you. Let's see where you can escape to. Everyone let out a howl. They chased after the two of them. Only the few supreme martial artists of the Lan clan stopped and looked at the bodies of the two dukes that had already turned into thousands of pieces. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Thud. Only then did Lan Meng's head fall from the sky. There were hundreds of sword marks on it. Chu Yang and Yizue ran all the way. At this moment, both of them were seriously injured. Before Chu Yang made his move, he already had 2 incomplete versions of heavy pills in his mouth. After he made his move, in less than a breath's time, the 2 heavy pills had already been used up. 2 heavy pills meant that he had blocked 2 fatal injuries and recovered 2 times, including the first time. It meant that he had used up 3 incomplete versions of heavy pills in the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, going back and forth at the gates of hell 3 times. Such a frequency simply made Chu Yang himself break out in cold sweat and feel like his soul was about to leave his body, as they ran all the way. Chu Yang suddenly realized that Yizui's aura was slowly changing. He had been injured repeatedly and was even hit twice by a 4th-grade supreme martial artist. 3 of his ribs were broken. It should have been a normal reaction for him to get weaker and weaker. But now, he was not getting weaker and weaker. Instead, he was getting crazier and crazier. It was as if these repeated injuries were instead triggered by some violent reason. The destructive, violent, and brutal aura on him was getting heavier and heavier. Every time this aura got heavier, his speed would become a little faster and his aura would also become a little more majestic. Moreover, even in such a frenzied state, there were actually faint traces of black aura slowly emerging from Yizui's body and sword. As more and more black aura emerged, Chu Yang discovered to his surprise that the wound on Yizui's chest was also slowly healing. The bones in his body were also making subtle cracking sounds as they gradually returned to their original positions and then recovered. What's going on? Even though the 2 of them were working together, Chu Yang couldn't help but be shocked. This is demonic aura. The sword spirit said slowly in the consciousness space. No wonder Yizui's cultivation is so fast and his body can produce demonic aura. But he's just an ordinary person, how can he produce such demonic aura? Demonic aura? The aura of an extraterrestrial demon? Chu Yang's heart shook as he asked. This shock was no small matter. He almost stopped in his tracks. I've never seen an extraterrestrial demon before either. The sword spirit was a little embarrassed. But according to the legends, this demonic aura is very similar to that of an extraterrestrial demon. This aura is very similar to. Chu Yang was puzzled at once. Why would there be an extraterrestrial demon aura on Yizue? Could it be that one could come into contact with extraterrestrial demons in this heavenly continent? If that was the case, this continent would have been extinct a long time ago. Could it still exist until now? The sword spirit pondered. He said, not necessarily. There are a few possibilities for this aura. The first possibility is that after a powerful extraterrestrial demon exploded, its legacy traveled through space and came to the heavenly continent. But it was obtained by Yizue. But if that's the case, Yizue shouldn't be as weak as he is now. Chu Yang asked, what's the second possibility? The second possibility is that something worn by an extraterrestrial demon, such as a jade pendant, a sword, and so on, was obtained by Yizue. But Yizue hasn't really unlocked its secret yet. But he's already on the verge of unlocking it now. The third possibility is that he was possessed by the soul of an extraterrestrial demon. However, if he was possessed, the heavenly continent would already be gone by now. So the third possibility is also impossible. The sword spirit said in one breath. Chu Yang seemed to have understood something. Then there's only the second possibility. The sword spirit nodded heavily. Yizue must have had a fortuitous encounter. And it must be related to the extraterrestrial demon. A sword light flashed across the grassland. Speed. It wasn't like a streak of light, but a streak of light. Behind him, several figures chased after him relentlessly like maggots on his bones. Dozens of miles passed in the blink of an eye. Yizue was also rather perplexed by Chu Yang beside him. This fellow. Wasn't he on the verge of death? How did he suddenly become so lively? Could it be that he had been conserving his strength during the battle with me earlier? In that case, I can't be in a hurry to kill this person after this. It's best to have another battle. The sword light cut through a dense forest. With a thud, it plowed out a straight and smooth path. A tall mountain appeared in front of him. There was indeed something strange about this mountain. The entire mountain was like a pagoda. From the bottom to the top, one went up layer by layer. From the second layer onward, it was hidden in the clouds, barely visible. From the fourth layer onward, nothing could be seen at all. And this was when the sky was clear and there were no clouds for thousands of miles. If it rained on a cloudy day, nothing could be seen from the foot of the mountain. The characteristics of the pagoda mountain were similar to the Zhuge clan's Mount Xingyan. In fact, it was even more solid than Mount Xingyan. Every corner of the continent had one or more such strange places. It seemed to be a coincidence, but it also seemed to be deliberately arranged. But in terms of the degree of mystery, the pagoda mountain was the most. There was a local folk song that talked about the pagoda mountain. Pagoda mountain, the top of the pagoda is sharp, the top of the pagoda is a god, 1 foot on the ground and 1 hand holding up the sky. The sky is this heaven, in front of the pagoda mountain. There were only 4 paths to enter the pagoda mountain from this direction. Now, these 4 paths were occupied by 4 people. Looking at the blazing sword light that was rushing toward them at high speed from afar, the 4 of them adjusted themselves automatically, giving up on the 2 paths at the side and guarding the 2 paths in the middle. As expected, Grand Duke, they have indeed rushed out. And they are really coming in this direction. A smile appeared on one of them. Perhaps Yizue doesn't know that if he really escapes in the direction of the Yi clan, there really won't be anyone stopping him there. Another person smiled and said, Grand Duke's great foresight has really reached a certain level. The third person said solemnly, they are getting closer and closer. We must take them down in one fell swoop. The other 3 laughed softly at the same time. We have long been prepared. Even if these 2 people are both tribulation sword masters, they won't be able to escape from the palms of the 4 of us today. They weren't boasting at all. 4 5th-grade supreme martial artists against a 4th-grade sword supremacy who was already seriously injured and a 2nd-grade sword supremacy who was on the verge of death. It was absolutely a piece of cake for them. Looking at the 2 rays of sword light that were getting closer and closer, the 4 supreme martial artists revealed a look of delight like a cat toying with a mouse. You guys were running for your lives, but you probably didn't expect that the escape route that you thought had the greatest chance of survival would be your doomsday, right? The sword light was getting closer and closer. The 4 supreme martial artists were ready to strike. Once they struck, it would be a thunderous strike. Chu Yang and Yizue had even discovered each other's aura. But at this moment, the 2 of them were helpless. As long as they entered the mountain, Yizue was confident that he could shake off the pursuers based on his familiarity with the pagoda mountain. But the other party was waiting at the mountain pass. He couldn't enter at all. Yizue himself wasn't sure what the pagoda mountain was. He only knew that this mountain contained countless big secrets and that his elder master often came to the pagoda mountain to cultivate in seclusion. Although he was at home after coming out of seclusion, he often ordered people to pay attention to the activities here. But he never said what was here. Yizue had come to the pagoda mountain before. And one of his most important things was obtained from the 4th level of the pagoda mountain. Above the 3rd level, there were thousands of mazes. Above the 4th level, there was no clue at all. That time, Yizue had almost died inside as well. But Yizue felt that even if he died that time, it was worth it, because he repeatedly came to the pagoda mountain more than 10 times after that, but he never found that wonderful place again. This matter was buried in the bottom of Yizue's heart and became his greatest regret as well as his greatest wish. When Chu Yang first saw the pagoda mountain, his expression was very strange. He dared to bet. He bet with all his assets and even the tribulation sword. When he came from the north, he definitely didn't discover this mountain. He came from the north. But this mountain, it was in the northeast, less than 100 miles away. He actually didn't discover such a mysterious mountain range that was filled with fog and towered into the clouds, even on the mountain where Wei Wuyan fought. He should have seen it clearly. That was what he should do. It was totally possible to see it from the northwest from afar. But he didn't discover it. Chu Yang remembered it very clearly. When he rushed over from the northwest, he even specially looked in the northeast direction. What he saw was a plain. But now, they were heading north from south. What they saw was actually the world-famous pagoda mountain. What was going on? There was an enemy blocking his path. Chu Yang and Yizue had no choice but to meet force with force. Breaking through the seal was the only way to survive. If he couldn't break through, he would have to do what Zhuge Han said, go to the Zhuge family as a guest. A few hundred meters behind him, Zhuge Han smiled proudly. Yi Qianchen often went into seclusion at the pagoda mountain. However, during this period of time, Xianxia was not around. Everyone thought that it was impossible for them to set up an ambush here, but I set up an ambush here. Yizue, on the other hand, had finally lived up to his expectations and had chosen this path. Let's see where you can run to. At this moment, there was naturally no Xianxia on the pagoda mountain. Furthermore, even if Xianxia were to enter the pagoda mountain right now, he would also clearly say that there was not a single person on the pagoda mountain right now. Absolutely. Not a single person existed. However, in reality, at this moment, on the first level of the pagoda mountain, there was a gray-robed man standing in the wind in the dense clouds. This gray-robed man's entire body seemed to have melted into the clouds, blowing with the breeze. As the clouds scattered and gathered again, it was as if he was the wind. He was the clouds. At this moment, this man was frowning as he looked at the sword light that was rushing toward him from the foot of the mountain. His gaze seemed to have transcended the distance and captured the two people who were running away in his eyes. He saw them clearly. Even the wounds on their bodies were clearly seen by him, not a single one of them was missed. Tilting his head, the gray-robed man murmured somewhat doubtfully, "Why does this fellow look so much like Chu Yang?" Then, he narrowed his eyes and focused on Chu Yang's body. Then, he smiled and said, "It's really this little bastard." He clearly saw that under the cover of the bloody wounds all over Chu Yang's body, his muscles and bones were safe and sound. Furthermore, they were slowly but surely recovering on their own. This little rascal only knows how to pretend to be weak. Other than this move, he really doesn't know anything else. The gray-robed man seemed to be greatly dissatisfied with Chu Yang and had a lot of opinions. At this moment, looking at this little rascal in such a sorry state, the gray-robed man actually felt relaxed and happy. He couldn't help but open his mouth and laugh silently. "Little rascal, this is what you get for being naughty. You got your retribution, you deserve it. Haha." But the next moment, he frowned. "From the looks of it, if I don't do anything, I'm afraid this rascal really won't be able to escape this time. This matter, if this little rascal dies, it won't be right." His gray-white eyebrows trembled slightly as he finally made up his mind. Forget it, forget it. Take it that I owe you." The gray-robed man sighed softly. "Otherwise, if this little rascal knows that I watched this rascal fall into danger without doing anything, I reckon this old man will really be fired." Sighing, he stretched out two hands from his sleeves and pressed down from afar. His face was full of reluctance. "Actually, I'm hoping that this rascal will be captured and sent to do manual labor every day." Sigh, although he said this, for abundant and irresistible forces silently seeped out from his hands and pressed down with lightning-like speed. At this moment, the four supreme martial artists below were all smiling as they slowly raised their hands and placed them on the hilts of their swords and sabers. This action was completely natural for each of them. When the four of them moved together, it gave off an even more abundant and irresistible feeling. At this moment, the aura of the four of them suddenly rose to the peak. A pressure as heavy as a mountain surged out, surging toward Chu Yang and Yizue, who were coming straight at them like raging waves and stormy seas. Chu Yang only felt suffocated. For a moment, both of them were greatly shocked. Yizue cursed. "Bastards," they kept showing the aura of a 5th-grade supreme martial artist, but it turns out that each of these bastards is actually a 5th-grade supreme martial artist. Chu Yang's heart also sank fiercely. The reason why he agreed to follow Yizue here was because of Yizue's confidence. Yizue himself was a 4th-grade sword supremacy. If the other party was only a 5th-grade supreme martial artist, Yizue might have a chance of escaping into the mountains if he fought with his life on the line. Moreover, Chu Yang was assisting him from the side. But now, the other party was a 5th-grade supreme martial artist. The difference between a 4th-grade supreme martial artist and a 5th-grade supreme martial artist was almost equivalent to the difference between a 4th-grade supreme martial artist and a 5th-grade supreme martial artist. How was he going to fight this battle? Chu Yang cursed in his heart. This bastard Yizue, you could have been muddle-headed at another time, but why did you have to be muddle-headed at such a critical moment and misjudge the other party? Now look at you. I've really been screwed over by you, and it even flew toward the other party's hand on its own accord. Is there anything more tragic than this? And now that the other party had locked onto him while he was running at full speed, it was already too late for him to change direction. A thought popped up in Chu Yang's heart and he couldn't help but agree. As expected. Don't be afraid of godlike enemies, but be afraid of pig-like teammates. This time, I've indeed been implicated by this pig. In front, the four people's hands pressed on the hilts of their swords and sabers at the same time. A heavy aura, together with a murderous aura, erupted with a loud bang. The person in the middle, his clothes fluttering, said with a smile, "Duke Yi, sorry for the offense." Yizue's eyes were already filled with irritation. He sped up and scolded, "Offend your mother. A good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of my way." The four supreme martial artists revealed a mocking smile at the same time. "Is great young Master Yi instructing us? I'm sorry, do you think that you still have the right to give us orders now?" Yizue let out a long howl and shouted, "Gather at one place and break through." Although Chu Yang despised him, was furious with him, and almost wanted to strangle him to death personally, he had to admit that this was the only best plan at the moment, although it was also a sure death plan. It was still a little stronger than the other plans. The tips of the two people's swords vibrated at the same time. The next moment, the aura of the sword supremacy erupted abruptly, exploding. Two beams of sword light merged into one and actually emitted a blazing white airflow similar to sword intent. Then, the two of them flew up, one on the left and one on the right. With their swords in front and their bodies behind, they charged toward the gap between the four people. The four supreme martial artists opposite them laughed heartily at the same time. They drew their swords out of their scabbards, ready to fight. Right at this moment, the smiles on the four people's faces suddenly froze. Their swords and sabers were only pulled out halfway from their scabbards before they couldn't be pulled out anymore. At this moment, the four of them all felt a huge force suddenly descending from the sky, as if a piece of the blue sky had collapsed at this moment and just happened to smash onto their shoulders. Then, this force condensed on their shoulders. Then, they couldn't control their own bodies at all, they were completely stiff. Not only could they not draw their swords, they couldn't move, and they couldn't even change the smile on their faces. Just like that, they maintained an aggressive aura and maintained a calm and graceful combat posture of experts, but they were all stiff right here, with a spirit of desperation and an unparalleled aura of if they succeed or die trying. Chu Yang and Yizue suddenly burst forth and charged over. Both of them were paying close attention to the enemy's movements. Yizue was thinking, the moment they make a move, I'll immediately pull this fellow beside me and let him fall forward. Then, I'll immediately turn around and leave. I'll save myself first before anything else. Both of them were calculating in their hearts. Naturally, they also reserved some strength in their hands to prepare for any changes. The other party drew his sword abruptly, making both of their hearts skip a beat. Then, both of them rushed into that gap with sword light, but both of their muscles were tensed up, ready for the fatal blow that the enemy was bound to deliver. Both of them knew that this attack was bound to happen, it was absolutely necessary. As long as they could block this blow, they would be able to rush in. If they couldn't, they could only become captives. Luckily, I prepared a scapegoat. Just that I don't know if I can succeed. Both of them thought this, secretly delighted and nervous. But the next moment, both of them felt a pleasant surprise that their hearts couldn't take. The other party actually maintained that majestic and murderous posture and didn't move at all. They simply let the two of them pass through the four of them, they didn't even block them. In fact, after the two of them rushed in, those four people were still posing and acting cool. They didn't even turn back to chase after them, even though they shouldn't turn back in a high-speed escape at a critical moment. The two Sword Supremes still couldn't help but turn back to look. It was really too strange. Why was this so? The moment they turned back, they only saw the backs of four people. These four people were still standing majestically, looking straight ahead. It's really strange. Yizue muttered. Are these four people just here to pose and scare us? Hurry up and go. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Chu Yang lectured him exasperatedly. Pulling Yizue along, it was only now that the two of them were truly in the same boat through thick and thin, working together as one. With a swoosh, they entered the pagoda mountain. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace in the clouds. Both of them understood that although they had their own ideas, if nothing happened to the other party, the possibility of escaping was infinitely close to zero. Luckily, something happened to the other party. It was all thanks to this accident. Not only were Chu Yang and Yizue stunned, even Zhuge Han, who was chasing after them, didn't know what to feel. He had been chasing after them for so long. Using tricks, empty fort strategy, psychological warfare, and strong oppression, he finally drove these two people to the mouth of the cloth bag that he had set up. Just one cloth bag. These two people were the result of being captured without putting up a fight. There was absolutely no other possibility. Why was it that at such a time, the four fifth-grade supreme martial artists had all turned into statues? Zhuge Han originally had a confident smile on his face as he chased after Li Mu unhurriedly. His movements were natural and unrestrained. Looking from afar, he saw that the four experts of the clan had already begun to move in a posture that would frighten people to death. He almost laughed out loud. However, in the next moment, the four experts actually remained motionless, allowing the enemy to rush past them. He didn't even try to stop him. Seeing this, Zhuge Han couldn't catch his breath and fell to the ground with a thud. He rolled 7 or 8 times on the grass like an ingot before he stood up. He rubbed his eyes and looked over. That's right, the two of them had already disappeared behind the four fifth-grade supreme martial artists. Not even their shadows could be seen. And the four fifth-grade supreme martial artists were still smiling complacently, as if they had a card up their sleeves. They had a look of satisfaction on their faces as if they had succeeded in their mission. He stood there in a pose. Zhuge Han only felt a buzzing sound in his head. He was dizzy and wanted to cry but had no tears. He roared, "What are you doing?" He let out a violent roar that shook the entire area. The echoes shook. In the clouds of the pagoda mountain, a series of echoes suddenly came. "What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What is it? Is it?" It was really a thunderbolt in spring. However, the four supreme martial artists were still smiling happily, as if they were cats playing with a mouse. They stood majestically, with their hands on the sword hilt. Their swords were half a foot out of the sheath, cold light flashing and murderous. But they didn't move at all. 8 eyes looked at Zhuge Han mockingly. Even their eyebrows didn't move. At this moment, Zhuge Han's heart was cold. Damn it. What the hell is this? Didn't they get tricked? Am I the one who got tricked instead? Are these four fellows the spies of the Yi clan? Cough, that's impossible. One of them is my great-grandfather. How could it be? Zhuge Han led his men. He walked in front of the four supreme martial artists like lightning and shouted anxiously, "What the hell is going on? Why didn't you stop them?" His voice was full of questioning. The four supreme martial artists were still smiling mockingly, standing tall. Then, the four of them suddenly fell to the ground with a pu-pu-pu-pu sound. One by one, they fell on their backs, looking extremely pathetic. Then they got up, as if waking up from a dream. What's going on? What happened just now? Zhuge Han's lungs were about to explode. He roared, "What's going on? I'm the one asking you. What happened just now? Why didn't you stop them?" The four supreme martial artists looked at each other and clearly remembered what happened just now. They just couldn't move, but it didn't mean they couldn't see or hear. He had seen and heard everything that had happened earlier. But they were puzzled. Why? Why couldn't they move all of a sudden? This? Facing Zhuge Han's furious face, the four supreme martial artists were a little ashamed and a little frightened. Wasn't it too easy to kill them with that kind of power just now? Just now. I don't know what happened just now. The four of us were just about to attack, and suddenly, we couldn't move. Then, you came, and we could move again suddenly. One of the fifth-grade supreme martial artists stammered. Even though he had said those words, he didn't believe them himself. So this explanation was really not backed up at all. You couldn't move all of a sudden just now? So they went over? But when I came, you could move again? So you moved? Zhuge Han was so angry that he almost fainted. His nose was crooked, and he roared, "What nonsense is this? Do you believe it yourselves?" The four supreme martial artists looked ashamed. Yes, they didn't believe it themselves. What should they say? But, what happened just now was really like that. What can they say? You're angry, we understand, but we're also wronged. Zhuge Han's handsome face was red. Do you know what you've done just now? Huh? Do you know how much disaster Yi Zue's escape will bring to our Zhuge clan? Do you know that you've let that person go just now? How big of a loss it is to our clan. That's the guidance of the heavenly secret that our three ancestors exchanged with their lives. Zhuge Han roared, almost disregarding his image, stomping his feet and scolding. The four supreme martial artists hung their heads, looking depressed. Until now, their minds were still a mess. What exactly happened? Could it be that they saw a ghost? But, what kind of ghost dared to bewitch the minds of four fifth-grade supreme martial artists, otherwise? How could they explain it? After a long time, everyone calmed down, and the four supreme martial artists had a chance to explain. It's really like this, I just felt my shoulders sink, and then I couldn't move. The fifth-grade supreme martial artist looked anxious. I'm not lying, I won't tell such a ridiculous lie. It's true, ask them if you don't believe me. It's really true. It's really like this. The other three supreme martial artists nodded vigorously. It's absolutely true, I'm definitely not lying. Zhuge Han fainted. We're all of the pure blood of the Zhuge clan, how can we betray our own clan? This sentence was very powerful. Zhuge Han had to believe it. Besides, these four people were really not people he could punish. Could such a thing really happen? Zhuge Han had to calm down and think about this problem. What kind of power is that? Zhuge Han asked, what kind of expert? How can he have such power? A peak-grade supreme martial artist? The four fifth-grade supreme martial artists showed uncertain fear at the same time. I don't know, but what's certain is that Elder Master can't have such power. So on and so forth, even a peak-grade supreme martial artist may not be able to. The people of the Zhuge clan discussed. Regarding this miraculous incident, everyone was talking about it. Zhuge Han looked up at the sky and sighed. Yi Zue and that person had already entered the pagoda mountain, and there was no hope of catching them. Retreat immediately. Retreat to the clan. Zhuge Han made a prompt decision. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to catch them, and they wouldn't be able to go back either. Yi Zue would definitely not let this go. The people of the Zhuge clan retreated like a tide, until they disappeared into the horizon. Zhuge Han was still looking back frequently. They had failed this time, when would they have another chance? Was the Zhuge clan going to lose three ancestors again to predict the future again, or? They were so sure this time, but they still failed so bizarrely. Then, next time. Were they confident? Was the Zhuge clan really coming to an end? The people of the Zhuge clan left with a heavy heart. The people of the Lan clan. They left with an even heavier heart. The second duke was dead. He died in front of them, tragic beyond words. They followed Zhuge Han to the territory of the Yi clan and didn't get anything. The only gain was that they left 3 lives, including the second duke of the clan. Grand Duke Lan Rua was isolated in the lower 3 heavens and couldn't come up. Third Duke Lan Chang'e, second Grandmaster Lan Mushue, and 70 to 80 supreme martial artists died in Tianji City. More than 20 supreme martial artists of the Lan clan died in a snowy wilderness in pursuit of the Moon Breeze couple. Second Duke Lan Meng died in the territory of the Yi clan. The talents of the Lan clan had really withered to the point where people would cry at the thought of it. Everyone's footsteps felt as if they were dragging 1,000 pounds. One could imagine what they would encounter when they returned this time. Every step they took was really filled with tears. Chu Yang and Yi Zue rushed into the pagoda mountain at lightning speed. Why didn't they stop us? Both of them were puzzled by this question. Both of them said this almost at the same time. Then, both of them looked at each other questioningly. Then, they smiled bitterly at the same time. So you don't know either. Both of them said this at the same time again. Then, both of them burst into laughter at the same time. Just a moment ago, both of them were still scheming against each other. But now, after experiencing a life-or-death chase and working together to successfully escape, both of them had a feeling in their hearts. As if the enmity in their hearts had weakened a little. Humans were all like this. After suddenly experiencing extreme danger, they would always subconsciously feel incomparably close to the people around them, even if they were their enemies. But the kindness in this moment was the most precious thing in the world. Although I don't know, there's absolutely no reason for them to let us go. Qi Yang smiled and analyzed. Their sudden abnormal behavior must have encountered some irresistible force. Brother Yi, Could it be that your elder master is here? Could it be that he made a move and stopped the 4 5th-grade supreme martial artists? Yizue pondered for a moment and said, impossible. If he can really subdue 4 5th-grade supreme martial artists who are accumulating power and waiting for the right moment, and are about to attack, I'm afraid that my old ancestor's cultivation isn't at such a level yet. Xianxia let out an "oh." He became more and more puzzled. There were only a handful of people with such cultivation in the world. Who exactly was here? He recalled what Xianxia said before she left, an expert who fought with me in the heavenly layer. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. Could there be a hidden expert here? But, why would this expert help us? Let's not think about these things. If someone really saved us, he must have a motive. Since he has a motive, we'll just have to wait. Yizue chuckled, stretched out his legs and sat down comfortably. Xianxia was rather impressed. This guy, other than being completely unlike a human when he's vicious, he's quite open-minded in terms of his temperament. We got to know each other after a fight. But I still don't know what your name is. A hint of a smile appeared on Yizue's cold face. He lowered his head and continued to treat his wounds, his movements extremely nimble. Me? If I tell you my name, you'll be shocked. Xianxia laughed mischievously. You scared me? Yizue revealed a smile that he couldn't help but laugh. Even if you say that you are the Dharma Supreme, I won't be surprised. My name is Xianxia. They all call me extraterrestrial demon. Xianxia chuckled. Isn't this name particularly scary? Yizue burst into laughter. If you are an extraterrestrial demon, then I would be the supreme ruler of the Heaven Imperial Court. What kind of joke is this? Xianxia chuckled and said, it seems that there are still a lot of sensible people in this world. Yizue snorted. He said, actually, the world is like this. Who asked you to offend the ruler? When the Dharma Supreme said that you were an extraterrestrial demon, only a few ignorant idiots would believe it. You can ask the big clans and law enforcers. Who would believe that? But it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I'll still shout this slogan to catch you. It's like a country where you offend the emperor. The emperor casually said that you are a rebel thief, and the whole world is besieging you. What can you do? We don't believe that you are an extraterrestrial demon, but if the Dharma Supreme says so, then you must be. You can't not be. Our big clans also don't want to offend the Dharma Supreme, so we can only follow suit to catch you. That's all. Today, you and I have gone through thick and thin together, so I won't deal with you. But tomorrow, when I return to the clan and see you again, I will still use the extraterrestrial demon as an extraterrestrial demon. And then, when I see you again, I will still use the crime of being an extraterrestrial demon to catch you, and then obtain preferential treatment from the Dharma Supreme for the Yi clan. Do you understand? Yizue said, full of sarcasm. What kind of preferential treatment can the Dharma Supreme give you? Xianxia asked, perplexed. Yizue laughed sinisterly. Brother, you are still too young. In this world, martial strength is not the only thing that makes one invincible. Power is the only thing that can truly make one invincible. In the 10,000 years of development of the Yi clan, side branches have been appearing continuously. Slowly, just those with the surname Yi alone have close to 1,000,000 people. Among these 1,000,000 people, only those who are suitable for cultivation. Not more than 100,000 people. And by 100,000 people, I mean martial arts grandmasters and martial artists are also considered cultivators. In that case, including their relatives, the population of the Yi clan is probably as high as 4 to 5 million people. What do these people eat? What do they drink? What do they use? Although our Yi clan has a big business, we can't just abandon these. Therefore, we can only keep adding all kinds of businesses to maintain the entire clan. After adding businesses, we can't just produce and sell our own businesses. We have to go through some channels to exchange our businesses for things that we need. And these channels are in the hands of the law enforcement officers. The Yi clan is very powerful, the #1 ruling clan in the heavens. But the law enforcement officers are in charge of the entire heavens. In the territory of the Yi clan, we can settle everything. But if you displease the Dharma Supreme, he can detain your goods and people at will in any territory that doesn't belong to the Yi clan. By the time you find someone and use your connections to rescue these things, just the delay of time is enough to make this trip not only a waste of time, but also a complete loss. But you can't just not do it. As the Yi clan, how can we just abandon our own clansmen? We can't afford to lose face like this. If we lose, we can't even find the law enforcement officers, we can only blame ourselves for being unlucky. We also want to make some extra money from the affiliated clans, blood payers, and bandits. But where in the world are there so many bandits waiting for you to exterminate? Not to mention the affiliated clans. If you mess with the affiliated clans, you're messing with yourself. But as long as the Dharma Supreme opens his mouth, all the people in our clan who are not suitable for cultivation will be able to eat their fill for at least a few years. Yizue laughed bitterly. It's the same for all the big clans. Gold and silver are worthless in the heavens now, but no matter how worthless they are, they still need to be earned. Those things won't fall from the sky. Every clan is extremely conflicted. Yizue laughed somewhat mockingly. How bloated is the legacy of 10,000 years? It was a good thing that a calamity sword master would appear every 10,000 years. If the inheritance continued, there might be internal strife and the people on the same side would kill each other. Dying in the hands of others was better than dying in one's own hands. At least we won't feel aggrieved. This is the power of the law enforcement officers. This power is enough to make the big clans go crazy. Therefore, when the Dharma Supreme said to deal with you, none of the big clans objected. Of course, except for the current Li clan. The Li clan knows their own limits. Even if they listen to the Dharma Supreme doesn't like them now, so they might as well stake it all on one throw. If they become the next tribulation clan, it will prove the failure of the Dharma Supreme and us. On the other hand, if they can't, it's just death either way. It doesn't matter how they die. Chu Yang's expression was dark. You're very thorough. What's the use of being thorough? Yizue laughed mockingly. Actually, the biggest drawback of this world is that there are too many people. So I'll seize the opportunity to kill, one less is one less. Chu Yang rubbed his nose, smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He was sure that this young Master Yi couldn't take praise. If you didn't praise him, he might still be able to say a few words of insight. But if you praised him, then it would immediately draw out the devil in him. How are you useful to the Zhuge clan? Yizue thought of something else. Didn't I still get dragged down by you? At the mention of this, Chu Yang felt like he was going to vomit. He said angrily, if you didn't get me out and forced me to fight with you, what do you think I would have to do now? Yizue rolled his eyes. Not necessarily. But he didn't pursue this question anymore. Instead, he changed the topic. However, if you are really Chu Yang, then your advancement is really fast. Yizue's eyes were as cunning and vicious as a poisonous snake's. You're too young. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. To be honest, I'm also a little confused about my cultivation. It's just that I was being hunted down that time and fell off a cliff. Coincidentally, there was a single-horned snake at the bottom of the cliff with its head raised. I smashed into its horn and killed it. Then, I fell unconscious, but something came out of the horn and automatically flowed into my mouth. After that, I was unconscious for a few months and woke up feeling different. Then, I advanced a level every few days, until now. You can say that I was lucky. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. This lie was deliberately made up by the sword spirit in the tribulation space to trick Yizue into saying something. There must be a reason for the heavenly demon aura on Yizue. This was also what Chu Yang was most worried about. As the saying went, to take in advance, one must give in advance. If you want someone to be honest with you, then you have to be honest with them first. But Yizue fell into deep thought. But what did you smash to death? Could it be? Hiss. He suddenly sucked in air as if he had a toothache. I don't know what that is either. As Chu Yang spoke, he described the thing he smashed to death bit by bit according to the sword spirit's description. You're actually the one who smashed to death the last divine dragon of the heavens. Yizue's eyes were like copper bells. He looked at Chu Yang, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. huh? Chu Yang was a little dizzy. Legend has it that the divine dragon's entire body degenerates at the last stage. It's only waiting to bathe in the essence of heaven and earth and then rush up to the heavens. And that period of time is when the divine dragon is at its weakest, so it usually hides very well. Who would have thought that when someone knocked you off the cliff, you would coincidentally smash into the divine dragon's single-horned dragon essence? And the most fortunate thing is that the dragon essence actually flowed into your mouth on its own. Such dumb luck is really TSK, TSK, TSK. This dragon essence is a supreme treasure in the world that can improve the meridians, spirit, and soul of a human. Yizue smacked his lips, his face filled with unimaginable envy. Suddenly, he grabbed Xu Yang's arm and bit down hard. End of chapter 1300. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.